Chapter 1. A new beginning for the overlooked second pick. On October 20th, 2017, at the Staples Center, home of the Los Angeles Lakers, rookie Lonzo Ball was about to embark on his inaugural regular season game. Is there really an omnipotent deity? Lonzo Ball mused to himself. Beside him, his good friend, often dubbed the dashing and talented darling of Aunt Jeannie, the defensive backbone of LeBron James, Kyle Kuzma, cast a worried glance at Lonzo. The game was about to commence, particularly against their city rivals, the Clippers. Why was Ball suddenly so anxious? Little did Kuzma know, it was a secret that Lonzo would never divulge. To the world, Ball felt more like an outsider, or more accurately, he had traversed through time. On a rainy night in 2024, Ball, driving his sleek luxury car, glanced out the window at the fleeting Chicago skyline. The towering buildings whizzed by, reminiscent of the years that had slipped away like water through his fingers. During his tenure with the Bulls, Ball had experienced the finest regular season of his career, averaging 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, with a three-point shooting percentage nearing 40, occasionally soaring to around 42 in certain months. As one of the key figures of the Bulls, he, along with Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Nikola Vucevic, carried the hopes of the Chicago faithful. After all, Chicago's legacy was undeniably grand, with the basketball deity Michael Jordan's consecutive championships setting the standard for what constituted a dynasty. Unfortunately, the subsequent Bulls faltered time, and again, despite the emergence of Derrick Rose, the youngest MVP in history, the team ultimately failed to reclaim its former glory. Reflecting on his time there, Ball recalled how the Bulls had secured the 4th position in the Eastern Conference. Their gameplay was fluid and harmonious, with LaVine's alley-oop dunks, DeRozan's mid-range jumpers, Vucevic's post moves and outside shooting, and of course, Ball's sharpshooting and instinctive playmaking. On the court, Ball was filled with vigor, adored by the children of Chicago, many of whom donned the Bulls' number 2 jersey at every game. He always took the time to stop and sign autographs for them. Every brilliant assist he delivered left opponents in awe and teammates in admiration, as if he personally placed the ball in their hands. His teammates DeRozan, Vucevic, LaVine merely needed to be in the most comfortable position to score, without any adjustments, either sinking the ball or executing a thunderous dunk. They would then turn back, offering Ball a look of approval, slapping his palm as they returned to defense, expressing their gratitude for his exquisite passes. Alas, Ball suffered an injury. The team was left without a strategist, devoid of a cerebral leader. This injury sidelined him for over 2 years, with repeated knee surgeries and cartilage transplants. No NBA player had ever returned to the league after such a procedure. Ball recalled that day when the Bulls took a team photo at the season's and LaVine, who had been absent for a long time, had also sustained an injury. Kobe White had stepped up, and everyone smiled for the camera before the Bulls prepared for the play-in tournament. Ball could only watch. After the shoot, a reporter inquired, "Ball, it is well known that you have put in a tremendous effort. What are your thoughts on the current team? And do you believe you can return to the league?" Even though he felt discontented, Ball could only regurgitate the usual platitudes. "You know, I am grateful for the presence of the divine. It has allowed me to play basketball, to be in the NBA. Now, it has presented me with some trials, but I feel I am recovering well. Contrary to what Smith said, I can stand. In fact, I am training my three-point shooting, inching closer to a comeback." As Ball sat in the car, he glanced down at his left knee, where 2 10-centimeter scars marked the side-decent testament to the surgeries he had endured. The next moment, as he lifted his head, a thunderous roar erupted, and a blinding light engulfed him. "Hey, you're not scared for your first game, are you?" The cocky Kuzma remarked, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Are you serious? Didn't you realize my significance during the Summer League? Who provided you with all those fast break opportunities? Who enabled you to score those easy points? It was I, Lonzo Ball." Ball snapped back to reality, gazing at the polished wooden floor illuminated by bright lights, and responded loudly. Kuzma sensed a change in Ball. It was a newfound assertiveness, a reduction in indecisiveness, perhaps. He seemed more trustworthy. Ball regarded him as Kuzma rambled on about fast breaks, dismissing them as mere easy money, and chose to ignore him. It was time for him to warm up. He stepped onto the familiar court, a venue where he had spent 2 years, recalling the days of being a court rat. Brandon Ingram, Josh Hart, Alex Caruso, Julius Randle, Kuzma, and Brook Lopez. And of course, the idol he had once chosen, LeBron James. To acquire Anthony Davis and pursue a championship, they had been traded away. Consequently, every season, whether with the Pelicans or the Bulls, whenever he returned to the Lakers' home court, he consistently performed exceptionally well, striving to showcase his skills to his hometown. In this second chance at life, he vowed never to repeat past mistakes. Thud, thud, thud. The basketball hit the wax floor, rebounding back to him. That sound was one he had not heard in ages. Ball grasped the ball, aiding with his left hand while propelling it upward with his right, bending his knees and utilizing his core strength to lift himself. Soaring through the air, he flicked his wrist with precision. The fiery basketball soared along a perfect arc, heading towards its target. Swish! 3 points. Nothing but net. Ball smiled. He was no longer the shy youth of yesteryear. No longer that 19-year-old from 2017. He had transformed into a seasoned guard, having played 5 years in the NBA, capable of averaging 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. At that moment, a figure slightly shorter than Ball squeezed through. Just wait, Ball. When I step onto the court, I'm going to obliterate you, making you embarrass yourself in front of your family. Let your father see that no matter how much he boasts, he can't compete with Jordan. And you're merely a worthless second pick, inflated by a garbage father. Worthless, worthless, did you hear that? Patrick Beverley, clad in Clippers training gear, stormed over, hurling insults at Ball, shouting and screaming. Ball understood that today would be a battle. In his previous life, Beverley had tweeted before the game, declaring he would F Lonzo Ball up. Even worse, he had loudly berated Ball in the locker room, vowing to be the first to welcome Ball to the NBA with a lesson. Ball glared at him, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Just you? A filthy player who only resorts to dirty tactics? You can't even stick with any team, lacking any offensive ability. You're forever destined to be garbage. I am a second pick, while what was your draft position again? Apologies, I seem to have forgotten you were undrafted. Sorry. Reborn, Ball would no longer tolerate such disrespect. He would strike back. Beverley, taken aback that a rookie who hadn't even played a game dared to retort against a veteran, felt humiliated. His face flushed crimson, eyes bulging like saucers. He lunged forward, ready to throw a punch. Ding. Host detected. System activated. Chapter 2. This is my son, Lonzo Ball. As the commentator for the Lakers' season opener, Steve and George were preparing for the game, which was set to start in 5 minutes. Look over there. What's happening? George followed Steve's pointed finger toward the Lakers' pre-game training area, where a crowd had gathered. In the center stood none other than Patrick Beverley. Moments ago, he had planned to nonchalantly return from the Lakers' training half to the Clippers' side, intending to deliver a harsh body check to Ball. However, Brandon Ingram, with his long limbs and lethargic gaze, stood in his way. Ingram, towering over Beverley, blocked his path. Beverley, dwarfed by Ingram, felt his heart race as he looked into those languid eyes. Soon, other Lakers teammates, sensing the escalating situation, rushed over to encircle Beverley. With the colossal physique of Lopez and the agile footwork of Nance, Kuzma stood by with a mischievous grin, effectively obstructing Beverley's path without leaving a single opening. Amidst the whirlpool of chaos, Ball observed the unfolding scene. To onlookers, it seemed as though he was lost in thought. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the NBA Best Point Guard system. To his astonishment, in this rebirth, he had obtained the coveted Best Point Guard system. Ball gazed at the system panel. In light of the host's entry into the NBA, a special gift of a peak Damian Lillard Super God card has been granted. Use it. A wave of comfort surged through Ball's body, instilling within him a desire to execute screens and shoot, even from an extraordinary distance. What bliss! Snapping back to reality, he looked at his brothers-in-arms who were standing up for him. Indeed, there is no brotherhood without basketball. This was the essence of youth in 2017, a reflection of the vibrant spirit of his future great teammates. All eyes in the arena were riveted to this spectacle. In the distance, Magic Johnson was animatedly recounting the most magnificent dunks he had ever witnessed to Pelinka, only to find Pelinka's gaze drifting past him. Turning his head, Magic caught sight of the unfolding scene. What an intriguing bunch of kids. Come on, if we don't move, they'll soon be suspended, Pelinka remarked as they walked away. Magic, while striding alongside, muttered that this was nothing compared to the more brutal brawls he had witnessed. More and more people gathered around. The jovial Griffin, the white beast, approached, dragging a referee along with him. Ball understood that with the referees now present, the conflict would be diffused after all. One must consider the greater good. However, as Beverley was about to leave, he flashed a menacing grin and declared, "Rookie, they'll make sure to give you a thorough lesson. Welcome to the NBA." Ball maintained a placid gaze, pressing his lips together, for a true man speaks through his actions on the court. Simultaneously, a bold thought flickered in his mind. Why not? At last, the potential conflict was averted, and both the referees and players sighed in relief. Regrettably, the time for warm-up was fleeting. The players prepared for the jump ball. Lakers starting lineup: Ball, Nance, Randall, Ingram, Lopez. Clippers starting lineup: Teodosic, Beverley, Griffin, Gallinari, Jordan. Lopez's leaping ability paled in comparison to Jordan's, and Griffin seized the ball, sending a high pass down low to Gallinari. The rooster-haired Gallinari relentlessly attacked Randall, but his skills faltered and Ball swiftly secured the rebound. In the blink of an eye, the youth storm commenced. OMG, Ball executed a quarterback pass from his baseline, delivering the ball directly within the opponent's three-point line. Ingram, upon receiving the pass, soared like Durant, effortlessly maneuvering past Teodosic before leaping into the air for a thunderous dunk. Fast break offense. 2 seconds. Lakers, 2 points. The crowd erupted in cheers for Ball and Ingram's synergy. Ball smiled as he approached Ingram, who was slowly returning to half court, and initiated a high five. The Clippers launched their offense, with Griffin controlling the ball. As a pioneering power forward known for his explosive athleticism, he sought to set the tone for the game. After all, this was a fierce local rivalry. Having faced the Lakers numerous times last season, he felt confident in his understanding of them. Could it be that with the arrival of Ball, the Lakers could turn their fortunes around? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Facing a struggling team like the Lakers, he felt untroubled. The Lakers had languished since Kobe's injury, suffering for years. However, noticing Beverly persistently demanding the ball, Griffin, as the leader, decided to facilitate his teammates' game. He casually passed the ball to Beverly, dismissing the need for urgency. After all, what was there to worry about with such a lackluster team? In the next moment, Griffin's eyes widened in disbelief. Ball, who had initially stood 2 meters away, suddenly burst forth with lightning speed, akin to a cheetah. In an instant, Griffin found himself effortlessly passing the ball directly to Ball. Perfectly accurate. It was as though Griffin had been an undercover agent for the Lakers, glancing at Ball as if to signal, "Wait for my pass," and Ball, intuitively understanding, stepped forward to seize the ball. This pass may not have been ideal. Griffin seemed too nonchalant, but Ball's awareness is remarkable. Observe his speed, particularly his positioning, allowing Griffin enough distance, considering Griffin's recent transition and his lack of a reliable three-point shot. On the other hand, Ball's footwork was nimble, constantly adjusting as he monitored Beverly. Unexpectedly, this offensive-minded player, Ball, displayed commendable defensive prowess. The commentator exclaimed in admiration. Another commentator, George, added, "Before the game, Beverly and Ball had a disagreement that nearly escalated into a fight. Let's not overlook the harsh words Beverly tweeted prior to the match. It seems Beverly has learned a lesson today." The arena resonated with laughter. After securing the ball, Ball dashed forward with incredible speed. He understood that in this inaugural game, it was the perfect opportunity to capitalize on the element of surprise, as his opponents were still unfamiliar with his capabilities. Thus, he would leverage the peak Damian Lillard Super God card to score decisively. Beverly, filled with frustration, pivoted and sprinted towards the purple and gold figure. He was ready. This was not merely a game, it was a confrontation aimed at an underperformer. However, Ball was simply too swift. Even as Beverly exerted every ounce of effort, he found himself a step behind. Ball surged ahead. Beverly lagged behind, a mere 1 or 2 steps apart. Yet that distance, so close, yet so far. Ball felt the sounds of pursuit behind him as he sprinted forward, halting just a meter from the three-point line. All eyes in the arena were drawn to him. Lakers head coach Walton's eyes seemed to blaze with fire. What was this rookie about to do? With just a meter to go, was he truly going to shoot? Did he believe himself to be Curry, Lillard, or perhaps Bird? Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Beverly felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, witnessing Ball's halt, which appeared almost as an act of flaunting. Determined, he prepared to charge forward, leaping to deliver a resounding block against Ball. Ball took a deep breath. Bending his knees, he lifted his hand. Yet what he did not realize was that a hungry wolf lurked behind him. Beverly leaped high into the air. However, it was not as he had envisioned. Bauer, surprisingly, did not leap to his feet. Beverly, in an exaggerated manner, soared forward from behind as time seemed to stand still. With a deftness reminiscent of a seasoned veteran, Ball knelt and raised his hand, only to mysteriously lower it once more at the apex of his motion, executing a feigned attempt that left the audience in suspense. Ball observed Beverly leap into the air, managing even to smile and wave at him. Then, with a lateral jump, he moved a meter to the right beyond the three-point line. The missile was launched. Swish. The ball found its mark, accompanied by the crisp sound of the net. On the sidelines, LeVar Ball, Ball's father, shouted loudly, "This is my son, Lonzo Ball." Chapter 3. Is this what you call competition? As the crimson sphere sailed through the net, LeVar Ball was the first to rise and cheer for his son. He stood, waving his hands up and down, urging the audience to applaud for his boy. "This is my son, Lonzo Ball," he exclaimed, though a hint of confusion lingered in his voice. The shooting posture he had just witnessed was markedly different from his son's signature throw. He resolved to inquire further after the game. This was undoubtedly a textbook three-point shooting stance. and those who had crafted scouting reports on Ball would surely be in for a surprise. His debut game had delivered an abundance of astonishments. The commentator marveled. The situation grew dire, prompting Clippers head coach Doc Rivers to immediately call a timeout. "What are you doing? Can you even defend against Ball? Is this the bravado you spoke of before the game?" Rivers unleashed his frustration upon Beverly. The team's star player was Griffin, and coaching required a deft touch, especially in managing the egos of prominent athletes. Rivers was known for his motivational speeches, but he was even more notorious for his experiences of being upended in the playoffs. Commentators would jest that his games only truly began when he had a 2-game lead, anticipating the inevitable turnaround. This clearly indicated that Rivers had long relied not on coaching prowess, but on relationships and connections. Thus, he could not reprimand Griffin for his errors and directed his ire solely at Beverly, transforming into a veritable whirlwind of criticism. Beverly lowered his gaze, feigning humility, yet his eyes brimmed with defiance. Those who had clawed their way up from the bottom often held disdain for those in lofty positions lacking true competence. Moreover, Ball had the advantage of a father tirelessly promoting him, which had already rattled many in the African-American community. As the timeout concluded, Rivers, left with no choice, glanced at Ball from afar. If all remained well, Ball would still start, and Beverly would have to remain on the court. "Can you suppress that, rookie? If not, get off my court." Beverly retorted fiercely, "I can." The game resumed. Ball received the pass from Lopez, and as soon as he grasped the ball, Beverly immediately adhered to him like a piece of sticky candy, commencing an intense full-court defense right from the baseline. He charged directly towards Ball from the baseline. However, the impact was rather mild, and the referee merely glanced over, refraining from blowing the whistle. The force was deemed acceptable. The entire audience collectively inhaled sharply. LeVar, in a fit of rage, leapt to his feet. "What is this? This is an evident foul. A foul." Although Ball is a towering guard, his weight remains rather insufficient. As a rookie newly ascended into the league, his initial lesson is all about physical confrontation. Bauer maneuvered the ball, weaving across the width of the field. Sprinting forward with determination, yet regrettably, he stumbled along the way. Ball recalled how Beverly had treated him in his previous life. At that time, the team had struggled for nearly 6 minutes, managing to score a mere 4 points. The audacious Beverly revealed his true colors, resorting to physical aggression to bully the rookie. Just as Ball crossed mid-court, Beverly had unceremoniously knocked him down. In this lifetime, he vowed not to allow such a scenario to unfold again. In an instant, Ball devised a solution. Bolstered by Lillard's peak card, his strength surged, and with the experience he had accumulated over the years of playing, he was now approaching midcourt with relative ease. Beverly shot a sidelong glance at Ball, taunting him with the words, "You can't rely on your father out here. Welcome to the NBA." In the next moment, Beverly straightened his posture and charged forward. The price was worth it. Shattering a high draft rookie's confidence was a worthy endeavor. Yet, at that precise moment, Ball leaped upward as Beverly charged ahead. Ball leapt into the air, while Beverly stood merely at the height of Ball's chest. However, Ball continues to exert his efforts. To the referees, it appears as though a rookie, audaciously reckless, attempts to launch an extraordinarily distant three-pointer from the half-court. Defender Beverly advances, unable to contain the situation, and leaps directly into the air. Ball was knocked over in midair, his body helplessly twisting backward, guided by inertia. His right elbow collided directly with Beverly's head. As Ball was about to land, he awkwardly released the ball. It was an utterly unreasonable and implausible shot, a desperate struggle. Yet, it was reminiscent of countless unreasonable choices criticized by Paul George, akin to Lillard's super long-range three-pointer. Lillard's peak performance shone with brilliance. In the eyes of Laval, Lakers coach Walton, Clippers coach Rivers, and all the spectators, that ball resembled a cannonball, powerful and formidable, a projectile equipped with its own targeting system. Boom. It crashed directly into the Clippers' half-court net. Beverly was knocked to the ground by Ball's elbow, clutching his eyes in agony, rolling over in pain. Yet through the gaps in his fingers, he glimpsed the incredulous expressions on the coaching staff's faces. Could it be? Impossible. Beverly painfully opened his other eye and, through the slits of his fingers, witnessed the ball rolling on the ground. No one contested it. Undoubtedly, that ball had gone in. The anxiety in Beverly's heart finally came to a quiet end. Bauer bent down, gazing at Beverly. Leaning closer, he looked into his eyes and smiled, saying, "Is this your way of welcoming me? Is this the defense upon which you rely for survival? You ought to be grateful for my arrival in the NBA. For you will join me in the highlights of the best plays. However, I am the second overall pick, while you are an undrafted player. I am the protagonist, and you are but a supporting character. You shall serve as the first stepping stone on my path to greatness. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The three-point shot counted, along with an additional free throw. Beverly collapsed, and medical staff swiftly carried him away. Bauer cast a fleeting glance. If you wish to torment others, then you must also be prepared to endure torment yourself. After all, this is a nation of equality. As Ball advanced towards the free throw line, the spectators may not have realized that the Lakers were already leading the Clippers by 8 points, an excellent start indeed. His partner in commentary chimed in, of course. But have you noticed? Ball is omnipresent in these 8 points. The audience erupted into thunderous applause for Ball. This moment was long awaited by Lakers fans. With their star Kobe injured and the team struggling to reach the playoffs for years, they had been harassed by their city rivals, the Clippers. Can you imagine that in Los Angeles, the number of Clippers fans might even be subtly surpassing that of Lakers supporters? Fans are fiercely loyal. They rally behind those who uplift the team, lead them to victory, and deliver performances that captivate the heart. Taking a deep breath and awaiting Ingram and Randall to position themselves, Ball prepared for his free throw. After the applause subsided, he waved to the audience. And the eyes of countless young Lakers fans sparkled with excitement. He was ready to take the shot. Swish. The ball went in with certainty. On the sidelines, Magic Johnson beamed with delight, pointing at Ball with a broad smile. Meanwhile, Pelinka remained expressionless, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Coach Walton, having just recovered from his previous thoughts of benching Ball, was now contemplating what delightful breakfast to bring for Ball at tomorrow's practice. Should it be savory or sweet? LeVar Ball rose with his 2 sons, LiAngelo and LaMelo, waving their arms in encouragement for Ball. In their distant home, Ball's mother, unable to attend due to a stroke that left her partially paralyzed, watched the televised broadcast. As her son scored, tears of joy streamed down her face as she incoherently cheered for her good son. Chapter 4. 7 3-pointers and a steal. The Clippers plummet. The roar of the crowd grew ever louder. The large screen in the arena replayed the earlier moment. Beverly, deceived, leaped over Ball, ultimately gazing helplessly at the sky. The entire audience burst into laughter, their earlier fear regarding Beverly's injury significantly diminished. Ball successfully sinks the free throw, and the Clippers prepare to inbound. On the sidelines, Rivers, the embodiment of innate reversal, anxiously clutches at his collar, as if struggling for breath. 3 minutes have elapsed, yet his team remains scoreless. It is not merely the lack of points that frustrates Rivers. A player has succumbed to injury and exited the game. That cunning, wretched Ball. Rivers realizes that although the previous play seemed accidental, there are no such coincidences in this world. It appeared as though Beverly's defense was overly aggressive, but Rivers, well acquainted with Beverly's temperament, knows this was a calculated act of retribution, a meticulously orchestrated vendetta against Ball. Strangely, this rookie, who has only just entered the fray, seems to possess an uncanny ability to read intentions, deftly evading the confrontation and delivering a fierce elbow to Beverly. The mere thought of it ignites Rivers' ire. He genuinely worries for Beverly, as the team's defensive integrity hinges upon him. The dynamics on the court shift once more. Griffin drives for a layup, only to be thwarted by the formidable Lopez, while Ball secures the rebound. Ball surged forward with remarkable speed, leaving everyone momentarily unable to keep pace with him. Upon reaching the front court, he launched an offensive maneuver from the left flank, facing off against the diminutive guard of the Clippers. As a player whose appeal and flair rival that of a magician, Ball possesses a profound awareness of his own capabilities. His strengths lie in passing and orchestrating plays, crafting opportunities to penetrate through the defense. As Ball positioned himself with his back to the basket, he simultaneously engaged in a fierce battle against the diminutive Clippers guard. He pushed and maneuvered, glancing back to establish his stance. Pretending to pass the ball outward, he feigned an intention to deliver it to Ingram at the center. Griffin, preoccupied with guarding the agile Nance, instinctively turned his gaze toward Ball as he extended his hand outward. Yet, in the next instant, the arena erupted in jubilant cheers once more. Griffin, feeling a formidable force crashing behind him, found himself sprawled on the floor. As he lifted his head, he discovered that someone had soared over him. Nance had effortlessly hung from the rim with one hand. Rivers, left with no alternative, was compelled to call another timeout. The team had veered off course entirely. With Ball's instantaneous assist, Nance executed a thunderous dunk over Griffin, annihilating the Clippers. The son of the Lakers, Lonzo Ball. Another commentator exclaimed in bewilderment, "What just transpired? It happened too swiftly. I must witness a replay." The grand screen above seemed to echo the sentiments of the crowd and commentators, initiating a replay. The footage revealed Ball's deft flick of the wrist, as the ball appeared destined for Ingram. Griffin's momentary lapse, a mere glance, allowed Ball to deftly release the ball, which soared high above the rim, nearly half a meter above it. Seizing the opportunity during Griffin's moment of distraction, Nance instinctively leaped, utilizing the basketball to vault himself, forcefully colliding with Griffin as he executed a spectacular dunk. Truly, a display of sheer athletic prowess. As Ball smiled, he seized the opportunity during the timeout to share a unique gesture with Nance. They moved rhythmically, up and down, fist bumping, their palms colliding, culminating in a leap that brought their bodies together. After the display, Ball glanced towards the Clippers' side, where the situation appeared dire. Coach Rivers incessantly fed his players motivational platitudes. Yet the results were evidently lacking. Led by Griffin, the players hung their heads, lacking vitality, resembling wilted cucumbers. No one could have anticipated that the Clippers, who had once held the upper hand, were now being dominated by the Lakers. With half a quarter elapsed, it was unfathomable that the Clippers had yet to score a single point. As the timeout concluded, perhaps the motivational speech had taken effect. Or perhaps the players felt a pang of embarrassment. Griffin began to score with both inside drives and outside shots, while the Lakers seemed to falter. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at Clippers 23, Lakers 30, with a 7-point gap. Ball recorded 3 assists and 11 points. In the latter part of the first quarter, he netted 2 mid-range shots. With 11 points in the quarter, 2 3-pointers, 1 free throw, and 2 2-pointers, his performance far exceeded expectations for a rookie. In particular, his first 3-pointer, which he made after deftly maneuvering past Beverly, and the subsequent 3-point play that sent Beverly to the bench, were electrifying. However, Ball was aware that this was not his limit. During the first quarter, his focus was on showcasing his court vision and playmaking abilities. As the second quarter commenced, Ball exchanged signals with Lopez, who stepped out to set a robust screen for him. The screen was so solid that the diminutive guard found it nearly impossible to navigate around it. Ball leaps effortlessly for a pull-up 3-pointer. Swish. A perfect arc gracefully traverses the air as the ball finds its way into the net. The Clippers swiftly advance, securing 2 points. Given the success of the strategy, Ball opts to persist with this approach. Occasionally, a pick is set by the center. This time, the Clippers guard attempts to navigate through, yet this momentary lapse affords Ball the necessary space. Swish. Another 3-pointer. As the Clippers press forward, their attempt beneath the basket falters, the ball grazing the rim before bouncing out, where Ingram seizes possession. A quick pass is delivered to the swiftly advancing Ball. Not 2 points. He seeks 3. Ball halted just 1 meter from the 3-point line. If Beverly were to return, he would undoubtedly feel an air of familiarity. Once again, the well-known movements unfolded: a bend of the knees, an elevation of the elbow, a delicate adjustment, swish, bang, bang, bang. Ball with 3 consecutive 3-pointers. Oh my goodness. Is this a rookie making his NBA debut? He has already sunk 5 3-pointers. The commentator exclaimed with fervor. Ball, Ball, Ball. The crowd erupted in applause. Amidst this euphoric atmosphere, Ball glanced at the spectators illuminated by the spotlight from various directions before gradually retreating on defense. This was the scene he had longed for. However, for Ball, it was sweet ambrosia, while for the Clippers players, it was indeed a lethal poison. Rivers found himself at a loss. It was far too late to call a timeout. Not for the sake of Ball could he afford to call 3 timeouts. The Clippers guard was left bewildered, unable to confront the overwhelming pressure of the crowd, especially under the resounding cheers in the Lakers' home arena. In his heart, Ball reveled in delight as he observed the flustered Clippers guard. Positioned at the sideline, he extended his arms and long legs, obstructing the trajectory of the guard's throw-in. At times, a skilled coach can turn the tide of a game, while a coach lacking in cunning adaptability often finds themselves outmaneuvered. 1 second, 2 seconds. Ball continued to defend, while Ingram, Nance Jr., and Randall relentlessly pressured in the front court. 3 seconds. For seconds, the Clippers guard could only resort to curses, muttering incessantly. Time was running out for the Clippers guard. He opted for a bounce pass. However, Ball seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head, leaping backward in a manner reminiscent of a soccer goalkeeper, securing the ball with a graceful dive. His play was strikingly similar to Leonard's iconic moments of basketball thievery. LaMelo Ball sat on the floor, cradling the ball in his arms, patiently awaiting the arrival of his teammates, while Randall claimed position beneath the basket. With a powerful two-handed throw, Ball propelled Randall, the Bull, into the air for a magnificent dunk. Rivers, overwhelmed, grasped his head in despair, and in a fit of frustration, he violently slammed the tactical board. Unfortunately, misfortune compounded as the referee assessed a technical foul against Coach Rivers. From that moment onward, The situation became increasingly dire for the Clippers as they stumbled from one misstep to another. In the second half, Ball showcased his exceptional skills with the peak card of Lillard, sinking 2 three-pointers. Simultaneously, he utilized his ability to draw defenders, bestowing upon his teammate the divine blessing of the point guard with a miraculous assist. Ultimately, the Clippers faced a disheartening defeat against the Lakers. With a score of 89-110, Ball scored 26 points, provided 7 assists, grabbed 6 rebounds, and made 2 steals. On the sidelines, the Lakers beat reporters and an ESPN correspondent were eagerly awaiting an opportunity to interview him. Chapter 5. I am bullying you, Beverly. Ball. Could you share your feelings about your first game? Ball. What exactly happened with your altercation with Beverly? After the match, Ball found himself surrounded by a throng of reporters. This sensation was exhilarating. In his previous life, he seldom encountered such a multitude of journalists, typically just 1 or 2. Yet now, 7 or 8 reporters approached him from various outlets, including the Lakers, the not-so-friendly Clippers, and ESPN. How uncouth. Ball, having gained recognition, seemed to revel in it. Just look at him. Ingram and Kuzma were clearly envious. Although both had played significant minutes and scored well, one with 17 points and the other with 12, Ball's overall performance, particularly in crucial moments, overshadowed theirs. After all, he had made 7 three-pointers, totaling 26 points, with 7 assists, 6 rebounds, and 2 steals, nearly achieving a triple-double. With so many reporters vying for his attention, traffic began to congest. The Lakers promptly intervened, informing the reporters that Ball would participate in the post-game interview and extending the interview duration. Still, numerous journalists lingered, reluctant to depart, their gazes almost hungry, as if they wished to devour Ball whole. This was big news. The elder Ball, long praised by his father, truly showcased his talent. Congratulations on securing his first NBA victory. A special health fragment was granted, collect 10 to heal the host's current injuries. Ding. Lillard's peak card has been used. As a result, his three-point capabilities will be continuously enhanced, along with an increase in three-point potential. After the game, amidst his joy, Ball also heard the voice of the system. According to this, his victory would yield rewards. But what exactly was this health fragment? In the locker room, Ball could not help but ponder. A system? Ball softly called out. In an instant, a square screen materialized, visible only to him. Intrigued, Ball observed the panel. Having just completed his first match and returned from a rebirth, he had not yet taken the time to examine the system. At that moment, he was granted a transcendent card for Lillard, and despite his uncertainty about its significance, he eagerly utilized it as if grasping a lifeline. Now, it appeared that this system held considerable utility. The screen displayed his fundamental statistics, which, according to the values in 2024's 2K, mirrored those of his prime season with the Bulls. What shocked Ball the most were the statistics: dribbling 60, health 89, strength 65. He found himself at a loss for words, pondering why his stats were so lacking. However, upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable, from a young age. Ball and his brothers had engaged in a free-flowing style of basketball. What did this mean? Quick passes, fast breaks, defensive counters, alley-oops, three-pointers, and close-range shooting, all emblematic of a flashy style. His dribbling indeed lacked solidity. The strength issue arose from the transition from high school and college leagues to the pinnacle of adult basketball, where the physicality was vastly different. The disparity too great to ignore. As he contemplated this, Ball glanced at the myriad of bruises adorning his body and then at the imposing Lopez, who engaged in fierce battles in the paint, his fair arms frequently marked with scars. It was no easy endeavor. The immediate priority was to heal himself and enhance his health. Ball is acutely aware of the severity of his health issues. By accessing the health fragments, he can review the details. Health fragments. They can slightly restore one's health value. 10 ordinary health fragments can enhance health by 10 points. Higher-level health fragments possess even greater efficacy and can be utilized by others. To obtain these superior health fragments, the host must deliver exceptional performances, such as explosive data, triple-doubles, or breaking historical records. They can also be shared with others. Bauer only noticed this sentence. Ball reflected on his mother, Tina, whose loving spirit remained trapped in the haze of a stroke, rendering her speech unintelligible. For her sake, he would fight with all his might. Kuzma, beside him, observed Ball with a contemplative gaze, alternating between clenched teeth and deep thought, as if he were pledging some grand oath. Was it truly the case that high scores and excellent performance were not enough, or was there an underlying dissatisfaction despite his remarkable play? He nudged Ball with his elbow and gestured ahead, saying, "Look, The people here to interview you have arrived. Thank you, brother. Ball, exuding confidence, stepped out of the dressing room and into the interview hall. The warm glow of the lights enveloped him, reminiscent of the world around him. For him, the opportunity to be reborn was nothing short of a blessing. A blonde reporter raised her hand. Ball, over here. How do you perceive your statistics from the first game? It was a rather mundane question, lacking in excitement, yet it did not betray the intellect of the inquirer. The other journalist thought as much, while Ball, educated by the league and boasting a perfect GPA of 4.0, was ready to deliver a counterpunch. One should not be complacent in their youth, he remarked. The numbers were quite average. I anticipate a far superior performance in the next game. The blonde reporter pursed her lips, seemingly skeptical. What is your perspective on your altercation with Beverly? Inquired a portly journalist from the Clippers. It was clear to all that this was a blatant trap, as he had already framed the narrative of Ball's supposed aggression towards Beverly. The eyes of the gathered crowd were fixated on Ball, the young prodigy soaring to new heights. The Lakers' manager of media relations was poised to intervene, intending to inform everyone that the interview was concluded, a decision that, while perhaps unwise, served to protect Ball. Despite the fact that only 2 questions had been posed, Ball waved his hand dismissively, gazing at the hefty reporter with a stern and cold demeanor. Are you implying that I have committed acts of violence against Beverly? Ball stated, his eyes fixed unwaveringly. Isn't that the case? Retorted the Clippers reporter, brimming with confrontation. To everyone's astonishment, Ball smiled, a peculiar grin reminiscent of the Joker from The Dark Knight. I am delighted to hear you say that. Indeed. I take great pride in what I consider a flawless execution of bullying against Beverly. This signifies that I have surpassed him on the basketball battlefield. Weakness is the original sin, and one should not expect sympathy from others. Do not adopt the victim's stance. Every moment I am on that court is dedicated to winning at all costs. If you are determined to oppose me, be prepared to face the consequences. Beverly, this is what you deserve. When you sought to bully me, you should have anticipated a day when your skills would falter. Such acts of aggression and bullying will not be swept away. Who could have imagined that Ball would utter such words? This is far more audacious than claiming I could take on Jordan one-on-one during my prime. I have 3 at home. Don't you wish to witness them in the NBA alongside their father, speaking with such bravado? Everyone knows LeVar Ball is merely seeking attention, crafting a spectacle to pave the way for his sons. Yet people are enamored with this melodrama, akin to watching a classic television show titled, Who Asked Your Daddy? They revel in the extremes of familial tales. Oh, you are not his father, and he is not your son. Oh, I have strayed. What to do now? Unlike others, Ball has directed this provocative narrative at the esteemed figure of Michael Jordan. It's a blatant clash. Whether you are annoyed or respond, the goal has been achieved. However, Ball's words are crystal clear. There is no camaraderie in the NBA. The congenial atmosphere perpetuated by social media is entirely fabricated. When the playoffs arrive, who isn't consumed by a fierce desire to snatch every point, every rebound. You accuse me of bullying him. I indeed bullied him, and I did so with honor on the court. You may resort to cunning tactics, petty traps, and subtle schemes, but I shall return each in kind. I am indeed bullying you. Disagree? Fight back. Chapter 6, a heart-to-heart between father and son, a new challenge off the court. Beverly was diagnosed with a concussion, a condition that can be trivialized yet possesses the potential for grave consequences if not treated with care. After all, no matter how resilient one's head may be, it cannot withstand the force of an elbow. He must rest quietly and will need to miss several games until he receives medical clearance to return. Upon hearing Ball's remarks, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him once more, accompanied by the urgent calls of nurses and team doctors, along with the hurried footsteps echoing around him. A uniquely captivating post-game interview had concluded. Many media outlets had obtained the sensational narratives they sought. Ball seemed to intuitively understand their needs. This first interview, albeit brief, had yielded an abundance of material. They were eager to craft new headlines. The Lakers' new star? The Clippers' archenemy? Ball admits his intention to become Beverly's tormentor. On the court, it is a fierce battle of survival. Notions of camaraderie and harmony hold no weight. I will bully you, and if you possess the ability, retaliate. A notice to all stars. The bully Ball is on the prowl, poised to continue his reign of intimidation over every player. The thrill is palpable. Just the thought of it sends a rush. The attention, the frenzy of circulation. It's unleashed. Journalists and media, hasten back to your desks to compose and publish your stories. Bale did not ponder too much. Having lived anew, why should I indulge you any longer? Do as you wish, speak as you please. Ball possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities, bolstered by the support of the system. believing he can ascend to the status of a basketball luminary. As he tidies up and prepares to exit the interview room, he finds his father, LeVar Ball, awaiting him outside, along with his less accomplished younger brother, the enigmatic LiAngelo Ball, and his youngest brother, LaMelo Ball, who is destined to be selected by the formidable Michael Jordan and carve out a remarkable career with the Hornets. The presence of family is undeniably heartwarming. However, the path that lies ahead for Ball is anything but comforting, as the system's recent notification reveals that his health remains a significant concern. LeVar Ball, with his characteristic exaggerated smile, approached his family after sharing a whispered conversation with his childhood friend and life manager, Demo, who quietly departed first. "Oh, my son, you truly are the brightest star today," he exclaimed, opening his arms wide and embracing Ball with fervor. Bauer felt a tightening in his breath, but fortunately, LeVar released him swiftly. After exchanging greetings with his second brother, Sanchio, they all got into the car together to head back. Ball felt as though he had traversed through time. The last occasion was also within the confines of a car, gazing at the nocturnal splendor of Chicago. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in Los Angeles, beholding the beauty of the city, the very place he had always called home. Inside the vehicle, Bauer sat in the passenger seat, observing his father, LeVar. He pondered to himself, everything is for oneself, and likewise for the family. Only when everyone thrives can the family truly flourish. In his previous life, he had to sit out 2.5 seasons due to illness, while his teammate, Urquiu, faced theft issues, and Sanchi was perpetually sidelined by ankle injuries. This time, such circumstances must not occur again. Ball clenched his fists. "Dad, I have something to discuss with you," he said with a serious expression. "Oh, my son, Lonzo, it has been far too long since we last spoke from the heart. When was the last time? Perhaps during your middle school days? Speak, my son. Whatever it is, I shall accommodate you," Laval proclaimed with pride. "I have decided not to renew our contract with BBB, our family brand," Ball said, pausing for a moment before exhaling slowly. The luxurious sports car screeched to a halt, leaving a deep black mark on the road. Fortunately, the road was relatively clear. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a rear-end collision. LaMelo, sleeping in the back seat, felt a sudden jolt of inertia and was thrust forward unexpectedly, but thankfully, the seatbelt restrained him. "Dad, what happened? Is there a traffic accident ahead?" LaMelo inquired, rubbing his head. LiAngelo, not asleep, overheard the conversation between his brother Lonzo and their father and hurriedly covered LaMelo's mouth. In the darkness, Laval's eyes gleamed with a brightness akin to snow, a mixture of suspicion, betrayal, disbelief, and a sense of his authority being challenged. It was a light akin to the flickering flames on a dark grave. Terrifying, fearful, dreadful. With no retreat, Lonzo met his father's gaze. He had to confront the situation. In that moment, Laval contemplated many things but ultimately decided to return home and enjoy a good meal before addressing it all. The buzzing sound was louder than the initial roar of the engine, as if someone were deliberately venting their anger while also showcasing it to others. As if to ruin the luxurious car. Upon their return to the Grand Ball residence, Lonzo's grandparents and his mother, Tina, welcomed the family back. Tina could sense that her husband, Laval Ball, and their son, Lonzo Ball, were both in a state of agitation. While the two younger sons felt trapped in an unspeakable predicament, Tina could only move slowly, inviting everyone to continue their meal. After a while, Lonzo's childhood friend Demo arrived with a bag, and Tina invited him to sit and join the meal. This was undoubtedly the most silent and torturous dinner the Balls had ever experienced. Lonzo felt it was even more agonizing than the meal he had shared with his wife before their separation. To make matters worse, Laval had previously agreed to the television network's request to produce a season of a reality show. At that moment, the cameramen were also present, and everyone could feel the atmosphere was amiss, all awaiting the impending explosion of tension. Once dinner concluded, Laval set down his utensils and addressed LiAngelo and LaMelo, saying, "You two young ones, return to your rooms." Ball advised, "There is no need for this. It is a matter concerning our family. We are united as one, and we can resolve this together." LeVar was incensed. "Do you still consider yourself a member of this family? I toiled to nurture you. And during the most crucial period of your life, when your mother suffered a stroke, did I ever suggest that you abandon your studies to care for her? Did I allow family matters to impede your progress? Yet today, you tell me you will no longer renew your contract with BBB? You are forsaking our own brand? Who was it that ensured you had signature shoes even before you entered the league? It was I. Who cultivated your reputation and elevated your status? It was I. Who has been training you in the fundamentals since you were 2 or 3 years old, taking you up the mountains for daily practice? It was I. Yet how do you support me in return? Unaware of the full circumstances, Tina and Lonzo's grandparents observed this chaotic scene. Realizing that the underlying tension stemmed from Ball's desire to pursue an independent path, severing ties with the family brand. However, which brand would he turn to? The family was well aware that due to LeVar's stubbornness, Ball had predominantly worn his own shoes during the summer league, having not signed with more renowned brands like Nike or Adidas. So, what shoes would he sign with? Bauer took a deep breath, glanced at Demo, and slowly articulated, "Father, the words you have shared with me will forever remain etched in my memory. Should the day arrive when I ascend to the MVP status, the individuals to whom I shall express my profound gratitude will undoubtedly be you and my mother. In my childhood, it was you who led me, along with my younger brothers, up the slopes of Chino Hills, where we engaged in rigorous training that fostered our physical prowess. At every juncture of our lives, you have been by our side, stepping in to seek out exceptional coaches when the need arose, assisting us in securing commendable placements, and helping us attain favorable draft positions. I am even aware that you may not triumph in a one-on-one contest against Jordan. Yet, all of these efforts were aimed at ensuring that others would take notice of the three of us." The audience stifled their laughter, for to both Jordan and LeVar, this was indeed a jest. Ball continued, "But Dad, now that I'm entering the NBA, I need to adopt a more scientific training regimen. Just like those trainers who can earn millions or even tens of millions a year through their methods. Everything I do is for the sake of my health. During the summer league, I realized that the shoes made by BBB simply do not suffice, even if they are to collaborate with a major brand like Black Label. They are still unsuitable for me." Demo produced a bag and extracted 3 identical black shoes emblazoned with the prominent BBB letters, representing the Ball family's brand. All 3 pairs exhibited severe creasing in the midsole. Demo remarked, "As Lonzo's childhood friend, I must say, he had to change shoes 3 times in a single summer league game. If these shoes cannot withstand the intensity of the summer league, what will happen in the NBA? Will Lonzo need to change shoes 6 times per game?" LeVar's expression was somber. Tina looked at him. Lonzo gazed at him as well. Everyone's eyes were fixed upon him. Chapter 7. A New Challenge. 1:0:0:0 Long passes many years later, as LaMelo Ball walked the path to his signing with Puma. He often recalled the astonishing words his brother Lonzo had uttered during a family dinner years prior. It was those words that ignited the brothers' struggle for independence. And that heated argument ultimately enlightened LaMelo about the essence of autonomy. Returning to the dining table, everyone awaited, or rather glared at, LeVar Ball, anticipating his response. The evidence was undeniable. BBB's shoes, even if they were of their own creation, simply did not hold up. This was validated not only by DMO, but also through Lonzo's own experiences. Among those present, who could claim not to cherish the 3 brothers? Whether it was their grandparents, LeVar, Tina, or childhood friends, each had their own role, yet it was irrefutable that all loved these 3 children. Now, a health dilemma confronted LeVar. Did he truly believe that creating basketball shoes was as simple as it seemed? Those influencers producing shoes either replicated classic designs from established brands or relied on collaborations with major manufacturers. LeVar faced 2 bitter choices. One was to prioritize his son's health and cease allowing Lonzo to wear their shoes, thereby jeopardizing the family business. The second was to continue having Lonzo wear his shoes, risking that after a year or 2, Lonzo might suffer irreparable harm. LeVar found it difficult to meet the gaze of his 3 sons, even more so to face his wife, Tina. Everyone awaited a resolution. Until this moment, all decisions had rested solely on LeVar's shoulders, as he single-handedly constructed the promotional framework for the Ball brothers. Now, everyone hoped for his awakening. However, what no one expected was that LeVar, usually so verbose and boastful, bowed his head in silence. It was Tina, who had struggled with speech since her stroke, who spoke up. Looking at LeVar, she said, "Don't make it hard for Lonzo. He is not having an easy time either. We can manage as a family." Tina gazed at LeVar with deep affection. It was evident to the Balls the tenderness in their mother's eyes. Despite her halting words, her meaning was clear. LeVar lowered his head in anguish. Everyone was willing to grant him a moment of grace. That moment may have felt fleeting, but if no transformation occurred, it would become eternal, an everlasting wound, an eternal rift. Ball gazed at his father, awaiting a response. After a considerable pause, he noticed LeVar lifting his head. "Lonzo, do you recall our endeavor of building a house?" he inquired. "Are you referring to the matter of painting it white?" Ball replied. "Precisely," LeVar exclaimed, a radiant spark igniting in his brown eyes. "When we constructed our home in Chino Hills, the community forbade us from erecting a white house, forbidding us to apply white paint. Yet, in the end, we prevailed. I triumphed. since the governing body of the community opposed the construction of a White House. I resolved to become the leader of that very organization. LaMelo interjected, indeed, and eventually we succeeded. Laval continued with a broad grin. Isn't that right, Melo? There is nothing your father cannot accomplish caring for his wife, preparing meals for you, and even guiding you to the NBA. Lonzo, this is merely a trivial matter. My enterprise would not falter in your absence. Ball nodded vigorously. However, you must understand, BBB, the first B represents you. You will forever be a member of our family. Eternally the eldest brother, Laval declared, casting a glance at his wife. He knew he had not disappointed her this time, and, disregarding everyone else, leaned in to kiss her. The three brothers shared a hearty laugh. Demo seized the moment to interject. Then I must reach out to Nike and Adidas, for only they can truly compliment Lonzo. Laughter erupted among the group, easing the atmosphere significantly. After dinner, Ball prepared to ascend the stairs to rest, eager to reunite with his girlfriend, the impeccably sculpted Denise, with whom he had been in a relationship since college. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the independent hidden task. You triumphed in the dispute with your father, Laval, while simultaneously maintaining familial harmony and paving the way for your brother's success. As a reward, your three-point shooting percentage for the season is set at 40. Your minimum three-point shooting percentage will be 40, with the possibility of exceeding this based on your performance that day. Conditions for claiming. Before the next game, complete 10-0-0-0 long passes leading to goals, traversing from the backcourt to another player. Ball felt somewhat overwhelmed at this hour. Whom could he possibly seek? Although his family was relatively affluent and a basketball court was available, it was already past 10 o'clock, and no one was around to join him. Long passes required time, and retrieving the ball demanded time as well. Upon turning his head, he noticed LiAngelo and LaMelo were just about to ascend the stairs. As Bauer's eyes shifted, a thought surged within him. Hey, Melo, Gillo, let us make a wager. Should you emerge victorious, I shall concede your prowess. Such a compliment, the highest praise among men, could serve as a fitting wager even without stakes. Melo leaned in, asserting, Brother, I am confident I can best you. He simultaneously encouraged his younger brother, LiAngelo. Ball continued, stating, if I emerge victorious, I would like you to assist me with a task, if you would. The two brothers, unsuspecting, were preoccupied with the thought of competing against genuine NBA players to test their own mettle. In the first round, with an 11-point value, Ball swiftly executed 4 three-pointers, unexpectedly showcasing a remarkable shooting touch, with each shot finding the net. LiAngelo pondered, who am I? Where am I? What is my purpose here? He could hardly believe it. This devil of a player had not even allowed him to touch the ball. In the second round, still with an 11-point value, Ball and LaMelo faced an 8-2 split, with Ball undeniably taking the 8. It was no surprise that he was the most gifted athlete of the Ball family, as the 16-year-old Ball managed to score 4 points. The two brothers, faces etched with frustration, carried 3 baskets of basketballs, trailing behind Ball to the court. LaMelo arrived at the front court, poised to receive his brother Ball's pass. Meanwhile, LiAngelo found himself in a rather dismal position, delivering the balls to Ball, only to retrieve them after the 3 baskets were emptied. This was truly no task for mere mortals, the brothers thought. LaMelo voiced his discontent, I can pass too. Why am I relegated to the role of merely receiving the ball? This scoring is far too easy. I would rather not partake. LiAngelo retorted, look at you. You get to receive and shoot. What am I doing? I merely pick up the ball and hand it to Lonzo. What does this signify? Am I destined to be a player who cannot break into the NBA? Or am I simply meant to sit on the bench and watch the water cooler? Ball laughed, astonished by LiAngelo's unexpected level of awareness. This was indeed a glimpse into his future, especially considering his escapade in November with the UCLA team in Sia country, where he indulged in the theft of luxury goods. Though they exchanged banter, the two were men who embraced the consequences of their actions. In the first second, the ball was received. In the second second, a pass was made. By the third second, the ball soared through the air. In the fourth second, it landed in LaMelo's hands. By the fifth second, LaMelo successfully scored. Initially, they completed 1 round in 5 seconds, translating to 12 shots per minute, and a mere 720 successful long passes in an hour. At this pace, Ball would require 13 hours to complete his goal. At first, Lonzo, LiAngelo, and LaMelo struggled to synchronize their efforts. However, it wasn't long before they rekindled the chemistry they once shared in high school, where the trio had achieved an impeccable record of 37 wins and no losses. Gradually, their timing improved. 1 second to receive, 1 second to pass, 1 second for the ball to reach the hands, and then a score. This rhythm continued for quite some time, and the brothers found themselves increasingly immersed in the game. They reached a remarkable pace of 20 successful long passes per minute, culminating in 1,200 successful long passes in an hour. Yet, they were not machines. Their passing and scoring time inevitably began to slow down. Eventually, Lonzo and LaMelo grew weary, and LiAngelo simply collapsed onto the ground, having expended the most energy among them. After just an hour and a half, they had completed a total of 1,079 long passes. Exhausted, utterly fatigued, it was clear that one could not solely rely on his brothers to reap the rewards. Ball contemplated an exceptional candidate. See you tomorrow. Chapter 8, Completing the Challenge. Booker provokes. Los Angeles, the grand mansion of the Balls, on the basketball court. Ball and his brothers LaMelo and LiAngelo were engaged in a long pass for a score. In the luxurious mansion, on the second floor in Ball's bedroom, a captivating and voluptuous woman hesitated. Dennis was torn between two colors, wondering whether black would accentuate her allure more, or if white would convey purity. Perhaps a combination of black and white would be ideal. A mature man merely sifts through options rather than making choices. If Ball were present, he would desire them all. Dennis first tried on the black outfit, then gently removed it to try the white one. Alas, it seemed that the cheerleading uniform that had initially captivated Ball was still the most appealing. Yet, so much time had passed, and Ball had yet to arrive. How infuriating. Had that insufferable Lonzo become so arrogant after a single good game? He should hurry. Dennis surveyed her figure, contemplating that in the mysterious East, she might be described as slightly plump, curvaceous, with a pure visage and a devilishly alluring physique. Indeed, Dennis held a great deal of confidence in her appearance. However, with Ball still absent, she decided to descend the stairs to seek him out. On the basketball court, the three brothers were utterly exhausted. With a long pass, Ball set the stage as Dennis approached gracefully, embodying elegance. Oh, the beauty of it all. LaMelo and LiAngelo were left spellbound, their eyes wide with admiration. In that moment, LaMelo thought to himself that when searching for a girlfriend in the future, he would undoubtedly seek an older sister figure, someone nurturing, with an exquisite figure, and who wouldn't mind a little playful affection. Dennis settled beside the court, taking a seat on the sidelines. Beneath the tranquil night sky, she watched the trio play. Her thoughts drifted to the realization that Ball was indeed the man she had chosen. Since high school, his humor and passion for basketball had captivated her. The former cheerleader had now become the girlfriend of an NBA player. As she pondered, Dennis recalled the previous NBA players who had a reputation for frequently changing girlfriends and even resorting to threats against their wives. Such thoughts were undeniably unsettling. It seems that Bauer should not be like this. No, it is not enough to merely combine white and black. One must also incorporate black and red and gray, as well as white and gray into the mix. Ball contemplated for a moment, realizing that relying solely on three-point shooting would not suffice to complete his objectives that evening. Thus, he resolved to rest. However, he understood the necessity of securing an exceptional partner for the following day. He proceeded to unlock his phone and dial Brewer's number. The next day, Ball drove to the Lakers' home arena to commence his training regimen. Typically, an NBA player adheres to a schedule of 2 practices per day, each lasting 3 hours. Even under the most rigorous training methods espoused by Kobe, the standard is 3 sessions a day, each spanning 3 hours. Yet, Ball's approach differed on this occasion. The basketball game was set to begin at 7:00 p.m., but Ball arrived at the arena at 7:00 a.m. However, he had yet to reach his goal of 1,000 successful long passes, with approximately 8,000 still remaining. In this season, Ball recalled having a perfect partner for practicing long passes, none other than the ever-joyful and radiant Brewer. He recognized the imperative to train diligently with Brewer, especially considering the lingering frustration from their previous encounter. In that match, although it was a back-to-back game and Ball had underperformed against the Clippers, he had been granted numerous opportunities in the subsequent game. Yet, in the final moments, Lonzo Ball delivered a stunning forecourt pass to Brewer. As Brewer received the ball and took a grand step forward for a layup, he was taken aback when the ball rimmed out. At that moment, Brewer was engulfed in self-reproach, his face contorted with disappointment, ultimately leading to a resigned smile. In that game, Ball recorded an impressive 29 points, 11 rebounds, and 9 assists, falling just short of achieving what would have been the earliest triple-double in history. Ball is aware that Captain Brewer is a diligent player. Despite his transient nature and having played in various places, he adeptly manages conflicts within the locker room and serves as a source of joy for his teammates. What is particularly commendable is his unwavering dedication. During the last season, It was common to see him arriving early at the arena to engage in training. When Ball arrived at the gymnasium, Captain Brewer was already present. Ball approached Brewer, gesturing with a wave, and remarked, "Hey, if I can help you score big in the next game, would you be willing to train with me?" Although Brewer harbored some skepticism, he couldn't help but recall Ball's miraculous maneuvering against Beverly in the previous match, his audacious three-pointers on the court, and his brash demeanor in front of the media. Moreover, the Lakers organization held Ball in high regard. Even without a concrete promise from Ball, and despite the uncertainty of achieving a high score in that evening's game against the Suns, Brewer felt compelled to participate. Thus, driven by mutual benefit, he decided to practice alongside Ball. He reminisced about his own prowess, once achieving a remarkable 51 points through fast breaks, and recognized Ball as the quintessential facilitator of such plays, igniting a spark of anticipation for their performance that night. With enthusiasm, he replied, "Of course, even without any commitments, I'm willing to assist you." During a time when others had yet to arrive, Ball and Brewer commenced their practice, fortuitously supported by an early arriving training assistant. The assistant promptly supplied Ball with the ball for an inbound pass. Brewer caught it, and, with 2 swift steps, effortlessly scored. Hard work is essential for success. As Kobe once stated, "Have you ever seen the sun at 4 o'clock a.m.? Kobe had, which is why he excelled. He dedicated himself to every training session. In a similar vein, LeBron tweeted about witnessing the Los Angeles sun at that early hour. And as for Harden, perhaps it's best he refrains from commenting, for the sun he glimpsed at 4 o'clock a.m. was not from a training session. Yet now, we can add Ball to this list. He practices before others arrive and continues long after they have finished. With a full court pass, he would catch and shoot. With 2 full court passes, he would catch and execute a powerful dunk. With 3 full court passes, he would make a 2-step dunk. By the 2056th full court pass, Brewer caught the ball and dunked once more. An hour had passed, during which 2,000 shots were executed, averaging nearly 1 every 2 seconds. This was made possible by Brewer's status as an NBA player, and during this training session, Ball had strategically focused on positioning Brewer near the basket, thereby optimizing their time. Ball shook his arm, having executed a continuous barrage of 2,000 shots over the span of an hour. The exertion was indeed taxing, yet fortuitously. The assistants nearby promptly delivered basketballs, transporting them from their hands to his, and then to the captain's hands, culminating in a series of precise shots that were truly a delight to behold. As time steadily passed, figures such as Ingram, Kuzma, Hart, the younger Nance, and Lopez gradually arrived on the scene. They too began to count Ball's long passes, experiencing the spectacle as if witnessing a form of art. Meanwhile, Walton, the head coach of the Lakers, made his entrance, choosing to refrain from interrupting the duo's training. Instead, he pondered the possibility of devising some new technical strategies for Ball. Outside the gymnasium, however, events of an extraordinary nature were unfolding. Ball claims he will dominate everyone. As the new generation of Lakers, what surprises can he bring us? He started by overwhelming Beverly. Is this the caliber of a second overall pick? Nearly achieving a triple-double at the outset. What is it that captivates us about Ball? Countless articles have emerged. When the players from the Suns arrived in Los Angeles, stepping out of their hotel and heading to the training facility, they certainly did not anticipate the throngs of people eager to inquire about their opinions on Ball. Upon disembarking from the bus, Suns superstar Devin Booker was astonished to find that the number of media reporters waiting for him was nearly double that of previous encounters. As Devin Booker, excited to share his thoughts on the upcoming game and his scoring aspirations, prepared to speak, he was unexpectedly bombarded with questions he had not anticipated. How do you perceive Ball's statements? Do you believe Ball will dominate you in this matchup? Please share your thoughts on the Ball family, particularly regarding his father, LeVar Ball. Ball. Booker was utterly vexed by Ball, as he had always considered himself the moon among stars. After all, he had once scored an impressive 70 points in a single game last season, although the game ended in defeat. His teammates had committed fouls in the latter half to enable him to accumulate points. But was that truly the essence of a shooting guard's role? Yet now, here he was, overshadowed by a novice who had only played one game, merely basking in the limelight of Los Angeles, causing the media to fixate on his fleeting moment of glory. Shouldn't Booker warrant more attention than this? With a surge of frustration, Booker pushed aside all microphones and declared, "I cannot ascertain whether he is a bully, but I am resolute in my intent to dominate him in this game. What Beverly failed to achieve, I will accomplish. I will inform him. Welcome to the NBA." Chapter 9. With my finger on the logo, I shall shoot from this spot. The media was ecstatic. The Ball family naturally drew attention, not only captivating the crowd but also provoking other stars, who unwittingly fell into their trap. It is indeed amusing to ponder how some players in the NBA often lack sagacity. However, the media would never voice such sentiments. They reveled in the prospect of surrounding the Ball family while ensnaring other NBA players. The stage was set to see whether Ball would triumph over Booker or if Booker would seize victory through his prowess. Inside the arena, Ball and Coach Brewer had been training for 2 hours. Although this regimen appeared daunting, Brewer found it rather effortless. His task was simply to stand in place or take a step or two forward to sink the ball. For Ball, however, the challenge was far from trivial. Ball rubbed his wrist, and Kuzma, noticing his condition, suggested, "How about taking a break?" Ball shook his wrist, flashed a grin, and declared, "No, I must continue to practice. Time is of the essence. At this rate, it will take another 4 or 5 hours. Soon it will be 7 in the evening." Kuzma was about to say something further when Ingram approached and waved him off. The taciturn star of the Lakers patted Ball on the shoulder before following the arena assistant to work on his mid-range shots. Everything was conveyed in silence. Kuzma, perplexed, ran up to Ingram and asked, "I just can't fathom why Ball suddenly insists on honing such a skill." He privately mused, "I also don't understand why Walton is acting this way. Isn't he supposed to manage Ball, who conducts such intense training before a game? Perhaps our head coach Walton was simply this way, sometimes failing to adapt promptly or perhaps being overly modest." Regardless, it left Kuzma feeling quite bewildered. However, the tall player felt quite pleased, as this training was relatively easier for him. At that moment, Demo approached Ball and recounted a provocation from Devin Booker of the Suns, showing Ball an interview clip of Booker. With a fleeting glance, Ball turned away, resuming the gentle massage of his wrist, contemplating, "If that is the case, let it be. If you seek battle, then let us engage in a fierce contest. In this life, I have been reborn. I shall not indulge you any longer. You have only reached the finals once, and you have yet to claim victory." Reaching the finals, was that your achievement? No, it was the merit of Paul. When Paul joined the Suns, they became contenders for the championship. Upon arriving at the Thunder, he imparted invaluable knowledge, transforming the struggling team into playoff contenders, particularly aiding Alexander with crucial insights for guards. With 4,000 long-range shots made, 5,327 successful passes, and 6,432 shooting attempts, the morning passed swiftly. After nearly 3 hours and close to 4,000 long-range shots, the effort was commendable. To win over Brewer's heart, Ball decided to treat the sergeant to a delightful meal at a luxurious hotel, ensuring it was a healthy indulgence. After all, who could endure a diet of mere nutritional meals, akin to Nash's consumption of wilted greens? It seems only Nash could maintain such discipline for over a decade. As the afternoon wore on and fatigue set in for both Ball and Brewer, Walton realized he could not allow this chaotic arrangement to continue. Consequently, he assigned Brewer other tasks. Yet, after a brief stint of shooting mid-range and under-the-basket attempts, Ball summoned him back immediately. Walton was irked, feeling that Ball was intentionally undermining him. During the previous game, Ball's reckless three-point attempts had sent Walton's heart racing. Such behavior was unheard of. It seemed even more erratic than Curry's play with the Warriors. Having served as an assistant coach for the Warriors, Walton knew that Curry never took shots in such a confrontational manner. Despite the awkwardness of his form, Ball still managed to sink the shots. Walton suspected that Ball's previous accuracy was merely a stroke of luck, rather than focusing on honing his three-point shooting. Ball had now returned to practicing long passes. While he acknowledged Ball's passing prowess, he also recognized the need to fortify his weaknesses. Ignoring all else, Ball continued to practice his long-range layups. Fatigue set in, and his wrists grew increasingly sore. One must be relentless to survive, he mused, estimating he had 3 hours remaining before the game commenced. This would afford him over an hour to rest afterward. After all, even the most determined athlete can tire from continuous exertion. The production team Donkey would not be subjected to such treatment. With 542 long-range layups completed, he finally reached a milestone of 10,000 in total, with 2 hours remaining before the match. Brewer, equally exhausted, slumped to the ground. "Congratulations, host," the system announced. "You have received a guaranteed reward of 40 for the season's three-point shooting. Henceforth, your three-point shooting percentage will exceed 40 in every game." Filled with fervor, Ball declared, "Devin Booker, let us settle this once and for all." As the game began, Lakers coach Walton, having observed Ball and Brewer's diligent practice, decided to reward their dedication by placing Brewer in the starting lineup. also offering encouragement to Kuzma and Josh Hart, selected at the 27th and 30th picks, respectively. The Lakers' starting five comprised Ball, Ingram, Nance Jr., Lopez, and Brewer, while the Suns fielded Booker, Bledsoe, Chandler, Warren, and Smith. The stage was set at the Staples Center for the Lakers versus the Suns. The jump ball commenced. Lopez's leaping ability paled in comparison to that of his former exemplar, Chandler, a champion center renowned for his defensive prowess. Booker seized the basketball, prompting the Suns to swiftly advance to the front court. Without Nash, the Suns lacked their former brilliance, having languished for years before acquiring Booker. Both teams were young, and the outcome hinged on who would commit fewer errors. Booker handled the ball, while Bledsoe engaged Ball defensively, executing a pick-and-roll at the guard positions. Ball maneuvered around the screen, and the ball soared from Booker's hands, landing in Chandler's grasp for a decisive dunk, granting the Suns 2 points. Booker approached Ball, taunting, "Do you think I'll engage you in a one-on-one? Rookie, you are unworthy. The victory of the team is paramount." Unfortunately for Booker, Ball was not inclined to let him finish. With both hands at his chest, he thrust upwards. Meanwhile, Brewer had already advanced to the Suns' front court. After nearly a day of training, Brewer instinctively sprinted forward, raised his hands to receive the pass, and, seizing the moment before the defenders could recover, swiftly scored 2 points. Bauer observed a radiant smile illuminating Captain Brewer's face. The Suns executed a swift play reminiscent of Nash's 7-second offense. Bledsoe advanced the ball to the front court, employing a style akin to that of the slightly smaller James, embodying a guard's version of the powerhouse. Unfortunately, Big Lopez relished such attempts at the basket. He successfully protected the rim, and Bledsoe's challenge faltered. In a battle of inches, he was overshadowed by Lopez, leaving him to throw the ball haphazardly. Ball secured the rebound, and this time the Suns were determined to thwart the fast break of the opposing team. The commentator remarked that prior to the game, Devin Booker had mentioned the need to report to class. "We aim to revisit Booker's performance from the previous season, where he scored an impressive 70 points. Despite the team's loss and their persistent fouling while trailing significantly, which inadvertently afforded Booker more opportunities to score. However, it is no small feat for an individual to amass 70 points. The other commentator responded in agreement, expressing heightened anticipation for Ball's performance, especially considering his remarkable display in the last game. The commentator chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Let us witness Ball's second attempt." Due to Ball's inherent charisma, NBA broadcasts focused extensively on him, providing numerous solo camera shots. This initiative allowed everyone to witness Ball's pride in its purest form. Ball, with the ball in hand, gradually made his way towards the midfield. Booker applied relentless pressure throughout the court, engaging in fierce confrontation, yet the referee seemed oblivious, failing to blow the whistle. Ball sauntered to the center of the field with effortless grace, as if he were gliding through the air like a blue butterfly dancing among the clouds. The camera followed him silently. There is an air about Bauer, as if he glides through a myriad of blossoms, untouched by their essence. Ball came to a halt. Booker came to a halt. One believed himself to be the hunter, while the other was acutely aware that he was certainly not the prey. Ball pointed at the Lakers logo. What does this mean? With just over half the court to go, is he signaling for someone to set a screen? The commentator was perplexed. Haha. Surely he isn't suggesting a shot from midcourt, another commentator mocked. Underneath the basket, Lopez, noticing Ball's gesture towards the logo, was preparing to set a screen and was on his way over. Ball waved his hand again. Put away the damn screen. Lopez could only retreat once more. Booker, filled with confusion, furrowed his brow. Once more, Ball pointed at the Lakers logo. What was he intending to do? Did he truly mean to? Down low. Suns center Chandler, though skeptical, shouted, "Let him shoot. I don't believe he can make it." Chandler's exclamation instilled confidence in Booker. Let him be, just let him be. Yet, Booker cast a wary glance behind him, cautious of any potential screens. Bauer observed Booker's actions, a smile creeping upon his lips. It was a smile laced with derision. Ball exclaimed, "Watch closely, I am about to shoot from here." His voice resonated so powerfully that both the referee at midcourt and the spectators were taken aback. Could it be that a rookie would dare to attempt such a feat? Walton's mind raced with a tumult of thoughts. Was he really going to take a shot from beyond the arc? In the next moment, Ball received the ball and leaped into action. Oh no, Booker realized this young man was serious. He hurried to defend, but alas, it was already too late. Ball leaps into the air, deftly flicking the ball. The basketball sails gracefully past the fingertips of Booker, embodying an elusive hope that seems eternally out of reach. Underneath the basket, Chandler exclaims, "I got it. I'm here for the rebound. He has already secured his position, with Lopez squeezed behind him. If Ball attempts a strong shot, he will undoubtedly miss the rebound. Yet, Ball chooses to shoot, and he even gives a prelude to his intention. Swish. A three-pointer from the logo, perfectly hitting the target. My goodness. Did you summon Curry? Chapter 10. The youngest triple-double in history, a spectacular finish. Oh my, can it be? He truly dares to take such a shot. And in such a humiliating manner. The commentator shouts in disbelief. The audience buzzes with excitement. Suns fans visiting the Lakers arena are astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. No way. He really dared to shoot. Why do I feel like this shot was a fluke? Nonsense. Just look at the trajectory of that ball. So precise. And it swished through the net without touching the rim. This is not some haphazard bank shot three-pointer. Not only do Suns fans recognize Ball's prowess, but the two commentators also shower him with praise. The big screen replays Ball's movements, pointing at the logo, gathering the ball, shooting, while Booker, caught off guard, rushes forward to block. Alas, it was all in vain. Ball gazed at his video, mesmerized by its beauty. Indeed, a three-point shooting percentage of 40 is remarkable. And this is merely the baseline. If I were to intensify my training, could a 45 be within reach? Might a 50 become a reality? Shaking his head, Ball readied himself for the next defensive play. Chandler initiated the inbound pass, while Bledsoe orchestrated the offensive movement. Upon reaching the front court, he passed the ball to Booker. After receiving the ball, Booker initially backed into Ball, gauging his strength. One moment. Bauer persevered, truly embodying the experience gained from 2 additional years of play. However, Booker must fortify his physicality. Despite the struggle, he must endure. With immense determination, Booker exerted himself, utilizing both his elbow and torso. Ball exerted himself, feeling a tumult within his chest. It was quite uncomfortable. I truly worry that Ball's defense poses a significant issue. Just look at how he is holding up, remarked the commentator Suju Yang. However, Yang Yi shook his head and countered. Su, I must respectfully disagree. Defense is not merely about physicality and attitude. Skills can indeed be cultivated. Just observe Ball's attributes, a tall, formidable point guard. Isn't he also persevering against Booker? That attitude is commendable. Suju Yang chuckled, choosing to remain silent. It wasn't just Suju Yang and Yang Yi. The spectators present also discerned that in terms of physical confrontation, Ball was indeed at a disadvantage. This vulnerability was ruthlessly exploited by Booker, who made another decisive play. Ball seemed to be faltering, taking a step back. The entire audience bore witness to this moment. Was it truly the end? Bledsoe stood nearby, urging Booker for the ball, exclaiming it was a prime opportunity. If he received it, a layup would be imminent. Yet, Booker disregarded him, thinking to himself, this is the moment. While you are vulnerable, I shall seize the chance. With a slight push, he aimed to displace Ball, ready to pivot and execute the layup. Should he succeed, he vowed to deliver a stinging humiliation to Ball. Booker prepared to unleash his full potential. Bauer understood that this moment was extraordinary. A different approach was required to thwart Booker's offensive maneuvers. If a team experiences 2 consecutive unsuccessful attacks, it will inevitably affect their morale to some extent. Ball silently counted to 1 and 2. Booker leaned back, but the anticipated confrontation had vanished. How clever Ball was. With a simple withdrawal of the chair, he had outsmarted Booker. It turned out that the earlier display was a deliberate feint by Ball. Indeed, he could no longer withstand the pressure. But who said one must always match strength against strength? Can I not excel in shooting? Is it not possible for me to outthink my opponent? Ball withdrew his force of confrontation, while Booker foolishly continued to engage, resulting in an unstable clash that led him to tumble to the ground. His legs spread apart, causing considerable discomfort, akin to slipping on a surface. With remarkable agility, Bauer swiftly intercepted the basketball, securing it in his grasp. Cavalry, charge. This relentless instinct of the body was maddening. Brewer once again surged forward, driven by an almost frenzied determination. Do not underestimate the humble bean bun. Those quick 2 points should surely count. In the future, won't every match demand several such scores from the secondary dogs? Ball executed a remarkable pass. A quarterback throw that traversed the entire court at a velocity of 50 kilometers per second. In less than a second, the ball found its way into Brewer's hands. Such a pass was undeniably exquisite, a true delight. Brewer was prepared to risk everything for the Ball family. 2 points secured, the Lakers led by 5. This youthful squad, once they found their rhythm, began to flourish. Ingram surged forward, executing a mesmerizing Eurostep, finishing through contact for an and one. Young Nance connected with Ball for an alley-oop, adding another 2 points. Even Lopez, after a pick and roll with Ball, stepped back to the three-point line and unleashed a powerful shot. This sequence of plays, despite Booker on the opposing team entering a shooting frenzy, reminiscent of Kobe with his picturesque shots, culminated in a mere 4 points for the Suns. The bench, Clarkson, Kuzma, Hart, and Caruso entered the fray, relieving the starters. Kuzma swiftly sank 3 consecutive three-pointers. Hart, embodying the tenacity of plantation basketball, exerted every ounce of effort, securing 3 or 4 offensive rebounds. Truly formidable. The Filipino Jordan, Clarkson, surged forth to score. At the end of the first quarter, the Lakers had established a 13-point lead. However, the youth squad possessed a notable trait: inconsistency. In the second and third quarters, Ball made a pass to a wide-open teammate, yet the shots simply would not fall. Consequently, Ball resorted to initiating more offensive plays himself. By the conclusion of the third quarter, he had accrued 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 9 assists, along with 2 steals, one of which was against Booker. The statistics were nearly filled, save for any blocks. As the third quarter ended, the Lakers maintained a 5-point advantage. But it could shift in a matter of moments. With the onset of the fourth quarter, thanks to Randle and Lopez's defensive prowess, the Lakers found it challenging to score. Yet the Suns struggled equally to find the basket. In the early part of the fourth quarter, Ball netted 3 three-pointers and grabbed 5 rebounds, yet he recorded no assists. He had now reached 29 points, 11 rebounds, and 9 assists. The commentators were thrilled to note that Ball was on the verge of a triple-double. However, time was running short. Suddenly, Booker erupted, taking control of the game. He sank a contested three-pointer over Ingram and drew a foul from Lopez, ultimately leveling the score at 130-130. As the game approached its climax, it was, in the parlance of 2024, time for the grand finale. Only 30 seconds remained. Ball clenched in his fist, Bauer awaited the Lakers' inbound pass. The Suns applied relentless pressure throughout the court, rendering the Lakers unable to execute their play. Lopez, towering in stature and possessing keen vision, hesitated to make the pass. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Lakers committed a violation on the inbound, leaving Lopez in a state of profound frustration as his blunder resulted in a turnover. Ball approached Lopez, gently patting him on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. I've got this. I will safeguard the victory at the Lakers' home court." The Suns initiated the play. And although the young Lakers put forth their best efforts to impede the advance, experience triumphed. The ball found its way securely into Booker's hands. Positioned at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, Booker steadied himself, preparing for a decisive one-on-one confrontation. Ball gazed at him while Booker focused intently on the timer, 30 seconds remaining, as he exerted every ounce of energy for the final offensive. Walton shouted from the sidelines, urging them to close in, to block. Ball faces Booker directly, counting down the seconds. 10-9. Just as Booker begins his move, with 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he dribbles between his legs, transferring the ball from his left hand to his right, driving forward with determination. Ball's defense may not be infallible, yet his speed is commendable. Booker leans his body, lowering his center of gravity significantly. All eyes are fixed upon him as he ventures inward. With the ball in hand, Booker takes 2 swift strides, only to find Ball closely trailing behind. In a sudden maneuver, Booker retreats, the ball shifting from his right hand to his left. He bends his knees and leaps. With only 2 seconds remaining in this offensive play, Booker envisions the moment of triumph as he prepares to make the decisive shot. However, to his dismay, a pair of large hands appears before him, leaving him no room to evade. Ball executed a direct block against Booker, soaring through the air to snatch the ball intended for release with his right hand. In the very next moment, the cavalry surged forth. "I, Brewer, pledge my unwavering loyalty to the Ball family, willing to sacrifice everything." After countless trials, Brewer delivered a resounding dunk. The score stood at 132-130, a feast had commenced. The moment of culinary delight arrived as the flames simmered down. Chapter 11. What I bestow upon you is what you may claim. The entire arena erupted like boiling water. Bull, bull, ball. The entire arena erupted in cheers. The back-and-forth exchange was a visual delight. The big screen began to replay the moment. The head coach of the Suns called a final timeout, vociferously protesting, bad call, that detestable rookie committed a foul." However, the big screen delivered a resounding rebuttal, striking a blow to the Suns' coach's credibility. It showcased Booker's drive, with Ball closely shadowing him, exerting no undue force, refraining from swiping at the ball, and avoiding any reckless contact. There was no issue during Booker's drive. As Booker executed a step back, Ball maintained his proximity without extending his hands, enveloping him like a net. When Booker initiated his shot, Ball leapt vertically, infringing not upon Booker's cylinder. His hands rose in unison, his right hand perfectly positioned, all 5 fingers gracefully contacting the basketball, devoid of any contact with the arm. A pure display of defensive artistry. Within the arena, Lakers fans were witnessing, for the first time, the exquisite beauty of defense as a form of art. Outside the arena, Laval and Tino watched the game at home, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction and pride. Online, the legendary defensive maestro, Gary Payton, the sole player to receive the Defensive Player of the Year award as a guard in 2017. He remained the only one until Smart became the second, was also captivated by the game. Observing Ball's remarkable defense, he couldn't resist tweeting, "The glove has transformed into handcuffs." Back on the court, Booker glanced up, assessing Ball's defense. The absence of a foul was what made it truly formidable. During the timeout, as everyone focused on the screen, he remarked to Ball, "You shouldn't have left me with 3 seconds." It turned out that Booker's previous offensive play had consumed precisely 24 seconds. And Ball's defense had allowed the ball to advance to the front court in just 3 seconds. Brewer felt a pang of disappointment, pondering how beneficial it would have been to expend more time. As the timeout concluded, Ball dismissed Booker's comment, for he believed in settling scores immediately rather than waiting a decade. "You say I shouldn't leave you 3 seconds? I'll ensure you have not even a single second. Was it said pregame that they would bully me? Come on, bring it on." The Suns prepared to inbound the ball. This time, it was Booker who initiated the play. Ball observed their positioning and sensed it mirrored the Thunder's classic strategy, an inbound to Adams, who would set a wall for Westbrook, followed by a shot from Westbrook. Indeed, it was confirmed. The commander of the team, Brewer, instructed, "Stand over there. Do you see that corner? Go there." Brewer, scratching his barren head, muttered to himself, "There is nothing there. My astute mind is utterly perplexed." Furthermore, this strategy diverged significantly from Walton's defensive tactics. Despite his confusion and feeling like a monk who couldn't comprehend the scriptures, Brewer decided to heed Ball's advice and positioned himself in that vacant space to guard the air. Upon noticing this, the Suns coach panicked. It was unmanageable. Yet there was no time to alter the strategy. The Suns initiated the play. Booker began to direct the ball toward that designated area. Originally, the plan dictated that someone would occupy that space to draw the defense away. However, unexpectedly, Brewer stood there, having just scored 2 points through a surge of energy. What? Brewer? With no alternative, Booker was compelled to adjust his strategy, even as Ingram defended him closely. Ingram resembled a spider, his limbs long and reach extensive, making it exceedingly difficult to pass. He obstructed Booker's line of sight. Frustratingly, when did Brewer's intellect become so formidable? If it weren't for Brewer, this play would have been executed seamlessly. In a state of utter helplessness, Booker had no choice but to elevate his pass, directing it toward another teammate. Yet, in focusing on one aspect, he inevitably neglected another. Ball had been keenly observing the situation. As Booker released the ball, he surged forward like a cheetah. In midair, he seized the basketball. Yes, Ball's anticipation proved to be spot on. Look, he has once again secured possession through his staunch defense. The entire arena erupted in cheers. MVP, MVP, MVP. Ball began to hold the ball with both hands. As a second elapsed, Booker and others rushed towards him, seeking to draw a foul. Ball sprinted forward like a nimble big cat, eluding both pursuers. A sense of helplessness rose from the depths of the souls of all the Suns players. "No way, buddy, that's simply extraordinary." It was a soul-crushing spectacle. In mere seconds, none could contest him. As the game approached its climax, Ball held the ball in one hand and then placed it gently on the floor. Just before the final buzzer sounded, he stepped on the basketball, hands on his hips, feet planted on the ball. A masterpiece of the sporting world. "It's not yours. You can't take it away. If it is yours, it must be given by me." The match concluded with the Lakers triumphing 132-130 over the Suns, successfully defending their home court, winning their second game, and ascending to the pinnacle of the Western Conference. Ball achieved an impressive feat, scoring 29 points, securing 11 rebounds, and providing 10 assists, alongside 3 steals and a block. The final steal and block were both executed against Booker, leaving him in quite a predicament. Booker received a mere 2 points in the Hoopu rating, 1 for the block and another for the steal. Other key contributors to this match included Ingram, who tallied 25 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal. Lopez added 19 points and 11 rebounds, achieving a double-double. Clarkson, coming off the bench, contributed 17 points, while the younger Nance recorded 14 points and 6 rebounds, and Kuzma added 15 points and 3 rebounds. Brewer scored 13 points, including a crucial layup. With such a lineup, what could possibly be amiss? In the post-game interview, Walton called over Ball, Brewer, and Ingram. A reporter from the Los Angeles Lakers inquired, "What was the reason for your victory in this match?" Bauer pondered on how to respond appropriately. Ingram and Brewer exchanged glances and, in unison, pushed the microphones before them towards Bauer. The assembled journalists were momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into smiles. Ball smiled and remarked, "I have made a modest contribution. But I must commend my teammates, Ingram, Nance Jr., Lopez, Brewer, Kuzma, and Hart. Without them, I could not have triumphed over the Suns. So, I ask you today, are you still a bully towards Booker?" Bowell provided the most dubious response. "No, I am an admirer of Booker. I hold Booker in high regard." What on earth is this? Chapter 12. I pay homage to the great Booker, a new challenge. "No, I am an admirer of Booker. I hold Booker in high regard." Upon Ball's utterance, the atmosphere was seemingly enveloped in a spell of silence cast by a hero. "Are you joking, my friend?" A reporter from the Suns, a Caucasian, insidiously pressed on with his inquiry. Today, Booker also amassed 25 points, 11 rebounds, and 8 assists, which closely mirrors your statistics. Does this imply that you concede to being inferior to Booker and therefore hold him in high regard? Indeed, Ball responded. Ingram and Brewer were left perplexed by his remarks. Has Ball reached a state of bliss? The journalists in attendance are already itching to unleash their inquiries. I find myself envious of Booker's teammates who, even in the face of defeat, remain indifferent to the score, willing to commit fouls repeatedly to create opportunities for Booker to score 70 points. I admire Booker's commendable mindset. After a team loss, he can still celebrate with a beaming smile, having achieved 70 points. Who wouldn't envy such a positive attitude? I am in awe of Booker's resilience, as he continues to remain true to himself despite criticism from Thomas of the Celtics. I envy Booker's prowess. Even after I blocked his shot, the head coach still entrusted him with the sideline inbounds, only for him to be intercepted by me once more. I admire Booker's audacity to confront his opponents, boldly criticizing me despite the disparity in our abilities. Were I in his position, I would lack such courage. The brave are the first to savor the world's offerings, and I envy Booker for experiencing the malice directed at him ahead of time. I envy Booker's lack of pressure. While our team grapples with the burden of securing a third consecutive victory following 2 losses, he appears untroubled. The journalist present fell silent. This truly is a significant moment. Fortunately, someone posed a pivotal question, as the youngest player in NBA history to achieve a triple-double. What are your feelings about this accomplishment? Ball straightened his chest and smiled, saying, "Once is insufficient. This season, I intend to achieve several more." The Suns reporter, resembling a bloodthirsty hyena, retorted sharply, "What makes you believe you can attain more?" It was an overt challenge, yet Ball had no choice but to confront it. His gaze, akin to that of a fierce tiger fixated on its prey, was unwaveringly locked onto the Suns reporter. Ball spoke slowly, adopting a recitative tone. "Why do I say this? Perhaps you should ask Booker if he ever imagined he could score 70 points. Without dreams, what are we but mere salted fish? I feel an overwhelming sadness. For even after a century, black individuals still lack true freedom, the right to express their thoughts, the courage to voice their aspirations, and the ability to pursue excellence in their craft, to achieve triple-doubles. I hold a dream, a vision that requires the collective effort of countless souls. I envision a world where everyone can find their rightful place and realize their aspirations. I dream that through hard work and creativity, each individual can contribute positively to this world, making it a better place. Dear friends, today I must share with you that despite the formidable challenges we face, I continue to harbor a dream, one deeply rooted in the beautiful American dream. We refuse to believe that the Bank of Justice could ever go bankrupt, nor that the vast reservoir of opportunities in this nation could ever be depleted. Therefore, we shall cash this check, a check that guarantees us invaluable freedom and justice. Let me boldly proclaim our dreams, to play better basketball, to achieve superior statistics, and to attain more triple-doubles. I dream that one day this nation will rise up to fulfill the true essence of its founding creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men are created equal. If Booker can score 70 points, then I too can achieve even more triple-doubles. I dream that one day valleys shall rise, mountains shall descend, the rugged paths shall become smooth, and divine light shall illuminate the world. Let the voice of freedom resonate from the majestic mountains of Los Angeles. Let it echo from the winding winds of Phoenix. Alas, what a predicament. As a white reporter for the Suns, I find myself at a loss for words. As Ball unexpectedly invoked Martin Luther King Jr.'s famous speech, "I have a dream," intertwining it so eloquently. Equality for all. The right for everyone to strive for what they desire. Is it permissible for Booker to score while I, Ball, am denied my triple-doubles? Such an equality is egregious. I am stripped of the very right to speak, suffocated by the lack of freedom. Once these words were uttered, the Sun's reporter was left speechless, utterly confounded. The reporters outside were bewildered. What manner of thinking does Ball possess? To dare challenge? To inquire further would make one the first to disrupt the harmony of freedom. However, in this beautiful country, black individuals do enjoy certain privileges, especially within a league predominantly led by black athletes. The Sun's reporter was utterly deflated. The press conference concluded in an orderly fashion, but on the other side, the Sun's interview became lively. Upon hearing Ball's admiration for him, especially the remark about his scoring 70 points, Booker was directly affronted. Who wishes for their points to come without merit? He exclaimed, Ball, you rookie. Just wait for the next time," and promptly turned to leave. On the internet, fans of Booker and Ball engaged in a heated exchange. "You, a rookie. If you have the skill, then score 70 points too. Did Booker win the game?" Booker's 70 points were a historic feat, the first since the legendary 81 points. Did Booker win the game? After 2 years of hard work, respect is due to him, not to a rookie. It's laughable. Perhaps we should simply award the O'Brien Cup to the oldest player. I'll have my grandfather enter the draft tomorrow, and you, Booker, should pay your respects to him. It's a comedic notion. By your reasoning, Barkley could make a rapid comeback, claim the O'Brien Cup, and earn a ring. Did Booker win the game? The online exchanges grew increasingly contentious until Booker's fans were thoroughly rattled by the question, did Booker win the game? The fans of Ball are truly relentless in their enthusiasm. Their fighting spirit is unparalleled. Especially that Ball, with his incessant proclamations of "I have a dream," he seems to ascend to the pinnacle of morality. As long as I am audacious enough, I fear not your shamelessness. At this moment, Ball is reveling in his accolades. Congratulations, host, for achieving victory and obtaining a health fragment. Health can increase by 1 point. Your current health index stands at 89. Would you like to use it? Yes. On the panel, Ball's health index has risen to 90, indicating a commendably healthy state. Congratulations to the host for reaching the remarkable milestone of the youngest triple-double achievement in history, earning a silver health fragment, which can be utilized to enhance another's physical condition. Health points increase by 10, with the requirement that it must be used in person. How splendid! Ball could hardly contain his eagerness to return home. The rewards bestowed by the system continue to flow. Congratulations to the host for achieving 2 consecutive victories, granting an additional 5 points of strength. Now, a new challenge is presented to the host. Upon its completion, a new reward awaits. Chapter 13, Saving Mother, Old James is joining forces with me. The host is now tasked with a fresh challenge. Completing it will yield new rewards. The host must complete 1,000 jumping drills upon completion. The probability of blocking shots and securing rebounds will each increase by 40. What a splendid reward. What Ball currently lacks is physical strength for confrontation. Due to this lack, if he gets positioned awkwardly under the basket, he will be unable to seize the rebound. It is well known that Ball's greatest delight lies in swift, aggressive drives. Snatching the rebound, and with a flick of his wrist, he can pass to the adept scorers Kuzma, Ingram, and Brewer ahead of him. The youth team plays at a rapid pace, which is advantageous. Securing data first is indeed a significant benefit. Bauer is well aware that he cannot achieve much with a block as he did last time. In his previous life, he played with such intensity, constantly striving to prove himself, with a guard almost achieving a block in every game. What kind of performance is that? The last player to accomplish such a feat was Wade. And what became of Wade? He too faced numerous injuries, and after securing the championship, he consoled his knees with champagne. Ball does not wish for things to be this way. Previously, his ability to block shots relied on his keen judgment and innate talent. However, it must be acknowledged that a guard performing such tasks constantly can be quite taxing on the knees. Now, inadvertently, he has increased his odds. With a dual purpose in mind, Ball intends to swiftly return home to first provide his mother with the silver health fragments, then take a moment to rest, and make a phone call to Hart, arranging for training at 8 o'clock the next morning to work on their vertical leap. It is often said that when gathered, they are a blazing fire, and when dispersed, they become a multitude of stars. Yet the Lakers' young players initially resembled a rather disheveled assembly. Ball recalls the early season with a sense of helplessness. The first season was indeed disappointing. Walton's coaching left much to be desired. And in the latter half of the season, Ball began to nurse his injuries, allowing Hart to secure a position. It was then that everyone realized the remarkable talent he possessed, capable of playing a full 48 minutes on the plantation basketball court. If he were to play 46 minutes, it could even be considered a rest day. During the Knicks' playoff run in the 23-24 season, one merely had to observe Hart's final plus-minus rating to ascertain the outcome of the game. In the Knicks, the plus-minus rating was colloquially referred to as the Hart value. Ball contemplated the advantages of having Hart by his side. Firstly, Hart was a resilient player, sturdy and dependable. Secondly, his prowess in securing offensive rebounds was unparalleled. Learning from him could only be beneficial. Thus, Ball solidified his plans for the following day, prioritizing a visit to his mother for treatment. The Lakers were scheduled to face the Pelicans on October 23rd, leaving him ample time. Upon driving back to his lavish family home, illuminated throughout the night, Ball sensed something was amiss upon entering. Typically, he would be greeted by LeVar's booming voice, summoning the family to gather around the table for a meal, irrespective of the day's events. However, this time, as he stepped inside, he was met with the sight of every light ablaze, yet the house remained eerily empty. As Ball continued his stride, upon entering the living room, he barely peeked in when a resounding explosion of fireworks erupted. A cascade of colorful ribbons fell gracefully upon Ball's head. Surprised, LeVar exclaimed in delight, "Lonzo Ball, the youngest triple-double achiever in history. My son." His mother, Tina, approached unsteadily. Leaning on her cane, one arm outstretched in an attempt to embrace Ball. Ball immediately approached and embraced his mother. "I'm sorry, my son Lonzo. Your father couldn't attend the game because he had to take care of me. I understand that there are still tensions between you two. But could you find a way to ease them?" A mother knows her child best. Tina, perceptive as ever, recognized that LeVar was troubled due to the issues surrounding the signature shoes, which was why he did not attend the game. She offered LeVar a way out, suggesting that Ball should mend his relationship with his father, though her words were ultimately directed at LeVar. Consequently, before Ball's return, Tina proposed organizing a small surprise party for LeVar. Bauer's eyes glistened with moisture. In her previous life, her mother had taken a long time to recover. This time, she could finally witness her mother growing stronger. Isn't life, after all, about oneself and those closest to them? Bauer embraced his mother, tenderly patting her arm, the very arm he had relied upon for so long. Yet now, it had lost its firmness. His mother had already shrunk to a height beneath his own. Bauer remarked, "I cannot disregard the dignity of the most beautiful woman in the world, even if I must forgo my own." He pondered silently, checking his mother's health status. 50. He decided to use a silver health fragment. The panel displayed Tina's value changing to 60. Upon hearing this, Tina felt a warm sensation enveloping her body. The half that had been immobile seemed to be invigorated by a current coursing through it, bringing her immense comfort. "Very well, let us dine." Ball was embraced by LeVar, as if they had been brothers for many years. Ball possessed the same elongated visage as LeVar, bearing a striking resemblance to his father. On this night, a night of triple-doubles, no NBA historical record held any significance. The well-being of his mother was paramount, and the understanding of his father was of utmost importance. Finally, Ball no longer had to confront his father in front of the camera, tearing their relationship apart and enduring a prolonged Cold War reminiscent of the Seven Injuries fist. Much like Kobe's estrangement from his parents, such actions harm both others and oneself, eroding familial bonds and tarnishing one's own image. After a night of revelry, a night of harmonious existence, the next day, Ball opened the door and a figure darted out. As Ball was about to take action, he discovered that it was LaMelo, residing in the adjacent room. His hair was tousled, his lips reminiscent of sausages exploded by firecrackers, and his eyes were dark as night. "Brother, did your bed in the room transform into a sauna yesterday? Why was it so loud? Is there a problem?" It seems that yesterday's revelry had been excessive, and Dennis, feeling a lack of security, felt compelled to seek a profound sense of reassurance. Ball entered LaMelo's room and inquired, "Our beds are identical, aren't they?" "Indeed," LaMelo replied. "How do you find my physique?" "It's splendid. You're capable of playing in the NBA. Thus, it is not the bed that possesses the charm of a sauna, but rather myself, endowed with a talent akin to that of the instrument." LaMelo, perplexed by the remark, was soon greeted by his future sister-in-law, who emerged with a radiant smile. He thought it best to dismiss the conversation as trivial and decided to check Twitter instead. "Brother, look, your idol has mentioned you. They even play basketball together." Ball leaned in, recalling that in his previous life, he had chosen the idol LeBron James, who had posted a message and video on Twitter. "More than an athlete, the new generation of kings. I shall crown you. An invincible performance." Heart emojis accompanied his sentiments about Lonzo Ball, the Lakers, and the Cavaliers. The accompanying video posed the question, "What day is it today?" He then reflected on the previous day, which marked Lonzo Ball's historic achievement as the youngest player to record a triple-double. The young king, the new leader of the Lakers. Yes, praise for Ball, eager to compete and play alongside him. Moreover, Lonzo was not merely an athlete. He could recite Martin Luther King Jr.'s "I Have a Dream," advocating for athletes and the defense of their rights for freedom, striving for liberty and equality. More than an athlete. Many people liked and commented on the post. And even the video of Ball responding to reporters from the previous day trended. Particularly, Ball's final block and steal had gone viral on Twitter. However, Ball wore a serious expression. He found the situation difficult to assess. A tremendous crisis loomed over him. James was already planning to acquire a basketball degree. This was not merely a desire to play basketball together. It felt like he was being sold off, while James counted the profits. Time was of the essence. Chapter 14, Plantation-Style Basketball Training. If one were to ponder the greatest achievement of the Lakers in the second decade of the 21st century, Ball believed it was James leading the Lakers to another championship, regardless of the perceived value of the title or the skepticism surrounding it. Such thoughts were merely the sour grapes of those who could not partake in the victory. The results were significant. The Lakers had equaled their arch-rivals, the Celtics, in championship titles, each boasting 17 O'Brien trophies. However, the cost was immense. Ingram, Ball, and Hart, along with a first-round pick, were traded to the Pelicans. In return, they acquired the coveted defensive stalwart and offensive weapon, Anthony Davis, aligning with the Lakers' tradition of recruiting the strongest center to their roster. What? Not homegrown talent? No matter. There were many precedents for such moves, like Shaquille O'Neal. Come on, this is a big city, a major basketball market, a hub of excitement. Business is business. And while countless celebrated this trade, what would Ball, Ingram, and Hart think? Now, Ball was simply Ball, yet he felt as if he was not himself. He was the Ball who had been traded, and the anguish of that experience had left him with a sense of James-induced PTSD. He immediately turned off his phone and cast it aside. Ball is no longer the submissive figure he once was, subjected to manipulation. "My friend, my phone is filled with LaMelo's silent tears. I must hasten to retrieve my own device." Ball took a moment to calm his emotions, recognizing that every occurrence carries its own implications. In his previous life, he believed he was the sole recipient of LeBron's favor, thinking that the idol's decision to team up with him was genuine, yet it was merely a facade. In the realm of adulthood, only interests truly matter. You may observe someone creating a ruckus, but it might merely be for a household registration or an opportunity for their child's education. Do not overthink. When Ball speaks of LeBron, it is a testament to profound paternal affection. For the sake of his child's education, he had to endure the painful departure from the desolate town of Cleveland to embrace the allure and decadence of the bustling metropolis. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Hart was calling. It was now 10 minutes past the 8 o'clock appointment Ball had set. Ball stayed up too late last night and woke up late. "Have you arrived, Lonzo?" Hart inquired, his serious voice audible over the phone, punctuated by heavy breathing. "I'll be there shortly. Please hold on." In truth, it matters little to overthink. What is paramount is the enhancement of one's own abilities. As Ball glanced at the time, he realized he was running a bit late. He decided to meet with Hart and head directly to the Staples training facility. Fortunately, his home was not far from the venue. A mere 15-minute drive brought him there. The guard at the entrance was a kindly, elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 60s. He had been safeguarding the training facility ever since Buss acquired the Lakers, protecting not only the keys, but also the rich history of the franchise. Over the years, he had encountered numerous Lakers legends, and both renowned and lesser-known players, witnessing countless stories unfold. "Has Hart arrived yet?" Ball inquired. "Are you referring to that lively young man? He has been training for an hour and a half already. Whenever he has the chance, he comes here. He is certainly more diligent than you." As Bauer was preparing to depart, the security guard detained him. "Bauer, you are aware that you possess considerable skill, yet it remains insufficient. A friend of mine serves as the head of security at a high school in Detroit, and he once recounted a tale to me. When the Lakers arrived for an away game, having disembarked from their flight quite late, One would assume that all players would retire for the night. However, there was one athlete who arranged for access to a modest training facility at a local high school to engage in practice and warm-up exercises, striving to maintain his form. Do you know who this individual is? Ball pondered for a moment. If I am not mistaken, it must be Kobe. The security guard chuckled. Indeed, it is him. It is rare for anyone to head straight to training immediately after an away game, considering the exhausting nature of long-distance travel. Ball, you are the hope of the Lakers. We traded Russell, that immature fellow who could never keep a secret. We are in dire need of a skilled point guard, and I anticipate a remarkable performance from you. However, such performance demands greater effort. Now, go on in. Ball felt a twinge of embarrassment as the scenes from last night's party replayed in his mind. The thought that Hart had already been training for an hour and a half deepened his unease. Let us get to it, he resolved. After all, the system is merely a support. True strength is forged through relentless daily practice. Upon entering the gym, Ball observed Hart immersed in training. This session was markedly different from their usual drills. Enhancing one's vertical leap is not merely about jumping straight up to touch the rim. The trainer had brought 2 resistance bands, securing one around Hart's waist and the other around Lonzo's, with the opposite ends anchored to the floor. Jumping can be categorized into instantaneous leaps and assisted jumps. Ball thought of his teammate, Zion Williamson, whose second jump ability is exceptionally remarkable. He often manages to leap again before opponents have time to react after a failed initial attempt. This training session focused on 2 specific exercises. The foundational drill involved vertical jumps controlled by the resistance bands, while the advanced drill required them to jump while bound by the bands, aiming to slap a specific spot on the backboard, importantly achieving this in 2 consecutive jumps. Hart, training fervently beside them, had already discarded his training shirt, showcasing his well-defined, glistening muscles. Bauer gazed at him, yet he did not appear fatigued. He too began his training, squatting down and leaping with all his might. If he had previously been able to jump to a height of 1 meter under the constraint of the resistance bands, he could only reach 70 centimeters. Task progress, 11,000. If one jump in the basic project counts as 1, how many instances would consecutive jumps to touch the backboard count as? Ball crouched down, exerting every ounce of strength. He leapt into the air with great urgency. His arms raised high, his palm forcefully striking the yellow-labeled spot on the backboard. After a graceful descent, he quickly jumped again, reaching the backboard once more. Upon landing, he noticed a change in the display. Task progress, 21,000. Alas, it still only increased by 1. This meant that the more challenging advanced tasks required 2 jumps to count as 1 round, 1 attempt. Should he opt for the economical choice of a single jump in the basic task, or pursue the advanced task where each effort counted as 1 despite the necessity of 2 jumps? Should he choose to cut corners or genuinely train according to his needs? The next game was against the Pelicans, a team boasting one of the most anticipated power forward-center combinations of the 21st century, Davis and Cousins. The team must enhance its control over the boards. As Coach Anchi wisely stated, those who dominate the rebounds dictate the game. He glanced at Hart, who had arrived an hour early, and noted the eager gaze of the security guard outside the arena. He possessed a system. But must his entire life rely on this system to become a formidable player? Bauer questioned himself, deciding to give it his all without hesitation. Not far away, Hart was diligently and meticulously executing his jumps, reaching for the board, descending, and leaping once more to touch the rim. Truly, he is one of the stalwarts of the Knicks, Hart, who plays with unwavering dedication throughout the entire game. What about himself? In the 23-24 season, Knicks coach Thibodeau was anonymously rated by players as the least favored coach to play under, yet Hart adhered to the coach's directives every game, demonstrating steadfast commitment. What system does he possess? His resilience and endurance are undoubtedly products of his daily training and relentless practice. At this moment, Ball seemed to experience a profound epiphany. He comprehended the significance of the system, expressing gratitude towards it, yet he recognized that the true essence lies within the individual, within himself. Hart, allow me to train alongside you. Wherever you go in your training, I shall follow. Lonzo, are you not already training with me? Indeed. Ball, have we not commenced our training with Hart? The plantation-style basketball training is aimed at forging a stronger self, and Ball is ready to embark on that journey. Chapter 15. The Choral Resumes. Barkley's Bet. Leap. Touch the backboard. Descend. Leap again. Touch the backboard. Descend. Task completed. 51,000. With each leap and fall, Ball consistently catches sight of Hart's silhouette. and the two gradually synchronize. As their training approaches its limits, Ball exhales softly, only to recommence the endeavor, not for any other reason, but to reclaim that once determined self who tirelessly chased after the expectations of others. Outside the venue, the security guard peered in, smiling with satisfaction. With a training partner, one finds renewed vigor, for hours have elapsed, and it is already midnight. 789-1000-869, 1000-1000-1000. Ball has also accomplished his task. Congratulations to the host for completing 1,000 jump training sessions, earning a reward that increases the probability of blocking shots by 40 and enhances the likelihood of securing rebounds by 40. Ball, drenched in sweat and having changed into 4 different training shirts, was visibly exhausted. Hart, on a break, chimed in. Shall we continue this afternoon? Indeed. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, the online discourse erupted into chaos. LeBron's retweets and comments drew greater attention to the matter. Where there is love, there is also hate. With fans come their unwarranted detractors. Ball's tendency to lash out indiscriminately is troublesome, especially when other stars maintain amicable relationships as friends and brothers. Why, after just 2 games? Has Ball found himself at odds with Beverly and Booker? Such poor character is unacceptable. To openly express a desire for statistics and triple-doubles is both brazen and distasteful. Seizing the opportunity, reporters rushed to interview Pelicans star Cousins. What is your opinion on Ball's blatant desire for triple-doubles and statistics? Cousins, stroking his round head, replied, Is there anything wrong with that? I too wish for good stats and victories for my team. The reporter, taken aback by Cousins' response, quickly devised a follow-up. Between Ball and Paul, who do you find more dislikable? Unaware of the trap being laid, Cousins stated, It has to be Paul. I can't stand him. He insisted that Ball was not as objectionable as Paul. Brilliant. The news cycle was invigorated once more. Cousins declared, Ball is not as detestable as Paul. When asked about Paul, he exclaimed, Every time I see him, I want to confront him. Davis, realizing Cousins' lack of foresight, promptly intervened to halt further interviews. With a furrowed brow, Davis lamented, By comparing Ball to Paul, fans of Paul will surely attack Ball. Cousins, looking crestfallen, retorted, But I said Ball is not as bad as Paul. Davis held his forehead in exasperation. True, but Paul's fans will never concede that Ball could be compared to Paul. And in their effort to elevate Paul, they will denigrate you and assert that Ball is even more loathsome. As anticipated, Paul's fans erupted online, targeting Cousins and then turning their ire towards Ball. What right do you have to appear in the same news as our Paul? It's all thanks to your father. Those 2 games were mere flukes, just luck, unreliable and inadequate. Fans of Beverly and Booker soon joined the fray, emphasizing that compared to Paul, Ball was nothing but a failure, accusing the Ball family of resorting to shameless tactics for fame. Previously, LeVar had boasted about outplaying Jordan. And now Ball was being compared to Paul. Paul even tweeted, I have no desire to converse with a muscle-bound player who has been discarded by his team. Nor do I wish to be compared to an inexperienced rookie. Young man, earn some accolades first. The animosity between Paul and Cousins had long been established, stemming from previous grievances where Cousins, frustrated by Paul's petty antics, had thrown the ball at him. This time, Ball was inadvertently swept up in the controversy. Ball felt utterly wronged, exclaiming that he had said nothing at all. It was all Cousins' fault. Fine, if you wish to speak of me in such a manner. Am I not allowed to retaliate? Opening Twitter, Ball retorted, The next victory and triple-double are dedicated to you. Well, that only added fuel to the fire. Who do you think you are to make such a statement? Curse you, Ball. You shall not triumph. A triple-double? I doubt you can even manage a double-digit score. Thus, amidst a barrage of insults, the Staples Center, home of the Lakers, was set to face the Pelicans, with the game about to commence. This match was also nationally televised, with Barkley and Smith serving as commentators. As the opening tip-off commenced, the Lakers surprisingly fielded a different lineup. KCP, Ball, Ingram, Lopez, and the younger Nance took to the court. Ball sported a pair of Nike Kobe 4 Draft Day white and blue colorways. The Pelicans, on the other hand, featured Cunningham, Holiday, Moore, Cousins, and Davis. Upon seeing the Lakers lineup, Barkley grimaced, stating, Walton still doesn't understand the team combinations, 3 games in. And he has switched the starting lineup thrice. First Brewer, now KCP, what chaos. Smith seized the opportunity to banter, rolling his eyes and retorting, But they have won the first 2 games, haven't they? Barkley countered, that victory is not Walton's doing. It is primarily the player's merit. Smith jested, considering Ball's cumulative points. Assists and rebounds have been the highest in previous games. Does that imply you acknowledge Ball? Barkley, who had no fondness for Ball, was cornered by Smith, hastily insisting, "Let us focus on the game." What a close call. The intensity on the court surged as Davis successfully won the tip-off, with Cousins orchestrating the offense. His first attempt soared high, showcasing that even giants can pass well. Davis, true to his namesake, spread his arms wide like a pelican, executing a powerful dunk with his right hand. Lopez, too slow on his feet, was unable to defend and was immediately called for a foul. Davis approached the free throw line, sinking his shot effortlessly. Barkley chuckled heartily. "Ah ha ha, this is how the game should be played. The league has become too soft." Smith interjected, "So, who do you believe is superior, Ball or Davis?" It is evident, relying solely on his father's praise, Ball was merely a second overall pick, while Davis was the first, having trained and played with the national team. Barkley, with a face as dark as soy sauce, exhaled in indignation. "Why not make a wager? Let us see who excels in this game, and whoever loses must mimic Marilyn Monroe." Although Barkley initially hesitated, having suffered significant losses in the past, the director in the studio urged him for some entertainment. Moreover, with formidable players like Davis and Cousins, along with the defensive prowess of Holiday, Barkley was compelled to accept. "All right," Barkley shouted, "but I have an additional stipulation. Since Ball claimed this victory and triple-double were dedicated to everyone, if the Lakers win and Ball secures a triple-double, not only will I impersonate Marilyn Monroe, but you must also fulfill a request of mine. If you lose, you shall kiss a donkey's behind." What an unexpected twist. Smith found himself in a predicament, yet for the sake of the show, he agreed to the bet. However, in the first quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 12 points. This marked the first time Ball faced such a daunting deficit. As the first quarter commenced, the Lakers were indeed subdued. Initially, Davis won the opening ball and swiftly passed it to Cousins, who leveraged his height to deliver an alley-oop to a cutting Davis. Davis executed a resounding dunk over Lopez. The Lakers not only conceded 2 points but also incurred a foul. While poor defense can be countered by outscoring opponents, as exemplified by the former Suns, it was evident that Pelicans coach Gentry had meticulously devised a plan. As Ball held the ball without crossing half court, he was met with Holiday's relentless full-court press. Just as in Chinese basketball, where the assessment of a player's caliber as a proficient guard hinges upon their ability to navigate the court safely within half the distance, Ball does not encounter this issue. He can dribble past half court. However, with the escalation of physical confrontations and being a rookie, he is unlikely to receive many fouls, which will inevitably make the game quite exhausting for him. Ball was closely guarded by Holiday, with a swift spin and a dribble between his legs. He navigated through the court's S-shaped maneuver and finally made his way past him. 7 seconds had elapsed. Only 17 seconds remained for organization, which meant that Ball's forte of fast-paced, full-court passing could no longer be utilized, forcing a transition to a half-court offense. The downside of this strategy was the formidable defensive presence of the opposing Twin Towers. This is precisely why LeBron sought the partnership of Anthony Davis. Their combined defensive coverage is expansive, and their rim protection is exceptionally robust. Furthermore, Davis, originally a guard, had transitioned to a forward position due to his significant height increase, showcasing remarkable technical skill and agility. In a critical moment, Ball passed to Lopez, who, relying on his footwork and technique, faced Cousins. Just as he was about to release the ball, Davis surged in, delivering a thunderous block. The Lakers' initial offensive attempt was thwarted, compounding their troubles. The Pelicans' second play saw Cousins aggressively draw a foul against Lopez. Fortunately, he failed to convert, resulting in 2 free throws. However, Lopez was forced out of the game. The Lakers boasted a plethora of guards: Ball, Caruso, Clarkson, and Hart, all of whom had carved out their niches in the league, while Ennis, another guard, had yet to make a significant impact. The team had a scarcity of true centers, featuring only Lopez and Bogut, while the remaining roster comprised forwards like Kuzma and Randall, who could occasionally fill the center role in this small ball era. With Lopez committing 2 fouls, he was promptly sidelined. Walton, unimpressed by Bogut, opted to bring Randall into the game, a player he had drafted himself and was keen to develop. Upon witnessing Randall's impending entry onto the court, Ball felt a sense of foreboding. The Knicks adhere to a peculiar principle, reminiscent of the Ewing theory. When their star player, Ewing, was absent, the team often performed remarkably well. This phenomenon resurfaced with Randall's arrival in New York, mirroring the Ewing theory. It cannot be said that Randall lacks effort or skill, as he is indeed a formidable all-star forward, boasting averages of 25 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists. However, his return would necessitate Hart's descent from the starting lineup, and Randall has a propensity for erratic play. The prevailing sentiment regarding him is that while Brunson has skillfully led a depleted team to triumph in the playoffs, instilling a sense of dread in opponents, Randall's presence would evoke less fear. True to this sentiment, after Randall attempted a layup, he charged recklessly, confronting Cousins' defense, only to be rejected outright. The Pelicans swiftly transitioned, with Holiday executing a trailing three-pointer. Upon regrouping, Ball found himself once again contending with Holiday's tenacious defense, which commenced from the backcourt, clean, steady, precise, and unyielding, yet effectively subduing his efforts. Ball contemplated taking a shot, yet Holiday maintained his defensive position. Furthermore, the 43-point shooting percentage is calculated after attempting all three-point shots, not indicative of every individual attempt. Ball attempted a three-pointer, but it ricocheted off the rim. If a pick-and-roll were to be executed with a center, Davis's towering wingspan would indeed create a formidable defensive presence. Thus, in the first quarter, the team primarily relied on Pope's successful three-point shots, Ingram's mid-range accuracy, and during the bench's transitional phase, Clarkson showcased his prowess, contributing 8 points. Ball was obstructed, and Randall attempted to assist him but was unable to surpass Cousins in scoring. His layup failed, and subsequently, he was fouled by Davis using guard techniques. To put it diplomatically, it was to protect Randall. To speak more candidly, Randall's performance was disastrous, leading Walton to substitute him for Kuzma. However, Kuzma's defensive skills at that moment were equally lacking. As the first quarter concluded, the team found themselves trailing by 12 points. Coach Walton was visibly anxious, though he maintained a calm exterior, unable to devise any tactical adjustments. The second quarter mirrored the first, with Ball still being effectively contained, managing only 3 points in the half, including a solitary three-pointer. However, he did secure 5 rebounds and recorded 3 assists. Clarkson began to see more playing time, replacing Ball to take charge, but the relentless focus on offense without defense proved ineffective. At halftime, the Lakers were down by 20 points. Barkley found it amusing, his white teeth gleaming as he quipped to Smith, "This time, perhaps you should concede early. I'll count it as half a loss to lessen the penalty." Smith felt a mixture of anger and panic, as it appeared the Pelicans had the upper hand both inside and out, and Ball's chances of achieving a triple-double seemed bleak. Yet, resolutely, Smith declared, "I will not concede. There's still the second half, and fortunes may change." During the halftime break, a reporter from the broadcasting network approached Lakers legend Kobe Bryant and his second daughter for insights on the game. Kobe expressed his long-standing disapproval of selecting Ball, favoring a player of Tatum's caliber instead. He had even advised the management, asserting that today's point guards must possess consistent scoring ability. Ball should aspire to emulate Billups rather than Magic. The crowd was taken aback, as Kobe's sentiments regarding the Lakers management were well known, particularly his preference for Tatum over Ball in 2017. After sharing his thoughts, Kobe prepared to depart with his daughter Gigi. He had always maintained that if, upon turning 40 post-retirement, one could only recall him as a basketball player, that would signify a failure on his part. Given the current configuration of the Lakers, being down by 20 points made a comeback seem improbable, unless someone performed extraordinarily. Nevertheless, Gigi wished to stay, exclaiming, "Daddy, you taught me that one must commit to a task until the end, even in failure. I want to witness it and savor the experience of our beloved team's defeat. Besides, look, he's wearing your signature shoes." Today, Ball indeed donned a pair of Kobe 4 sneakers on draft day, a poignant reminder of the moment when Kobe was selected by the Hornets and subsequently traded to the Lakers. Perhaps it was the signature shoes, or perhaps it was a nostalgic reflection on the passage of time, or even the echoes of his daughter's words that compelled Kobe to remain present in spirit. Nevertheless, he chose to accompany his daughter. In the locker room, Ball overheard Barkley and Smith engaged in a bet, as well as Kobe's assessment of his performance. A feeling of indignation welled up within him, an overwhelming sense of discontent. The other players appeared dejected. Ingram, known for his reticence, seemed particularly withdrawn, while Walton appeared flustered by the 20-point deficit and the unfolding circumstances on the court. Walton was at a loss for what to do. Randall hung his head, acutely aware of his subpar performance and hesitant to speak up. Clarkson, despite playing well, remained silent, acutely aware that he was competing against the elite, while he himself was merely a substitute. The locker room was enveloped in silence, a heavy stillness where no one dared to utter a word. Ball was filled with urgency and frustration, How could this be tolerated? Losing momentum meant losing the game. Damn it, 20 points mean nothing. Kobe is here today. Do you intend to lose in front of him? Randall, you were teammates with Kobe. Do you wish for your former ally to witness your defeat? Lonzo, Kobe has also mentored you. Is this the performance you wish to present? Damn, damn, damn. 20 points mean nothing. If we want to win, from now on, everyone must heed my words. Chapter 17. Coach Ball emerges. Victory within reach. People are often like this. They either erupt in silence or perish quietly. Since head coach Walton is sluggish in his responses, I, Coach Ball, shall take charge directly. We have embarked on a new life. Can we allow Walton to lead us into the abyss once more? Upon closer inspection of the Los Angeles Lakers' performance during the 2017-2018 season, despite finishing in 11th place, they were not far from the 8th spot, with the losses rarely exceeding 10 victories. The numerous games lost by a margin of fewer than 10 points indicate two critical issues. First, the team's inability to finish strong, leading to missed victories. Second, the teams faced were of comparable strength, often resulting in a narrow defeat. This compels Ball to scrutinize Walton's qualifications. With a star-studded starting lineup, Walton served as an assistant coach for the Warriors, stepping in as interim head coach due to Kerr's illness, leading to an impressive 24-game winning streak. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? A new legendary coach was rising, just awaiting an opportunity. The Warriors that year were unstoppable, ultimately finishing the season with a record of 73 wins and 9 losses, shattering the Bulls' record. Kerr himself joked that the 24-game winning streak should not be credited to him, but rather to Walton and the team. However, this was not forgotten by the Lakers, particularly because Walton was a former Laker, a key contributor to their championships. Thus, Luke Walton became the head coach, consistently delivering a second overall pick to the Lakers each year. Eventually, it became evident that his tactical acumen was lacking, yet Aunt Jeannie continued to support him. After all, Luke Walton was a child of the Lakers, having won 2 championships alongside Kobe. But what has Walton accomplished? He lacks a shooting coach, and the team's free throw performance is abysmal. Countless games could have been won by simply making those crucial free throws. Walton claimed that during his time with the Zen Master, meditation was the key. You players should meditate as well, remain calm, and improve your free throw accuracy through practice. Ball reflected on this matter with indignation, recalling how, upon joining the Pelicans and under the guidance of their shooting coach, both he and Ingram experienced a remarkable improvement in their three-point and overall shooting percentages. Truly, Walton's negligence is detrimental to both himself and the team. Ball even began to feel pity for himself. Ultimately, it was the magician who resigned directly, employing a rather dramatic approach akin to breaking through the roof when the windows were barred, which led to Walton's departure. Subsequently, Walton moved to the Kings, and the fans' assessment was that he significantly hindered Fox's development. Ball no longer hesitated. Everyone gather around. Heed my strategy. In moments when no one supports the greater cause, a singular voice emerging can compel obedience and instill belief. The veteran players, akin to mercenaries, drift in and out, devoid of a sense of belonging. Who among them would care to take charge? The new generation of players, particularly the highly anticipated duo of Durant and Ingram, have even been granted the privilege of using Kobe's locker in the dressing room, yet they remain conspicuously silent. Walton observed in disbelief as the situation unfolded. It was an overt struggle for power. Nevertheless, the other players gravitated toward the dialogue. The time was upon them, and Walton, still in a daze, listened to the players' opinions. As the second half commenced, the Lakers made substitutions, with Ball, Ingram, Hart, Randall, and Lopez taking the court. When Holiday attempted to pursue Ball once more, he discovered that the one initiating the play was indeed Ball, while Ingram had positioned himself to receive. If one could extract a nugget of gold from a pile of refuse, Walton's achievement was repositioning Ingram, allowing him to explore various roles. Later, Ingram would flourish with the Pelicans, contributing both in scoring and orchestrating the team. Holiday, much like Butler's underwhelming playoff performance against the Bucks, was not lacking in effort. Rather, he simply fell short in stature. Once Holiday commenced his pursuit, Ingram promptly passed the ball to Ball. Ball is in search of opportunities. In a fast break, he passes to the fleet-footed Hart and Randall. Alternatively, in a half-court set, he distributes the ball to Ingram and Randall, where Ingram takes a mid-range shot, drawing defenders. He then dishes it out to Hart and Ball on the perimeter. Both of them possess an impressive shooting prowess. Their composure under pressure is beyond question. The ball is now entirely in the hands of Ingram and Ball, who divide the responsibilities. The first offense commences. The Pelicans remain unfazed by the shift. Ingram faces Holiday and exploits the mismatch. With no defensive support, Ingram confidently sinks a mid-range jumper, narrowing the gap to 18 points. As the Pelicans inbound the ball and the indefatigable Hart converge on Holiday, who attempts to pass to Moore, only to have the ball intercepted by Ingram. A further switch occurs, and Ingram, finding his rhythm, scores another mid-range shot. Truly reminiscent of a young Durant, his shooting depends solely on his touch. The score decreases to a 16-point deficit. Anthony Davis is poised to take control of the game. Reaching the top of the arc, he passes to Cousins, while Lopez and Randle provide crucial support against Cousins. Struggling to find his shot, Cousins is thwarted by Ball's block. It takes a village to support a hero. With two players contesting Cousins' knees, his jump is rendered impossible. If Ball does not contest now, when will he? Fast break. Hart takes flight. Astonishingly swift. The pace of Ball's passing is astonishing. Hart, possessing an uncanny connection, exhibits a rapid and agile style of play, darting across the court with remarkable speed. He leaps, engages in a fierce contest, and scores an and one. Despite being fouled by Holiday, Hart's formidable momentum remains unyielding. The score dwindles to a mere 14 points. Hart approaches the free throw line, yet fails to convert. Curse be Walton. The coach lacking in free throw expertise. Ball muses. The ball descends near the rim, and Davis seeks a strong rebound, only to be thwarted by Lopez, who effectively blocks him with his hand, asserting his dominance as the center. Randle and Cousins grapple fiercely, but ultimately, Randle manages to nudge the ball outward. The rebound hurtles directly toward the audience, with nearly everyone abandoning the pursuit of it. Davis and Cousins have already readied themselves to reposition. Bauer launched himself laterally, his legs propelling him into a parallel line with the ground, soaring forth like a feathered arrow. Ball embraced the sphere midair, marking his inaugural catch from such a low-angle perspective. All were taken aback, frozen in their tracks. Cousins and Davis were merely a meter away from the hoop, while Holiday was poised to execute the inbound pass. Who could have anticipated that this ball, struck by Randle with such swiftness and spin, could be salvaged in such a remarkable manner? In midair, Ball cast a furtive glance. With a swift motion, he lifted his hands upward and then passed the ball behind his head. Remarkably, it returned to him, hovering above the Pelicans' hoop. By the time one realized what was happening, it was already too late. This was undoubtedly a morale-boosting play. Boom. Randle executed a thunderous one-handed dunk. Beep. After all, Davis and Cousins were not back in the game. Holiday, in a final desperate effort, pulled hard on his opponent, resulting in a foul call. The score difference narrowed to 12 points. If the subsequent free throw is successful, it will shrink to 11. A 20-point deficit is on the verge of becoming a single-digit margin. The entire crowd fell momentarily silent, only to erupt into a cacophony of excitement within the Lakers arena. Has Ball developed an eye at the back of his head? How did Randle know that Ball would pass it back? Ball. The entire arena erupted in cheers. Kobe gazed at the large screen, displaying a hint of approval as he pursed his lips and nodded slightly. Gigi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Is this the ultimate act of devotion? Barkley's mouth could accommodate an ostrich egg. Smith was equally moved. However, Ball, who had fallen into the stands, remained on the ground. Chapter 18. The moment of the hunt. Unforeseen strategies emerge. At this moment, as Ball still lay unmoving, the official timeout commenced, and Ingram, Hart, and Randle approached to check on him. Ball was gently lifted by three individuals, revealing a significant stream of blood trickling from his brow. The team physician rushed over to administer urgent first aid. The screen above the court replayed the incident, elucidating the cause of Ball's injury. It transpired that after passing the ball, he had fallen into the stands, colliding with a chair as several spectators evaded his fall. The physician was still engaged in emergency suturing, while blood continued to seep. Gigi pouted, her expression laced with concern, and asked, "Daddy, do you think he will be all right?" Kobe stroked his chin thoughtfully, nodded, and reassured her, "It's nothing serious. I've experienced similar injuries before. A few stitches will suffice, though he may bleed a bit more afterward." On the sidelines, commentator Barkley marveled. This was indeed a Rodman-esque save. A complete disregard for oneself in the pursuit of the ball. I must express my respect for Ball and hope for his swift recovery. Smith, who typically engaged in banter with Barkley, now spoke with a solemn tone. We often declare the NBA a realm of miracles. Why do such wonders occur? It is because of the countless individuals who dedicate everything to the game of basketball. From Rodman's selfless save to Jordan's scoring in the finals despite illness, and finally being helped off by Pippen, along with McGrady's incredible 13 points in 30 seconds. These are the true catalysts for miracles. Smith's commentary elicited a wave of cheers for Ball from the audience. Ball rises, stands once more, and returns to the court. Thunderous applause fills the arena. Ball felt a searing pain in his brow. Although he had made a slight adjustment, the stinging sensation lingered. Randall approached the free throw line. With Lopez and Hart stepping up in anticipation, Randall focused intently on the hoop, then cautiously released the ball. It was a challenging endeavor, constantly jostling with muscular adversaries, which made it easy to lose touch. Hart, sensing an improper angle and force in his shot, leapt into the air. Leveraging his impressive height of 193 centimeters and an arm span of 204. Perhaps it was the shock of Ball's earlier rebound and the astonishing no-look pass behind his back that left Cousins unable to secure the board. Hart, known for his rebounding prowess, confidently passed the ball to Ball, positioned just beyond the three-point line. Knees bent, legs extended, takeoff, snap of the wrist, release. The ball swished through the net, 3 points. This sequence had garnered 5 points. The Pelicans' once formidable 20-point lead had now dwindled to 9. The young Lakers players were stepping up, Ball with a three-pointer, Ingram with 2 mid-range jumpers, and Hart contributing a fast break 2-1, though he regrettably missed the free throw. He drew a foul on Holiday. Ball's exquisite assist and rebound led to 2 points for Randall, simultaneously drawing a foul on Holiday. With his prior fouls counted, Holiday had now accumulated 3. Gentry, exasperated, called for a timeout. It was imperative to protect Holiday, otherwise, who would take the floor in the critical moments of the fourth quarter? The Lakers had unmistakably demonstrated, through the relentless efforts of these players, a playoff-level intensity in their contest against the Pelicans. This was reminiscent of the fierce battles witnessed in the late 1980s and early 1990s, or even more recently, the early 2000s, when superstars like Kobe engaged in physical confrontations in the playoffs, fighting tooth and nail for possession, securing every precious point as if it were a morsel of meat on the scale of victory. As the timeout concluded, the Pelicans resumed play, with Moore taking control of the ball. However, as a primarily shooting guard, he struggled to maintain his dribble, ultimately getting stripped by Ball and Hart. Ingram sprinted to the front court, caught the ball, and scored another 2 points. In the following possession, Davis received the ball and, utilizing his guard-like finesse coupled with his center's height, maneuvered through a tight space before executing a mid-range jumper for 2 points. Truly, his fundamental skills, honed from a young age as a guard, were impressively solid. It was indeed a challenge for anyone of lesser height and speed to match his agility. At that moment, Ball conceived a strategy and summoned Ingram, whispering a plan into his ear before the game resumed. The entire Lakers team fought valiantly, this time, after Ingram's miss. The 2 towering players boxed out, allowing Ball to secure the rebound. He then passed it inside to Lopez, who executed a powerful dunk. Without absolute certainty, they opted against a three-pointer, especially given the scarcity of accurate shots from beyond the arc at that moment. They decided to wait for Clarkson to come in and unleash a flurry of shots later on. The score had reverted to the previous deficit. The Pelicans had shifted their offensive focus onto Davis and Cousins. Historical data would reveal that both players often posted remarkable stats, frequently achieving 2010 or even 2020 performances. Their strategy typically revolved around creating space between the 2 big men, with Cousins serving as the pivot. His formidable passing ability became crucial when others struggled to find openings, relying on star power as a tactical advantage. The ball was passed to Davis, who positioned himself at the free throw line, preparing to shoot. Ball presented Ingram with a challenge, which left Ingram feeling slightly embarrassed, yet he chose to follow his lead. As Davis prepared to shoot, he leaped into the air, and the defender in front of him was unable to react in time. However, when Davis took his shot, Ingram, positioned approximately 1 to 2 meters away, suddenly sprang upwards, arms extended, as if attempting to touch the sky. This move resembled the technique often employed by a Celtics player, who, regardless of his position on the court, would leap towards a shooter, exerting pressure by merely facing them, as if to block their shot. Statistically, this approach has proven to be remarkably effective in defending against three-point attempts. Barkley, with a wide grin, mocked, "Look at Ingram. What a blunder. He has no shooter in front of him, no offensive player, and yet he stands there, leaping as if he could block an unseen shot." Smith chuckled. But Davis didn't actually make that shot just now. Ingram turned to Ball, puzzled by the peculiar strategy, yet they were still trailing by nearly 10 points. Ball waved his hand, encouraging him to persist. The intensity of the game was palpable, yet when the statistics were revealed, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 7 points. "Now, the fourth quarter rests solely upon us," Let us observe how Ball defends against the two formidable interior players. Chapter 19. Who told you to play basketball like this? As the first 3 quarters concluded, Ball had accumulated 8 points, 6 rebounds, 4 blocks, 3 steals, and 4 assists. Alas, the initial 2 quarters had been dismal, constraining his performance. Fortunately, not every team possesses the likes of Holiday, Davis, and Cousins. Barkley exhaled deeply, asserting that the situation was stable. No miracles would occur. With such statistics, a triple-double seemed impossible, utterly unattainable. Smith, however, remained hopeful. Look at these figures, 8, 6, 4, perhaps with a bit of luck, it could be achieved. Barkley derisively retorted, indeed. This challenge is as effortless as me simply reaching for a championship ring. How many have achieved a triple-double, only to fall short by these few statistics? Consider this. My teammate Ricky Davis, in his pursuit of a triple-double, deliberately tapped the ball against our own basket, hoping to steal a statistic, only to have his triple-double nullified. Little did we anticipate that many years later, Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Bucks would engage in a similar act, missing just 1 rebound. In a commanding victory over the Wizards, with the opposing players having surrendered their defense, Giannis casually tapped the ball against the opponent's rim to secure his triple-double. Regrettably, it too was ultimately disallowed. Instances of teammates aiding one another in the quest for a triple-double abound. It is exceedingly improbable for Bauer to supplement this data within a single class period. Ball was not preoccupied with the prospect of a triple-double. His focus was solely on securing victory. To achieve this, a robust defense was imperative. He also needed to effectively utilize his remarkable ability to enhance his shot-blocking record by 40 each time, dedicating it to defensive prowess. As the 4th quarter commenced, the Pelicans initiated the play, once again directing the ball to Davis. It was as though the previous play in the 3rd quarter was being replayed. Davis caught the ball and assumed a triple threat position. Seizing the opportunity as Lopez was drawn just inside the 3-point line, he took the shot. Ingram raised his hands high, leaping into action. As before, Davis, visibly frustrated, shook his hands in exasperation, as if attempting to cast away his misfortune. The game was a psychological battle, a contest of wits, where cunning strategies were employed. How could it not be a bit unscrupulous? If a tactic proves effective, it shall be employed repeatedly. Testing the resilience of one's mental fortitude, Ball secured the rebound and passed to Ingram to advance. He sought a mismatch, and after 2 pick-and-rolls, Ingram found himself matched up against Moore. With Moore defending, it was as though there was no defense at all, lacking in height and vertical leap. Whether he could score relied entirely on himself. Ingram confidently sank the shot. The Pelicans were relentless. Although Gentry might have struggled with defensive strategies, their offensive prowess was indisputable. Otherwise, he would not have succeeded the great D'Antoni of the Suns. With a sweeping gesture, he implemented a 5-out strategy, allowing Davis and Cousins to penetrate the paint, subsequently distributing the ball outside to 3 reliable shooters poised for 3-pointers. Cousins, once again, posted up, aggressively forcing his way inside. Typically, his approach involved either overpowering the defense himself or creating opportunities for the more agile Davis to cut to the basket or take mid-range shots. Regardless of the scenario, one must inevitably choose a poison. Bang, bang, bang. Ball felt a pang of sympathy for Randall. Cousins was exerting himself with the vigor of a true interior player, backing down Randall with remarkable strength. It was evident, even to the naked eye, that Randall's face had turned crimson. Davis sought to make a cut, yet hard. Adhering to Ball's instructions, shadowed him closely while simultaneously noting that Lopez was stationed in the low post, complicating the execution of this strategy. Cousins was left with 2 options, to rely on his own prowess to score or to pass to a perimeter shooter. True to his reputation, Cousins exhibited tremendous confidence in his abilities. With Randall defending and Lopez providing assistance, Cousins was compelled to rush his shot. This was the moment. Just as Ball had remarked during halftime, allowing Cousins to play would hinder the team's flow. As Cousins launched his shot, Ball darted forward. Bam! A resounding rejection. The ball was forcefully pinned against the backboard. Beneath the basket, Randall and Lopez focused solely on positioning themselves, boxing out to grant Ball the rebound. In the realm of basketball, centers can be categorized into 2 types, the selfless types like Adams of the Thunder, and the more conventional centers. Why did Randall and Lopez assist in boxing out to allow the point guard Ball to secure the rebound? Because in the very next moment, the team transitioned swiftly from a half-court set to a fast break. With a singular motion, Ball propelled the ball forward, and Hart, brimming with untapped energy, seized it. With a few swift strides, he soared for a dunk, scoring yet again. The deficit was now reduced by 4 points. Ball recorded 1 assist, 2 rebounds, and 1 block. His current statistics now stand at 8 points, 8 rebounds, 5 blocks, 3 steals, and 5 assists. Smith exclaimed, "Look, Ball's current stats in scoring, rebounding, blocking, and assisting have reached 4 by 5. Is there a possibility of achieving a 5 by 5? If so, that would be quite an accomplishment." Barkley chuckled and replied, "It's certainly possible. But even if he achieves a 5 by 5 and fills up the stat sheet, without a triple-double or a victory, I would still consider it a win for me." Ha ha ha. Smith, truly disheartened by Barkley's demeanor, began to analyze the game. On the court, Ball and his team executed effective defense. After facing 2 unsuccessful offensive attempts, Gentry called Holiday into the game. With 5 to 6 minutes remaining, it was time to engage in the final showdown. "Let us wrap up this damned game." Ball shares a similar sentiment. As the Pelicans orchestrate their offense with Cousins as the pivot, a seamless series of movements culminates in a wide-open opportunity. Positioned at the right corner, the Lakers fail to rotate effectively, leaving Moore unguarded. Holding the ball. Moore thinks to himself, "Surely, no one can contest me this time." Typically, one would expect a straightforward outcome, yet unpredictability rears its head. Moore raises his hand to make the shot. Bauer leaps with a powerful push of his legs. However, Moore stands beyond the three-point line, albeit at the nearest point to the basket. Ball indeed sprang from beneath the basket. Upon witnessing Cousins' pass to Moore, he propelled himself forward with 2 swift strides, leaping into the air. The distance between the two was approximately 3 meters. After his 2 steps, Ball still had another 1.5 meters to cover. Yet, it was precisely within that 1.5 meters that Ball commenced his leap, soaring towards Moore. In midair, he traced a graceful arc, while Moore's ball also traversed a flawless trajectory. Had their paths not converged, each would have existed as a breathtaking spectacle in its own right. This increased the probability of a block by 40, complemented by Ball's determined ascent. Ball's hands stretched upwards with great effort. Everyone sensed that this was an insurmountable challenge. "Who taught you to play like this? How can one attempt to block from such a distance? Do you truly have such faith in your jumping ability?" Smith sighed softly. This child indeed plays with unwavering tenacity on defense. However, one must also adhere to fundamental principles in defense. For an ordinary player, attempting to alter a block from a close distance is already a formidable task. Yet here you are, leaping from a distance of 1.5 meters. Fully aware that Moore is about to shoot, but still unable to reach him. Nonetheless, such an effort is merely a waste of energy. Smith admired Ball's determination, yet felt it was somewhat immature. It's hard to judge, may fortune favor him. Yet, Ball transformed the impossible into the possible. The ball continues to ascend. Ball is still on the rise. At long last, as the ball ascended on its trajectory, Ball leapt to the pinnacle, grazing the ball with an extended middle finger. Just a minuscule touch, an almost imperceptible nudge. Yet, it sufficed. Moore's three-pointer, at nearly the apex of its arc, was swatted away. This shot counts. The audience collectively gasped, erupting in astonishment and fervent cheers. Who instigated this style of basketball? How could such a thing be blocked? Chapter 20. What kind of swine feed has been consumed here? Ball has successfully defended this shot. The entire audience is astonished. This is truly remarkable. Kobe, too, gazes in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Everyone's reaction mirrors the awe that later spectators exhibited upon witnessing Zion Williamson's incredible block. The height, the distance, the force. It is unimaginable. This rejection is bound to secure a spot among today's top 5 plays. GG's eyes sparkle with excitement. This is astonishing. Such a style of play is unprecedented, radiating charisma and an aura of virility. As Ball triumphantly defended the shot, he remained unaware that his teammate behind him had not grasped the situation, allowing Cousins, who was closest, to seize the ball. With the intention of capitalizing on the element of surprise, Cousins prepared to lay it up. However, being a larger player, his pace was slightly sluggish. Bang! A resounding rejection echoed through the arena. Who was it? Who could execute such a quality defense at this moment? It was none other than Ball, who had astonishingly recovered to defend once more. At this moment, he resembled an indefatigable cockroach, exhibiting no signs of fatigue as he dashed back and forth, seemingly defending against 4 or 5 players single-handedly. In truth, this is Ball's inherent nature. Early scouting reports never questioned his offensive prowess but raised doubts regarding his adaptability to the physicality of the NBA, particularly in defensive situations. Now, Ball has vindicated himself. Barkley is left speechless, witnessing one individual simultaneously defend against 2 players. Smith joyfully exclaims, "See, what did I tell you? Look at Ball's block stats. He has already notched 7 blocks. Haha. Currently, Ball has amassed an impressive tally of 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 blocks, a truly extraordinary performance. Could it be? Barkley feels a tinge of terror. Is it possible that Ball could achieve a triple-double? In this instance, Ball delivered a pass to Ingram, acknowledging the necessity of distributing the ball effectively. A player solely dedicated to defense may harbor grievances. Thus, Ball had earlier assisted Hart and Randall. And now it was imperative to involve Ingram, allowing him to regain his shooting rhythm. Although Ball's passes were executed with remarkable speed, the Pelicans possessed players capable of keeping pace with Ingram. Upon receiving the ball, Ingram took a moment to gather himself before sinking a shot, showcasing his prowess akin to that of a young Durant, with a mid-range jumper that found its mark. Regrettably, this could not be classified as an assist. Nevertheless, Ball ignited a surge of momentum, leaving Pelicans head coach Gentry in a state of helplessness. He perceived this display as far from typical for a rookie. Ball's maturity and enviable physical attributes were astonishing. Such athleticism, could it truly belong to a human? One might suspect extraterrestrial origins, given his incredible vertical leap and reflexes. It is almost unfathomable to consider how Ball might evolve into an extraordinary athlete if he possessed the height and wingspan of a player like Davis. Unfortunately, the contest between the Lakers and the Pelicans continued in a back-and-forth fashion, with each team exchanging baskets. Ultimately, with just a minute remaining, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. Ball has now achieved 8 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 blocks. Indeed, within the span of just 2 to 3 minutes, he has once again thwarted Holiday, demonstrating his equitable distribution of talent, allowing everyone to bask in Ball's prowess. With merely 30 seconds remaining and the score tied at 112, the Pelicans commenced their offensive. Coach Gentry opted to place his utmost trust in his star player, Davis. As Davis controlled the ball, he was acutely aware of Ingram's interference looming over him. It was an oddly peculiar form of disruption, as if an invisible hand had siphoned away his fortune. Thus, Davis resolved against attempting a mid-range shot. Relying on his agility, long limbs, and physicality, he began advancing steadily toward the paint, leveraging his innate physical advantages, each inch of height and reach favoring him in the game. As time ticked away, with just 10 seconds left in the Pelicans' possession, Davis sensed it was time to seize control of the game. He first sidestepped to the left, provoking a jump from the deceived Lakers player. Dismissing the idea of drawing a foul at such a critical juncture, he shifted left once more, preparing for a dunk. Who could possibly obstruct me now? Davis mused. Suddenly, a figure emerged, an explosion of curls, accompanied by an outstretched hand. This hand reached out toward Davis, not aimed at him personally, but rather at the basketball itself. The hand collided with the ball just as Davis endeavored with all his might to slam it through the hoop. Ball, with equal determination, extended his hand to thwart Davis. The two engaged in a fierce aerial contest. Ultimately, to the astonishment of all, Davis succumbed. Was he truly that feeble? Unable to withstand a guard's block? No. It was not that Davis lacked strength. Rather, Ball's block was exceptionally formidable. In that moment, everyone realized the truth. With unparalleled reflexes, after Davis maneuvered past the Lakers defender, he leapt into action the instant Davis made his move, raising both hands skyward. Utilizing his incredible vertical leap, his arms ascended directly without any chance of foul play. Ball achieved this remarkable block. Smith exclaimed joyfully, 8 points, 10 rebounds, 10 blocks. Ball has swatted Cousins, Moore, Holiday, and Davis. I ask you, who else could possibly thwart Ball's defense? Barkley chuckled, saying, look at Ball's score. Are you certain he can truly secure a triple-double? He currently has only 8 points, and those came from 13 attempts. This indicates that Barkley harbors skepticism regarding Ball's scoring prowess. With merely 8 seconds remaining, Ball must sink either a 2-point or 3-point shot to attain a triple-double. However, from a strategic standpoint, with the score tied at 112, a more prudent approach would be to allow Ingram to take the shot, as he has already amassed 27 points and successfully made 10 mid-range attempts. Watson, displaying keen insight, promptly called for a timeout, advocating the same strategy proposed by Barkley. Let Ingram take the shot. As the game resumed, Ball, adhering to Watson's directive, passed the ball to Ingram. Ingram took his time, disregarding the defense, and prepared to shoot. Alas, Ball sensed the trajectory was off as he observed the shot. Hart, too, shared this sentiment, having contributed 15 points and 15 rebounds, including 5 offensive boards. Beneath the basket, Cousins and Davis, both poised, leapt simultaneously, ready to seize the ball. A strange figure appeared. No, 2 strange figures emerged in tandem. Hart and Ball were in a fierce contest for the rebound. Time seemed to stand still. Yet it was evident that Ball was destined to leap just a fraction higher. In midair, Bowers, utilizing his remarkable jumping ability coupled with an enhanced rebounding prowess of 40, seized the ball into his grasp. The very next moment, Ball executed a stunning dunk over both Davis and Cousins. A breathtaking slam for the game winner. Ball. The third match of the rookie season, Ball executed a stunning dunk over two defenders for the game-winning shot. Chapter 21. Kobe's Invitation. No one anticipated such an outcome. While it would have been acceptable had Ball made a standard jump shot, be it a three-pointer or a two-pointer, the audacity of dunking directly over Davis and Cousins is an affront to them both. It's akin to someone claiming, "My forte is rebounding," only for another individual to saunter over, hands in pockets, stating, "I too have a penchant for rebounding." In this contest, the pocketed player's mere attempt exceeds the limits of the first. As the game's climax unfolded, the referees scrutinized the final shot for any timing violations, with the big screen displaying the play. Initially, Ingram took his shot. It missed. The trajectory was off, yet the force was significant, causing the ball to ricochet. Under the basket, Cousins and Davis surged forward. Perhaps in their eagerness, they neglected to box out. Had Davis managed to secure the rebound, they would have had a fleeting opportunity for another offensive play better than none at all. Their fervent pursuit of the rebound inadvertently provided Hart and Ball with a clear path to advance. In the final moments, the Pelicans committed a grave error. Hart leaped, soaring through the air at a height of 193 centimeters, yet during the 2023-2024 season, he was lauded as the most formidable rebounding guard. However, height alone proved insufficient. As Cousins and Davis had already ascended, Cousins was on the verge of claiming the ball, and Davis wisely yielded. Recognizing that a dispute over the rebound could result in a lost possession, truly a case of losing more than one gains. In a mere second after Hart's ascent, Ball sprang between Davis and Cousins. His jump was slightly delayed, yet his elevation could not rise further. Four players hovered near the rim, with 8 hands contesting the rebound. Just when it seemed Cousins would secure the ball, a slender, delicate hand emerged between Davis and Cousins, a hand that clearly showed the signs of a novice, lacking in muscle training. A novice's arm? In the next instant, Ball's face was nearly level with that of Cousins and Davis. The crowd collectively inhaled, captivated by Ball's exceptional rebounding prowess. His leaping ability and explosive power were remarkable. Pelicans head coach Gentry was envious, lamenting the absence of such physically gifted guards in his past, having previously coached Nash and Dragic. Thus, Hart failed to secure the rebound, as did Davis and Cousins. Ball has seized the moment. With his long limbs extended like a flaming torch, he soared above Davis and Cousins, delivering a resounding dunk. Following the impressive feat, the timer glowed red, affirming the basket's validity. What a challenging shot this was, Barkley remarked, emphasizing the paramount importance of timing. As you know, I too excel at securing rebounds. It demands vigor, tenacity, and foresight. Ball's anticipation in this instance was impeccable. One cannot help but admire him. Smith, with a broad grin, chimed in, "Haha, I must also commend Ball. Look at his stats. With these 2 points, he has amassed 10 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 blocks, a triple-double." Let us celebrate Ball, as it affords us the delightful opportunity to witness Barkley embodying Marilyn Monroe. I shall prepare the fairest of white gowns and the most resplendent golden wig. I am truly looking forward to it. You can see that Barkley is rendered almost speechless with indignation. The referee on the sideline confirmed the basket's validity. The Lakers players rushed over to embrace Ball, and in a jubilant display, they all laid down on the court in a manner reminiscent of a human tower. Ball could sense the fervor, an arduous task indeed. Right from the onset, the Pelicans had him under pressure, trailing by 20 points at halftime. He vividly recalled the silence in the locker room during the break, a stark contrast to the present cheers echoing around him. As the game progressed, they altered their strategy in the third quarter, introducing different players onto the court. Hart's relentless pursuit of offensive rebounds saw him crashing to the floor time and again. One might wonder how he amassed those 15 boards, 5 of which were on the offensive end. Ingram relentlessly sought mismatches, sinking mid-range shots that steadied the team's momentum. Without Ingram, Ball's final shot would not have been possible. He bore no resentment for Ingram's missed shot. In basketball, there are but 2 outcomes, success or failure. In this match, Clarkson's fervent energy was crucial, as he tapped into his duality, embodying the spirit of a deity as he drained multiple three-pointers, holding the fort during the transitional phases. Of course, there was Randall, no longer playing recklessly but fulfilling his role as a blue-collar worker, shouldering the scoring burden alongside Cousins while enduring relentless blows. As Ball found himself encircled by cheers and overwhelming support, He contemplated deeply, reflecting on far more than just the events unfolding around him. Ball believes that a fiercely contested victory is far more meaningful than the effortless triumphs against the Clippers and the Suns. The spirit of the Lakers has long been diminished, and this time there is hope for rejuvenation. On the sidelines, Gigi's eyes sparkle with admiration, embodying a posture of reverence. In many ways, Ball's journey as a Los Angeles native selected by the Lakers mirrors Gigi's aspirations as she dreams of becoming an exceptional basketball player, much like her father, the legendary Kobe Bryant. Gigi, caught in the throes of idolization, turns to her father and asks, "Daddy, can we invite Ball over to our house? I believe you could teach him a few moves, right? For Los Angeles, for the Lakers, can we?" Kobe ponders deeply, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He finds himself somewhat perplexed by Ball's evolution. The disparity from previous draft assessments is striking. For instance, the defensive concerns that once plagued him now appear to have improved significantly. What was once an awkward shooting form has seemingly transformed into something commendable, as if he has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Yet, the positive attributes of Ball remain intact, such as his leadership, his passing prowess, and his swift decision-making on the court. Kobe truly resonates with the joy of the players on the field, a happiness once bestowed upon him by his fellow Lakers. Observing the encircled Ball, Kobe arrives at a resolution. Ball sensed his teammates dispersing around him. He lifted his gaze and beheld Kobe approaching. Chapter 22. Youthful Zeal. If there were anything that felt unreal, it would be the moment he dunked over Davis and Cousins, clinching victory for the team with a last-minute shot. Yet, even more surreal was the sight of Kobe slowly walking towards him. As Kobe drew near, he glanced up, resembling a mentor assessing a prodigy, and remarked, "Ball, you performed admirably today. I must say, you surprised me. However," he continued, "despite your commendable performance, I believe there are still some technical shortcomings in your game." Before Kobe could finish, Gigi interjected, asking, "Brother, if you have the chance, could you come to our house sometime?" Kobe, caught between amusement and exasperation, redirected the conversation gently, saying, "Indeed, you do have some flaws, and since my daughter seems quite fond of you, I believe it would be beneficial for you to visit my home for some guidance. What do you think?" Ball felt a moment of disorientation, as if his heart had been struck by a colossal hammer. Who would not relish such delightful surprises? If one were to seek guidance from another player of comparable caliber, what wisdom could they impart? It is well known that Kobe's skills were a legacy of Jordan's mastery. Indeed, Kobe meticulously emulated each frame of Jordan's technique, even mimicking his iconic tongue-out gesture in his early days. Should there exist an individual willing to pass down their footwork and skills, who would not be elated? Yet, Ball understood that the reality might be far more complex. After all, Kobe was renowned for his stringent expectations. When his teammates faltered, he would fix them with an intense glare, compelling them to feel the weight of their inadequacies and motivating them to train harder. The rift between Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal also stemmed from disputes during practice sessions. Kobe's relentless ambition drove him to train daily, while Shaquille, hindered by his weight and foot issues, could not match Kobe's intensity. Their disagreements escalated, ultimately culminating in a battle for supremacy. Bauer nodded emphatically, conveying his resolute determination, and then remarked, "Of course, any time is perfectly fine. You can reach me at your convenience." Kobe, maintaining his composure, subtly nodded, feeling a genuine sense of joy within. This young man would not, unlike some others, squander the opportunity presented to him. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a side quest and the legendary player challenge. The host may seize any moment or opportunity to connect with esteemed players from various teams, thereby gaining their recognition and enhancing his skills. Very well then. Expect my call tomorrow. Remember, it is indeed tomorrow. Ball repeatedly expressed his confusion, pondering why Kobe emphasized the significance of tomorrow. What special meaning could tomorrow possibly hold? Kobe departed alongside Gigi, and the figures on the court gradually faded away. At this moment, Cousins, unable to contain his emotions, observed Kobe's exit and approached Ball, pulling Davis along with him. With a sweeping gesture, Cousins embraced Ball tightly in his arms. The other players around Ball were visibly tense, for after all, this was a player capable of stirring up trouble. Previously, Beverly had nearly come to blows with Ball before a game. What was the situation this time? Meanwhile, the broadcasting platform shifted its focus, eager to capture a sensational story. Cousins, however, chuckled as he playfully ruffled Ball's curly hair, remarking, "Your touch is quite impressive, Ball. In my eyes, you aren't as bothersome as Paul, and after this match, I must admit I acknowledge your talent. After all, not many can dunk over both me and Davis." He paused for a moment before adding, however, Some of the things your father says can indeed be rather disconcerting. Truth be told, I find it hard to believe him. Bauer felt helpless. His father truly evoked the ire of both man and deity. Davis approached him and remarked, "We should train together on the court sometime. I believe you would make an excellent friend. You possess a remarkable talent for controlling the game and exhibit natural leadership qualities. Most importantly, I can sense the indomitable spirit within you." Could it be that these two were ultimately subdued by their own convictions? Ball pondered to himself that, although it seemed unlikely, gaining the recognition of these two individuals would be quite a remarkable achievement. Meanwhile, Walton observed the scene before him with a contemplative expression. He sensed that this team was on the verge of slipping from his control. It all began when Ball seized his authority, orchestrating tactical plans and making personnel adjustments. At that moment, he had felt bewildered, even allowing their actions to unfold as if carried by the current, yet deep within, he experienced a profound sense of emptiness, as though a crucial part was missing. Finally, it had come to an end. Ball, accompanied by Ingram and Hart, entered the interview room. A reporter inquired, "Ball, what do you believe is the most significant factor behind this victory?" Ball responded, "Of course, it's Barkley." Everyone assumed that Ball would mention his coach, himself, or a teammate. However, to their surprise, Ball referred to Barkley. Ball remarked, "It is widely recognized that when Barkley curses someone, that individual is destined to experience favorable outcomes. Simply placing a contrary bid against him could lead one to a seaside villa in no time. Conversely, should one align with him, one might as well prepare for a leap from the rooftop. Thus, I take great delight in Barkley's belief that I cannot achieve a triple-double, nor that our team can secure victory. I am grateful for his mystical predictions." The journalist present chuckled in resignation. Indeed, Barkley's track record in this regard is notorious, and as members of the media, they relish in this amusement. Some in attendance even began to anticipate a performance from Barkley dressed as Marilyn Monroe, prompting a wave of laughter throughout the venue. Subsequently, Ball adopted a serious tone, stating, "Of course, the previous remarks were made in jest. Nevertheless, one need not dismiss them entirely as mere humor. It is crucial to recognize that our victory is the collective effort of the entire Lakers team. Without Ingram's mid-range shooting, we would have been unable to maintain our stance. Had it not been for Hart's relentless pursuit, we would not have garnered so many second-chance rebounds and offensive opportunities. Moreover, although Randall is not here, his commendable efforts in resisting Cousins must be acknowledged, as they afforded us the chance to assist defensively, enabling me to block numerous shots." When asked about the peculiar sensation of achieving such a triple-double, Ball chuckled, "I must once again express my gratitude to Barkley. Without him, this triple-double would not have been possible." It is worth noting that both victory and a triple-double are formidable challenges. Achieving a triple-double consisting of blocks, rebounds, and points is even more arduous. Yet, I managed to accomplish it. Chapter 23, Walton, you squander your opportunities. For journalists, whether from Los Angeles or elsewhere, the greatest joy and simultaneous agony lies in post-game interviews with Ball. The advantage, one consistently uncovers sensational news. The disadvantage, this young man possesses an air of arrogance that is almost otherworldly. Witnessing his claims is truly an exercise in unwarranted bravado. A triple-double is challenging. Victory is challenging. Moreover, attaining 10 rebounds, 10 blocks, and 10 points is even more daunting. Yet, he has achieved it. One can merely admire Ball's prowess. There is little else to say. No expletives necessary. Furthermore, all must be muted. One reporter inquired of Hart, "Previously, you scarcely received playing time, yet in this match, you played extensively. How did you earn the coach's trust?" Hart scratched his head, seemingly realizing that it was not solely due to earning the coach's confidence that he took the court. Rather, it was his training alongside Ball that afforded him this opportunity. However, such a statement might not bode well with the coaching staff. Hart quickly devised a response. "It was through my diligence that Ball recognized my potential and recommended me to the coach, compounded by the fact that both centers were in foul trouble, allowing me to step in. Ball possesses a rare talent for recognizing potential in others, as evidenced by his endorsement of Hart. Hart's ascent to prominence is attributed to a singular individual, the overlooked rebounder and defender, Hart. However, an ESPN journalist has chosen to approach the situation from a different perspective. Following halftime, the team altered its lineup. According to my reliable sources, it appears that the players convened a meeting to independently determine the starting lineup and strategies. To put it plainly, it was organized by you. Do you not perceive this as a form of disrespect towards the coach?" A gasp of astonishment swept through the arena. The audacity of the ESPN journalist to voice such claims indicates the information must be exceptionally credible. having only played 3 games. A rookie is already at odds with the coach. Indeed, it seems that ESPN journalists should not be permitted entry, which explains why they annually produce a series of player and team rankings that often diverge significantly from public perception. Once again, they have sought to undermine Ball. After a moment of contemplation, Ball responded cautiously. The players possess a unique understanding of the circumstances on the court that only those who play can truly grasp. Our discussions in the locker room merely reflect shared sentiments. Well, perhaps it is best to spare Walton some embarrassment, as it is indeed unwise to create friction at this moment. Following the players' interviews, Coach Walton took the stage. How do you perceive the Lakers' abysmal free throw performance, especially in the absence of a dedicated free throw coach? During my playing days, the Zen master taught us techniques to enhance our focus through meditation. I believe this has been beneficial for us as players. Now, could you explain why there is no free throw coach? Next question. Could you elaborate on the midfield players determining tactics and the starting lineup for the second half? Next question. Next question. Next question. Next question. A barrage of inquiries, all directed towards Ball, and Walton was decidedly reluctant to respond. He had no intention of praising Ball. Could you provide your assessment of Ball's remarkable triple-double with a standout block? Walton smiled, seemingly anticipating this question. I am pleased that Ball achieved a triple-double. However, his scoring efficiency leaves much to be desired. A guard must be capable of scoring, and doing so with a commendable shooting percentage. If his efficiency does not improve in the next game, I will choose to DNP him, allowing him to sit on the sidelines. Well, despite Ball's impressive performance, you choose to nitpick over such a minor flaw? Ball gazed at the screen, where Walton's remarks evoked a sense of both strangeness and familiarity within him. After all, he had indeed faced a DNP, the reasoning being a lackluster performance characterized by low scoring, subpar shooting efficiency, and a few too many turnovers. Yet that season was one of rebuilding. Moreover, as a high-profile rookie, how could he cultivate his confidence if he was not afforded the opportunity to play, but rather benched at the slightest misstep? Even the likes of Durant, during his rookie season, struggled to find his rhythm. Yet the Thunder's coach still encouraged him to practice and take to the court. Not to mention, it was only after Ball joined the Pelicans that his shooting percentage improved. Devoid of systematic guidance, both Ingram and Hart had previously lamented that they only learned defensive techniques after leaving the Lakers. Walton, this individual must not be allowed to remain any longer. As the screen displayed the dwindling interview time, the final question emerged. Do you believe Ball will earn the title of Western Conference Player of the Week? Walton smiled, concealing his anxiety, and ultimately refrained from responding. Upon hearing the phrase Player of the Week, Ball fell into contemplation, noting that there was still one game left this week. He had achieved victory in 3 games thus far, and although his scoring was lower in this particular match, he had nonetheless secured a triple-double to bolster his performance. Perhaps it all hinged on the upcoming game. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in the match, rewarded with 10 stamina potions, each capable of restoring peak condition for 10 minutes. Elated, Ball prepared to return home to ponder Kobe's words, hoping he would not face yet another test. Online, discussions erupted due to Walton's interview and Ball's enigmatic triple-double. Weren't they previously vocal in their criticisms? Why the silence now? Hadn't Ball secured a triple-double in a victory? Don't get too cocky, young man. You might find yourself departing in your rookie season, especially with such a contentious relationship with the head coach. Was Ball's triple-double a reality? His triple-double was rather modest, a pragmatic achievement at best, 10 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 blocks, just barely surpassing the double-digit threshold. I ask you, did Ball truly secure a triple-double? And who else? Examine these statistics: 10 points, 11 rebounds, 10 blocks. Coupled with 3 steals and 5 assists, it was a near miss for a quintuple-double. However, a triple-double alongside 3 steals and 5 assists is indeed unprecedented in history, particularly with a remarkable total of 10 blocks. Indeed, if one merely glanced at the statistics, one might mistakenly assume this was the work of a center. Ball was elated as he perused the comments online, his smile widening with delight. He had successfully garnered a new legion of fans, with his Twitter following soaring to 2 million. Should he triumph in the next game and achieve a high score, the accolade of Player of the Week would surely be within his grasp. Within the Lakers' office, it became evident that Walton was ill-suited for the team. Although I am grateful for his presence, even considering the pressure he faced from his father, I recognize him as a true Laker, a genuine man who would come to aid the Lakers without needing an invitation. Nevertheless, Walton's coaching prowess undeniably fell short. Magic Johnson spoke solemnly, his gaze fixed on Jeannie Buss. This time, even he refrained from flashing his radiant, charming smile. He had watched this woman grow witnessing her romance with Phil Jackson and her rivalry with her brother, Jim Buss. Yet now, for the sake of the team he cherished so dearly, Magic felt compelled to voice his concerns. Pelinka observed in silence, while Jeannie Buss tossed her shining golden hair, remaining non-committal. Chapter 24. Truly. You are the little blacksmith of Milan. As Ball drove home, he remained puzzled by Kobe's insistence on tomorrow. Was there something particularly significant about that day? Upon investigation, Ball discovered that there were no notable anniversaries related to basketball or Kobe on the morrow. Lost in contemplation, he passed by a gift shop, parked his car, and ventured inside to purchase a few tokens. After placing the gifts in his vehicle, he resumed his journey back home. Ball contemplated that his family would likely refrain from organizing another grand celebration for him this time. However, he firmly believed that they would still be genuinely pleased with his return. His family was elated by Ball's homecoming. LeVar chuckled. Ball, I realize I've made a significant mistake. I shouldn't have held a grudge against you. Just look at your record-breaking moments. I wasn't even there to witness them. The last time it was the youngest triple-double. And now it's a triple-double with blocks and rebounds, all in succession. It's truly regrettable that I missed those moments. In response to his father's kind sentiments, Ball naturally accepted with a smile, expressing joy. Dad, for the next game, you, Mom, and my brother should all come. I'll arrange the best front-row tickets for you. It's not just about breaking records, it's about us being together. LeVar smiled, his eyes seemingly brimming with tears as he held the hands of his wife Tina and Ball. After a moment, LeVar composed himself and inquired, Is there really a conflict between you and the head coach? To be honest, I didn't think highly of him at first either. Tina and the two younger brothers also turned their attention to their elder brother, as the first in the family to enter the NBA. Akin to the first individual from the Huashian nation to achieve such a feat, he naturally attracted considerable attention, but he also faced substantial scrutiny. Often, the challenges faced by the Ball family stemmed from LeVar's own actions. Regardless of the circumstances, in pursuit of fame and publicity, LeVar had inadvertently created numerous adversaries for Ball within the NBA. Furthermore, the Lakers had always been a focal point of the spotlight, and defeating them, along with their meticulously selected rookie Lonzo Ball, frequently attracted significant attention. Bauer internally lamented about his father, questioning whom he initially found appealing. As for our family brand, BBB, the person he admired, Foster, deceived us out of several million. What good is mere attraction? Bauer could only comfort his father and employed all the tricks that any man would utilize to shift the conversation. Dad, I need to ask you something. During the game, Kobe came to chat with me. What? Kobe actually sought you out for a conversation? Believe me, son, Kobe is undoubtedly a person worth fostering a deep connection with. Yes, Father, I trust your judgment. We exchanged phone numbers, and Kobe mentioned that he would call me tomorrow. He emphasized tomorrow twice, yet he did not specify a particular time. Why is that? Laval gazed at his son, youthful and vibrant, and in an instant, he recalled the days when he was just a baby. Then a toddler dribbling a basketball, to now being capable of competing in the NBA and achieving 2 triple-doubles. However, this child still exhibited a degree of naivety in his dealings. With a smile, Laval advised, sometimes you need to take the initiative. For instance, when you exchanged phone numbers, you could have set a time for the call in advance. But given the current circumstances, it may not be appropriate. Firstly, it is rather late to make a call now, so what you must do is simply wait patiently. Do you know how long I had to wait to win over your beautiful mother? Ball felt a touch of embarrassment upon hearing his parents' affectionate reminiscence, and quickly diverted the conversation by inquiring of LaMelo, when do you think Kobe will call me? LaMelo, with a mind that often danced in unexpected directions, seemed not to register the question. Instead, he turned to his brother and exclaimed, Brother, I must share with you an amusing anecdote. A friend of mine, in an effort to save money on his flight, booked a ticket for the 28th at 0:35. He prepared thoroughly and arrived at the airport, waiting and waiting, until the clock struck 0:35 on the 28th. However, as the minute hand passed midnight, it was suddenly the 29th. Isn't that hilarious? His words, though seemingly lighthearted, carried deeper significance to those who listened intently. As Ball listened to LaMelo recount his story, a few phrases kept flashing through his mind. 0.0. The sun in Los Angeles at 4 o'clock. The Lakers. Kobe. After LeBron joined the Lakers, he frequently trained around 4 or 5 o'clock, sharing videos of his sessions on Twitter and Instagram. In an instant, enlightenment struck him. So that's how it is. Bauer joyfully tousled the lengthy, voluminous curls of Romello. Akin to the delightful act of petting a beloved dog or cat, Bauer addressed his entire family, stating, I must prepare for my meeting with Kobe. It dawned on me why Kobe emphasized the notion of tomorrow. Tomorrow commences at midnight rather than the conventional hours of 8 or 9 in the morning. Upon returning to his room, Dennis joined him, this time presenting a new allure that was simply irresistible to Bauer. There was no denying it. Dennis possessed a generous spirit, offering far too much. Moreover, with a physique like Dennis's, it was a challenge beyond anyone's endurance. After a tempestuous yet harmonious encounter, Bauer gazed at his beloved, his heart brimming with pride. Like the ebb and flow of the tides, like the embrace of mud, like the vastness of cultivated fields, like the surging waves, emotion surged within him. Alas, it seemed that the reward this time was a stamina potion, capable of restoring peak condition for a fleeting 10 minutes. He chuckled softly, reflecting on how many sequels of classic films are often branded merely for profit. Rarely does a second installment surpass the brilliance of its predecessor. However, in certain sports, the narrative unfolds differently. The second act often extends longer, brimming with richness and allure. Indeed, the stamina of athletes is remarkable after a respite of 4 to 5 hours. As the clock approached 3 o'clock, Bauer's phone chimed. Upon hearing the sound, akin to the countdown of a bomb, Ball sprang from his bed, completely unclothed. From his phone emanated Kobe's voice, "Arrive at my home by 4 o'clock sharp. I hope you can witness the dawn sun over Los Angeles at that hour. Along with me." Dennis, his eyes still heavy with sleep, opened his long-lashed eyes and gazed at Ball as he prepared to depart. He wished to bid him farewell, but found his body utterly limp, managing only to offer a kiss. Ball has acquired newfound strength and said to Dennis, "Wait for me. Wait for my return." He drove through the streets of Los Angeles, where the traffic was relatively light at 3 a.m. He sped along, arriving 20 minutes ahead of Kobe's stipulated time of 4 a.m. It seemed that his expectations had indeed been realized. Tomorrow marked the beginning of a new chapter at midnight. While Kobe consistently proclaimed to the public that training commenced at 4 a.m., perhaps this was a test to see if Ball possessed the discipline of early morning training, to ascertain whether he truly valued his commitments. "Kobe, I am on my way." Chapter 25. The challenge begins. Kobe's bet. Kobe stroked his chin thoughtfully, pursing his lips, and calmly remarked, "Indeed, you have arrived on time, which is certainly better than some others." Upon disembarking, Ball scratched his head, fortunate to have a brother of great wisdom beside him, who provided him with inspiration. Otherwise, the side quest would have remained unfulfilled. Hearing Kobe's words, Ball inquired with curiosity, "Who will be able to arrive on time?" Kobe pondered for a moment. "There's DeRozan, and a few others. Oh yes, there's James Harden. But perhaps it's best not to mention him." Indeed, curiosity can prove perilous. Ball pressed on. "Why is it preferable not to speak of James Harden?" Kobe chuckled. "In truth, this is a test of perseverance, assessing your ability to rise early and commit to training." However, during that period, Harden was indulging excessively, for him. 4 o'clock felt like merely the halftime show. Truly, it is both amusing and perplexing, this unique character known as Harden. As Ball was about to inquire further, he noticed Kobe gesturing with his hand and subtly nodding towards the door. "What is it?" Kobe prompted. "Let us step outside. I have a designated gym. We cannot play basketball at home, especially since Vanessa and Gigi are still asleep." In a swift dash, the two arrived at a gymnasium in Los Angeles. With a decisive clap, the lights illuminated the space. The polished wooden floor gleamed with a lustrous shine, and the standard hoops and court awaited the arrival of players. Not far away, Kobe picked up the ball, rubbing it vigorously in his hands as he gazed affectionately at it. Ball understood that Kobe was truly yearning for the game of basketball. Time waits for no one. Ball donned the Kobe 6 Grinch. Kobe jested. "Do you need me to sign it for you? Thankfully, you didn't wear another brand. Otherwise, I would have surely tossed it away. Ha ha ha." This carries a humorous anecdote. Originally, Nick Young, known for his perplexed expression, had approached Kobe while wearing Adidas sneakers, requesting an autograph. In a playful act, Kobe had thrown the sneakers into the trash. However, the maestro was not devoid of compassion. Later, he gifted Nick a pair of his own signed shoes and graciously provided him with an autograph. Ball replied, "Since you have such a fondness for your signature shoes, it indicates a certain trust in Nike. Perhaps you could assist me with a recommendation, as I am currently in need of a brand ambassador for athletic footwear." Kobe, with a knowing nod, acknowledged the unspoken truth. His suspicions were indeed validated. The fact that Ball had not donned his BBB shoes during these recent games suggested a burgeoning discord with his parents in their business dealings. Contemplating this, Kobe found himself increasingly drawn to Ball. After all, they were both wayfarers in a shared plight. Kobe harbored his own grievances against his parents, who had not supported his union with Vanessa. Ultimately, a rift formed between them, leading to a wedding celebration that his parents chose not to attend. Ball received the pass from Kobe. "Let's take a few shots to warm up." Soon, Kobe discerned the issue with Ball. "It is evident that you have put in considerable effort. Your shooting form has transformed completely from before, yet you still need to adapt. However, what you lack the most is rhythm." As he spoke, Kobe held the ball, raising his hand as if to shoot. His body stretched, and his legs propelled upward in a seamless motion, akin to a string ascending from the ground. The ball was released. Swish. It went in, a sight to behold. In an instant, Ball found himself entirely absorbed. Kobe chuckled and remarked, "Observe my shooting technique, from the legs to the elbow and fingertips. It requires a rhythm that one must become intimately familiar with." After demonstrating once more, the ball swished through the net. Kobe patted Ball on the back and said, "Resolve this matter first, and then I shall reveal the remaining issues to you." Ball nodded in understanding. He retrieved the ball and commenced his training, shooting one basket after another, each time emulating the technique. As he practiced, he pondered the rhythm Kobe had just described. The first shot veered wildly off course. The second shot drew nearer to the hoop. The third shot, the 10th shot, progress was evident. Kobe could see that Ball was relinquishing his familiar techniques in pursuit of a harmonious rhythm among his feet, legs, elbows, torso, and fingers. Those who toil diligently are often recognized by those who have once toiled themselves, for they see in the earnestness the reflection of their own past efforts. Ball was still adjusting his rhythm, yet Kobe understood that such shooting would not yield significant results. To truly refine one's rhythm, one must engage in a deeper breath and holistic participation. It was evident that Ball had yet to grasp this concept. Moreover, the adjustment of rhythm is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Without prolonged training and the guidance of a true master, he would find it challenging to make any progress. It resembles an esoteric discipline, a sensation. Once the feeling is right, the player can transcend into this realm. Ball was still training, persevering shot by shot. Witnessing his dedication, Kobe was reminded of his own past. Unable to contain himself, Kobe called out, "Ball, come over here. Let's engage in a wager. We shall play to 7 points. If you manage to defeat me in a single game, you may approach me with any questions in the future, and I shall gladly assist you. However, should you lose, you will forfeit any opportunity to seek my guidance henceforth." Upon hearing this, Ball felt a surge of eagerness and exclaimed, "Come on." As the first quarter commenced, Kobe initiated the play with a serve, unperturbed by any substitutions. Once in possession of the ball, Kobe lowered it significantly before adopting a triple threat stance. Ball, however, failed to close the gap, remaining a half to a full step away. Observing the ample space afforded to him by Ball, Kobe seized the opportunity and took a shot. Ball reached out in defense, but it was futile. Swish. The ball shot by Kobe had already found its way into the net. 2 points, scored 2 o'clock. Once again, it was Kobe to inbound the ball. This time, Ball had learned his lesson and closely guarded Kobe. Yet, Kobe maintained his rhythm, his legs slightly bent, his back arching towards Ball, creating the illusion that he was about to topple backward. In reality, he was attuned to the strength of Ball through his legs and back. Following this, he executed a series of moves, landing on both feet, with either foot capable of serving as his pivot. As Ball observed Kobe's demeanor, he realized that a leap was imminent, prompting him to spring into action as well. However, this was merely a feint from Kobe. With deft footwork and a masterful deception, Kobe left Ball momentarily bewildered, and then took his shot right in the space where Ball had just leapt. The score stood at 4-0 in favor of Kobe, who continued to shoot with unwavering confidence. Ball's mentality wavered slightly, having been scored upon consecutively twice. If he were to overly shadow Kobe, it would be detrimental to his own performance, yet if he afforded Kobe space, it would inevitably lead to successful shots. Observing the elusive and deceptive footwork of Kobe, Ball realized there was much he needed to learn. Kobe was poised to make a breakthrough. Ball retreated slightly, preparing to defend against Kobe's drive. However, Kobe feigned a breakthrough, while his right foot surged forward to generate power. Under the influence of inertia, Ball found himself retreating, initially moving back before attempting to defend. He had intended to match Kobe's pace, but was taken by surprise as Kobe exerted force with his right foot, simultaneously executing a step back and leaning backward. This shot left Ball utterly defenseless, devoid of any opportunity to intervene. The ball swished through the net. Kobe had already amassed 6 points. Chapter 26, tying the score. The final shot, only one shot remains. If successful, Kobe will emerge victorious, and from that moment on, Ball shall never again have the opportunity to receive Kobe's guidance. Observing the fierce determination in Kobe's demeanor, Ball becomes increasingly aware of his formidable competitive spirit. Although he may be a mere rookie, Kobe remains steadfast in his commitment. In Kobe's eyes, finishing second equates to being the ultimate loser. As the final shot approaches, Kobe maintains possession of the ball. Ball lowered his center of gravity. This time, unlike the previous 3 occasions, Ball refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he earnestly scrutinized the direction of Kobe's feet. Kobe nodded in appreciation. Yet the ball in his hands signified his intent. He aimed for victory with this shot, if he could play against Ball with such ease. It would indicate that Ball had numerous issues to address. Alternatively, if Ball were to disregard the situation entirely, Kobe would be disinclined to offer his guidance. Kobe raised his hand, signaling for a shot. Ball stepped forward slightly, his hands raised to obscure the trajectory of the ball. Yet, Ball understood that this was certainly not his final maneuver. As anticipated, after executing the shooting threat from the triple threat position, Kobe took a step forward with his right foot, as if preparing to drive. However, it was undoubtedly not a genuine drive. This move had already been attempted once before. In this instance, Ball failed to fully keep pace with Kobe. Had he pursued too aggressively, he risked losing control of his body due to inertia. Much like the previous occasion, this difficulty in defending against Kobe stems from his exceptional skill. The essence of Kobe's formidable presence lies in his unwavering signal, "I shall prevail against you." The situation was no different this time. As Kobe was poised to execute a fadeaway jump shot, if Ball were to close the distance too quickly, Kobe's fadeaway would surely come into play, leaving them to merely hope for an off night from him. After all, age does catch up with everyone, and as one grows older, various techniques are employed to mask one's shortcomings, whether in basketball or in life. Yet, at times, skill faces a formidable adversary: youth. Kobe has mastered this art to perfection. As he executed the fadeaway, creating space between himself and Ball, the latter, having anticipated the move, extended his arm and delivered a solid block. Few players can successfully contest Kobe's shots, and compared to the self-proclaimed GOAT, LeBron James, he has faced fewer blocks. This discrepancy arises partly because LeBron has not yet amassed the years that Kobe has. Furthermore, LeBron, resembling a heavy tank, can bulldoze through defenders, complicating the task. Kobe managed a wry smile as he retrieved the ball and passed it to Ball. Yet, deep within, did Kobe truly concede to age? In the next moment, Ball appeared to glimpse a dark serpent, a mamba, its fangs dripping with crimson, its eyes brimming with a fervent desire for victory. At this moment, Ball stood just a step beyond the half-court line, akin to the logo at an NBA arena. After receiving a pass from Kobe, Ball executed a direct shot. The rapid one-motion shot caught everyone off guard. In this situation, Ball felt that his chances of making a shot were significantly lower than simply opting for a three-pointer. This reflects one of the choices in the new era of basketball. In contemporary regular season play, there is an increasing emphasis on efficiency, with players increasingly adopting a data-driven approach, leading to a greater focus on three-point attempts and penetration. However, once the playoffs commence, mid-range shots become the eternal savior. This is precisely why Ball sought to learn from Kobe. Even when Kobe anticipated Ball's shooting, the speed of that one-motion shot proved to be overwhelmingly swift. Swish. Ball's shot is in. With that three-pointer, the gap between him and Kobe has diminished to merely 3 points. What once required 3 baskets to bridge is now achievable with just 1 or 2. Kobe smirked slightly. Bauer paid no heed to these words and continued, "Kobe, if I were to triumph over you, I would hope that you could grant me a singular request. For instance, on a whim one day, I would like to invite you to be my coach and impart your wisdom upon me, unless there is something of utmost significance. I would appreciate it if you would not refuse. Is that agreeable?" Kobe, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Kid, let's discuss that once you achieve a victory. Without winning, these aspirations hold no honor. What you speak of is mere fantasy." "Very well." Ball secretly resolved that, even if it was for your own good, he must win this game. Ball continued to hold the ball beyond the three-point line, seeking his own shooting opportunities. Kobe, relentless in pursuit, exemplified the adage that youth is fearless. This time, Ball executed multiple crossovers, deftly maneuvering, shifting, and pivoting. It was reminiscent of Durant's 2 seamless directional changes, showcasing both height and strength. Kobe adjusted his footwork with remarkable speed. However, as Ball forcefully darted to the right front, Kobe immediately followed suit. Ball withdrew again, pivoting in another direction. Kobe swiftly twisted his body as well. However, this time, Kobe's ankle could no longer withstand the strain, and he collapsed to the ground. Consequently, Ball executed a retreating step and leaped beyond the three-point arc, then confidently sank the shot. The Ball of today is no longer the naive and elegant player he once was in college. In his collegiate days, Ball had employed a crossover. Leaving his opponent in a state of disarray, he had even benevolently set the basketball down to assist the fallen player to his feet. This was commendable and kind, yet lacked a certain ferocity. The crowd erupted in cheers, subsequently applauding Ball, who had always projected an image of humility and modesty. However, in this incarnation, Ball is no longer inclined to embody such a persona. He believes that respect must be mutual. The score is now tied at 6-6, and Ball possesses the final possession. A considerable amount of time has elapsed since he received the call, and we have now reached this decisive moment where one shot will determine victory. However, Ball felt a sense of fatigue. There was no remedy. Prior to this moment, he had engaged in some physical activities. Kobe leaned forward, then slapped the wooden floor with his hand, proclaiming, "Come on, this time I shall not allow you to score. Given the circumstances, for the sake of your safety and my career, do not blame me for being ungracious." As Bauer activated the system, he silently recited the mantra for stamina potions, subsequently applying a vial of the elixir upon himself. Now, he had regained his peak physical condition, with the capacity to perform for an additional 10 minutes. In this final moment, Bauer resolved to employ the most unconventional yet laudable, quintessentially Kobe manner to convey to Kobe that he was destined to lose. From now on, you must frequently mentor me. Furthermore, on that fateful day, you must bring Gigi along with me, rather than taking the helicopter. Chapter 27. A shot that echoes both Kobe and Jordan. Einstein's theory of relativity had never been more comprehensible to Bauer than at this juncture. While others on this planet might be lost in slumber, oblivious to the early hour before 4 o'clock, for them, these 10 minutes, this fleeting minute, would pass in the blink of an eye. Yet for Bauer, engaged in a one-on-one with Kobe, this final minute felt as though it spanned an entire hour. Ball bent down, skillfully controlling the ball as he approached Kobe. Kobe, too, lowered his center of gravity, maintaining steady footwork, poised for Ball's misstep. Truly, he is one of the most renowned superstars in NBA history, his defense impeccably solid, making it exceedingly difficult to discern any flaws. It resembled an expansive net, patiently awaiting Ball's reckless advance. Bauer gradually approached, intending to employ that recent maneuver, while Durant executed a remarkable double change of direction. For the first time, he shifted to the left. Kobe kept pace. For the second time, he veered to the right. Once again, Kobe matched his speed. Baller sensed an overwhelming pressure. It was not merely a contest of physical prowess or skill, but rather a profound clash of individual mental fortitude. At this moment, Kobe maintained a judicious distance, one that thwarted Baller's attempts to drive aggressively or to execute a direct jump shot. Kobe was vigilant against both methods. As Baller pondered this, he realized that Kobe's relentless hand interference had not ceased for a moment. This time, Kobe was not fixated on blocking the shot. He refrained from leaping prematurely. Instead, he aimed to disrupt Baller's rhythm. Indeed, Baller recognized that his discomfort stemmed from an inability to perform fluid, rhythmic movements. More importantly, he glanced at his position on the court, at the right side of the three-point line, at a 45-degree angle. Given his past experiences of erratic shooting, this was indeed the cold zone for shooting. The current test was Baller's ability to assertively penetrate the defense. As the primary scorer of his team, he must be capable of commandeering the offense when others are unable to do so, whether through three-pointers, mid-range shots, or drives to the basket. Bauer intends to break through. Bang, bang, bang. Ball's dribbling speed escalated with intensity. Kobe's gaze was fixed upon Ball. If looks were daggers, Ball would have long since met his demise. Yet, Ball remained undaunted. A new era has dawned, and with it, remarkable talents emerge in succession. Ball surged forward, swiftly maneuvering to Kobe's left side. Ball intended to proceed along his most proficient right path. Kobe swiftly realized that he was not attempting to intercept but rather to shadow him, preparing to position himself ahead of Ball's driving route. To his surprise, Kobe discovered that the situation deviated from his expectations. After penetrating forward, Ball seamlessly transitioned to a maneuver behind him. The ball shifted from the right side to the left side, taking advantage of this time difference. Ball managed to gain half a body length on Kobe in just a second. This half body length was not easily won. Ball had made numerous attempts. From a feint to a behind-the-back change of direction followed by a spin, this series of maneuvers allowed Ball to secure that crucial half body length. And now, it was time. With a swift half-step, Ball advanced forward, discreetly using his supporting hand to impede Kobe. Momentarily hindered, Kobe was unable to pursue immediately. As Ball seized the opportunity to attempt a layup, he initially dribbled with his left hand, only to swiftly switch to his right hand for the shot. This maneuver was intended to add complexity to his movements, thereby confounding Kobe. However, he sensed an unsettling presence looming behind him, as if an ominous gust of wind were approaching. Instinctively, Ball transformed his previously assured layup into a fold, drawing the ball from above down to his chest. Indeed, when Ball glanced upward, the agile Kobe was already trailing closely behind him, his large hands poised to strike. Had Ball not altered his layup into a fold, the ball would have been forcefully swatted against the backboard. If successful, the spectacle would have rivaled LeBron's breathtaking dunks. Fortunately, Ball's instincts allowed him to evade this peril. Both Ball and Kobe are descending slowly. During this moment of suspension, Ball cradles the ball against his chest, transferring it to his left hand, where he skillfully arcs it, preparing to launch it towards the hoop. However, Kobe, trailing behind, extends his left hand in an attempt to block the shot. As they both continue their descent, the contest hinges on whose aerial prowess is superior. It is reminiscent of the 23-24 season, during the playoffs when the Mavericks faced the Clippers, and Irving executed a remarkable play against 5 defenders. Surrounded by 3 adversaries, Irving managed to position himself directly in front of the basket. And just as he was about to hit the ground, he waited for the defenders to overextend, gently releasing the ball with both hands. At that moment, he was utterly exhausted, yet the ball grazed the rim and, with a slight tremor, nestled itself into the net. At this moment, Ball aspired to replicate that very shot. He aimed to lay the ball up and then transition into a fold. To evade the block, he maneuvered the ball from the left side with a deft scoop. Yet, Kobe's defense remained formidable on that side. Thus, it became a contest of who could suspend their time in the air longer. If this were a cinematic moment, Ball envisioned it as a seamless, preferably long take. Given Kobe's greater weight and a prolonged absence from the court, his core strength had diminished, rendering his defense a mere shadow of its former self. Seizing the opportune moment, Ball lifted the ball within Kobe's defensive reach, evoking the essence of a hook shot. Delay any longer, and the ball would plummet to the ground, resulting in a violation. As Kobe fell back, he glanced over his shoulder just in time to witness the ball swish through the net. The score now stood at 8-6, with Ball emerging victorious. A resigned smile crept across Kobe's face. Time inevitably takes its toll. Watching Ball execute that shot, he could not help but see a reflection of his younger self in the number 8 jersey, soaring through the air, seemingly invincible. One-on-one defense seemed trivial. 2 defenders bore a semblance of intensity. Yet, facing 3 defenders rendered the concept of defense almost irrelevant. With 4 defenders, the challenge was clear. He would penetrate their ranks, and his teammates had better be ready to receive the pass. However, during that time, his teammates were not able to provide substantial support. When attempting to pass out of a 1-on-4 situation and failing to score, Kobe had no choice but to force the play again. As one of the greatest scorers in history, Kobe found himself defeated by Ball that night. At this moment, Ball, beneath the basket, leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. The previous shot, in terms of footwork, speed, and strategy, had been executed to perfection. It was likely that without that vial of stamina potion, he would not have endured. Had he not relied on that boost, prevailing against Kobe in midair would have been a formidable challenge. Ball lifted his head and smiled at Kobe, saying, "From now on, you shall be my free trainer." Kobe approached, ruffling Ball's hair, and replied with a grin, "You cheeky little rascal, all right? I truly wonder how long this old body of mine can endure your torment. However, I must warn you, I am exceedingly demanding, and you must be aware of that." With a smile, Ball gently pushed Kobe's hand aside and exchanged a fist bump, exclaiming, "Of course." In that fleeting moment, the fabric of time seemed to shift ever so slightly. Chapter 28. How generous the Wizards are. The ball swished through the net. Kobe agreed to frequently engage with Ball to refine his skills. Being a seasoned veteran, Ball felt compelled to show respect and refrained from uttering any trivial remarks about being readily available. The notion of Kobe being at his beck and call stemmed solely from a particular day. If Kobe had been summoned then to train alongside him instead of boarding a helicopter, both he and Gigi might have survived. Following a loss, a solemn Kobe earnestly elucidated the fundamentals of improvement to Ball. Observe here, your foot should be positioned this way. When defending, keep your hand raised. Moreover, your spacing is off. The distance is too great, making it easy for him to shoot. At times, you must be mindful of the referee's judgment. You can engage with your hands, and remember, in areas the referee cannot see, subtle maneuvers are permissible. Ball was thus enlightened. Among the most valuable teachings he received was the utilization of breath, by simply adjusting one's breath before shooting. allowing every part of the body to harmoniously align with the rhythm of the shot. Success in making the basket is assured. The reason some players' shots are often described as picturesque is due to their seamless coordination and remarkably steady breath. After practicing until 6 or 7 o'clock, Kobe and Ball drove back home. By this time, Vanessa had prepared a meal, and Gigi was already awake. Vanessa, upon seeing Kobe return, joyfully approached him and linked her arm with his. Kobe smiled as he caressed Vanessa's face, and the two blissfully entered their home together. Their bond was indeed inseparable. Ball was thus overlooked. After taking a few steps, Vanessa, momentarily lost in thought, remembered another individual. She turned back and said, "So this is Lonzo Ball. The one Kobe mentioned would be arriving today. Welcome, welcome, your family is indeed quite renowned." Alas, another disappointing father, bringing a heap of trouble upon himself. Bauer could only turn his head and say, "It's all trivial, nothing compared to Kobe's fame." Kobe retorted, "My renown is built on a good reputation. Do not compare your father's legacy to mine." Vanessa interjected, all right, we are all aware of your circumstances. Let us hasten to prepare for dinner." Bauer did not immediately follow suit. Instead, he returned to the vehicle to retrieve the gift he had prepared for Gigi, the complete collection of Harry Potter. This edition was not merely a text. Upon opening it, one would find a three-dimensional depiction of Hogwarts Castle, lifelike portraits of the characters, an introduction to wands, and exquisite illustrations of magical creatures. It can be confidently asserted that any admirer of the Harry Potter saga would be enamored by this selection chosen by Lonzo Bauer. Even Kobe found himself somewhat captivated by the gift. At that moment, a drowsy Gigi emerged from the hall and, upon seeing the present, was instantly awakened. "Well, this is the gift I have longed for. I mentioned it to Dad last time, but he seemed to overlook it." Kobe, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his clever head and replied, "Gigi, I promised to buy you another set." However, Gigi, displaying remarkable wit and intelligence, retorted, "Since Brother Bauer has already gifted me a set, let us not waste resources. How about you compensate me with another toy instead?" How clever, Bauer thought to himself, realizing that Gigi had cleverly maneuvered to ensure that her father would buy her something else. Soon, the four of them took their seats in the opulent hall and enjoyed a lavish breakfast. Kobe was preparing to take Gigi to school before attending to his own professional commitments. Paul found it inconvenient to linger any longer and decided to return home. Upon arriving, he discovered that everyone in the household was deep in slumber, including Dennis. Observing her weary visage, he realized just how taxing the previous night had been. Fortunately, he had a stock of stamina potions at his disposal, with 8 remaining. Unable to find rest after his return, Paul made his way to the Lakers' training facility. After exchanging greetings with the security guard, he commenced his training anew. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and challenging a legendary player. The legendary player in question is the Lakers' own Kobe Bryant. The host has successfully met the challenge and emerged victorious, resulting in an enhancement of 1 point to each of the host's abilities. Furthermore, as a reward for completing the side quest for the first time, a special gift package has been awarded. Ball activated the system and discovered that, in addition to his own various data, there was also a task present on the existing panel. A side quest appeared, inscribed with a challenge against legendary players, while another branch bore the name Bryant. This led Ball to contemplate that, in the future, he might have the opportunity to challenge even more iconic figures from the sport. Notably, recent legends such as the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, Dwayne Wade, Steve Nash, and Chris Bosh came to mind, as well as the illustrious Kevin Garnett. He could even set his sights on challengers from the 1980s and 1990s, such as the Knicks Bird and the Celtics Larry Bird. The thought alone filled him with exhilaration, and he found himself pondering the nature of the rewards that awaited him upon triumphing over these esteemed adversaries. Ball continued to gaze, and at that moment, behind Kobe Bryant, there was a symbol of a gift. In his heart, Ball silently wished to unlock it. Zone Domain. Achieving victory in the challenge against the legends grants the extraordinary gift of zone time, which lasts for 30 minutes. During this period, the host's shooting accuracy will be significantly enhanced. The zone domain, as Michael Jordan referred to it, creates an illusion where the hoop appears exceedingly large, making every shot feel nearly infallible. It seems this will be useful in the next game. After a while, Ball's friend Demo approached him. He said, "Lonzo, you are actually performing exceptionally well right now, which has made my negotiations for your sneaker contract quite smooth. Currently, Nike and Adidas show the most sincerity, while Puma and Under Armour are also in the running. However, the contracts from Nike and Adidas are not vastly different. They are akin to those offered to second-tier stars, like Paul George from Nike. For For a newcomer, this shows considerable goodwill. Puma and Under Armour are offering slightly higher amounts, but Under Armour's contract is more intricate, incorporating various performance bonuses, meaning you will only receive them upon meeting certain conditions. Puma, on the other hand, appears more earnest, stating that they can provide a personal signature shoe. Nevertheless, all four companies have indicated that they will need to evaluate your performance further before committing to a contract. Sounds good. Ball receives the pass, takes the shot, and with a swift motion. Demo. Could you kindly assist me in securing tickets for the upcoming game of the Wizards? I would require approximately 7 or 8 tickets, preferably in the front row. For my family. Please handle the communication on my behalf. Very well. Demo is a competent agent, promptly attending to Lonzo's request. Ball continued to practice tirelessly in the Lakers arena, unknowingly dedicating an entire morning to his training. The security guard observed him with great satisfaction, believing that his presence had played a significant role in helping Ball understand the importance of diligence. As noon approached and Ball prepared to take a break after his workout, Demo rushed over, visibly anxious. Lonzo, the Washington Wizards are unwilling to provide front-row tickets for your family. They insisted we purchase our own. Chapter 29. Wall's outburst at LeVar upon hearing his close friend Demo's disheartening news that the Washington Wizards would not reserve front-row seats for his family. Ball clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips nearly digging into his flesh. This was a blatant act of disdain. At this moment, you do not deserve to have them reserve front-row seats for you. Very well, if that is how you perceive it, I shall demonstrate my resolve until you relent. Bauer seethes with rage. Ding-A's side quest has been triggered. The host must strive to achieve the highest possible score in a single game and lead the team to victory. A slight apprehension arises. Lead the team to victory with a score of 30. The dread intensifies. Lead the team to victory with a score of 40 and achieve a double-double. Ultimate terror. Lead the team to victory with a score exceeding 50. Or achieve a triple-double with at least 40 points. Ball gazed at the task displayed on the system panel, understanding that he needed to secure victory for his team through exceptional scoring, thereby overwhelming the opposing team. To advance further, he must increase his points or achieve double-doubles and triple-doubles. So be it. Ball resolved to leave a lasting impression on the Wizards. Reflecting upon his previous life, the Washington Wizards indeed left an indelible mark on him. The first memory dates back to the early 2000s when Michael Jordan reached a private agreement with the Wizards owner to make a comeback and lead the team into the playoffs. This marked Jordan's second return. However, he was unable to secure a third consecutive championship. Instead, he received profound respect from the new generation of forwards, such as Kobe and Iverson, for his relentless efforts despite being pursued relentlessly. Originally, Jordan's return aimed merely to boost ticket sales and attendance, with the ulterior motive of becoming one of the Wizards' proprietors. Unexpectedly, he was thwarted by the stingy owner, as no formal contract was signed, rendering verbal promises utterly meaningless. What further infuriated Ball in his past life was a particular game where he was fouled during a fast break layup by Wall, who blatantly struck Ball's arm, sending him crashing to the ground. This egregious act went unpunished by the referees, who instead deemed it a clean block due to it being a home game. Wall, brimming with arrogance, strutted around the court, reveling in his supposed triumph. It was a rare moment when the usually composed Ball lost his temper and shouted in outrage. He had never encountered such unabashed audacity before. Now, Ball was no longer the mild-mannered player he once was. Should one dare to offend him, he would not act as a gentleman. A decade of revenge would be too late. He sought immediate resolution. He vowed to repay the offense right then and there, determined to subdue, incapacitate, and ultimately compel Wall to concede. The system was astute, as it refrained from assigning new training tasks, allowing him to focus on the side quest involving Kobe. Ball briefly trained and tidied up, preparing to accompany the team on their flight to the Washington Wizards home court. On the plane, an air of silence and fatigue enveloped the passengers. The Lakers had endured a grueling schedule this week, with 4 games over the span of 7 days. The first 3 matches had been manageable, all taking place at the Lakers' home arena, but this time they were bound for a distant location. Playing 4 consecutive games with nearly 1 match every other day was undeniably exhausting. After all, not everyone possessed the stamina of heart. Kuzma tapped Ingram on the shoulder and inquired, "Have you heard?" According to ESPN, it has been revealed that when we faced the Wizards, they did not provide front-row seats for Ball's family. Ingram nodded slightly, responding with a quiet Kuzma, filled with disbelief, vacated his seat on the luxurious Lakers private jet, moved to sit beside Ball, and, with a concerned expression, asked, "Is what ESPN reported true?" Bauer nodded, exuding an aura reminiscent of an impending storm, his expression dark and foreboding. Kuzma refrained from further inquiries. With a smile, he assured, "Rest assured, this evening we shall undoubtedly vanquish the Wizards. Given the opportunity, I shall pass the ball to you more often. All I ask is that you refrain from passing it back to us." Ball felt a surge of warmth within him. He patted Kuzma on the back, saying, "If the opportunity arises, I shall pass you the ball again. Who knows, perhaps another triple-double awaits. Regardless of the approach. Everything I do is in pursuit of victory. Winning is all that truly matters." Sitting beside them, Hart clenched his fist and nodded, declaring, "Rest assured, Ball. As long as I can secure the rebounds, they will all be yours. Today, I shall ensure you shoot to your heart's content." Ball nodded and then rose to approach Walton. He said to the coach, "Coach, today I wish to increase my shot attempts." Walton was aware of the matters concerning the Ball family and the Wizards. Although he could not comprehend the Wizards' lack of empathy, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. In the previous game, Ball had usurped many of his privileges, and Walton sensed that he was on the brink of losing control over him. Walton nodded, remaining noncommittal and silent, leaving others to ponder his thoughts. Upon disembarking from the plane, a throng of reporters surrounded the Lakers, resembling bees drawn to honey or flies attracted to mate. "What is your perspective on the Wizards' conduct?" Ball remained silent in response. "Just moments ago." Wall remarked that Ball was not deserving of the Wizards' respect, thus they had not granted him front-row tickets. "How do you respond to that, Ball?" The once mobile Ball paused for a moment, halting to address the reporter who posed the question. "I believe you should be familiar with the tale of Lakers legend Shaquille O'Neal. I wouldn't mind if this situation were to unfold again in the Wizards' home arena. It turns out that after O'Neal joined the Lakers, he once requested front-row tickets at the Knicks venue, only to be met with their stinginess. Consequently, O'Neal unleashed his prowess, scoring over 50 points and grabbing 20 rebounds, deeming it a fitting retribution for the Knicks. Well, it seems tonight's spectacle is already set to be captivating." The game commenced. At the Wizards' home court, the front row was occupied by the Ball family, LeVar, LaMelo, LiAngelo, along with their grandparents, approximately 7 or 8 in total. Indeed, while Ball did not receive tickets from the Wizards, he managed to procure them through other means. This moment was entirely dedicated to showcasing for his family. The game began. Lopez failed to secure the opening tip-off. The Wizards seized the first defensive opportunity. The center passed the ball directly to Wall, who utilized his sprinting speed to surpass Ingram and then maneuver past the smaller Nance. Taking advantage of Lopez's delayed response, he executed a mid-range jumper near the free throw line, scoring effortlessly. The Wizards were on the board with 2 points. Logically, after scoring, Wall should have immediately transitioned back to defense. However, he did not. Instead, he sprinted straight towards the section where the Ball family was seated. As Ball observed, Wall confronted Laval, exclaiming, "How can someone like you ever surpass Jordan? Individuals of your caliber are utterly unworthy of attending a game at the Wizards' home court. Just watch. I shall utterly annihilate your son." Subsequently, Wall bent down, lowered his body, spread his palm wide, and made a gesture towards the Ball family, signifying that they were insignificant. The entire audience was swayed by the actions of the Wizards' management and Wall's demeanor, erupting into a chorus of "Trash ball! Trash ball! Trash ball!" Ball was seething with anger, pondering how one could forsake the path to paradise and instead venture into the depths of hell. "If I do not dominate the court at the Wizards' home turf today, then I shall no longer be called Lonzo Ball." Chapter 30. Insult me? Then let it be repaid tenfold. At the sidelines, LeVar Ball was so agitated he seemed ready to leap to his feet, as if preparing to confront Wall in a fierce battle. Bauer hurried over to offer comfort, saying, "Father, do not worry. He may be one to mock, but I shall return his taunts tenfold." As he ventured into the zone, utilizing this particular feature within the system, Bauer discovered that the hoop had indeed expanded significantly. Additionally, he possessed a remarkable boost of at least 40 in three-point shooting for the season. Coupled with this enhancement, the outcome was truly formidable. In the next moment, the Lakers gained possession of the ball. Ball advanced past the halfway line, only to discover that his teammates had skillfully isolated Wall, leaving him entirely to face the challenge alone. This clearly indicated their intent for Ball to dominate the Wizards' guard. His teammates actively assisted him with screens, and Lopez, with his imposing stature, set a solid pick for Ball. Due to Lopez's formidable presence, Wall found it difficult to navigate through the screen, allowing Ball a crucial moment of advantage. Ball stepped back directly, beyond the three-point line. He bent his knees, propelled himself, extended his arms, and shot. Swish. The ball went in effortlessly. As Ball retreated defensively, he spread his arms wide, squinting with a sidelong glance at Wall, his lips curving into a semblance of a smile, while his head swayed from side to side. This mirrored Jordan's iconic gesture. In the past, after making a basket, Jordan would also retreat with arms outstretched, signaling with a casual air. Is that all you've got? Above the court, the electronic scoreboard aptly displayed footage of Jordan's glory days. At that moment, the images of Jordan and Ball shared the same screen, their movements and expressions remarkably similar. The atmosphere brimmed with mockery. The crowd, led by the DJ, continued to chant insults towards Ball and his family. Trash ball, trash ball, trash ball. LeVar, standing with his son, rose to shout angrily towards the back. This is my son. Your Wall simply cannot compare. Wall seized the ball and sprinted forward with lightning speed. Ball rushed over to defend. However, the Wizards' formidable center set a screen for him, and as Ball darted past, he experienced a sharp pang of pain. Unbeknownst to him, Wall had discreetly used his elbow to deliver a swift jab to Ball's midsection. Ball, clutching his abdomen, appealed to the referee. Referee, did you not witness his subtle antics? Did you not see me receive an elbow? However, from this angle, the referee could not discern the incident. As he walked away, the referee retorted, silence yourself, rookie. Focus on playing properly, or I shall issue you a technical foul. All right. Is this how you all treat me? Very well. The score now stood at 4-3. Once again in possession of the ball, Ball crossed half court and pointed towards the Wizards logo, addressing Wall. This time, I shall shoot from here. The large screen vividly displayed this moment for all to see. Ball pointed at the logo with one finger, while the other hand firmly grasped the ball. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wall, his feet planted on the midcourt line. This scene was evident to all. The Wizards' audience erupted with fervor. Never had anyone dared to confront them in such a manner, especially on their home turf. Provoking their point guard was a bold move, particularly now that Wall held the title of the premier guard in the Eastern Conference. Trash ball, trash ball, trash ball. Wall hesitated. For his three-point shooting had indeed been lackluster. He could hardly believe that anyone could excel so remarkably at the arc. If Ball had just made a shot, it would have at least been near the three-point line. But how could that possibly be now? Wall noticed that his defender had failed to keep pace. Seizing the moment, he resolved to deliver a stunning blow. In the next instant, Ball bent his knees, leaped into the air, contracted his abdomen, and extended both arms to launch an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. Swish. The basketball soared through the air like a rocket, landing squarely in the net. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the arena. Not only was Wall rendered speechless, but Ball's teammates Kuzma, Ingram, and the young Nance were also left in stunned silence. Even the Wizards fans, who had been vociferously deriding Ball, fell utterly mute. It was indeed a resounding silencer in the opposing arena. The last player to confidently declare his intention to shoot a three-pointer from such a distance was none other than the Celtics' legendary Larry Bird. Ball could distinctly perceive the intensity in the gazes of Wall and Beal across the court. Simultaneously, they ramped up their defensive efforts. Now, it was their turn to attack. While one could believe that the Wizards might falter in defense, it was inconceivable to suggest they lacked offensive prowess. Here stood one of the premier scoring guards, Beal, ready to make his mark. After Wall executed 3 consecutive plays, he felt the need to take a breather and resolutely passed the ball to Beal. Positioned beyond the three-point line, Beal utilized a screen to launch a shot from downtown. The ball swished through the net. The score now stood at 7-6. With the Wizards leading by a single point, the team continued to facilitate Ball's reception, but this time, just over half court. Ball soon found himself caught in a defensive squeeze. He managed to sink 2 consecutive shots, both of which were three-pointers. Ball passed the ball to Ingram, seeking a brief respite. After drawing the defense to one side, Ingram returned the ball to Ball, while he and Lopez executed 2 screens for him. With that, let us witness who possesses greater precision and consistency in their shooting. This time, Ball exhibited no hesitation. After navigating through the screens, he found space and immediately took a jump shot, filled with unwavering confidence. It was as if time was running out for him to make the shot. A desperate final attempt with little time to contemplate, he decided to shoot without reservation. The home crowd rallied behind him, fervently cheering as Ball released the ball. As he shot, one could see the enthusiastic fans waving their hands, along with the ladies near the basket, attempting to distract him. On the court, Ingram, young Nance, and Lopez turned in unison to observe the trajectory of the ball. Wall thought to himself, could it be? Is this really going in? Is he about to make 3 consecutive three-pointers? Indeed, it happened. The ball swished through the net. All 9 individuals present were collectively transfixed by Ball's performance, and the once boisterous noise, which threatened to raise the roof of the Wizards' home court, fell silent once more in the wake of Ball's remarkable shot. As Ball retreated on defense, he clasped his hands together and rested them against the right side of his head, creating a gesture reminiscent of bidding someone a good night. The commentators for this match were once again Barkley and Smith. Barkley exclaimed, "I understand what Ball means. He is implying that it's time to wash up and sleep. It's over. The game has concluded, and you all should head home. Hurry and get some rest. He intends to obliterate everything." Smith chuckled and replied, "Regardless of whether he intends to annihilate it all, you must still repay the dance you owe. We are eagerly awaiting that." On the court, LeVar stood up once more. He grasped the hands of his second and third sons. The three of them resembled a towering pillar, gazing defiantly at the Wizards' home crowd, and shouted, "This is my son." Lonzo Ball. Chapter 31. Insult me? Then let it be returned tenfold. The Wizards' head coach quickly called a timeout, needing to disrupt the momentum of the Lakers. Ball gazed indifferently at the unfolding scene, his mind consumed by a singular thought: to shoot, to shoot, to shoot. Moreover, it was imperative that he attempted a three-pointer, employing the very method that Wall struggled with the most. The motivation behind this three-point endeavor was nothing short of ultimate humiliation, for Wall had never been an exceptional sharpshooter. Just moments ago, Ball had observed Wall's remarkable speed. Once he penetrated the defense, Wall's agility and physique allowed him to score with ease. His scoring relied heavily on his ability to drive, shoot mid-range, and unleash explosive power. Every individual possesses weaknesses, often adhering to familiar pathways, favoring the tasks they excel in while remaining ensconced in their comfort zones. Do not presume that Ball was merely a brute. He possessed a keen analytical mind as well. Prior to the match, he meticulously reviewed Wall's videos and scouting reports. In the 2010 NBA draft, Wall was selected as the first overall pick. The scouting template described him as the finest college player in recent years, brimming with the confidence characteristic of great athletes. His speed was astonishing, his first step breathtaking. His body control was exceptional, enabling him to finish strong at the rim while adeptly finding his teammates during fast breaks. He could fearlessly attack the basket, even under defensive pressure, discovering shooting space with ease. However, upon reviewing last year's playoff footage, Wall's weaknesses became glaringly apparent. Consider his statistics during the 2016-17 playoff season. Wall averaged 27, 2 points, 3, 7 rebounds, 10, 3 assists, 1, 7 steals, and 1, 2 blocks per game. At a glance, these figures position him as the premier point guard in the Eastern Conference, rivaling our impressions of Irving. Yet, scrutinize his shooting percentages. His playoff shooting accuracy stood at 45.2, with a mere 34 from beyond the arc, a three-point percentage of only 34.4. In contrast, consider Irving's performance. In the pivotal moments of the 2015-16 NBA Finals, his critical three-pointer secured the championship. Aside from a couple of seasons where his shooting faltered, Irving consistently maintained a three-point shooting percentage around 40, with a discrepancy of no more than 2. As the timeout concluded, the game commenced anew. Ball thought to himself, "Since you have humiliated my father, I shall relentlessly pursue your weaknesses and return the humiliation. Next time I shoot, I shall attempt a three-pointer." With the ball in his possession, Wall found himself under Ball's expansive defense. Beyond the three-point line, Ball offered no resistance. Just a step inside the arc. He stood with his hands behind his back. Wall was in a dire predicament, clutching the basketball, uncertain of his next move. If he attempted to break through, Ball had already granted ample space to defend effectively, with Lopez providing support behind him. However, Wall's three-point shooting percentage was dismally low. As he pondered, time seemed to stand still. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, Wall steeled himself and attempted a three-pointer. After all, if the opponent was inviting the shot, he could not afford to refrain. Otherwise, the invitation would only grow bolder. Thud. As expected, the shot failed to find its mark. The basketball soared high. Barkley erupted in laughter. Look at Ball. He knows Wall's three-point ability is lacking, yet he lets him shoot, giving him such space. Unbelievable. Smith retorted. Well, you're not doing any better. Hurry up and change. On the Lakers' side, young Nance secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Ball. As Ball approached the half-court line, Wall fearfully trailed behind him. There was no other choice. Last time, Ball had launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer from this very spot. At this moment, young Nance moved in to set a screen. Nance's frame was not as robust as Lopez's, allowing Wall to catch up. Ball, leveraging his speed, seized the opportunity to advance forward. At this moment, he stood approximately 1 meter away from the distant three-point line. Beal rushed over, closing in for a double team. In this instant, Ball passed the ball to Ingram on the left side, executing a handoff. As he circled around from the opposite side, Ball received the ball once more. now positioned even closer to the three-point line. Ball noticed that Wall had followed closely behind, indicating that he was still unyielding. At this moment, there remained a half-meter distance, suggesting that Wall intended to attempt a block from behind. Ball executed a flawless three-pointer, the crimson sphere tracing an arc reminiscent of a rainbow. Any connoisseur in the realm of basketball would instantly recognize that the shot was destined for success. Swish. Indeed, a perfect net. Beal and Wall were left in awe, with Beal even turning back to gaze at the spot where the ball descended. He momentarily abandoned his offensive pursuits. This defies logic. After 3 attempts, how could one maintain such accuracy? Wall was equally astonished, pondering the arduous training regimen behind such remarkable three-point shooting. If only I could emulate his prowess. No. What a disheartening thought. Wall quickly shook his head, dispelling the negativity. Wall was preparing to retreat defensively. As he passed by Wall, he paused momentarily and remarked, another one in. Shooting threes is truly monotonous. The most infuriating moment for the audience soon ensued. Wall raised his right hand high, fingers of his index, thumb, and middle pressed together, while his left hand rested below, his right hand above, as if he were grinding pepper to sprinkle salt. This was the quintessential Harden celebration gesture. A pose signifying the triumph of hitting a three-pointer, Harden seasoning a steak. The implication was clear. Wall, you are merely a trivial challenge before me. I intend to cook you, marinate you, and season you well. Barkley exclaimed, oh my heavens, he is a demon, a true demon. He has utilized several different three-point celebration styles. Who will he emulate next? Smith kindly reminded him, pay close attention to every three-pointer Ball makes. It is always against Wall, seizing upon Wall's struggles from beyond the arc, a profound humiliation. That is the essence of a demon, enraged and humiliated. Wall charged forward and delivered a fierce bump to Ball. Little Nance and Ingram swiftly intervened to restrain Wall. After being struck, Ball remained expressionless, his gaze remarkably composed. He then spread his left leg apart and raised both hands, adopting a posture of crossing his arms over his chest. This stance, reminiscent of the 2024 PG Washington's demeanor during conflicts with others, exuded an undeniable coolness and swagger. He stood resolute, impervious to any challenge. As if the gentle breeze caressed the mountain ridge. The light boat had already sailed past myriad mountains. Come at me, and I shall remain unyielding with my arms crossed. Determined to score over you, I shall shoot a three-pointer right above your head, employing the very technique in which you are least proficient. The referee promptly approached to intervene. Ball stood beside Wall, arms crossed and legs firmly planted, with Ingram and Lance positioned between them. Due to Wall's foul, which was particularly malicious in nature, the referee promptly issued a technical foul against him. As Ingram shielded Wall, he couldn't help but admire Ball's cool demeanor and crossed arms. A smile broke through his previously serious expression as he mimicked Ball's stance, joining in the mockery. Chapter 32. Insult me? Then I shall return it tenfold. The atmosphere of the game had shifted into a unique dynamic. This match had evolved into a battle of wills. The Lakers players were wholly committed to aiding Ball in securing victory and achieving a higher score, seeking to retaliate against the Wizards' management. Simultaneously, they hoped that Ball would eclipse Wall in points. Ball indeed accomplished the feat, sinking 4 consecutive three-pointers, except for the first, which was somewhat rushed without any celebratory gesture. The subsequent 3 showcased a variety of celebratory poses. Moreover, each time Ball scored, he would always turn to Wall and say, I sincerely apologize, but I've scored again. Ball contemplated, in such a manner, who among us would not succumb to fury. Thus, when Wall forcefully shoved him, he was well prepared, emerging unscathed and adopting a pose of nonchalance with his arms crossed. Exhilarating. This is the attitude. This is the essence. Utterly delightful. Wall incurred a technical foul from the referee and quickly settled into silence. Beal approached Wall and said, do not be angry. Do not be anxious. As long as we secure victory in this game, we shall exit with our heads held high. Wall regarded Beal and nodded, recognizing that this rookie was indeed a formidable opponent. Yet as long as our team clinches the win, all will be well. After all, the opposing team had not made it to the playoffs for several years, while he had led his own team to the postseason consistently. Although their journey through the playoffs had been brief, often limited to just the first or second round, Ball gazed intently at Wall, eager for a glimpse of his next words. Wall turned his face away, remaining silent. Yet within, he pondered the path to victory. Due to a technical foul, the Lakers were awarded free throws. Lonzo Ball approached the foul line. The opposing Wizards cheerleaders, along with the spectators, were animatedly waving their arms, with some even lifting their shirts to distract Ball during his shot. Not far away, Wall fixed his gaze on Ball, silently chanting, Miss, 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 miss. Bauer could hear the commotion, turning back to flash a smile, a playful wink accompanying his gesture. In the next moment, he gradually closed his eyes. The spectators behind the hoop, adorned in vibrant attire, were left in astonishment. Could it be that he intended to shoot a free throw with his eyes shut? Surely. That was implausible. How could one possibly score while blindfolded? What sort of trickery was this? Ball did not pay attention, closing his eyes. He then dribbled the ball twice before launching it into the air. The sphere gracefully traced a slow arc, resembling a rainbow, before descending straight into the hoop. Swish. The ball went in. Ball has scored again. Beal is ready to inbound, while Ball closely guards Wall from the backcourt. Upon receiving the ball, Wall initially dribbles and, as he approaches the midcourt line, opts to turn his back. This is a remarkably secure tactic, one that minimizes the risk of theft, allowing Wall to leverage his strength to outmaneuver Ball. With each dribble, Ball becomes increasingly aware of the physical contest and the impact of the collision. Thump, thump, thump. Ball adjusted his breathing. At this juncture, he merely needed to endure the initial moments and seize the opportune moment as Wall prepared to pivot. The moment arrived. As Wall was on the verge of turning, just about to cross the midcourt line. The NBA has explicit regulations regarding backing down, disallowing prolonged durations. Hence Wall was also counting down the seconds. He needed to rotate his body before executing his post move. Just as he turned, Ball, quick-witted and agile, deftly snatched the ball away. In that fleeting instant of Wall's rotation, Ball's fingertips grazed the sphere, sending it careening away. On the left, Ingram, leveraging his long limbs, anticipated the ball's trajectory and seized it, then propelled it forward. Yet, there appeared to be no one ahead. Indeed, there was no one in sight. But closest to the ball was Ball himself. It became evident that this was not a direct pass to a teammate, but rather a pass with foresight. Ball, moving with swifter velocity than Wall, reached the basketball first. At that moment, he was merely 1 meter from the three-point line. Wall, in hot pursuit, was audible behind him, his footsteps echoing like a relentless drum. Opportunities are always bestowed upon those who are prepared. Once again, Ball prepared to shoot. The ball soared, tracing an arc. Yet it lacked the elegance of his earlier attempts. Alas, no one can maintain flawless shooting indefinitely. However, the Lakers had the advantage of rebounding. Following his pass, Ingram leapt high to secure the rebound, his height surpassing Wall's by more than a mere head's length. Logically, given Ingram's proximity to the hoop, he could have easily leapt to dunk, securing an additional 2 points for the Lakers and delivering a significant blow to the Wizards. Yet, Ingram refrained. As Wall instinctively charged forward to defend Ingram, he was met with the unexpected. Ingram passed the ball back to the arc's apex, where Ball awaited. Ball received. He dribbles it once against the ground, adjusting his grip, regulating his breath, synchronizing his rhythm. Then, he bends his knees, propels himself upward, lifts his elbow, flicks his wrist, and releases the shot. This time, the ball traces a magnificent arc. Anyone who has witnessed a basketball game understands that if this shot does not succeed, it would defy all reason. Swish. The ball goes in. The beleaguered Wall first rushes to defend Ball, then sprints to the basket to guard Ingram. Unexpectedly, Ingram passes the ball out, ultimately leading to Ball concluding the play. It feels as though I am being utterly toyed with. What a pitiful sight for the Eastern Conference's premier guard, being outmaneuvered by the youthful Lakers. Ingram returns, extending his long arms. Ball extended his palm, and their hands met with a resounding clap. The dynamic duo of the Lakers, Ingram and Ball, shared an unparalleled chemistry. They were filled with immense joy. It seemed that, in this world, only Wall remained unscathed. Beal initiated the play once more, and this time, Wall swiftly passed the ball back to Beal. He was genuinely apprehensive, feeling the pressure of being targeted. Ball continued to follow him, then executed a new three-point celebration gesture. He extended 3 fingers from his right hand towards his head, mimicking a gunshot pose. This was the quintessential celebration style of Anthony after sinking a three-pointer, a gesture of triumph. The devilish words echoed once more in Wall's ear. I'm terribly sorry, but I've just made another three-pointer. When will you be able to sink a three-pointer for me to witness? Bauer looked at Wall with a grin, a smile concealing a dagger within. It radiated an icy chill, communicating a singular message. Since you have humiliated me, I shall repay you tenfold. There is no rush. Time is abundantly on my side. Chapter 33, Walton's Interference. The Wizard's Wall wore a scowl that rendered him as dark as an African. Even among those of his heritage, such darkness was rare. It was the result of his simmering anger. Yet, Wall could only endure. To be outmatched and lash out in frustration would be a path to self-destruction. Meanwhile, the referee observed them intently, apprehensive of any potential escalation between the two. Ball was acutely aware that Wall dared not, and would not, take action. After all, another offense would inevitably lead to his ejection from the game. Consequently, Ball remained undaunted, locking his gaze onto Wall before departing with a hearty laugh. Beal promptly approached, patting Wall on the back, emphasizing the importance of the bigger picture. As long as victory was achieved, that was what truly mattered. Barkley, as if uncovering a hidden insight, remarked, "Observe, Ball has now made 5 3-pointers, each accompanied by a unique celebration. Can such a remarkable shooting percentage be sustained?" Smith chimed in, "Let us wait and see. I am eager to witness what his next celebration will be, ha ha ha." Beal and Wall launched a counterattack. During the remaining time of the first quarter, Beal successfully sank 3 3-pointers. Wall, leveraging his robust physique, repeatedly charged towards the basket, ultimately reclaiming a significant number of points. After initially establishing an advantage, Wall no longer fixated solely on his own performance. After all, this was a 4-quarter game. As a cerebral player and floor general, Ball understood that concentrating the ball in one individual's hands was simply impractical. This was not the playoffs where one-on-one star power reigned supreme. Thus, he began to engage his teammates, distributing the ball to Ingram, Nance, and others. Before long, the first quarter had swiftly come to a close. In the subsequent segment, Ball scored 2 mid-range shots and provided 3 assists. By the end of the first quarter, he had amassed 20 points, having made 5 3-pointers, 1 free throw, and 2 mid-range shots. Notably, his shooting percentage in the first quarter was a flawless 100%, coupled with Ingram's performance in the latter half of the quarter. The dunks by Nance and Randall, and Lopez's rebounds, the first quarter concluded with the Lakers leading by 15 points, with a score of 40-25. As the first quarter came to a close, the players took a moment to rest and listen to their coach's strategies. Meanwhile, the studio erupted with excitement. Smith exclaimed loudly, "Damn it, Barkley, aren't you going to change and fulfill your promise? Are you someone who doesn't keep their word?" Barkley retorted, "How could I?" Smith then launched a direct attack on Barkley's vulnerabilities. "No wonder you don't have a ring. How can anyone trust someone like you?" Barkley stood up, overturned a chair in the studio, and stormed off in anger. Smith and the other staff exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if they had truly upset him. Within less than a minute, a statuesque woman emerged from the studio corridor. She possessed beautiful golden hair but contrasted this with dark arms and a neck. Clad in a white dress, the elegance typically associated with such attire was entirely undermined by the way it stretched almost to its limits. It appeared as though the fabric was intended for 4 individuals, yet was fashioned into one single gown. Strikingly, the aesthetic was lost entirely beneath the white dress. One would expect fair calves, yet instead, she presented a pair of robust, dark thighs more suited for laborious tasks. This bizarre combination featured golden locks juxtaposed with a dark complexion, a white dress paired with dark arms and legs, and completed with red dancing shoes. Everyone was taken aback, wondering where this peculiar figure had come from. Upon closer inspection, despite the blue eyeshadow, mascara, and thick red blush adorning the cheeks, along with vibrant pink lipstick, it was evident that this was a man. Yes, this was Barkley. "Unbelievable. I never expected you to be so hilarious," Smith remarked. "This ensemble suits you perfectly, accentuating your rather unfortunate visage." Viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't contain their laughter, erupting in fits of giggles at the absurdity displayed before them. Even those on the court found it hard to suppress their amusement. Yet Barkley was not merely a source of humor. He elevated the comedic atmosphere even further. As this figure in a white dress, adorned with a black wig and red shoes, entered the studio, a gust of wind suddenly swept through from below, prompting Barkley to shield his dress with one hand while the other went in his mouth in a mock display of shock. This spectacle was enough to leave the studio audience thoroughly entertained. This amusing interlude lightened the mood in both the studio and the ongoing match. As the second quarter was about to commence, in the first quarter, Ball played the entire duration as Walton refrained from sending him back onto the court. However, in the second quarter, for reasons unknown, the Lakers players struggled to make their shots. The only successful attempts came from Randall's baskets and Nance's dunks. In stark contrast, the Wizards thrived. Beal sank 2 3-pointers with ease. Wall, relying on his prowess, executed repeated penetrations, often hitting the floor. Barkley exclaimed loudly, "Why is Ball still on the bench?" What the Lakers desperately need now is a playmaker. The duo spent the majority of the quarter finally bridging the gap of a 15-point deficit. This left not only the commentators but also the fans and others in a state of bewilderment. Ball continually gestured, questioning whether it was time for him to take the court. However, Walton remained unhurried, waving him off while signaling to remain patient. Was there truly no urgency? How many times in the past had the scenario unfolded in this manner? Initially leading, only to be overtaken in the second and third quarters, and then returning to a level playing field in the fourth. Yet, one could observe that other teams exhibited greater strength. The current Lakers lacked a significant advantage. Ingram also glanced at the head coach, puzzled by the situation. Nearly 6 minutes had elapsed. Young Nance looked to the coach as well, wondering if he still felt no urgency. He was unaware of any conflict between the coach and Ball. Why was Ball not yet in play? Had he sustained an injury? Moreover, Ball appeared to be performing quite well. Another 5 minutes passed, with just 1 minute remaining in the second quarter. Ball has still not taken the court. Smith, however, soothed, perhaps Ball is suffering from some physical ailment. I shall await the latest news. Yet Walton still refrains from allowing him to play. Ball gazed at Walton, fully aware of the lingering discord from the previous game. The head coach had opted for a DNP, compelling himself to submit to the coach's authority. Yet, can you truly assert that my team could triumph without me? As the second quarter concluded, the Wizards had taken the lead. Chapter 34. You truly need me. As halftime approached, Ball glanced at his zone time, 18 minutes remaining. 18 minutes, when distributed across the third and fourth quarters, seemed manageable. However, everyone understood the reason behind the Wizards' slight advantage in the second quarter. It was not solely due to the prowess of Wall and Beal, rather. The primary factor was the absence of a player on the Lakers who could score over 20 points per game. During halftime, in the Lakers' locker room, Walton remained silent, his gaze fixed on Ball. Walton anticipated Ball's submission, hoping for an apology from him, ideally in front of the entire team. Yet, Ball remained resolute, refusing to acquiesce. Ball surveyed his surroundings. His teammates understood his predicament. Walton was preparing to explain the tactics. At this moment, the usually reticent Ingram stood up, glanced at Ball, and then addressed Walton, "Ysnt Ball on the court." Kuzma rose as well, looking at Walton and echoing, "Ysnt Ball playing." Randall too stood, directing his inquiry towards Walton, "Ysnt Ball in the game." Lopez stood up, addressing the coach, "Coach, Ysnt Ball playing." He could provide us with substantial assistance. One after another, they rose, each demanding an answer, "Ysnt Ball on the floor." Walton remained silent, still gazing at Ball, hoping he would offer an apology. He thought to himself that if Ball would just apologize, he could take the court for the remaining 2 quarters. Yet, Ball showed no response. Had he not been reborn? Should he still be coddled? After all, it was not his fault, was it? Shouldn't he reflect on his own inadequacies and the coach's shortcomings? Everyone understood. This seemed to be an insurmountable dilemma. Ingram sighed in resignation and sat back down. As the third quarter commenced, Walton still did not put Ball in. The Wizards' Beal and Wall were performing spectacularly, largely due to the Lakers' inability to contain their offense. If they couldn't defend, that was one thing, but their offense needed to keep pace. They relied solely on Ingram's mid-range shots while Caruso on the bench was striving to defend, yet it was insufficient. Clarkson managed to score a few erratic three-pointers, but the team's play was disorganized. On the sidelines, LeVar was infuriated, standing up, contemplating leaving as he could no longer bear to watch the game. However, the crowd of Wizards fans noticed him, taunting, "Where's your son? Isn't he supposed to be great? Why isn't he out there?" The indignation surged within Ball as he witnessed his father being humiliated. Yet Walton continued to deny him playing time. Throughout the game, the Lakers' Magic Johnson and Pelinka were also observing. Pelinka remained silent, his fingers pressed against his chin, contemplating how to resolve the situation. A decisive glimmer flickered in his wise eyes. Magic Johnson recalled a recent discussion with Jeannie Buss regarding this very issue. If it remained unresolved, the Lakers might truly fall apart. Should they choose the player or the coach? This question forever presents a definitive answer in the NBA. One must steadfastly side with the players. After all, coaches can be replaced, but a talented player is a rare gem. In the second quarter, the Wizards managed to tie the game and even took a slight lead. However, with Ball still sidelined in the third quarter, unable to contribute further offensive and defensive power, the score gap began to widen. As Ball witnessed the unfolding events, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. With merely 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Wizards had extended their lead to a staggering 20 points. Walton found himself in a state of disarray. After all, the preceding matches had all culminated in victories. Securing yet another win in this game would constitute a modest accolade for him, especially considering the dismal performance of last season's Lakers, which was evident to all. Ball was still gazing at Walton, hoping that Walton would grant him the opportunity to take the court. Yet, He possessed a sense of dignity and did not wish to lower his head. He was confident that if given the chance, he could turn the tide of the game and earn his reward. Magic Johnson could no longer contain himself. He bypassed Pelinka and approached the Lakers bench. Leaning in, he quietly urged Walton, "You must let Ball play in the upcoming match." Upon hearing this, Ball sprang up in excitement, tearing off his training gear. The Wizards' audience stared in disbelief at this display. Could it be? Was he really about to step onto the court again? Pelinka felt somewhat helpless. He had not intended to interfere, especially in the dynamics between coach and player. He believed it was inappropriate to take sides, yet the influence of Magic was overwhelming. Under pressure, Walton called a timeout and placed a clipboard on the court. Ball takes the court. The Lakers players initiate an offensive. This time, everyone is exceptionally delighted and proactively sets a screen for Ball. Ball receives the pass and swiftly shoots a three-pointer. It's in. The score narrows the gap to a 17-point deficit. As Ball passed by Wall, he extended 3 fingers, pointing to the veins on his left hand. This gesture signified that ice coursed through his blood, declaring himself a cold-blooded killer. Wall attempted to attack, but was emphatically denied by a formidable block from Randall. The elder brother has returned, and so has the second brother. Everyone is back. Ball received the ball and advanced forward. Ingram set a screen for him, while Randall stepped up to provide a second screen, allowing Ball to create space. Ball is shooting once more, with the enhancement of a 40 hit rate in the zone. Another three-pointer. Splendid. 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 The gap has now narrowed to a mere 14 points. As Ball leapt past Wall, he danced in celebration reminiscent of Curry's three-point shot, shaking his head and shoulders. It was a clear message to Wall. I have returned. This time, it was Beal taking the offensive. Ball's defense proves effective, ultimately. Beal's physical stature presents a disadvantage. Ball loomed over him, overshadowing him entirely. Bill remained oblivious as Ball executed a swift steal and advanced into the front court. With nearly a meter separating him from the three-point line, Ball launched another shot. Another three-pointer sank. Following this successful attempt, Ball raised his fist triumphantly towards the Wizards fans, exclaiming loudly, "You truly need me more than you realize. Allow me to give you a taste of excitement." Walton's expression darkened, perplexed by Ball's words. Chapter 35, The Silencer on the Road? I relish this sound. What constitutes a surprise? This is what a surprise is. What embodies seamless success? This is what seamless success is. Upon entering the game, Ball swiftly sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, dramatically shifting the momentum. His prowess was not limited to the offensive end. He also executed a remarkable steal from Wall. Buck, pounding his fist on the table, exclaimed, "Goodness. Ball truly possesses a microwave-like shooting touch." Heating up the moment he steps onto the court, he has already made 8 three-pointers without a single miss. The challenge of hitting 8 in a row, do I really need to elaborate on its difficulty? Smith chuckled, replying, "Ha ha ha, for someone like you. Hitting 3 in succession is already a cause for celebration." As the game resumed, it was Beal who took control of the ball once more. Ball has firmly established control over Wall. Beal approaches the free throw line, preparing to take a shot. Ball leaped into action, swiftly intercepting the ball and passing it to the fast-breaking Ingram. Ingram, well-versed in such plays and tactical maneuvers, executed a powerful slam dunk, securing 2 points. The score narrowed to a 9-point deficit with only a minute remaining in the third quarter. The Wizards appeared somewhat disoriented. The head coach gestured with his hands to indicate a play. Upon reaching the front court, Beal and Wall collaborated, utilizing the center for a screen. Wall, leveraging his speed, deftly maneuvered past Randall to score. The point gap widened to 11 once more. In basketball, a double-digit deficit represents a significant chasm. Maintaining the score within 10 points bolsters confidence, prompting Ball to seize control of the game. On the sidelines, Walton signaled a directive, indicating that Ball should initiate a direct attack. However, the opposing team was not devoid of defensive prowess. If it were to be a one-on-one confrontation, why not employ a more strategic approach? Ball gestured to Lopez, who understood immediately that they were to execute the pick-and-roll strategy with Gortat. Ball advanced to the full court. Wall prepared to defend, while Lopez initially provided a screen for Ball from the side. Wall anticipated moving past, but Ball deftly maneuvered ahead, positioning himself in front of Wall. At this moment, Ball established a solid stance, using his supporting arm and physique to obstruct Wall's path, thus creating an open space in front of him. It became imperative for a center to step in and offer a screen. At this juncture, Ball could effortlessly execute a jump shot or any other move. Meanwhile, after setting the pick on Wall, Lopez swiftly shifted to the side, effectively blocking the Wizard center. In essence, Lopez executed 2 screens. The first impeded Wall, allowing Ball to secure an advantageous position, while the second hindered the opposing center, preventing him from advancing to provide support. Bauer effortlessly executed a layup, scoring his 9th point of the game. On the opposing side, Gortat was visibly frustrated, exclaiming, "This is my domain." It was indeed his screen that facilitated the play. Hence the term Gortat screen. How could Lopez, of all players, wield it with such finesse? The Wizards were on the offensive, with Beal and Wall's contributions proving limited. They resolved to assist Morris, Gortat, and Porter in penetrating the interior defense. Yet, as a youthful squad, they still had much to learn regarding defensive strategies. Wall maneuvered through screens, weaving and circling, before passing the ball to Gortat, who caught it seamlessly. Thud. He slammed it home for 2 points. The score once again tightened, restoring the deficit to 11 points. As the third quarter drew to a close, time was running short. The Lakers had but one final opportunity left. Ball contemplated the final offensive play, determined to reduce the deficit to within 10 points. Such a pursuit in the third quarter would render the task considerably easier. Moreover, if the score fluctuated consistently around an 11-point margin, it would inevitably unsettle the mindset of a Lakers team built upon youthful talent. Ball, with remarkable speed, surged into the front court. The Wizards' head coach gestured emphatically, signaling for a double team against him. Barkley remarked, "Ball is truly becoming increasingly formidable. Just look at how they are double-teaming a rookie, one who has only played 2 or 3 games. It is essential to understand that a double team is typically reserved for stars or even superstars. Their one-on-one capabilities are so extraordinary that a double team is employed to diminish their effectiveness. For instance, during the 2018 to 2019 championship series, Coach Nurse deployed a box-and-one strategy against Curry, with 4 players surrounding him defensively. Similarly, the so-called Jordan rules exemplify this, as the Pistons utilized every conceivable method to stifle Jordan. If they could not contain him, they would allow him to score but would ensure he could not facilitate his teammates. In essence, this is the role of a star player when others struggle to score. It is imperative that you step up and deliver. The defending players must adopt such strategies, as it transcends mere scoring. It pertains to the determination and momentum of both teams. At this moment, Ball stands as the focal point of the offense. The other fans fervently chanted, "Defense! Defense! Defense! Defense!" The waves of their sound reverberated through Ball, resonating within him. Ball was cornered at the sidelines. At that moment, the VIP spectators near the boundary rose to their feet, vociferously berating him without encroaching upon his space, their arms flailing in agitation. Just as the ball crossed the midline, Ingram swiftly moved to receive it. In the past, Ball, after receiving the ball once more through a handoff, utilized Randall's screen to create some space. The audience was astonished to witness that, through a series of screens, Ball had managed to carve out that slender margin of space. That mere fraction of available space was, for a shooter, more than sufficient. Beal and Wall, their expressions filled with trepidation, lunged forward. All eyes were fixated on Ball. Bauer bent his knees, leaped into the air, raised his elbows, and flicked his wrist. The ball was set in motion. Ball sensed that the audience at the Wizards' home court, in a fervent display of enthusiasm, had exhausted every possible means to cheer. Yet, once the ball was released, an audible gasp echoed through the arena as everyone held their breath. In that instant, the cacophony of the crowd fell into an eerie silence. The basketball soared gracefully through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. Beal and Wall sprinted from behind, lunging forward in a desperate attempt to intercept, but ultimately they were unable to impede Ball's shot. Ingram and young Nance also gazed upwards, following the trajectory of the ball. Time ticked away, second by second. However, amidst the collective focus on the ball, one individual's attention was singularly fixed on Ball himself. Nearly everyone else was captivated by the sphere, except for one person, Ball. He exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Immediately after releasing the ball, he pivoted, arms raised high like a bird preparing to take flight. This was reminiscent of Arena's signature three-point celebration. After launching the shot, he did not even glance back to see if it had gone in, for within his heart resided an unshakable belief that it certainly would. So is Ball. In the final second, Ball raised his hands, his back turned to the hoop. The timer sounded. The basketball gracefully descended from midair, finding its mark in the net with a satisfying swish. As the third quarter concluded, Ball and his teammates, through relentless effort, narrowed the deficit to 8 points. He cupped his hands to his ears, bending slightly to adopt a pose reminiscent of Allen Iverson, as if to listen intently. I relish the moment when you are suddenly rendered speechless, caught in an exquisite silence. It is utterly delightful. Chapter 36, The Ball Moment. Thanks to Ball's performance, the score was ultimately reduced to an 8-point margin. Ball's remarkable shots left his teammates in utter astonishment. Subsequently, whenever Ball seized the ball, the Wizards players were engulfed in sheer panic. Rightfully earning the title of the away game silencer, Ball captivated the fans, gradually diminishing the clamor and jeers that filled the Wizards' home court as the fourth quarter was about to commence. The first half of this season had seen Ball's orchestrations lead the entire team to a seamless flow. In stark contrast, Wall and the Wizards struggled to find their rhythm, with Wall's layup being thwarted. Upon receiving the ball, Ball swiftly passed it over to the distant Kuzma. At that moment, the individuals previously disconnected became re-energized. Kuzma caught the ball and executed a powerful three-step layup dunk. Beal's three-point attempt was blocked. Young Nance took full advantage of his lengthy reach, successfully swatting the ball away. Ball promptly uploaded once more, and a precise assist to Ingram emerged. Ingram extended his arm and executed a resounding dunk. At this juncture, the score lagged by 4 points. Wall and Beal's initial 2 attempts bore no fruit. Meanwhile, Morris showcased his prowess by sinking 3-point shots, maintaining the score around an 8-point margin. Faced with a stalemate, Ball seized the ball again. Having already excelled in orchestrating his teammates' offense, true leaders operate in this manner. They first inspire their teammates, allowing them to flourish. And when the moment of truth arrives, they step up themselves. Ball waved his hand, summoning young Nance to his side, preparing to execute another pick-and-roll with Gortat. After a switch in defense, Ball called out to Wall's name. Wall is undeniably swift, his physique impressively robust. However, young Nance surpasses him in height and strength, effectively positioning himself to block Wall behind him once more. Ball took a swift step forward, darting past Wall. Wall felt a wave of frustration wash over him, as if he had encountered this scene before. Unable to seize the moment, Wall could only trail behind. In reality, Ball gradually slowed his pace, and whenever he did, Wall struggled to gain momentum. He found himself trapped behind. Just like last time, Gortat's screen proved to be effective. At that moment, Gortat on the opposing team also recognized the situation and attempted to move forward. However, young Nance deftly obstructed him from the side, successfully preventing Gortat's help defense. As Ball penetrated deeper into the offense, Wall sensed that this time, his efforts to thwart him were futile. Yet, Beal relentlessly approached from the opposite direction. Then, Ball, with both hands, lofted the ball high into the air. Nance, who had just blocked Gortat, soared from behind and emphatically dunked the ball into the basket. In a desperate attempt to counter Ball's advancement, the Wizards had deployed 3 players, inevitably leaving someone unguarded. The score narrowed to a mere 6 points. Beal initiated possession, preparing to attempt a three-pointer, but it failed to find the net. Barkley remarked, "Look at this play, Ball's defense is impeccable. His sense of distance is remarkable." As Beal readied to shoot, Ball's timing was impeccable as he leaped upward. Though he did not block the shot, he managed to disrupt it significantly. Underneath the basket, Ingram seized the ball. At that moment, his prowess as a tall forward was evident. Ingram, a bold individual, took the ball and made a swift transition to the front court with a long stride. The opposing players, including Morris, were neither as tall nor as agile as he. Thus, a Durant-esque layup dunk manifested before the crowd. Smith marveled, "This Lakers team is entirely different from before. Every player is unleashed. Just look at Nance's alley-oop. And Lopez as well, they are truly transformed." Barkley pondered thoughtfully, "So, who is it that has altered the dynamics of this game? Who has made this team different?" Smith replied, "It is undoubtedly your arch-nemesis, Ball. He has rendered you ineffective in this match, just as he has the Wizards." Bagley slyly interjected, "Doesn't Walton have any influence in this?" Smith chuckled, "Walton certainly has an impact. He nearly stifled Ball's performance." Listening to their banter, Walton's face shifted through shades of distress, wishing to vanish into the ground. After an intense battle, Ball dished out several assists, and the teams found themselves locked at a score of 115. With time running short, every possession and second became crucial. Wall, having played the entire match, felt increasingly frustrated. He sensed that Ball had him under control. With his three-point shooting faltering, he was left with no choice but to drive to the basket. However, against Ball, his usual breakthroughs were thwarted nearly every time. Ball was able to keep pace with every step he took, supported by the defensive prowess of Ingram, akin to a spider guarding its web, and Lopez, a formidable presence on the court. In the crucial moments, Ball held the ball, and the entire team placed their utmost trust in him. Meanwhile, the head coach of the Wizards insisted on implementing a double-team strategy against him. However, Wall chose to disregard the coach's instructions, convinced of his own ability to neutralize Ball. Time was gradually slipping away, leaving both teams with but a final offensive opportunity. As they approached the right side of the court at a 45-degree angle, he glanced at the timer. At that moment, The two players stood merely 2 meters away from the three-point line. Wall remained incredulous, doubting Ball's capability to shoot from that distance, and provocatively challenged him, saying, "If you have the skill, go ahead and shoot from here." Bauer was utterly astonished as he gazed at Wall and declared, "I shall indeed make a shot from here shortly, so you had better be wary." Wall responded with disdain, while the head coach of the Wizards shouted emphatically, "Double team him, quickly, double team him." The spectators on the sidelines fervently chanted, "Defense, defense, defense." In his mind, Ball continued to count down, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment he had anticipated for the attack had arrived. He planted his right foot, pivoted his left foot back, and unleashed a powerful shot. The force with which the ball rebounded was remarkable. With both hands gripping the ball, he sprang into the air. Wall was indeed taken aback. He had never expected him to attempt a shot at such a crucial moment. Was he truly unaware that this was the team's final offensive play? Did he simply intend to waste time? Ball kneels for the shot. The ball goes in. A shot that Paul George deemed exceedingly unreasonable, yet it found its mark. After making the basket, Ball turned to the spectators and waved goodbye, playfully tapping his right index finger against his left wrist twice. Now, it is ball time. The hour has struck. Chapter 37, Ultimate Defense, Extreme Chase. In the Wizards' home arena, the cacophony of noise, the shouts, and curses that should have continued suddenly fell into a hushed stillness as Ball launched his three-pointer, transforming the atmosphere into that of a dormant volcano. With both teams poised for a final offensive, Ball boldly opted for another three-point attempt. Now, it was up to the Wizards to respond. Ball is undeniably cool. Barkley could not contain his excitement. Raising his hands in jubilation, in such crucial moments, Ball dares to shoot. This is what we call a big heart. It had been years since he had witnessed such a fearless three-pointer, followed by an immediate glance back without a second thought. The previous moment, honoring Lillard, echoed the essence of a game-winning shot. Smith emphasized, "It's not over yet. The Wizards still have one last attack, which means they can only shoot a three-pointer now." However, he was intrigued by Barkley's question and quickly searched for information. The origin of this audacity traced back to the general, Arenas, who, on January 16, 2007, faced the Jazz. As Arenas reached the arc, he took a three-pointer with his arms raised before the ball even went in. Barkley roared with laughter, clutching his stomach in mirth. Little did they know, Ball, at the end of the third quarter, struck a heavy blow to the Wizards in their own style, concluding with another three-pointer that resurrected the essence of Lillard's moments. Buckley pondered in mild dread. If what you say holds true, then today, Ball has summoned the spirits of Curry, Harden, Jordan, Arenas, Lillard, and even Iverson. He is not fighting alone. Meanwhile, in a distant broadcast studio, Teacher Sue adjusted his glasses, though his trembling hands could not conceal his exhilaration. After all, being in the basketball industry and witnessing such a spectacular game is truly rewarding. What an extraordinary offensive duel. We witnessed the offensive prowess of Beal and Wall, as well as the unity of the Wizards as a team. Wang Meng added, "Indeed. The Wizards' points came from a series of painstaking efforts." Teacher Sue continued, "However, the majority of the Lakers' scores are attributed to Ball's contributions. He has already attempted 10 three-pointers and 2 mid-range shots without a single miss. What kind of shooting touch is this?" The female commentator jested, "Teacher Sue, that is 100% shooting touch, much like our indomitable sports protection brand." An indescribable smile spread throughout the arena. Teacher Sue reflected, initially, many doubted the Lakers' decision to select Ball, as he undoubtedly has high potential, but his low points seemed unfathomable. "I never anticipated he would perform this well." Wang Meng added, "Yes, if you look at this week's 4 games, he has consistently contributed around 25 points. If they win this match, it will be the Lakers' 4th consecutive victory." The female commentator inquired, "Is there a chance Ball could become the Western Conference Player of the Week?" Wang Meng responded, "Based on the statistics, that is indeed very plausible." Teacher Sue interjected, "The game is underway. The Wizards have one final attack. Let us see what strategy the coach employs." As the match commenced, the Wizards prepared for their last offensive. It was a moment of truth. Beal initiated the play. Ingram extended his arms, dancing with his limbs, defending against the reception. Walton decided to substitute Randall for the defensively adept Caruso, the one and only car king of Los Angeles, whose unrestrained flair is unmatched. With Ball, Caruso, Ingram, and the younger Nance, complemented by Lopez's presence in the paint, the defensive prowess against opposing guards can be considered quite formidable. Ball remained fixated on Wall. Beal elevated the arc, delivering the ball to Wall. In the final moments, the trust was still placed in Wall to execute the last offensive play. Ball's gaze remained fixed on Wall, his feet ceaselessly in motion. At that moment, Wall began to take off. Wall anticipated a chance to steal a lead, shifting to the right, only to collide squarely with a solid screen. Damn, why did no one offer a word of warning? There was indeed a screen behind me. Ball collided directly with the Wizard center, Gortat. A true defensive master assesses the situation and adapts accordingly. Caruso promptly engaged in a switch with Ball. Wall, utilizing his speed, surged forward. To speak candidly, although Wall's performance declined in the subsequent years, the underlying cause was not a deficiency in his abilities but rather the toll of injuries. The most unfortunate incident occurred when Wall slipped while showering at home, resulting in a torn Achilles tendon. Before succumbing to significant injuries, Wall's speed was remarkably difficult to counter. Caruso could only exert himself to disrupt and attempt to decelerate Wall's pace. The two were nearly in a parallel state. In such moments, referees are seldom inclined to intervene. Thus, Wall capitalized on his home court advantage, subtly committing a foul against Caruso by raising his elbow as he leaped. Frustrated throughout the game, Wall finally discovered a channel for his pent-up emotions. He pushed aside the relatively less robust Caruso and was poised to score. As he sent the basketball soaring towards the hoop, victory seemed imminent. Wall eagerly anticipated the crisp sound of the ball hitting the net. At that moment, a wave of astonishment swept through the arena. Suddenly, a hand emerged. Bang! The resounding noise echoed in Wall's ears, prompting gasps from the crowd. It was Ball. After maneuvering around Gortat, he executed a chase-down block. Unlike someone who, upon realizing they could not circumvent their opponent, resorts to a defensive stance with hands on hips. Ball's swift intervention, aided by Caruso's obstruction of Wall, slightly delayed Wall's momentum by a second or two. Ball pursued him relentlessly. As Wall soared into the air, Ball leapt even higher. This was a primal contest of physical prowess. After all, Ball has secured 3 or 4 victories, reaping considerable rewards with each triumph. Initially, the standout feature was the remarkably high jumps of Curry. When Ball observed Wall releasing the ball for a layup, he instinctively extended his palm, his formidable hand. In an impressive display, Ball soared into the air and emphatically slapped the basketball against the backboard. Wall, gazing up at the ball firmly pressed against the backboard, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Caruso, displaying remarkable enthusiasm, seized the opportunity as the ball was pinned to the backboard, positioning himself strategically for defense. As Ball descended, Caruso swiftly secured the rebound, safeguarding the basket. The game concluded with a resounding victory. Under Ball's formidable defense, the Wizards faced defeat, experiencing a stunning turnaround with a 20-point margin. In the dressing room, the door was blocked, seeking support for continued reading. In the studio, Barkley rose to his feet, exclaiming, "It's time to go home, everyone." Ball is not only a scorer but also an impenetrable defender. On the court, Wall gazed skeptically at the timer, questioning the accuracy of the time displayed. His eyes drifted to the mark on the backboard, a remnant of his attempt to score before Ball had thwarted it. Bill, unwilling to accept defeat, turned to the referee, inquiring, was that not a goaltending violation? The events transpired in a flash, leaving one referee uncertain, while another assured him that was indeed not a goaltending violation. To clarify matters, the referee prepared for a replay. The Wizards fans, momentarily stunned, erupted in outrage, shouting, "Terrible officiating." The large screen in the arena displayed the replay of the pivotal moment. Wall leapt high, attempting a layup, yet before the ball could touch the net or the backboard, Ball had already pinned it down. The footage replayed multiple times, from various angles, meticulously showcasing the moment, with a significant slow-motion enhancement at the critical instant. A hand emerged from the air, decisively slamming the ball against the backboard, an exquisite display of skill. The Wizard supporters fell silent. Wall, resigned and dejected, chose not to shake hands with the opposing players. Bill, though disheartened, maintained his composure and approached Ball to exchange pleasantries. "We lost this time, but I assure you, we shall prevail in the next encounter. You played exceptionally well, and I look forward to our next battle," Bill remarked. "Rest assured, next time it will be our Lakers who emerge victorious," Ball responded confidently. Ball spoke joyfully as the players of the Lakers surrounded him, their cheers echoing his name. "Lonzo! Lonzo! Lonzo!" It was unclear who initiated it, but soon Ball found himself lifted into the air. The sensation of being hoisted was disconcerting, leaving him feeling unsupported and vulnerable. In a state of panic, he exclaimed, "No, no, no." Yet, amidst the jubilant frenzy, no one heeded his pleas. The excitement was palpable, after all. It had been ages since they had experienced such a triumphant start with 4 consecutive victories. Ingram, Randall, and Lopez had all contributed significantly. while Kuzma and Hart also joined in, together tossing Ball into the air. Ball soared into the air momentarily before descending once more. At this juncture, the Wizards' audience had fallen silent, their voices extinguished. Yet, numerous spectators continued to fixate on the large screen, which now showcased the victorious side. The recent footage depicted Ball being tossed repeatedly into the air, only to be brought back down. His expression was a complex tapestry of joy intertwined with restraint. Fear mingled with pride. Suddenly, the camera shifted to the Ball family. LeVar rose, vociferously addressing the Wizards' audience, his arms waving up and down, signifying, "This is my son, Ball. What are you clamoring about? What more do you dare to say?" Intriguingly, LeVar, LaMelo, and LiAngelo all stood with their arms crossed, mimicking the posture that Ball and Wall had assumed during their altercation. This was truly entertaining. The Lakers players soon took note of the unfolding situation and gently set Ball down. Ingram, Lonzo, Kuzma, Hart, and Lopez, along with those on the bench, joined the fray. They encircled Ball, each adopting the same defiant stance, arms crossed and legs spread apart. It was a silent mockery. Who were they to deny us tickets? Who were they to disrespect our friends? Who were they to disregard Ball's family? Finally, they released Ball from their embrace. Bauer felt his heart race as he touched his chest. The sensation of leaping into the air was truly different from being thrown down by someone else. At that moment, a blonde journalist approached him. She inquired, "Bauer, what are your thoughts on this match?" He replied, "I believe the Wizards fans need me immensely. Their enthusiasm is overwhelming, which is why I enjoy dousing them with a splash of cold reality." The blonde journalist sighed. All right. She then asked, "How did you manage to achieve a perfect shooting percentage with 10 three-pointers in this game?" Bauer responded with a smile. "Only through relentless daily training can I continue to reap the fruits of my labor." He was then asked why he celebrated each three-point shot with a distinct mannerism. "Are you not being too disparaging towards the Wizards?" It was queried. "Indeed, it seems that beauty often comes with thorns, veiled in a smile yet concealing a dagger." The blonde reporter delivered her critique with the sharpness of a rose's thorn. Ball remarked, "In my youth, I was exhilarated by the celebratory manner of these individuals. Now, having arrived at the Wizards' home court, particularly in the presence of Wall, I am eager to showcase my prowess, demonstrating my swift and precise three-point shooting. After all, as you are aware, Wall's three-point shooting leaves much to be desired. What is the matter? One must stand by their words." Just as Wall was preparing to return to the conference room, he was momentarily taken aback by my statement. Unable to contain himself, he was ready to confront Ball for a discussion. However, Beal, standing nearby, swiftly intervened, pulling him back. The beautiful lady, still unsatisfied, inquired, "Pray tell, what transpired in the second quarter? Why did you not step onto the court at all?" Wall jestingly remarked, "Perhaps our team has become so formidable that I am no longer required on the court during the second quarter. It seems I have contracted a peculiar ailment. The reason for my confinement to the bench remains a mystery." The beautiful reporter chuckled. "Well then, congratulations. I firmly believe you shall undoubtedly earn the title of Player of the Week." In an instant, Walton's expression soured. Following the interview, Ball returned to the locker room, preparing to freshen up before attending to further interviews. At that moment, he activated his panel to check for any rewards. "Congratulations, host. Due to your triumph, all physical attributes have been enhanced by 1 point. With a streak of 4 consecutive victories, a further 5 points have been added to your physical attributes. Furthermore, owing to a flawless shooting percentage, you have been awarded a silver health fragment, which may be utilized for yourself or another." At last, this victory had granted Ball a silver fragment. He contemplated gifting it to his mother, hoping it would aid her recovery from the aftermath of a stroke. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, they suddenly discovered that their locker room had been barricaded. Wall and the Wizards players had stormed into the Lakers' locker room, sealing it off completely. A tempest was brewing, and it was clear that something was about to unfold. The Lakers, brimming with anticipation, readied themselves to confront the challenge posed by the Wizards. Chapter 39, Personal Strength. Misunderstandings resolved inside the Lakers' locker room. Tension simmered as both sides prepared for confrontation. As Kuzma swung the door open, many were taken aback by the sight of numerous Wizards players at the entrance, prompting an instinctive reaction to rise defensively. Through the crowd, Ball discerned Bill, Wall, Gortat, and Morris standing at the entrance. Bill was forcefully tugging at Wall, attempting to bring him forward. What could this signify? Was it a manifestation of his dissatisfaction with the game's outcome, a desire to vent his frustrations upon me? Bill shouted towards the back. "Wall, Lonzo, could you please step out for a moment? This concerns you." Little Nance rose, puffing out his chest as he leaned forward, stating, Ball's situation is also pertinent to me. Randall, who had initially been in the midst of changing clothes, abandoned the task and revealed his bare torso, his striking chest and abdominal muscles dazzling to behold. He approached and shoved Bill, exclaiming, "What's the matter? Are you still not reconciled with the loss?" Bill, in a flustered tone, replied, "No, that's not it. We just need Ball to step out for a moment. When faced with challenges, one must confront them head on." Ball stood up, donned a coat, and addressed Kuzma and Randall, saying, "It's all right. You two can head back. I find it hard to believe that there are so many journalist friends around now, with their information being so astute. Surely, nothing untoward will occur." This statement was directed at Kuzma and his teammates, yet it subtly served as a warning to the Wizards players. As anticipated, the Wizards players, upon hearing this, tightened their expressions, their faces paling. The exception was Beal, who remained composed. Others approached, guiding Ball to a more secluded corner outside the locker room. Beal then confided in Ball, saying, "In truth, today's incident was merely a misunderstanding." Ball chuckled. "What a misunderstanding. Do I need several tickets? Is it also a misunderstanding to not provide tickets for our family? We play basketball and contribute to the Wizards box office as well. Is it really unreasonable to ask for a few tickets?" Beal felt as though he was on the verge of shattering. Ball spoke too rapidly, leaving him no opportunity to interject. Once Ball finished, he responded, "No, that is not the case. We are primarily here to discuss the discord among the players. I have summoned Wall to join us, and the others in our team are merely witnesses. I wish to recount the circumstances surrounding Wall and your father." Wall, being the premier point guard in the Eastern Conference, initially had no desire to address this matter. However, he could not refuse Beal, who insisted on bringing him along. Upon hearing Ball's earlier remarks, particularly those regarding the tickets, he contemplated leaving but was persuaded to stay. Wall approached, visibly uncomfortable, and touched his neck before stating, "In truth, it was not I who provoked your father. He was the one who directly instigated me." Ball felt somewhat unwell. Given his father's character, it is indeed quite plausible. Gaddett added, "That is true. I also witnessed Lavarle standing up and shouting at him during Wall's layup." Morris nodded in agreement, saying, "Thus, Wall retaliated." Beal mentioned, "Upon returning to the locker room and conversing with Wall, I discovered this situation. I believe that the Balls are indeed a family, yet Lonzo is Lonzo, and Lavarle is Lavarle. The two should not be conflated." Perhaps encouraged by his friends, Wall remarked, "At that moment, your father directly shouted at me, claiming that his son, Lonzo Ball, was far superior to me, far superior indeed. He repeated it twice. Consequently, after making my layup, I could not contain my frustration and vented it towards him. After all, this was merely a misunderstanding. One can only say that it was an error on the part of the Wizards management, which placed considerable pressure on the team's players. Particularly Wall. Ball's countenance was far from pleasant, as if the beliefs he had diligently championed had suddenly crumbled before him. Initially, this match was intended to mend the strained relationship with his father. However, he was taken aback by the profound extent of his father's affection, which manifested in an exaggerated, boastful, and at times, aggressive manner. Through comparisons with others, his father sought to showcase his son's merits, inadvertently inciting the ire of the Wizards players. In the face of this predicament, Ball could only manage a laugh, brushing the matter aside. Naturally, he bore no lingering resentment towards the Wizards. Beal. After some explanation, the players shed their burdens, and Ball readied himself for the impending interview. The post-match interview yielded little novelty, as Ball remained distracted, his thoughts racing homeward. He was eager to provide his mother with the silver fragments and to inquire about the on-court altercation. His family awaited his return. Once the interview concluded, Ball swiftly drove home, his vehicle racing through the streets. At the entrance stood LeVar, patiently awaiting his son's arrival, flanked by his two brothers. Inside, the sole female in the household, their mother Tina, was seated on the sofa. Dennis was absent today due to prior commitments. Upon embracing his mother, Ball directly utilized the silver health fragment. Congratulations to the host for employing the silver health fragment, which grants a remarkable enhancement of 5 points to the user's health. Ball contemplated directly inquiring with Laval, yet such an approach would compromise his dignity. Consequently, he summoned LaMelo to recount the events as they transpired. LaMelo appeared as though he had just awoken from slumber, rubbing his eyes sleepily before stating, after Wall successfully completed his layup, he glanced in our direction. Father, incensed, perceived it as a provocation, and rose to shout, "Our Ball is superior to you. What are you pretending for?" Upon hearing LaMelo's account, Ball realized he had wrongfully accused Wall. The origin of this misunderstanding lay with his father, creating an unjust grievance that remained entangled. However, when comparing Wall to Patrick Beverley, Wall emerged as the more temperate, refraining from employing incendiary language or subjecting Ball to personal humiliation. Bauer was lost in thought. Ding. Please prepare, host, to undertake the following task of lateral velocity training. To his surprise, this task had arrived rather swiftly. Typically, it would take a day before a new assignment manifested. The Balowan popping system, upon entering, reveals a training regimen focused on lateral movement speed. It involves securing a rope around one's waist and then shifting left and right, with the objective of touching designated points on either side to complete the task. One must diligently accomplish this 1,000 times within the stipulated time frame. The reward for such perseverance is an enhancement of lateral movement speed by 15 points. Training alone can indeed be somewhat exhausting. Ball is preparing to call Hart shortly to discuss their joint training session. Only by becoming stronger can one deter any provocations against oneself and one's family. Chapter 40. The big sneaker contract is approaching. After dinner, Ball accompanies his mother, Tina, for a stroll in the courtyard. Although LeVar has engaged in numerous unreasonable actions and even committed absurdities in the name of reason, his love for Tina remains genuine. The pathway at the back of the courtyard, originally paved with cobblestones, has been entirely transformed by LeVar into a level surface. What was once a spacious path for easy passage has now been flanked by iron railings on both sides, ensuring that Tina has something to hold onto as she walks. After all, for someone who has suffered a stroke and is partially paralyzed, stability is crucial. As Paul assisted his mother, he inquired, "Was my father, Laval, the same during his university days as he is now?" Tina responded intermittently, "No, not entirely. However, one always strives for their loved ones, perhaps stirring up some trouble. Yet all is in the name of safeguarding family." As she walked, her words flowed gently. She sensed her health improving. It seemed that every time she strolled alongside her eldest son, there was a glimmer of betterment. Time was fleeting, and Paul escorted his mother back to her room. Seated in his own quarters, Paul glanced at the upcoming match for the Lakers against the Raptors. The Raptors posed a formidable challenge. Having been a top contender in the Eastern Conference this year, it was merely due to the inability of the so-called garbage brothers DeRozan and Lowry to surpass LeBron in the playoffs that allowed LeBron to reach the championship every year. The competition in the East often lacked intensity, and the entire league exhibited a disparity, with the East appearing weaker than the West, even during Kobe's era. Securing the Western Conference title almost assured one of the NBA championship. Tomorrow, he would engage in lateral speed training, which could enhance defensive agility, facilitate double teaming, and most importantly, draw fouls. DeRozan was renowned as a mid-range shooting maestro, and after his transition from the Raptors to the Spurs, he developed playmaking abilities and increased his three-point attempts, though still fewer than others. Later, upon joining the Bulls, he formed a formidable trio with Levine and himself, once reaching fourth place in the East. Alas, Bauer let out a sigh of relief, recalling the painful memories of the past, which always left him feeling deeply unsettled. Once again, he was to face his opponent in a duel. Ball was somewhat impatient, for his forte lay in three-point shooting, while DeRozan excelled in mid-range shots. Lowry, an intriguing figure, emerged from humble beginnings. Despite lacking both physical prowess and dynamic attributes, he forged his path through sheer determination and relentless practice. During his tenure with the Rockets, countless fans in China witnessed his evolution, never imagining that this former bench player, who once averaged a modest 8.3 or 10.5, would ascend to prominence in the grand city of Toronto, becoming one of the leading stars in Canada. The synergy between Lowry's three-point shooting and DeRozan's mid-range game created a perfect complement. Notably, Lowry's ability to draw offensive fouls was truly exceptional. However, Ball recalled that after this season, this duo of misfits would part ways, as the team believed that in order to rebuild, they must dismantle. DeRozan was traded from the Spurs in exchange for Leonard. Thus, in the 2018 to 2019 season, with several key players from the Warriors dynasty sidelined due to injuries, the Raptors seized the championship, and the unassuming Lowry secured a title in what appeared to be a declining year. Yet, with Ball's presence in this life, would everything unfold as it once did? The following day, Ball arrived at the basketball court early, only to find that Hart had outdone him by arriving even earlier. Truly, Hart is a commendable training partner for me, Ball thought. The jovial security guard remarked, "Look how early Hart has come. Yet, you two do indeed put in quite the effort. Perhaps I should just give you both a key." As the seasoned denizens of the training facility, Ball, Hart, and Ingram often arrived early and departed late, bringing both joy and a touch of concern to the security guard's heart. Ball retorted, "What does arriving early matter if I score higher than you?" Inside, Hart responded, "Yet, you have not grabbed more rebounds than I have." Ball smiled without uttering a word. And upon entering, he conveyed to Hart the training regimen for the day. Hart later reminisced about his time with the Lakers, describing it as a period of his most rapid progress. This was largely due to Ball's uncanny ability to devise a training method that suited both him and Hart. "All right, let us focus on lateral movement this time," Hart replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. The training involved securing a resistance band around Ball's waist, after which he was to sprint to the right, touching a designated marker on the ground with his hand or foot. Then, he would exert himself to sprint to the left, repeating the task to reach the same marker. Ball began the training session. He sprinted to the left, reached the designated position, returned, then sprinted to the right. "Excellent," concluded. At this moment, the system displayed 11:000. Time, 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. Bauer comprehended the implication. The newly imposed time constraint required the completion of 1,000 lateral movements within a span of 2 hours. Upon calculation, this equated to approximately 7.5 seconds per movement. However, after diligently executing the task, he found himself completing it in merely 3 seconds. Yet, such a calculation was not entirely accurate, for the duration varied with each repetition, and fatigue was an inevitable factor. The trainer urged, "Hurry, hurry, hurry." If the standards were not met, the system would not register the attempt. To cut corners in an effort to save time would ultimately prove counterproductive. Hart similarly dashed to the left, then to the right, before returning to the original position, only to repeat the sequence once more. Ball began to accelerate, seizing the moment while he still had energy. Completing each repetition within 3 seconds was a reasonable goal. To the left, to the right, back to the center. To the right, to the left, back to the center. This was not merely a conventional lateral movement drill in basketball. It was augmented with resistance bands, effectively constraining his speed. Training under such pressure would enhance agility once those constraints were removed. Time passed gradually. After each sequence of lateral movements, Ball found himself thoroughly fatigued. The smooth wooden floor bore witness to the numerous droplets of sweat he left behind in the far left, far right, and center positions. Lateral speed training enhances bodily coordination, particularly leg strength. Bauer felt as though his legs were engulfed in flames. During training, Ball momentarily lost control, sprinting too swiftly, his shoes slipping on the sweat-soaked wooden floor. He fell heavily to the ground. Hart and the trainer rushed over to assess Ball's condition, observing the severity of his fall, attributed to the water droplets. Ball had inadvertently stepped into thin air, propelling himself into a near-horizontal descent. Fortunately, the vertical distance from the ground was not significant. Had it been akin to a forceful fall while contesting a rebound on the court, the impact on his back could have been catastrophic. Nonetheless, Ball was in considerable pain, curling up on the floor like a shrimp. Hart helped him to his feet, expressing concern. "Perhaps we should take a short break?" The trainer, however, turned sharply, admonishing him, "Absolutely not." Despite the agony, Ball pounded the floor with determination several times, and after a moment of respite, he declared, "No, I must continue training." Once Ball was upright again, Hart recognized this as a profound testament to one's resilience. Bauer sprints, returning to his original position. He sprints, then returns once more. He stumbles. He rises. He sprints, falls again. He rises. At times, it is not merely the wooden floor that bears the sweat, even after it is wiped away. Droplets quickly accumulate, layering upon one another. Subsequently, his thighs ache intensely, rendering him incapable of controlling his own strength. Unable to brake effectively, he falls directly. As he strives for quality while also aiming to complete his tasks, Bauer feels his body and spirit growing increasingly weary. His calves feel as though they have been seared by a hot iron. At long last, he completes the 1,000 repetitions. Exhausted, Ball collapsed onto the ground. Demo, having arrived at some point, expressed his concern, saying, "Once we finish the game against the Raptors, we can proceed to finalize the sneaker contract. They are eager to witness another display of your talent. As long as you perform well in this match, I am confident that the financial terms will be favorable." Chapter 41. Ball's Birthday Night, Player of the Week. Upon hearing the news from Demo, Ball felt a surge of joy and excitement, clenching his fist in exhilaration. During this period, he had been alternating between various pairs of sneakers, one game in Nike, the next in Adidas, hoping to convey to them his unwavering determination. While donning Nike's shoes, he had achieved triple doubles, and in Adidas, he had garnered high scores. All of this served as a friendly signal to them. At last, only one more game stood between him and a coveted sneaker contract. Ball finds himself in need of financial support, prompting him to seek a more specialized trainer. This has further fueled his determination as he prepares for the imminent match tonight, which also coincides with his birthday. While engaging in warm-up activities in the player tunnel, Ball unexpectedly hears the DJ's enthusiastic announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the players of the Los Angeles Lakers with the most fervent applause. He has led the team to an impeccable 4-game winning streak, placing the Lakers at the pinnacle of the Western Conference, averaging 25 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists, 9 blocks, and 2 steals per game over these 4 matches. He embodies the hope for the Lakers' resurgence, one of their promising young talents, and this year's 2nd overall pick. Today is also his birthday, so let us wish him a joyous celebration. He is none other than the Western Conference Player of the Week for the 17-18 season, Lonzo Ball. As Ball took to the court, the Staples Center erupted with a dazzling display of confetti and golden glitter. As the shimmering particles settled upon his shoulders, he found himself in a state of disbelief. At that moment, he could hear the entire audience serenading him with a birthday song. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. In Ball's mind, there was but one thought: to triumph. Victory in this match was imperative. Not only was he honored as the Player of the Week, marking a modest milestone, but he also refused to let this day devolve into a lamentable tale. He could not afford to mirror LeBron's fate, where significant accolades often heralded defeat on the very same day. Furthermore, he was determined to honor the hopes of the beloved fans of Los Angeles. Ball felt a jolt within and hastily opened the notification. Lateral speed 20, jumping speed 20, overall shooting accuracy 20. This signified an enhancement of 20 in his original lateral movement, jumping, and shooting abilities. The game commenced. The Lakers fielded Lonzo Ball, KCP, Kyle Kuzma, Brandon Ingram, and Lopez. The Raptors, competing away, presented a lineup of Lowry, DeRozan, Siakam, Ibaka, and later to join Clippers player, Boucher. The tip-off began. Lopez failed to secure the ball, allowing the Raptors to initiate the first defensive play. Lowry held the ball, executing a pick-and-roll with the 1 and 5 positions. Lowry faced off against Lonzo Ball, while Ibaka matched up against Kuzma at the 4 position. Ball was guided by Lowry to the vicinity of Little Lance. Ibaka seized the opportunity to set a screen, causing Ball to be momentarily delayed. Meanwhile, Little Lance remained fixated on the ball, oblivious to his surroundings. Ibaka was about to penetrate the paint. Bauer hurriedly communicated, shouting, "First, with Ibaka. First, with Ibaka." Meanwhile, he made a concerted effort to maneuver laterally. At that moment, Little Lance realized he had overlooked a player. Lowry, with remarkable quickness, seized the opportunity and executed a bounce pass directly to Ibaka. According to the conventional logic, Ibaka should have been able to receive the ball immediately and make a straightforward 3-step layup. Should there be any obstruction, it would likely result in a 2-1 scenario. For the Lakers' defense was wide open, leaving no one to impede him. However, just as Ibaka prepared to take his shot, Ball unexpectedly shifted laterally. With the enhanced speed bestowed by the system, he deftly intercepted the ball. Lowry stood by, utterly astonished. This transpired in a mere second, no, perhaps even less than a second. From the moment Ball was obstructed by Ibaka to the latter's rapid advance, it seemed there was scarcely a second to spare. Within that fleeting time frame, Ball and Ibaka had already created a gap of nearly 2.5 meters. Lowry was left in sheer disbelief, his mouth agape, unable to comprehend such astonishing lateral speed. It felt as though in one moment, Ball was present, and in the next, he had already reached Ibaka. The sheer terror of it all was overwhelming. The speed of Ball's movements, particularly his lateral agility, is truly astonishing. Is this something a human can actually achieve? Ball intercepted the pass and executed a swift full-court pass. Following up on the fast break was Ingram, who thrives in such circumstances. With his long strides, he took a powerful step and scored with a layup. DJ exclaimed, "Lakers." 2 points from Ingram. It was a connection facilitated by Ball. Young Nance advanced and lightly tapped Ball, claiming ownership of the play. The score stood at 2-0 in favor of the Lakers. This game was broadcasted by TNT, featuring not only Barkley and Smith but also the Los Angeles legend Shaquille O'Neal. O'Neal's affection for this team runs deep, as it was here he achieved his illustrious three-peat. He had endured many disappointments, often being eliminated in the first round, but with the Lakers, he found true honor, elevating his historical significance. Thus, he has consistently followed the Lakers and Ball, having previously discussed Ball with Kobe. O'Neal noted that although the play unfolded in a mere 4 to 5 seconds, there were substantial nuances at play. Firstly, it was evident that the Lakers, despite their 4 consecutive victories, were showing signs of fatigue. It is a taxing endeavor to play 4 games in a week, and exhaustion is inevitable. The Raptors, having lost 2 games in a row, were also weary and desperately needed a victory. In this scenario, where both teams were fatigued yet eager for triumph, attention to detail and mental fortitude became paramount. Barkley and Smith nodded in agreement. Smith elaborated, stating that only those with a true understanding of the game could recognize the Lakers' defensive lapses and Ball's remarkable lateral quickness. It could be said that Ball single-handedly salvaged that defensive situation, leading to a fast break and 2 points. As play resumed, Lowry exhibited greater composure this time. First, passing to DeRozan. DeRozan carefully positioned himself, knowing the importance of making the shot without haste. Continuing with a pick-and-roll, DeRozan found himself matched against young Nance. He aimed to exploit the size mismatch. Initially, he backed into Nance, then utilized footwork, shifting left and right while his pivot foot remained anchored. Manipulating the ball in his hands to create space, DeRozan's shooting threat was palpable. With his pivot foot stable, he deftly maneuvered his other foot, complemented by shoulder fakes and hand movements. If a gap appeared, scoring would become effortless. Nance, momentarily off balance due to DeRozan's deceptive movements, found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, DeRozan prepared to shoot. Fortunately, Nance displayed commendable agility and committed a foul. DeRozan approached the free throw line, confidently sinking the first attempt. Due to his unsatisfactory performance, Nance was substituted out during the free throw interval, with Walton bringing in Kuzma. As Ball subtly gestured with his eyes upon Kuzma's entry onto the court, Kuzma instantly comprehended the unspoken cue. He then quietly made his way towards the opposite half of the court. Upon reaching the midcourt line, he came to a halt, a position deemed safe. The Raptors remained oblivious to his maneuver. With precision, DeRozan confidently sank the second free throw. Ball swiftly accepted the pass, initiating a rapid counterattack from the baseline. Seizing the opportunity in adversity, the players of the Lakers are a cadre of youthful talents. The Raptors, worn from back-to-back games, must play with alacrity. By executing swift plays, they can diminish errors and elevate their success rate. The ball was hurled directly into the Raptors' frontcourt, a strategy no one anticipated, especially not the Raptors, who were fatigued after consecutive games. Yet Kuzma had the foresight. This moment was born from the synergy forged between Kuzma and Ball during the Summer League. This play embodied true leadership. The ball arrived before the players. Once the awareness was established, all that was required was for the players to sprint forward. Ball launched the ball to the vicinity of the Raptors' three-point line with astonishing speed, clocking in under 0.1 seconds. Kuzma took 3 steps forward to seize the ball, executing a thunderous dunk. The play unfolded so rapidly that the broadcast cameras struggled to keep pace. The Lakers. Fast break. 4 points. From Kuzma. Connection with Ball. Chapter 42. The Lakers truly need Ball. Request for collection and follow-up. This home game for the Lakers attracted numerous celebrities. As the camera panned, one could spot Magic Johnson and Rob Pelinka in the players' tunnel, watching intently. In the front row, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and the legendary creator of Marvel characters, Stan Lee, were present. Kobe also graced the event with his presence. The music industry was represented by Taylor Swift and Adam Lambert, among others. This was a star-studded spectacle. Thus, when Ball executed that meteoric pass, soaring into the front court, and Kuzma followed with a dunk, all the stars gasped in astonishment. The velocity of that pass rivaled that of a car cruising at 70 miles per hour. In the first quarter, both teams gradually found their rhythm. The Raptors, at the free throw line, saw Lowry advance the ball swiftly into the front court. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a surprise three-pointer. The ball swished through the net, courtesy of Lowry. He remained the stalwart defender of his Canadian City's pride. This narrowed the score gap to a mere point. The Lakers were not without their capable players, as Ingram consistently hit mid-range shots to extend the lead. Conversely, the Raptors, burdened by their fatigue from back-to-back games, experienced numerous turnovers. In the first quarter, Ball had already made 2 steals. The reason the Lakers were improving with each game was due to Ball's ability to initiate fast breaks immediately upon securing a steal. One such fast break led to KCP as a key contributor to the Lakers' subsequent championship victory and an indispensable piece for the Nuggets. KCP possessed exceptional skills in defensive steals and counterattacks. Therefore, whenever KCP or Ball made a steal, he could swiftly execute a one-man dunk. Another fast break saw Ball pass to Kuzma, whose ability to capitalize on fast breaks was truly remarkable. He never squandered such effortless scoring opportunities. After 7 minutes, Walton began to methodically substitute players, and by this time, the Lakers had established an 11-point lead over the Raptors. Walton brought in Clarkson, Hart, and Randall, pairing them with Kuzma and Caruso. The Raptors made some adjustments but retained DeRozan and Siakam, resulting in Walton's systematic 5-in, 5-out substitutions, showing no concern for anything else. Although the Lakers were scoring prolifically and playing at a rapid pace, their defensive collapses could occur just as quickly. With 3 to 4 minutes remaining in the quarter, DeRozan ignited the offense. Clarkson was faked out by DeRozan, who converted a 2-1 play. Conversely, Clarkson attempted a three-pointer but missed. Without a dominant center to protect the rim, the Lakers failed to secure the rebound, allowing Siakam to execute a fast break dunk. There was no one on the court who could match Siakam's size. The 11-point lead shrank to 6. Walton remained unperturbed, merely signaling from the sidelines. The Magic Man in the players' tunnel remarked to Pelinka that Walton's style of play and coaching approach was indeed ill-suited for the Lakers. Pelinka could no longer remain silent. He could only respond, "Let's try to salvage this. Otherwise, we may not make the playoffs again this year." He also pondered the possibility of trading this promising young talent for draft picks or superstars. With LeBron's contract set to expire this summer, perhaps trading these well-performing players for a more exceptional power forward or center, like Anthony Davis or Paul George, could potentially elevate the Lakers to new heights, transforming them into formidable championship contenders. Pelinka reflected on the players' scoring from previous games. Aside from Ball and Ingram, the contributions from others were far too balanced. Walton's penchant for egalitarianism was truly detrimental. Such trades would require several players to be exchanged. The Lakers relied on Randle's physical prowess to score 2 points, restoring the lead to 8. Walton, on the sidelines, continually urged them to execute their plays. However, the rapidly changing dynamics on the court necessitated a cerebral presence to orchestrate the team's efforts. It was evident to all that a guiding intellect was essential. After Ball's departure, the court descended into chaos. The gameplay appeared utterly disorganized. Almost every player seized the ball and attempted to score independently. Just moments ago, Clark made a shot. Randle managed to score 2 points on his own. Kuzma, though positioned beyond the arc, faced no opportunity and forced a three-pointer amidst tight defense, which failed to find its mark. Despite the Raptors being fatigued from back-to-back games, they adeptly executed their half-court offense, entrusting the ball to DeRozan or Lowry. The Lakers' erratic offensive display provided an opening, as their defense was sluggish and ill-prepared. At the top of the arc, Lowry unleashed a three-pointer. Bang! The shot found its target. The Lakers' lead diminished sharply from 11 points to a mere 5. Ball, filled with impatience, rose to his feet, ready to stride toward the technical area. This was no longer a mere hit. It was a blatant declaration of his intent to take the court. Yet, Walton did not spare him even a glance, offering no opportunity whatsoever. Without the coach's directive, he found himself utterly unable to step onto the floor. Bauer, infuriated, returned to his seat and struck the cushion with considerable force. A mere 5-point deficit, merely 23 rounds of play, yet the momentum felt entirely different. Had they managed to establish a lead from the outset and strive to extend it to 20 points in the second quarter, the path to victory would have been significantly easier. Moreover, the Lakers are a team notoriously susceptible to reversals in the third quarter. The reason lies in their young roster, which tends to make frequent mistakes. Once their performance falters, their confidence plummets, leading to a sharp decline in shooting accuracy. Ball observed the unfolding situation on the court, his eyes aflame with intensity. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingertips nearly pierced his skin. Yet, Walton remained oblivious to his agitation. The audience erupted in a chorus, clamoring for Ball's presence. "We want Ball. We want Ball. We want Ball." Magic Johnson, watching from the players' tunnel, seethed with frustration at Walton's sluggish response. Pelinka, on the other hand, merely smiled, recognizing that the conflict between the two had escalated to this extent. Walton was poised to further diminish Ball's playing time. After more than a minute of relentless shouts for Ball, Walton found himself unable to resist the crowd's demand. At last, he allowed Ball to take the court, substituting him for Clarkson. However, with just 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the original 11-point deficit had vanished. Ball signaled to Randle as he held the ball. Randle, understanding the cue, set a screen for Ball near the midcourt. Defending Ball was Lowry, whose physical attributes paled in comparison to the task at hand. The only commendable feature he possessed was his well-defined posterior, boasting an impressive 30-degree angle that evoked envy among women. However, this attribute proved inconsequential in his defense against Ball. Just a step beyond the half-court line, Ball launched a three-point shot that swished through the net. Lowry, who failed to navigate the screen, was left seething with frustration. The three-pointer was one of Ball's signature scoring techniques, and he had just delivered a resounding response. The Raptors mounted another offensive, this time executing a play that found Siakam cutting to the basket. As Siakam leaped to dunk, a shadow loomed before him. With remarkable agility, a large hand descended, forcefully suppressing Siakam's basketball. Both players' hands were now firmly gripping the ball, and in a moment of instability, Siakam was sent crashing to the floor. Indeed, Ball's core strength was truly formidable. Ball effortlessly seized the rebound, a moment that epitomizes the legendary snatch block. In the blink of an eye, he transitioned from securing the board to initiating a fast break, executing it in less than a second. The ball traced a flawless arc and landed directly in Hart's hands. Who could possibly have witnessed Hart's swift advance on the fast break? The venerable Stan Lee, seated courtside, holds the most authoritative perspective. The instant Hart beheld Ball soaring through the air, he was already racing back to the court. This exemplifies absolute trust. The backcourt lay unguarded. Hart unleashed a thunderous windmill dunk. O'Neal remarked, without Ball, the Lakers' 11-point lead would have vanished into thin air. With Ball on the court, the defense intensified, and the advantage was retained. The Lakers are in dire need of Ball. Chapter 43, Betting with Stan Lee on defending DeRozan's mid-range shots. As soon as Ball entered the court, he made an immediate impact, scoring a three-pointer, executing a block, and delivering a swift assist. The presence of Ball signifies one version of the Lakers, while his absence conjures another. Thus concluded the first quarter, with the team leading by 5 points under Ball's guidance. Had it not been for Walton's egalitarian approach, the lead could have potentially expanded to 16 points. Finding a capable coach indeed proves to be a formidable challenge. As the first quarter came to a close, Ball approached the technical area, only to be halted by the venerable Stan Lee. Lonzo, your performance today leaves much to be desired. My ideal hero must take responsibility, rescue the team, and score more. Stan Lee gazed at Ball with the warm smile often seen in films. Ball pressed his lips together, his eyes narrowing. How about we make a wager? I shall score high and lead us to victory, and in return, you will create a superhero inspired by me in the Marvel Universe. What do you say? Stan Lee chuckled and shook his head, replying, you must score over 40 points. Otherwise, I cannot agree. With a smile, Ball departed. At present, he had only accumulated 3 points, along with 4 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, an unimpressive tally indeed. Stan Lee harbored little faith that Ball could achieve more than 40 points. With 3 quarters remaining, he needed at least 37 points, requiring a minimum of 12 points in each quarter, which would necessitate a flawless shooting performance, either 4 3-pointers or 6 2-pointers. Stan Lee shook his head in amusement. A friend of Stan's nearby remarked, such bravado. This kid is truly overestimating himself, expecting you to craft a comic character based on him. It's nothing short of a pipe dream. Stan Lee, ever the gentleman, refrained from speaking ill of Ball behind his back, yet he remained entirely skeptical of Ball's potential for high scoring. In the 3 luxury boxes of the arena, executives from Nike, Jordan, Adidas, and Puma were keenly observing Ball's performance. It was the Jordan brand that grew restless first. Michael Jordan himself was present, puffing on a cigar while engaging in a card game with others. After glancing at Ball's sparse statistics from the first quarter, the market president hesitated to voice his thoughts. Jordan exhaled a thick plume of smoke, exclaiming, "What's the rush? The finals are a best-of-7 series. Can one quarter determine a player's fate? Utter nonsense." In the adjacent box, representatives from Nike and Puma stared blankly at Ball's stats. They were undeniably disheartening. Meanwhile, across the ocean in a live broadcast studio, a beautiful host turned to teachers Yang and Wang, saying, "Gentlemen, have a look at today's prediction question. Can Ball score 20 points by halftime?" Teacher Yang pondered the question for a moment before responding. This matter requires a nuanced perspective. First, consider the Lakers. They have a high-scoring potential, allowing others to contribute significantly. Secondly, while Ball's scoring has been modest, with only a few games exceeding 20 points, his explosive scoring ability is not particularly formidable. Teacher Wang interjected, "Oh dear, look at his current score, only 3 points. This means he needs 17 points in the second quarter, essentially needing to monopolize the Lakers' scoring for the entire period. I find that hard to believe." Both hosts chose to doubt Ball's ability to score 20 points by halftime. The female host, eager for dramatic effect, declared, "It seems I am the only one willing to believe. I hope Ball can score generously and not betray my trust." As the second quarter commenced, Walton momentarily set aside his differences with Ball, opting to place him on the court for the sake of victory. Both teams returned to their starting lineups. Ball initiated the play for the second quarter, knowing he needed to score more and play at a faster pace. Ball cannot afford to leisurely waste time like the guards of the 1990s and early 2000s. He swiftly advances the ball. Within a mere 4 seconds, he reaches the front court, with his teammates sprinting alongside him. Upon crossing the half-court line, Lopez promptly positions himself for a high screen. Such an elevated pick. If the opposing center fails to step out, allows Ball to deliver a direct pass. Lopez possesses a three-point shooting range, even if he is not accurate initially. After a few attempts, the court will open up significantly. Lowry finds himself firmly obstructed behind Lopez. Taking advantage of this moment, Ball executed a direct three-point jump shot. Swish. With a slightly flattened arc, the ball surged through the air like a projectile, piercing the hoop and creating a delightful, crisp sound as it brushed against the net. Truly melodious. Ball intends to adopt the youthful approach of overwhelming the seasoned veteran with a flurry of chaotic punches. Driven by the belief that the vigor of youth necessitates an incessant acceleration, the Raptors initiate their play. Unbeknownst to them, their pace has also become quite rapid. Lowry advances into the front court, attempting a three-pointer in hopes of answering back. Alas, his shot fails to find its mark. Lopez, unable to secure the ball, forcefully slaps it towards the Raptors' side. Ingram receives the pass and swiftly sends it forward. Bauer charges ahead, with no one in sight. Ball leapt from the free throw line. Clutching the ball in his right hand, then seamlessly maneuvered it through his legs to his left hand. During his mid-air suspension, he glided for 2 seconds before. With a resounding thud, he slammed the ball into the net. O'Neal exclaimed loudly, "Oh my God, oh my God," while patting his head, signaling that this play was nothing short of extraordinary. Lowry approached somewhat dejectedly and patted Ball on the shoulder, indicating he wanted the ball passed to him. Upon bringing the ball to the front court, he prepared to score at his own pace and rhythm. However, Ball had been teammates with DeRozan for many years, and he knew one of DeRozan's defining characteristics: he was not a product of the current era. In this age, while his mid-range shooting was commendable, it fell short of being exceptional. Kobe Bryant boasted a mid-range shooting percentage of 45, yet Popovich would not dare to let Kobe take a one-on-one shot. And the basketball deity, Jordan, achieved a mid-range percentage of 50. To put it plainly, DeRozan's game resembled that of a traditional post player, disconnected from contemporary systems. Once the ball was in his hands, DeRozan began to dribble, maneuvering near the free throw line, swaying the ball with his hands and shoulders. His defender, unable to anticipate the feint, was left with no choice but to either take a contested shot or pass the ball out. Meanwhile, Ball utilized his lateral quickness to stay closely aligned with DeRozan, maintaining an effective position in front of him. DeRozan swayed left and right, clutching the ball, while Ball remained grounded, refusing to jump. Ball is quite familiar with his shooting habits, understanding that he always takes a couple of fakes before he begins to shoot. With a sense of readiness, Ball counted in his mind and then launched into the jump. After a series of feints to the left and right, he prepared to take the shot. Ball leaped into the air, his hand outstretched. He struck the basketball, capturing both the ball and the player in a powerful embrace. Upon securing the ball, Ball promptly passed it to young Nance, who instinctively followed suit. Nance, understanding the unspoken connection, noted how Ball had selflessly assisted him countless times, elevating his average score by 5 points. What of it? Lowry, observing Ball's figure, seethed inwardly, cursing, "What brute strength! What physical prowess!" Meanwhile, Nance sprinted ahead, cradling the ball in both hands, and launched it towards the hoop. The ball hit the backboard and ricocheted back. Ball propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, executing a powerful axe-handle dunk. In less than a minute, Ball effortlessly accumulated 5 points. After Ball executed his dunk, he prepared to retreat for defense, simultaneously glancing backward with his peripheral vision. The Raptors' point guard, utterly oblivious to Ball's presence, directly passed the ball to Lowry. Indeed, inbounding the ball proved to be a formidable challenge on a global scale. Ball was initially moving backward, yet he found himself perfectly aligned with Lowry. After catching a glimpse of the ball's trajectory, he swiftly pivoted, akin to a nimble leopard, intercepting the ball with remarkable agility. Subsequently, he executed a deft play under the basket, effortlessly scoring 2 points. In less than a minute, Ball had already amassed 7 points. Coach Casey of the Raptors, feeling the pressure, reluctantly called a timeout. Chapter 44, The Explosive Scoring Power. Stan Lee observed his companion with a cheerful demeanor, though his eyes radiated kindness. They were laced with a teasing glimmer. His friend, though exasperated, maintained a stubborn facade. "Just wait and see how he performs next. He won't sustain this." "Do you really think these points came easily?" Ball directly halted the Raptors, and the camera returned to the studio. Ordinarily, a 10-second lull in the broadcast indicates a live-streaming mishap. However, at this moment, Teacher Young and Teacher Wang exchanged glances, bewildered and speechless. In the blink of an eye, they had amassed 7 points, now reaching a total of 10. The crucial second quarter still had 10 minutes remaining. Achieving a 20-point lead seemed an insurmountable challenge. The female host found herself in an awkward predicament, at a loss for words, having unexpectedly stumbled into a significant blunder. She hurriedly interjected a commercial break to re-energize the atmosphere. Teacher Young attempted to salvage the situation, stating, "Well, we all know that the players possess remarkable explosiveness. Like that of McGrady, right? 13 points in 30 seconds, quite impressive. Alas, such feats are often miraculous. One cannot expect a player to consistently perform at that level." He emphasized the need for self-motivation and encouragement. Teacher Wong, on the other hand, candidly expressed his exasperation. "Good heavens, this is truly extraordinary. With steals, blocks, and three-pointers, Ball has been exceptionally active." On the court, Lowry hung his head, unsure where to place his hands. Even his once fierce hairstyle appeared deflated. He seemed to have suffered a significant blow. This 7-0 surge had commenced with his failure to score a three-pointer. DeRozan, attempting to alleviate his burden, committed a turnover. Ultimately, even the steal was a result of Ball leveraging his speed and strength to push Lowry aside. Coach Casey looked on with concern. It was evident that one player could not shoulder the entire burden. This had rendered a crucial team member despondent. If Lowry could not quickly regain his composure, he would likely continue to be adversely affected throughout the second and third quarters. Once a player loses confidence, their shooting and drives become hesitant and compromised. Coach Casey approached Lowry, gently stroking his head, drawing him close, resting his shoulder against Lowry's, and pressing his forehead to his. "Lowry," he said, "from your time with the Grizzlies to the Rockets and now the Raptors, I have always recognized your indomitable spirit and relentless drive. God has presented you with a new challenge. What I need is a courageous Lowry. A valiant Lowry. One who never surrenders nor gives up. Not a Lowry who has lost faith. Let us go. I will devise a strategy for you, and you shall confront Ball with determination." In that moment, a spark reignited in Lowry's eyes. As the timeout concluded, DeRozan took possession of the ball, executing a pick and roll as he drove into the paint. Two Lakers defenders closed in, encircling him. In midair, DeRozan passed the ball to the top of the arc, where Lowry found himself unmarked. Thanks to a well-executed tactic, his teammates had cleared the Lakers players away. Lowry had a clear shot ahead of him. All he needed was to shoot with conviction. However, as fatigue began to creep in, an image flashed in his mind. Ball had once snatched DeRozan from the highest point, sending both him and the ball crashing to the floor. He recalled the perilous moment when Ball had stolen the ball from him. At that instant, he hesitated. Ball lunged towards him. A true marksman would never cower in the face of challenge. However, Lowry was not one of them. After feinting past Ball, he found himself too intimidated to take the shot, opting instead for a layup. Using his lateral speed, Ball swiftly caught up. He then pressured Lowry as he moved backward. Next, it was time for Lopez, the formidable interior assassin of the Lakers, to take the stage. Ball guided Lowry to Lopez. A magnificent block. Pow. A gift bestowed upon Lowry. What a turn of events. Lowry and DeRozan, both steadfast brothers, have each experienced the sting of rejection. Ingram seized the blocked ball and swiftly passed it to the advancing Kuzma. Kuzma once again executed a thunderous dunk. The Lakers, through a swift defensive counterattack, secured another 2 points. Roars of triumph erupted as O'Neal jubilantly celebrated, his bulk moving with exuberance in the studio. The Lakers' showtime has arrived. They are back in action. Ball's play was truly a sight to behold, a relentless cycle of defense and counterattack. Surely, Riley would admire his prowess. Meanwhile, Barkley, at odds with O'Neal, threw a punch at him. The two were soon in a chaotic tussle. Smith, observing the commotion, exclaimed loudly, "Two big men are brawling over Ball." Back at the game, Lowry appeared increasingly despondent. Coach Casey found himself at a loss. Calling consecutive timeouts within 2 minutes was not an option. He gestured from the sidelines, urging DeRozan and Siakam to engage more and alter their tactics. Indeed, it proved effective as DeRozan penetrated deeper this time, dishing the ball to Siakam, who scored with a graceful floater. They finally reclaimed 2 points, a hard-fought triumph. In the next moment, Ball launched a long pass to KCP. Unfortunately, the Raptors were prepared this time. KCP was met with a direct block from Siakam. DeRozan retrieved the rebound, thinking, "Isn't it just defense and counterattack? I can do that too." He sent a long pass soaring to Lowry. At this moment, Lowry charged fiercely towards the basket, finally granted an opportunity for redemption. The Raptors executed a fast break with Lowry at the center and DeRozan and Siakam flanking him. However, in a moment of tunnel vision, Lowry was blinded by determination and failed to notice. Coach Casey sensed impending disaster as he watched the unfolding chaos. Beverly initially engaged with DeRozan but then seamlessly shifted his position. He established his stance beforehand, refraining from lateral movement, while also allowing Lowry the space to maneuver. Had it been Gin Billy, he would have effortlessly glided past with his enigmatic Euro step. Alas, he is Lowry. Bang. Ball was heavily collided with, and he fell to the ground in response. The sideline referee began to blow the whistle. Beep, 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 offensive foul, a player charging into an opponent. Ball fell heavily to the ground, but fortunately, he tumbled down naturally. Otherwise, it would have been even more painful. A player from the Lakers rushed over to assist him. Lowry, in disbelief, immediately approached the referee to express his objections. He gestured with his hands, indicating that it was utterly impossible while pointing to Ball's position and his own path. The referee, however, paid him no heed. Lowry continued to voice his complaints, trailing the referee persistently. Seeing this, DeRozan swiftly intervened, intending to escort Lowry away, but it was too late. The referee issued a technical foul against Lowry. As a result, Ball stepped up to the free throw line and scored another point. Lowry, fuming, took a seat with fiery eyes, determined to continue watching the game. Unfortunately, during the remainder of the half, Ball sank 5 three-pointers, making 3 of them, alongside numerous steals, blocks, and assists. By the end of the second quarter, Ball had accumulated 17 points, 5 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 rebounds. Yang's expression darkened, while Wang Ming concealed a smirk. The female host struggled to suppress her laughter. Chapter 45. Please, Aizen. The world outside is all about Ball. Seeking collections and continued reading. As the second quarter concluded, Ball approached the venerable Stan Lee, silently smiling. Nearby, a friend muttered, "Did you earn those points the right way?" Bauer turned his neck slightly, casting a sidelong glance at him. "What? Do you wish to take the stage as well?" Old Stan Lee hastily interjected. This is the spirit of youth and ambition. The sky is truly your limit. I believe a score of 40 should pose no challenge for you. Why not aim even higher? If you surpass 50, I shall petition the film company to include you in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. What do you say? Bauer stroked his chin, contemplating a truly enticing option: movie stars, luxurious cars, beautiful women, Hollywood, the Walk of Fame. Yet, he shook his head, asserting, "What I guarantee is that I shall first attain victory. The score is not my ultimate pursuit. As long as one excels, success will inevitably follow." Old Stan Lee was taken aback by Bauer's profound awareness, prompting even his nearby friends to lift their gazes and observe him intently for a considerable time. Ball could sense the fervent gaze upon him. Under such scrutiny, he returned to the locker room, where he found Walton discussing the strategies for the second half. Upon hearing this, Ball exhibited a complete lack of interest. Once again, it was a cycle of 5 in and 5 out. What was the reason for this? Time had simply arrived. Walton, undeniably the epitome of a coach who meticulously monitors player rotations, adhered strictly to the principle of fairness and equity. If it was time for 8 hours, then one must indeed endure for 8 hours. A chosen laborer, a defier of capitalism. Yet, how could rookies hone their skills under such constraints? As the second half commenced, the Raptors found themselves trailing by 21 points. The Raptors retained DeRozan, Siakam, Ibaka, Anunoby, and Van Vliet. Meanwhile, the Lakers featured Clarkson, Hart, Randall, Kuzma, and Zubac. DeRozan, with the ball, relentlessly penetrated the paint before executing a wide-ranging pass to Siakam. Siakam, positioned at the arc, effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Turning back, Hart controlled the ball and reached the arc to execute a handoff to Clarkson, only to be thwarted by Anunoby, who executed a steal and passed it to Van Vliet. Van Vliet, undaunted, took the shot. The undrafted small player had made a name for himself in the finals, securing a lucrative contract. Now, he embodied that fearless spirit. Van Vliet unleashed a three-pointer. Kuzma, for the Lakers, advanced to the front court and scored 2 points with a well-timed cut. However, DeRozan retaliated with remarkable prowess, isolating Clarkson and exploiting his physical limitations, effortlessly elevating over him for a jumper. 2 points secured. He then isolated Hart, capitalizing on his inexperience and clumsiness, creating space and leaning into Hart for a smooth assist shot. An and one was gifted to Hart, echoing the sentiment of the crowd. The Lakers bench, akin to a volatile entity, often struggled with consistency and relied heavily on rhythm. Randall leveraged his physicality, pivoting to score off the backboard, stopping the bleeding with 2 points. DeRozan approached, utilizing a screen to switch onto Kuzma. He initially adopted a triple threat stance, moving the ball from left to right, cradling it with both hands and lifting it from below. Kuzma, still half a meter away, recognized DeRozan's intent to shoot and lunged forward. Once again, a deft feint left Kuzma leaping in vain. There was no denying DeRozan's impeccable shooting during the stretch. DeRozan surged upward, and Kuzma infringed upon his vertical space. After the collision, DeRozan cried out, releasing the ball in a crooked arc. The whistle blew. The shot was made. A timeout was called by the Lakers. 3 minutes had elapsed. Shaquille O'Neal, observing the play, couldn't help but exclaim, DeRozan carries the essence of Kobe within him, embodying the honor of a classical shooting guard. Oh, it makes me miss my little brother Kobe. Before the words could settle, the camera zoomed in on Kobe, seated at a VIP sideline spot. Upon hearing this, he displayed his hands to the camera, slowly extending 5 fingers. I am no longer your little brother. This scene elicited both laughter and bewilderment. On the sidelines, Walton beckoned Ball, can you defend against DeRozan? Ball replied loudly, if you give me time, I can do it. Walton gasped for breath. All right, from now on, do not leave the court. Make sure to guard DeRozan tightly. DeRozan steps up for a free throw. When Ball took the court and approached DeRozan, he proclaimed, from now on, you will not only fear LeBron, but you will also fear me. The once formidable DeRozan, boasting an impressive free throw percentage of around 90%, felt as if his armor had been stripped away, leaving him exposed. A wave of anxiety washed over him, resulting in a missed free throw. This exemplifies the inner demons that haunt DeRozan. After 9 years of battling in the North, overshadowed annually by LeBron, he has found it impossible to break through the Eastern Conference. In fact, during the 2017 to 2018 season, after yet another defeat at the hands of LeBron, DeRozan remarked, if our team had LeBron, we could also emerge victorious. Walton was taken aback by this audacious defense, reminiscent of a dazzling verbal display. Bull secured the rebound. This time, he and Little Nance continued to execute the pick-and-roll with Gortat. Indeed, this tactic proved to be exceedingly effective, resulting in another 2 points. The Raptors found themselves lacking a solid counter strategy and ultimately decided to entrust the ball to DeRozan. Ball initiated his defense directly from the front court this time. As DeRozan finds it challenging to engage his teammates, Ball could distinctly perceive that DeRozan's steps were becoming increasingly sluggish. As he utilized his lateral quickness to continuously match DeRozan's rhythm, he occasionally engaged in body contact, reaching in to strip the ball from him. 1 second, 2 seconds. Ball completely overshadowed DeRozan. With no alternative, DeRozan was compelled to exploit the width of the court, dashing towards the right front. However, to DeRozan's astonishment, Ball, who had initially been on the opposite side, suddenly shifted over once more. The speed was astonishingly unbridled. How on earth was this achieved in practice? DeRozan stumbled slightly, attempting to breach Ball's defense with a behind-the-back dribble. Ball's body pressed tightly against DeRozan, employing a tenacious, gum-like defense. It wasn't long before Ball discerned his intentions. Ball strengthens physical confrontation directly from the weak side. It is determined. This is the optimal moment for interception. Ball swiftly capitalized on his arm length and reaction speed, launching an immediate offensive. He positioned himself ahead by half a body length. With a deft jab of his hand, he intercepted the possession with precision. Upon securing the ball, Ball executed a steal and converted it into an additional point. Then, in close proximity to the hoop, he performed an impressive self-alley-oop, culminating in a resounding slam. Siakam, embodying the spirit of a mighty dragon, defies the odds. He passes the ball to DeRozan, who now encounters Ball. DeRozan advances with the ball, maintaining a steady momentum. Ball clung to him like a piece of sticky candy. DeRozan dribbled behind his back and attempted a left side drive, but Ball swiftly moved laterally to keep up. DeRozan then sought to break through on the right side. Yet, Ball was there to thwart him once more. No matter how DeRozan twisted and turned, showcasing his myriad skills, he would soon be astonished to find that as he advanced forward, Ball would invariably appear in front of him. As he attempted to break through to the right, Ball would materialize on his right side. With a radiant smile, Ball cornered DeRozan along the sidelines, playfully declaring, enough already, Azon, the outside world is all about Ball. Chapter 46, You Cannot Defend Against Me. Ibaka's Underhanded Tactics. In a live broadcast from across the ocean, the esteemed commentator Yang Yi praised, look at Ball's defense. It is truly remarkable. From the onset until now, how many times has he contained Lowry and DeRozan? He has stifled these twin stars of the Raptors. Wang Meng echoed, indeed, what we are witnessing is a rookie exhibiting a seamless blend of offense and defense. Just look at the over 20 points he has already scored. Coupled with this defense, he is a player worth nurturing for any team. The female host questioned, then why, in the previous game and during the second quarter's transition, did Walton utilize Ball so sparingly? Yang Yi, with an expression of profound contemplation, replied, that is something you might not comprehend. It involves the intricacies of human relationships. Back on the court, Walton, Observing Ball's fierce offense and adept defense, concocted a new plan. Given your earlier disrespect towards me in such a public setting, and your audacity to rally numerous teammates against me in the locker room to undermine my authority, I will grant you the playing time you seek. I shall allow you to play 38 minutes each game. Let us see if you can withstand this level of competition. No more subterfuge. I shall offer you a straightforward challenge. Walton was indeed infuriated. Ball had brazenly usurped his coaching authority, devising strategies on his own. He even practiced independently during training sessions. The crux of the matter was that the team's management was backing him up. Magic Johnson genuinely admired him. If that is the case, then I shall grant your wish. Go and relish in your newfound playing time. On the court, Ball maneuvered through a screen, bringing Ibaka into his line of sight. Ball commenced his small-to-large maneuver. The essence of this technique lies in agility and rhythm, utilizing footwork to disrupt the balance of taller opponents, thereby rendering them unable to keep pace with the nimble and swift guards. Despite standing at an impressive height of 196 meters, Ball adeptly lowers his center of gravity. He skillfully alternates the ball between his left and right hands, executing dribbles through his legs. Ibaka extends his arms, attempting to lower his own center of gravity, while his feet engage in rapid, minute steps. At this moment, Ball dribbles with his right hand, advancing to the left and executing a bounce pass that shifts the ball to his right side. Ibaka immediately shifts to the left. Yet, Ball quickly transitions into another dribble through his legs, introducing a variation. The ball swiftly moves from his left hand back to his right. Caught off guard, Ibaka begins to shift to the right. Subsequently, Ball raises both hands as if to gather the ball. This action momentarily freezes Ibaka in place. Having already experienced a swift lateral movement from left to right, Ibaka's balance is compromised. As he observes Ball poised to collect the ball, he contemplates leaping upright. But alas, his footing has already become disarrayed. In this instance, Ball executed two deft maneuvers, effortlessly bypassing Ibaka from the right. Ibaka appeared as if ensnared by a petrifying spell from Harry Potter, standing bewildered and motionless. The crowd erupted in astonishment, while Smith exclaimed, "Ah! The magic from the new generation of sorcerers." Ball successfully contained Ibaka and scored. In the next possession, DeRozan switched defenses and found himself next to Little Nance. He then executed a one-on-one move, forcing a jump shot, and fell to the ground yet still managed to secure 2 points. It must be said that sometimes DeRozan's methods, which deviate from the system, do indeed have their merits, although his ability to force plays is not exceedingly potent. In the subsequent play, the Raptors made an offer for Ball. Ingram was back on the court. Ingram drove into the paint, facing a double team, and swiftly passed the ball outside. Meanwhile, Ball maneuvered through screens, eventually obtaining an open shot. He sprinted beyond the three-point line, and with a resounding thud, the ball struck the backboard. A bank three-pointer. The Raptors needed a moment to regroup. DeRozan, through his determined drive, drew a foul and reclaimed some points for his team. Siakam utilized his continuous cutting to contribute to the score. Lowry re-entered the game, making clever passes, including a three-pointer from the top of the arc, aiding the team's victory. Whenever the Lakers gained possession, Ball would be double-teamed. Hence, he relinquished the ball, allowing Ingram to take control. He consistently sought openings through screens set by Little Nance and Lopez. Whenever an opportunity arose, Ball shot without hesitation. For a shooter, confidence is paramount. In the latter part of the third quarter, Ball attempted 5 three-pointers, making 3 and adding another 9 points to his tally. He had now amassed a total of 33 points. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the Raptors' ability to secure first place in the Eastern Conference this season is indeed commendable. The points that Ball had initially garnered were gradually reclaimed by DeRozan, Lowry, and Siakam. In the fourth quarter, Ball continued to play vigorously. Midway through, he sank 2 more three-pointers, bringing his total to 39 points. However, what was most surprising was that the Raptors opted to employ a box-and-one strategy, aggressively pursuing Ball. To them, Ball was now indistinguishable from Curry. As long as they could prevent Ball from engaging in indiscriminate isolation plays, scoring by others would not be an issue. Thus, relying on this tactic, Ball found himself increasingly isolated, unable to score, and the score gap began to diminish steadily. Who could have anticipated that midway through the third quarter, Van Vliet would hit 3 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the score to within 10 points? With only 3 minutes left, the score had dwindled to an 8-point deficit, a relatively manageable, though not overly easy, task for a comeback. This time, after receiving the ball, Ball made a back cut, navigating through 1, 2, and 3 screens before finally obtaining the ball. Yet, he was still closely guarded. Consequently, he executed a strong drive into the paint, delivering a well-placed toss that struck the backboard. The ball went in. Indeed, Ball had again seized an opportunity against Ibaka, earning those points. Ibaka was seething with frustration. After Ball's shot, as he prepared to retreat on defense, Ibaka feigned a forward sprint, then aggressively collided with Ball and delivered a sharp elbow to his abdomen. Ball fell directly to the ground, rolling on the floor for 2 weeks. All right, it seems you cannot defeat me and resort to underhanded tactics, eh? Nonetheless, Ibaka, brace yourself for your impending doom. Just wait and see how I ultimately torment you. Chapter 47. Military Training Ibaka, a 50-point birthday night. The referee astonishingly did not call a foul on Ibaka. The Lakers' young Nance was furious. Are they taking advantage of the Lakers because they think no one will fight back? The entire scene descended into chaos. This was no longer a basketball game. It had transformed into a brawl with a ball. Since Ball joined the Lakers, the team has gained a strategic mind, and the young squad has embraced fast breaks. Ingram now scores 20 points, Nance contributes 15, Lopez consistently achieves double-doubles, while Kuzma and Hardy average between 10 to 15 points per game. Ball's injury is a grave injustice, a scheme to rob and endanger lives. Little Nance, the first to express his discontent, charged forward and began to shove. In a swift motion, he confronted Ibaka, their faces mere inches apart, unable to fully articulate his fury. He pressed his forehead against Ibaka's, akin to rams clashing with their horns in a fierce duel. The referee hurried over to separate the two, issuing each a technical foul. Neither side received preferential treatment, yet the incident was trivialized, especially considering Ball had just been fouled. Ingram helped Ball to his feet, inquiring, "Can you continue to play?" Bauer took a deep breath and exhaled it forcefully. Indeed, Bauer maneuvered past Ingram, saying, "In a moment, lend me your assistance, provide me with more screens alongside young Nance, and draw Ibaka away from the paint. I intend to give him a thorough thrashing." "All right," both responded. Having played nearly the entirety of the first and third quarters, and having logged considerable time in the second, he felt quite fatigued from both offense and defense. System, deploy a stamina potion. Ball felt an instant surge of exhilaration. Rejuvenated to his fullest potential, the Lakers are about to inbound the ball. Ball dribbled the ball, gradually advancing to the front court. At present, the Lakers hold the lead. There is no need to rush. However, his grudge with Ibaka must be settled separately. In the initial round, DeRozan and Lowry began to double-team Ball. Yet, Ball, with his deft moves, showcased a mesmerizing array of rhythm changes, alternating between rapid and slow tempos. Relying solely on his dribbling prowess, he successfully navigated through the double-team. Once he crossed half-court, the pressure of the double-team became ineffective. The earlier double-team aimed to force Ball into passing the ball, thereby creating opportunities for a steal. However, in the half-court set, such tactics proved futile. Ball's ability to assist with his passing is exceptionally remarkable. Ball, utilizing the screen set by Little Nance and the pick from Ingram, effectively maneuvered Ibaka directly into his path. Bauer squinted his eyes, gazing intently at Ibaka. Akin to a ferocious king of beasts, a tiger, fixated on its prey, drooling with bloodlust. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on this singular confrontation. The other 8 athletes instinctively distanced themselves, creating a space for the impending duel. Ball initially executed a triple threat stance. Observing that Ibaka remained unresponsive, he feigned a shot. Anticipating this move, Ibaka lunged forward. However, Ball merely performed a deceptive maneuver, pretending to pass. The predicament was that Ball's shooting threat loomed large. Ibaka soared into the air. In the next moment, Ball surged forward, poised to make his move. Upon noticing this, DeRozan of the Raptors swiftly rushed in, arms raised, ready to draw a foul on Ball. However, Ball soared with such remarkable elevation. He was a full head taller than DeRozan. How did he possess such an abundance of strength? Ball executed a stunning alley-oop, emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. The commentators at the TNT studio erupted with excitement. Ball had once again delivered an extraordinary highlight for the top place. He skillfully deceived Ibaka, followed by a magnificent dunk over DeRozan. As DeRozan committed a foul, Ball converted the ensuing free throw. That brought his tally to 44 points. On the next possession, DeRozan's shot fell short. After such an arduous game, fatigue was evident. In yet another exchange, Ibaka found himself once again positioned before Ball. Bauer smiled at him, this time. "You must pay attention. Who says that humiliation can only take one form?" Ball executed rapid crossovers with both hands, each movement exuding an enchanting quality as he maneuvered left, forward, backward, and right. It is often said that defense is an intricate art, as defenders must react passively and make judgments based on the offensive player's actions. Consequently, Ibaka had to continuously adjust his center of gravity and modify his footwork to keep pace with Ball. His foremost concern was that if Ball's dribble was not merely a feint but a genuine drive to the left, resulting in a thunderous dunk, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for him. However, when Ball abruptly accelerated, Ibaka's feet became entangled, and he fell to the ground like the Eiffel Tower collapsing. "Goodness! Goodness! Ball has obliterated Ibaka's ankle," exclaimed Young E in the broadcast booth. But the drama did not end there. According to conventional wisdom, this would be the moment for a shot. Yet, Ball executed a step-back three-pointer from beyond the arc, calmly observing Ibaka. Time stood still, waiting for him to rise. With such gentlemanly patience, he waited for Ibaka to regain his footing. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Ibaka could no longer feign incapacitation. As he stood and prepared to charge at Ball, Ball took the opportunity to release his shot right before him. Bang! That shot was akin to the flames of hell, the three-point dagger from Ball. It soared directly into the net, securing 3 points for the Lakers. This was not merely a simple arithmetic of points, but a matter of momentum for both teams, and it bore the weight of a profound affront to Ibaka's dignity. Ball scored 47 points. Barkley, ever the provocateur, remarked, "This play is truly humiliating. If I were to be toyed with like that, I would never wish to face Ball again in my lifetime." Alas, Ball had no intention of granting Barkley his wish. In the Lakers' third possession, through a series of relentless screens and pick-and-rolls, all the Lakers players rallied to support Ball, ultimately leading Ibaka to find himself once again in front of Ball. The Raptors players, along with the spectators present, collectively gasped in astonishment. Once, twice, but never thrice. Ball, this is destined to exhaust a card to its limit. Indeed. Ball is a person who harbors grudges and is meticulous in his calculations. This time, Ball did not directly attempt a three-pointer, nor did he continuously toy with Ibaka's ankle. Instead, he adjusted the rhythm, inviting Ibaka to dance joyfully alongside him. Whether Ibaka finds joy in this, I cannot say, but Ball is undeniably filled with delight. Ball advanced forward, with Ibaka trailing closely behind. At this moment, Ball executed a behind-the-back dribble, prompting Ibaka to pivot and continue following him. As Ball seized the opportunity during Ibaka's turn, he surged toward the opposite direction. Ibaka was compelled to forcibly stabilize his center of gravity before shifting once more. Thus, Ball, through relentless advances and behind-the-back dribbles, made Ibaka appear as if he were performing a dizzying ballet. Ibaka became like a marionette in Ball's hands. The audience could not help but cradle their heads in disbelief. This was utterly humiliating. On the court, Ibaka seemed to stumble, swaying left and right, tossed about by Ball like a leaf in the wind. Ultimately, Ball executed a right step back, retreating beyond the three-point line, and launched a precise three-pointer. Ibaka, resigned, leaned forward and tilted his head back in a futile attempt to intercept. The shot sank effortlessly. It seemed that without the need for teammates to remind him, Ball instinctively knew it was time to shoot. At the moment he released the ball, he turned and raised his arms high. He encouraged the audience, inciting waves of cheers. Behind Ball, the fiery red basketball descended straight into the hoop. It was Ball's birthday night, and he had already amassed 50 points. Chapter 48. Major brands compete for Ball thus. As the fourth quarter unfolded with Ball's relentless training of Ibaka, the Raptors' collapse resembled an unstoppable avalanche. In a suite at Staples Center, a Nike executive slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "I want Ball. We must sign Lonzo." Accompanying associates meticulously noted this directive, comparing it to the first sneaker contracts of James, Kobe, and Durant, debating what kind of price to offer Ball. James' initial sneaker contract with Nike in 2003 was worth $90 million over 7 years, followed by a second deal of $100 million over 5 years, and a lifetime contract thereafter. However, Nike's executives did not believe Ball could achieve such heights. It was merely the fame of the Ball family, coupled with his surging Instagram following and recent standout performances, that qualified him for a lucrative sneaker contract. Yet, this did not imply he could be equated with the likes of James, Kobe, Durant, or even Curry. In another suite, Adidas was eager to make its move. In the basketball market, Nike and Adidas had previously been neck and neck. However, with Adidas' decline and Nike's triumph in securing James, along with Kobe's return, Nike had captured nearly 90% of the players' share in the league. Particularly in recent years, the successes of James, Kobe, and Paul George had significantly increased Nike's global market share. Adidas resolved to take a bold step, offering Ball an even greater contract amount. In another suite at Staples, the head of Puma's American division was also deliberating on how to earn Ball's trust. Reviewing Ball's statistics, including this game, he averaged 30 points per game. Not to mention nearly 8 rebounds and close to 10 assists, a staggering feat, but what could genuinely sway Ball? The Puma executive recalled the recent altercation between Ball and Wall. It was all for the sake of his father, indicating that Ball held strong family values. Puma's shoes were not only stylish but had once dominated the league. After all, their decline stemmed from Nike's signing of Jordan. Sneakers are not solely about performance, they also hinge on the persona behind them. It seemed they needed to offer a more substantial contract while also respecting Ball's family views and even his opinions on sneaker design. The Puma executive believed that only by honoring Ball and his family could they secure a favorable contract. As these brand executives pondered, the game approached its conclusion. The Lakers triumphed over the Raptors with a score of 130-108. In the end, Ball also grabbed a few rebounds and dished out several assists, finishing with 50 points, 8 rebounds, and 9 assists. After the game, Ball was the first to be interviewed on-site. Just as a male reporter raised his microphone to pose a question, Hart and Ingram rushed over, each with a bottle of water. Ingram even had a Gatorade, pouring it over Ball's head. "Sorry, he is just too hot. He is too hot. We need to cool him down." Ball could only smile helplessly. He expressed his gratitude for the gifts sent by his dear friends. Now, the male host first wishes Ball a happy birthday. "I would like to inquire what has led you to receive such an abundance of points even on your birthday." Ball gazed down at the reporters with a wry smile, remarking, "I believe it is because today marks my birthday, and I wish to make it extraordinary." He continued, "Moreover, I think it should be about Ibaka. I want to compare our heights." Laughter erupted in the live broadcast room, an indescribable and somewhat ambiguous smile illuminating the atmosphere. As adults, perhaps it is time to engage in matters befitting our maturity. After all, those who understand, understand. A male reporter then posed a second inquiry. "What does it feel like to score 50 points?" Bauer expressed with delight, "It feels exhilarating. Yet I believe this is not my ultimate destination." The reporter was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that he intends to surpass Booker's record of 70 points? Or perhaps he aspires to eclipse Kobe's remarkable 81 points. But can one truly argue that he lacks the opportunity? For today, he has already amassed an impressive 50 points. Ball hurriedly participated in interviews with various media outlets once more. This time, he refrained from making any startling statements, merely reiterating the incident involving Ibaka's foul on several occasions. After all, time was of the essence. Demo promptly escorted him to meet with several prominent sneaker magnates. The first meeting was with Nike, where the representative offered a contract worth $60 million over 5 years. Indeed, this was a substantial improvement compared to typical rookie contracts. Furthermore, they promised to produce signature shoes for Ball should he attain notable accolades. Ball meticulously examined the contract. The 5-year, $60 million offer appeared quite substantial. However, he soon realized that the seemingly generous Nike was not genuinely inclined to grant him the full $60 million. Instead, they imposed numerous restrictive conditions, such as being selected for the All-Star team, making the All-NBA first team, or winning Rookie of the Year. Only by fulfilling these criteria could he ultimately secure the full amount. Should he fail to meet these benchmarks, he would merely receive $40 million. It became evident that Nike was engaging in risk management concerning Ball. Kobe, who accompanied Nike's president, noticed a flicker of hesitation in Ball's eyes. He understood that Nike might soon withdraw from the negotiation. Ball is a person of great ambition, seeking trust above all. "I apologize," Ball remarked, "but I believe I shall explore the next opportunity." Adidas presented a more enticing offer, 5 years for $70 million. They also assured him of a signature shoe. Yet, for Ball, the allure of money alone was not particularly captivating. Ball remarked, "Thank you. I believe we will have the opportunity to collaborate." When Demo led Ball to the last store, the sight of Puma evoked familiar memories. In his previous life, his favorite sneakers were those worn by Kobe. However, after LaMelo severed ties with his family, he signed with Puma, which produced various personal player editions for him. Ball recalled that this particular sneaker line extended to the 3rd generation. His memory of future releases was somewhat hazy, but he distinctly remembered that Puma was a brand that prioritized color and was adept at considering LaMelo's suggestions. Consequently, each generation of sneakers became a vibrant spectacle, making LaMelo resemble a spirited youth, adorned in rich hues. Puma's offer amounted to $80 million over 6 years, an increase in duration and sum. While on average it seemed as though the annual earnings had diminished, Puma stipulated several conditions. Firstly, it permitted Ball to utilize his own BBB brand, allowing for collaborative ventures. Provided there was no competition in the sneaker domain, Ball could wear BBB sandals, apparel, and hoodies. Secondly, Puma expressed willingness to invest in providing more scientific basketball training for Ball's younger brothers, LiAngelo and LaMelo. Should the opportunity arise, Puma hoped to sign them as brand ambassadors. This resonated deeply with Ball, as family was an indelible part of his life. Ultimately, Ball declared, "I relish the taste of defeating the strong. I believe that with Puma sneakers, I shall rise to be the premier name in footwear." Chapter 49, Jazz, Rookie of the Year Mission. Please collect and follow. ESPN reported a breaking story regarding Ball. After watching his game, the esteemed Stanley expressed his excitement about creating a superhero character based on Ball, aiming to incorporate him into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He would liaise directly with Disney representatives, hoping to feature Lonzo Ball as a hero in future Captain America and Avengers films. Perhaps soon, audiences will witness Ball's superhero debut, though the casting remains undisclosed. Stanley's hope is for Ball to take on the role himself. In another news, yesterday marked one of Ball's birthdays, during which he scored an impressive 50 points, along with 8 rebounds and 9 assists. According to records, he is the youngest player in NBA history to achieve such statistics. Lastly, Ball officially announced on Twitter his rejection of contracts from Nike and Adidas, with Nike offering $60 million over 5 years and Adidas $70 million over 5 years. LaMelo Ball ultimately chose to partner with Puma, signing a contract worth $80 million over 6 years. His debut sneaker, aptly named Born to Ball, is set to launch this season, while the secondary models are titled the Enforcer and the Tribute, reflecting his rivalry with Patrick Beverley in the first instance and his contentious relationship with Devin Booker in the second. The following day, upon awakening, Ball was elated to see 3 trending topics on Twitter: LaMelo the superhero, LaMelo 50 points, and LaMelo Puma basketball shoes. After finalizing his sneaker deal the previous night, Ball had dined and celebrated at a luxurious hotel with his friends, Demo and Dennis, only to return home and drift into a deep slumber. This morning, Ball resolved that his foremost task would be to continue his training, for in the world of competitive basketball, complacency is the gravest sin. As he rose, he could not resist the urge to kiss the slumbering Dennis beside him, due to the host achieving the milestone of scoring 50 points. A special reward of 10 attribute points has been granted. Additionally, a reward of 4 attribute points has been awarded for the successful signing of the signature shoe contract. Furthermore, an additional 2 attribute points have been bestowed for securing victory. Ball opened his system panel to examine his data. The system presented his various abilities, prompting him to make decisions regarding his skill enhancements. Name: Lonzo Ball. Height: 6 feet 6 inches, 196 centimeters. Weight: 86 kilograms. Dimension 1. Scoring ability: basic shooting, 75-100 mid-range shot, 78-100 turnaround jumper, 36-100 step-back jumper, 80-100 pull-up jumper, 75-100 open 3-point shot, 80-100 contested 3-point shot, 50-100 basic dunk layup, 80-100 contact dunk layup, 70-100 difficult layup dunk, 60-100 basic hook shot, 20-100 contested small hook shot, 25-100 contested large hook shot, 25-100 basic floater teardrop, 30-100 overall. Evaluation: a fleeting star player. Dimension 2. Health status: ankle, 60-100 wrist, 70-100 shoulder, 78-100 abdomen, 90-100 knee, 65-100 thigh, 90-100 calf, 90-100 ligaments and joints, 90-100 overall. Evaluation: a player prone to injury with a slight misstep. Ball gazed at the 2 evaluations with a sense of resignation. Beyond these 2 aspects, there existed 5 additional dimensions: ball control ability, defensive capability, tactical acumen, and mental fortitude. Furthermore, the system encompassed a special skills and items section, as well as a badge section. Upon accessing the special skills and items section, one could observe enhancements such as a 43-point shooting percentage boost for the season, alongside the acquired silver health shards and stamina potions. By delving into the badge section, he could view a collection of his achievements, including being the youngest recipient of the 3-point title, the youngest to score 50 points with 8 rebounds and 9 assists, and the youngest to achieve a triple-double with blocks. The accomplishment of scoring 50 points also featured prominently among his accolades. This system was indeed comprehensive. Presently, Ball's most pressing concern was to address his health issues. Ball has allocated all 16 points gained from this endeavor to his ankles. In his previous life, his knees and ankles were frequently plagued by issues. It is indeed true that one realizes the scarcity of knowledge only when it is needed. The more one learns, the more one feels the inadequacy. For now, he must focus on healing his ankles while striving to accumulate more points to address his knee troubles. This commitment to his health further inspires him to deliver more captivating performances on the court. although Ball has performed admirably in the recent matches. A glance at the distribution of his scores reveals a stark reality. He is undeniably a player of extreme dualities. Ball reflects on his performance. He consistently focuses on three-point shots and drives to the basket, seldom opting for mid-range attempts while frequently facilitating passes. He embodies the essence of a modern player. He recognizes his strengths in three-point shooting, finishing at the rim, and ball control. However, as Kobe once noted, there remain considerable flaws and vulnerabilities in aspects like floaters and turnaround jumpers. As Ball pondered his situation, the system presented him with new tasks. Task 1. A long-term objective. To earn the title of this season's Rookie of the Year, he must surpass the following individuals: Donovan Mitchell, Ben Simmons, Kyle Kuzma, De'Aaron Fox, and Jason Tatum. The reward for this task remains unknown, yet it promises to be substantial. Based on the outcomes of each game, the total rewards will be categorized. Standard rewards will yield a certain number of points, while ultimate rewards will grant skills and special items. Super rewards will provide titanium alloy body parts. Task 2. A daily challenge. Complete 1,000 turnaround jump shots and alley-oops. Upon completion, you will receive a platinum card for alley-oops and turnaround jump shots, increasing their accuracy to 70. Faced with these two tasks, Ball fell into deep contemplation. Enough talk. It's time for action. He must seize the moment. The upcoming game pits him against the Jazz, led by the formidable Mitchell. This player, reminiscent of Wade in his number 45 jersey, must be thoroughly vanquished. However, beyond honing his three-point shooting, Ball recognizes the necessity of expanding his arsenal. Thus, acquiring this platinum card is imperative. After all, Mitchell is a player who has scored 70 points in a game, and he achieved this under challenging circumstances against the Bulls. He secured those points in a situation where others faltered, unlike Booker, who merely inflated his stats. Bauer began to call Hart. Then he made another call to Demo. Demo, I need you to assist me in locating an individual named Fred Vinson. If he is still in operation during this time frame, you should be managing his training business. I'm considering hiring him as my personal trainer. Upon joining the Pelicans, Ball transitioned from being an erratic player wielding the Six Meridian sword to a reliable contributor, exhibiting both three-point shooting prowess and defensive capabilities, thus becoming a vital piece of the championship puzzle. This transformation, however, is contingent upon his good health and is significantly attributed to the guidance of coach Fred Vincent during his tenure with the Pelicans. In a similar vein, Ingram also experienced a renaissance. After languishing for 3 years with the Lakers, Coach Vincent helped elevate his three-point shooting to nearly 40 and free throw percentage to over 80. A remarkable achievement compared to his previous performance. A solitary flower does not herald spring. It is the collective bloom that fills the garden with vibrancy. Relying solely on individual effort yields limited results. To rescue the Lakers' ambitions, it is imperative that the entire team benefits. With a lucrative contract in hand, rather than indulging in luxury cars or cruises, one ought to invest in personal development. Chapter 50. The Magical Attire. Scoring 7 points alone, seeking collections and continued reading, Hart proved to be an invaluable teammate, always available for training. It is no surprise that after Ball's connection with Hart, he witnessed a significant leap in performance with the Knicks. This time, Ball reached out to Hart, who, having formed a close bond with Larry Nance Jr. through gaming, invited him along. Nance, recalling how Ingram consistently supported him during on-court skirmishes, in turn summoned Ingram. Observing Ball's improvement, Ingram decided to include him as well. Ultimately, the boomerang returned to its original thrower. When Ball heard Ingram mention the time and place, it perfectly aligned with his prior arrangement with Hart. Given this synchronicity, they promptly included Randall as well, leading 6 individuals to the gym ahead of schedule. Ingram simulated training to address his weaknesses, while Hart and Ball focused on perfecting their jump shots and floaters. Moreover, Hart recognized the need to enhance his three-point shooting, as his accuracy, though not particularly high, proved devastating in clutch moments, a testament to the cumulative effort of daily practice. Perhaps due to the camaraderie of his peers, Ball completed his jump shot and floater drills at an accelerated pace. Fortunately, this session was without a time constraint. In the morning, he accomplished 2,000 jump shots and followed with 2,000 floaters in the afternoon. The others had grown accustomed to his rigorous training regimen. Ball's training schedule often appeared erratic. After focusing on three-point shooting, he would switch to plyometric exercises, yet the fruits of his labor consistently manifested in subsequent games. Soon, the group boarded a plane to Salt Lake City, arriving at the Jazz's home court. In a previous iteration, the Lakers lost this game. But a closer examination of the statistics reveals that in the first quarter, the Lakers trailed the Jazz 16-31. The second quarter saw the Lakers edging out a 5-point gain at 29-25, while the third quarter ended in a tie at 19. The final quarter concluded with a score of 17-21, with the Lakers' downfall primarily rooted in their substantial deficit from the first quarter. Ball unlocked his phone and perused the news, a trending topic catching his eye. Mitchell, I should be the Western Conference Player of the Week. Really? Is Donovan Mitchell actually contending for this? In the first 6 games, including today's match against the Lakers, his record stands at 3 wins and 3 losses. Averaging nearly 20 minutes on the court, with scores of 10, 2, 2, 19, 2, and 22. It was only in this match that Mitchell finally reached 22 points. In terms of statistics, he cannot compete with Ball, and in terms of team performance, he falls short of Ball as well. And with this, he dares to claim the title of Player of the Week? Mitchell places far too much importance on his reputation. In his previous life, a late-blooming Mitchell sought to vie for the Rookie of the Year, yet he was overshadowed by Ben Simmons. Before one game, Mitchell donned a peculiar outfit emblazoned with the definition of a rookie. What did this signify? It was a veiled jab at Ben Simmons, insinuating that he was a repeat offender, much like Griffin, who had also been held back a year and thus was ineligible for the Rookie of the Year award. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ball conceived a plan. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, the players began to arrive. Professional photographers lined the corridor, capturing the athletes in their pregame attire. Young Nance dressed like a programmer, while Ingram presented himself as a refined English gentleman. Hart opted for a casual training outfit, complete with a hoodie and sweatpants, topped off with a cap. Finally, it was Ball's turn. As Ball emerged, he ruthlessly obliterated an abundance of film. However, this time his attire was remarkably simple, a white shirt adorning his upper body and a pair of weathered blue denim jeans gracing his lower half, complemented by the classic Puma Skywalker sneakers. Yet, beneath this unassuming exterior lay an intriguing detail. The photographer zoomed in, revealing a few lines inscribed upon Ball's white shirt. Achievements: Ball with 5 consecutive victories, Mitchell with 2 wins and 3 losses. Data: you may calculate it yourselves. Who truly deserves the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week? The photographer, concealed behind the camera, felt his pupils dilate in astonishment. Here it comes. Remarkably, the usually unprovocative Ball has chosen to confront Mitchell head-on this time. It appears today's game promises to be captivating. As the Lakers entered the arena in Salt Lake City, reminiscent of the architectural grandeur of the Roman Colosseum, they couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression. As Ball observed others during the pregame practice, he noted that many shots failed to find their mark. The hoops in Salt Lake City were seemingly skewed by the Lakers players. Time was of the essence. At 9 p.m., the match between the Lakers and the Jazz commenced. The Jazz's DJ began to introduce the players, welcoming the Spanish prodigy, Jazz point guard Rubio. A warm welcome for Favors, a greeting for Ingles, a salute for Hood, and a grand welcome for the French Eiffel Tower, Jazz center Rudy Gobert. The crowd erupted in applause. The home arena in Salt Lake City reverberated with the loudest cheers, as everyone united in their chants. The DJ's tone shifted dramatically, adopting a notably softer voice to introduce the Lakers players, with the introductions being particularly brief. A mere welcome for Ball, Ingram, Young, Pope, and Lopez. On this occasion, the more than 20,000 spectators in Salt Lake City collectively jeered at the Lakers players. It was inevitable. Many in Salt Lake City were fervent adherents, as the headquarters of the Mormon faith proudly espoused a doctrine of polygamy. Ball felt a ringing in his ears. Other players on the Lakers appeared somewhat pale, and some even exhibited slight tremors. Within Ball's heart, a fervor ignited. Indeed, the passion within him was awakened. Come forth, I shall embrace the role of an antagonist. I shall resurrect the spirit of Beat LA within the league. The game commenced. This time, Lopez once again failed to seize the opening tip. Ball had foreseen the play. When Gobert flicked the ball backward, Ball discerned its trajectory and swiftly sprinted to intercept it. In a flash, Ball had taken the shot. Bang! Bauer claimed the lead, effortlessly sinking a three-pointer. Gobert, filled with frustration, clapped his hands in exasperation. On to the next round. Ball defending the Spanish golden boy Rubio. Why does this feel so familiar? Bauer has taken a significant step back, leaving Rubio in a state of great indecision beyond the three-point line. Should he shoot or refrain? If he attempts a shot, will it find the net? Yet, if he chooses not to shoot, he finds himself with such ample space, in front of the entire audience. Rubio surprisingly opted to pass the ball to Hood, who then attempted a three-pointer but failed to convert. Ball seized the rebound and swiftly advanced. Upon reaching the heart of the Jazz territory, Gobert immediately retreated on defense. In his mind, Ball silently chanted, "Utilize the jump shot platinum card." Ball made a direct advance into the paint, while Gobert stepped forward to defend. His exceptionally long wingspan effectively encircled Ball. Upon observing, Ball realized that facing the pitch was indeed a formidable challenge. However, he swiftly executed a spin, adopting the stance of a golden rooster standing on one leg. To deliver the throw, the ball grazed Gobert's fingertips, elevating an arc, and ultimately settled securely into the net. The platinum card proved its worth. Now, it would be intriguing to see how Gobert would defend against this. Ball scored 5 consecutive points, unstoppable. In the next possession, the Jazz failed to make their shot, and Little Nance secured the rebound, passing it to the distant Ball. Ball scores another three-pointer. In just 2 minutes, he has amassed 7 points. Chapter 51. Since you all cannot unlock it, allow me to take the lead. After Ball scored his personal 7th point, the Utah Jazz called a timeout. The timing chosen by the Jazz was indeed astute, as their head coach promptly signaled for a pause in the game. The Jazz are known for their meticulous approach, which indicates that they do not demand flamboyance or excessive variability in their gameplay. In the past, the legendary duo of Malone and Stockton could execute a simple pick-and-roll strategy with remarkable finesse. It was unpretentious yet highly effective. Regrettably, Mitchell was still on the bench and had yet to be summoned into the game. Ball could only engage with others first. The task requires him to surpass Mitchell in points, rebounds, and assists. However, it was not emphasized that he must face Mitchell's scoring directly. Thus, Ball hurriedly seized this opportunity to accumulate more points. Upon resuming play, the Jazz regained possession. Although Rubio struggled with the shooting, he excelled at creating opportunities. Through a series of passes, he delivered the ball to Rudy Gobert, who emphatically executed a powerful dunk. On to the next possession. Ball and Nance executed a Spanish pick-and-roll. After Nance set a screen for Ball, he surged forward, only to have Ingram provide another screen. Meanwhile, Nance braced himself against the opposing center and sprinted towards the basket. At this moment, the Spanish pick-and-roll reached its conclusion. All that remained was to place the ball through the hoop. In the past, a straightforward 2-point shot was merely a matter of a simple pass from Ball. Should he wish to embellish the play, a flashy assist would suffice. Once Nance received the ball, a dunk would secure the 2 points. However, inexplicably, this seemingly simple task turned awry as Nance's dunk was thwarted by the rim, resulting in a missed opportunity. While he faltered, the opposition capitalized on the moment. This was the most disheartening aspect. Turning back, Hood was there, steadily directing his teammates into position. Ultimately, he launched a 3-pointer from the top of the arc. The ball swished through the net. A 3-pointer executed flawlessly. In a mere 2 minutes, Ball had amassed 7 points, while the Jazz had swiftly secured 5 points in under a minute. As a point guard, Ball aspired to invigorate his teammates. He passed the ball to Ingram, whose physique ensured that whenever he played and leaped to shoot, he was essentially open. Thus, his success hinged entirely on his execution. Yet, Ingram too missed, which allowed Hood to sink a mid-range jumper. The game was halted. Ball couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly bizarre." He could score effortlessly himself, yet the opportunities presented to others seemed to vanish without a trace. Thus, he decided, "I shall take the initiative." Ball, with the ball in hand, keenly observes the defensive setup of his opponents. By maneuvering around a screen, Gobert is reluctantly forced to the high post. Reminiscent of Ibaka during last year's training camp, Gobert, a multiple-time recipient of the Defensive Player of the Year award, possesses impressive statistics. Yet he often finds himself outmatched by smaller guards in a classic case of size disadvantage. In this instance, Ball employs a triple threat stance, seamlessly transitioning into a powerful drive, effortlessly creating an opportunity for a step-back 3-pointer. Swish. Ball. The 3-pointer from Hood has found its mark. The Jazz seized the opportunity. With Rubio recognizing Hood's hot hand and passing him the ball, Hood rose effortlessly, launching a 3-pointer right in front of KCP. The shot is good. The crowd erupts. Notably, as Hood walked away, he cast a sidelong glance, his expression one of utter disdain. He formed his hand into the shape of a pistol, retreating while blowing on his fingers in a show of bravado. The home commentator exclaimed, "Look at Hood. He is clearly aiming to challenge Ball in a 3-point shootout. Can Ball possibly respond? I think not." The bias of the home commentary was palpable. Yet, Ball asserted he could. And indeed, he did. This time, Ball advanced into the front court, skipping any hesitation, and found Hood once more. In an instant, he unleashed a swift 3-pointer right before Hood's eyes. Swish. The sound of the basketball grazing the net reverberated through the arena. Ball's 3-point shot found its mark. Another commentator exclaimed, "Look at Ball this time. He truly responded." However, the Jazz, aside from Hood, also boasts Ingles, who is no novice in this arena, to compete with them in three-point shooting. This rookie Ball is evidently not applying his intellect. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Ball raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation towards the commentary booth. In the next play, Jazz's Ingles received the ball and launched a three-pointer. The commentator clapped and chuckled, saying, "What did I tell you? The Jazz's three-point attack is relentless." Ball cannot withstand it. This time, Ball, while in possession, was immediately met with a double team. What to do? Ingram quickly moved forward to provide support, taking a long step for a layup, but alas, he was met with Gobert's formidable block. Lopez, however, persevered and secured the rebound. The Jazz had two players closing in on Lopez. His passing ability was not particularly formidable. With a swift glance towards the top of the arc, he spotted Ball in position. With a mighty gesture, he sent the ball soaring towards Ball, though the force of the pass was excessive. In order to secure the ball, Ball had to lean back to grasp it, which caused him a brief delay. Meanwhile, the Jazz's Hood and Rubio were already approaching. Amidst the narrow gap between the two, Ball discovered a sliver of space and raised his hand to shoot. The commentators exclaimed emphatically that this shot was impossible to make. After Ball made his shot, he fell to the ground and glanced towards the technical table. He spread his arms wide, then raised an eyebrow as he looked at the hoop. Swish. Just in time. The three-pointer found its mark. The commentator's words were abruptly choked off mid-sentence. Ball smiled once more and rose to defend. Another commentator chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Look at you. You've been mocked by Ball." Amidst the laughter, feeling humiliated, he retorted, "I shall see if Ball can sink another three-pointer. I refuse to believe he can score again." The Jazz's Hood, with the ball in hand, navigated through multiple screens before passing it to Ingles in the corner. The somewhat thinning-haired Ingles displayed remarkable prowess, receiving the ball and effortlessly sinking a three-pointer. The commentator shouted, "Ingles! Ingles! My absolute favorite, Ingles! Let's show Ball what the strength of the Jazz truly is." Upon hearing this, Ball glanced towards the commentary booth, shrugging his shoulders in response. He then proceeded to request the ball, skillfully employing a change of pace to execute a between-the-legs dribble as he crossed half-court. Meanwhile, young Nance contemplated setting a screen to assist him. Ball shook his head resolutely. "Put away your damn screen." His actions left the Jazz players somewhat astonished. Ball grasped the basketball with one hand while extending the other forward, signaling to hold down, remain calm, and composed. In the next moment, after completing his impressive display, Ball swiftly retrieved the ball and, standing just beyond the three-point line, executed a flawless three-point shot. The ball swished through the net once again. Whenever the Jazz managed to score a three-pointer, Ball was always ready to respond in kind. At this juncture, it seemed that none other than Ball could muster an offensive play. Bauer glanced at the commentary, tilting his head slightly and raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Ball has already scored 19 points in Chapter 52. Is he on the verge of breaking the record for points in a single quarter? In less than half a quarter, Ball has already amassed 19 points. With 8 minutes still remaining. In the live broadcast across the ocean, Yang Yi exclaimed, "Look at Ball. He has scored 19 points in less than half a quarter." Teacher Wang Ming responded, "Indeed, it's quite remarkable. My goodness. Do you think he might set a new record soon?" Yang Yi replied, "Certainly, his score will undoubtedly rise." Wang Ming quickly interjected, "Yang, I meant, is there a chance he could break the single-quarter scoring record?" Yang Yi perused the statistics and began, "Firstly, let's review the highest single-quarter scores. The record was previously held at 33 points by George Gervin. It took over a decade for LaMelo Anthony to match that score. On November 22, 2016, Kevin Love scored 34 points in the first quarter for the Cavaliers. And we mustn't forget Klay Thompson, who scored 37 points in the third quarter for the Warriors. The female host asked, "What level do you think Ball can reach? Will he surpass 33 or 34? Or could he even reach 37? Yang Jian responded, One mustn't focus solely on the player, particularly at this moment, while his scoring is impressive. Maintaining such explosive scoring requires consistency. Remember the last time Ball scored 50 or even 40 points? It was quite a struggle, requiring the entire game, wasn't it?" Wang Ming disagreed, stating, "I believe Ball can exceed 33 points, especially with 8 minutes left. He currently has 15 points, which means he could potentially score 15 more in that time. Surely, he can manage 5 points per minute." Yang Yi countered, "That's not a certainty. You must consider that Walton and Ball are not exactly on good terms. He might be pulled from the game at any moment. If he doesn't play in the latter half of the quarter, what then?" Wang Ming smacked his forehead, acknowledging, "You're right, Yang. just like back when Love was about to break 37 points. But then Irving came in and started playing solo, neglecting to pass. Indeed, such variables are numerous. I believe Ball will likely only manage to break 33 points. Both teachers expressed skepticism regarding Ball's prospects. Breaking a record truly requires the perfect confluence of circumstances, which is exceedingly challenging. Just as Kobe's 81-point game was not merely a product of a decisive victory, it was due to his teammates' inability to score. Furthermore, the opposing Raptors were performing excellently. If one were to score high, the opposing team would certainly strive to prevent becoming mere spectators, employing every possible tactic to thwart your scoring efforts. Thus, achieving a record-breaking feat is indeed a formidable challenge. The Jazz commenced with a throw-in, but held the ball and passed it to Ingles, executing a 5-out strategy. Through continuous ball movement amongst several players, Rubio eventually cut through and scored 2 points. However, this tactic nearly consumed the entire 24 seconds. The Lakers allowed Ingram to take charge. He is tall yet capable of playing as a facilitating forward. The team had just attempted several shots, but their shooting percentage was dismally low. With the possibility of Ball breaking the single-quarter scoring record, the players were eager to pass him the ball. Consequently, Ingram pretended to drive into the paint, drawing 2 defenders before lofting the ball, utilizing his height and vision. To Ball waiting at the left corner. Ball swiftly executed a shot, sinking yet another 3-pointer. His current score stands at 22 points with 7 minutes remaining in the game. The Jazz have adjusted their strategy, opting to slow the pace. The ball is exchanged among various players, diligently striving to utilize the full 24 seconds on the shot clock while simultaneously enhancing their score. This time, the ball is passed to Ingles at a 45-degree angle on the left side, who successfully nets a 3-pointer. The commentator, relentless in his enthusiasm, exclaims, "Ball, do you dare to shoot another 3? Do you dare to shoot another 3? The audience erupts in support, with the fervent home crowd of the Jazz chanting, "Do you dare to shoot?" The reaction of the Jazz exemplifies whether Ball has the audacity to take the shot. The Jazz are evidently apprehensive. The moment Ball receives the ball, they promptly initiate a double team. Consequently, the shot falls to Pope, who attempts a 3-pointer. However, he has yet to embody the prowess of a Kobe Bryant, as he has not yet been adjudicated nor has he evolved into that quintessential 3D player. The shot misses, flying far off the mark. Pope's strength is indeed noteworthy. The ball struck the rim forcefully, curving at a steep angle and ricocheting beyond the 3-point line. The Jazz players are already preparing to transition back on defense, aware that securing the rebound is essential for the Lakers. Yet, as the rebound descends, it has already traveled beyond the 3-point arc. Ball found himself fortuitously positioned, poised at the 3-point line. He leapt gracefully into the air, seizing the basketball with deft precision. Without hesitation, he executed a flawless shot. The commentator exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, oh my goodness. What is happening here?" A rebound followed by a 3-pointer. In midair, Ball elegantly released the ball, landing softly thereafter. The basketball soared in a beautifully arched trajectory towards the hoop. Perhaps the rim had been struck with such fervor that it could no longer resist the basketball's gentle caress, allowing it to effortlessly glide through the net. With a deft maneuver, Ball secured a rebound and effortlessly sank a 3-pointer. He has now amassed 25 points. The Jazz are exhibiting remarkable shooting accuracy. On this occasion, but penetrated the paint with finesse, executing a mid-range jumper to secure 2 points with unwavering composure. However, this possession nearly consumed the entirety of the 24-second shot clock. As Ball was poised to take control of the ball, he found himself closely monitored by an opponent. Reluctantly, he had to pass the responsibility to either Ingram or Pope for further play. However, the other teammates were not available. This time, Ingram passed the ball to Pope, who, utilizing a screen, delivered it to the swiftly advancing Kuzma. Ball and Rubio retreated to the paint, positioning themselves on the opposite side of the rim, eager to contest the rebound. The Jazz believed Nance was poised for an emphatic dunk. However, as Nance leaped into the air, he unexpectedly executed a lob pass. Yet, lurking on the other side of the basket was none other than Ball. Ball soared high into the air, catching the ball as he prepared to slam it down into the hoop. In his ascent, he leaped so high that he effortlessly vaulted over Rubio, who was left mercilessly eclipsed beneath him. Ball executed a slam dunk over Rubio. Ball has already scored 27 points, just 6 points shy of tying George Gervin's 33. With only 4 minutes left in the game, is it truly so difficult to score 6 points? The Jazz have directly altered their strategy, not wishing to remain mere spectators, opting to delay their offensive plays as much as possible. They managed to stretch their possession to the very last second before shooting. Fortunately, Ingles' three-pointer bounced off the rim twice before finally dropping in. The score difference between the two teams is now minimal, with the Lakers holding a slight advantage, most of which is attributed to Ball's contributions. As the Lakers prepare to inbound the ball, the Jazz shockingly initiate full-court pressure. Lopez is set to pass, but with a moment's lapse, he delivers the ball to KCP, who is promptly intercepted by Rubio. Yet, surprisingly, the Jazz opts not to shoot following the steal. Instead, they maintain possession, biding their time. Ingram approaches and fouls Rubio without the ball. Walton, contemplating the situation, realizes that Ball's success could enhance his own credentials. So he signals for Hart and Randall to replace Lopez and KCP. This creates a smaller lineup, emphasizing speed, with every player capable of ball handling. While Hart and Randall can secure rebounds, and Ingram can orchestrate the passing. With this accelerated approach, they aim for Ball to break the record. Now, it is Ball's moment to shine. Across the vast ocean, in the live streaming room, Su Jingyu, also known as Whale, is exuberantly shouting, "Hey, how explosive. Look at Ball's play. It's incredible." Whale is now lavishing the same praise on Ball that he once reserved for Durant. Viewers in the stream are quick to take screenshots and save clips. One viewer questions whether Walton's lineup can succeed. Jingyu dismisses the query with a wave, then articulates passionately, "Dear viewer, I believe you need to watch more basketball. What is the challenge Ball is facing? What is it?" Pauses for audience response. The issue lies in the lack of scoring and organization. The points Ball just scored were extraordinary, not typical shots, but rather earned through sheer determination, squeezing through tight spaces. It is no easy feat. Jingyu takes a sip of tea, momentarily spitting some leaves back into the cup, and continues, "Now, while this lineup may be slightly lacking in rebounding, Hart and Randall can still grab boards. If rim protection is inadequate, then they can just play fast. And since everyone on the court can handle the ball, Ball won't need to do everything himself. Just watch. Every one of them will be silent." Indeed, the reality aligns with Jingyu's assertions. The Jazz inbound the ball, executing constant switches on defense. They cannot afford to substitute these players, lest they grant Ball an opportunity. Rubio holds the ball as Ball and Hart converge to trap him along the sideline. Rubio quickly passes to Ingles, who is then blocked by Ingram. With Ball arriving to assist in the defensive pressure. Caught off guard, Ingles attempts to pass to Gobert, but Randall intercepts it. Randall charges forward. Who would dare to defend him? He barrels down the court like a freight train. Randall swiftly crosses into the opposing half. With other Lakers players trailing for a fast break, Randall drives into the paint and dishes the ball to Ball, who receives it and shoots. A three-pointer, my stance, my fire. My invincible touch. Another three. Swish. Walton's small ball lineup proves remarkably effective. Ball has now reached 30 points with 3.5 minutes remaining. As the Jazz prepare to inbound the ball, they initially aim to prolong the game, but the Lakers counter with full-court pressure. This is where the excitement lies. Even though the Lakers have their backs against the wall, they are determined to stifle Ball's scoring opportunities. As the commentary explains, even if the Jazz are on the brink, they must first neutralize Ball. It is clear the Jazz are resolute in preventing him from scoring again. Yet, Walton's small lineup is designed to counteract this very situation. The players on the court are brimming with vitality. Given even a minute, they strive to produce a 3-minute impact. The Lakers' full-court pressure begins to yield results. With 4 players engaged in relentless pursuit, each stretching their limits like sticky gum clinging to a surface. Although the Lakers may not possess overwhelming skill, their determination is undeniable. Hood, caught off guard, is halted by Hart's physical defense, resulting in a crucial steal. Ball maneuvers gracefully through the air, while Hart executes a bounce pass, allowing Ball to drive straight to the basket. He has now accumulated an impressive 32 points. Commentators worldwide echo this sentiment. Should he score just 2 more points, Ball would ascend to the second position on the list of highest single-quarter scorers, tying with Love. The Jazz initiate the inbound pass, and once again, the Lakers apply full-court pressure. However, the Jazz have acclimated to this intensity. Through a series of deft passes, they advance the ball past half-court. Although they have broken through the Lakers' full-court press, their pace has noticeably quickened, compelling them to align with the Lakers' rhythm. An accelerated tempo inevitably leads to more possessions. Indeed, the Jazz's latest offensive effort, prompted by a decrease in defensive intensity, quickly nets them 2 points as they seamlessly return to their offensive cadence. The Lakers designate Ingram as the ball handler and orchestrate multiple screens from Randall and Hart to create opportunities for Ball, while Rubio remains in close pursuit. Ball circled the 3-point line. The first screen was set by Hart, catching Rubio off guard as he collided directly with him. Ingles quickly switched to defend Ball, and another pick and roll ensued. Just when everyone presumed Ball would exploit this situation to create space for himself, he unexpectedly passed the ball to Hart, who was intercepted. Hart was taken aback, wondering why he was suddenly receiving a pass. Nonetheless, the fundamental skills of a player enabled him to finish with a successful layup. Was Ball not going to take the shot? The Jazz players were equally perplexed. Ball gathered the players and remarked, "Let us play as we normally would, rest assured. I will seize the opportunity." Indeed, there was ample time to orchestrate an offensive maneuver, especially with the home crowd fervently cheering, and the gap with the Lakers not being insurmountable. However, the recent play from the Hunan team appeared somewhat hesitant and indecisive. As Ball moved forward, he encouraged his teammates to play normally, urging them to maintain their rhythm. Observing his demeanor, the other players gradually adjusted to a more fluid form of play. Ultimately, Ingram entered the game and successfully scored a two-pointer. It was not that they were averse to high scores. Rather, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Victory held paramount importance, and he sought to contribute to the score as well. As adults, they recognized the necessity of making choices that encompassed both objectives. This time, the Lakers executed their strategy effectively, thwarting the Jazz's offensive efforts through solid defense. As the ball was passed to Ball, the Jazz adopted their usual defensive stance. But they soon realized that their conventional defense could not adequately aid Ball. Ball created space by navigating around a screen. With a swift motion, he effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Ball has scored 36 points. There are 2 minutes remaining, and the Jazz are determined not to let Ball exceed 37 points. Otherwise, he will indeed become merely a background figure. The Jazz have once again stalled for time, successfully making a basket. Only a minute and a half remains. As Ball seized the ball, adversaries swiftly commenced their encirclement. After Ball brought the ball to the front court for Ingram, he encountered Hart at the arc's peak. Hart then executed a handoff, delivering the ball back to Ball, who swiftly rose to attempt a three-pointer. Unfortunately, the shot did not find its mark. However, Randall effectively boxed out Gobert. Hart leapt with great force, seizing the rebound. In midair, he tossed the ball out to the perimeter. Ball is in position. Receive. Bend the knees. Extend the legs. Raise the elbow. Stretch the arm. Flick the wrist. The ball is out. 3 points. From Ball. He shatters Klay Thompson's record. The record for points in a single quarter now belongs to Ball. A remarkable 39 points in 1 quarter. Chapter 54. The coach truly makes the difference. In the first quarter, Ball impressively scored 39 points, establishing himself as the leading scorer of the period. Outside the court, many were captivated by this feat. James took to Twitter to express his disbelief, exclaiming, "Incredible! The young king has achieved something new." Klay Thompson directly mentioned Ball in a tweet, stating, when given the chance, "I shall reclaim my glory. Let's compare championships. I currently hold one." Love enthusiastically liked the post, remarking that truly talented individuals are unimpeded by any obstacles, while also praising Ball's supportive teammates for creating opportunities for him. LaMelo Anthony tweeted simply, "Smiley faces, looking forward to facing Ball." Unbeknownst to Ball, who had ceased scoring during the final moments of the quarter, the Lakers maintained a slight lead as they reverted to their standard gameplay. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers had amassed 45 points, while the Jazz trailed with 37. This score was notably high, reminiscent of the scoring in Kobe's era during the first half of games. The referees allowed the players ample leeway, resulting in a predominance of three-point attempts. Ingles and Hood from the opposing team each sank several three-pointers, with few attempts at driving to the basket and a lackluster defense. The Lakers' assistance in Ball's scoring diminished as defensive intensity waned in the latter part of the quarter, yet they ramped up their defense before halftime, employing double teams and steals to create opportunities for Ball. As the quarter ended, Walton substituted Ball for Clarkson, Randall, Hart, Kuzma, and Nance Jr. The Jazz also rotated their key players, bringing in Mitchell and Johnson to replace Hood and Rubio. This shift opened up space for the Jazz. Upon entering the game, Mitchell, akin to an eager student confronted with an exam, immediately seized the opportunity. Clarkson, whose defensive skills are not particularly robust, was swiftly schooled by Mitchell, who muscled his way to the basket, narrowing the gap from 8 to 6 points. As Mitchell retreated on defense, he cast a glance at Ball, seemingly challenging him. "Aren't you going to score? Didn't you claim to be the player of the week?" Hart, with the ball, conducted a wide-ranging pass to Clarkson. Clarkson executed a graceful crossover, evading Hood and charging towards the basket, preparing to challenge Gobert, the so-called French Tower. Yet, Gobert was not easily toppled. With a swift motion, He swatted the ball out of bounds. Despite the Lakers retaining possession, time was running out. Ultimately, the ball was passed to Randle, who faced a double team. He maneuvered around Ingles, but was blindsided by Gobert, who blocked his shot off the backboard. By this point, Gobert had already recorded 5 blocks. His presence alone bolstered the entire defense. During the 2023-2024 season, the Timberwolves narrowly missed out on the finals. Although Gobert was repeatedly outmatched by the Mavericks' Doncic in the Western Conference Finals, where Doncic even scored a decisive basket over Gobert, statistics indicated that the team scored more with Gobert on the court than without him. His presence was pivotal in transforming the Timberwolves' defense following a significant trade. It must be said that advantages come with drawbacks. In this context, had it not been for Gobert's acquisition, the Timberwolves would not have achieved their resurgence. In 2024, they were eliminated by the Mavericks in the Western Conference. Moving forward, they will undoubtedly seek enhancements centered around Gobert, Towns, and Edwards. Returning to the Jazz's home ground, the players, fatigued from the lengthy first quarter, willingly passed the ball to Mitchell, a player anticipated to make a significant impact in this year's draft. Mitchell and Gobert executed a pick and roll, with Gobert effectively blocking Hart. Mitchell then showcased his three-point prowess, using Gobert's screen to shake off Hart. With a quick step back, Mitchell positioned himself at the 45-degree mark beyond the arc and released a shot, nothing but net. The Jazz had now reduced the deficit to 3 points. As Ball rose to prepare for the game, Walton opted to let him rest for a moment. After all, only 2 minutes had elapsed. And with a 3-point lead still intact, he decided to allow the starters to remain on the court. However, a truly exceptional coach would recognize the necessity of calling a timeout at such a juncture. With a lead in hand, players are generally more relaxed and can perform with ease. Should the game reach a tie, calling a timeout then would impose considerable psychological pressure on the players. Moreover, when both teams are level on points, especially when one has previously trailed significantly, the momentum shifts dramatically, leaving the leading team vulnerable. This is precisely the predicament the Lakers find themselves in, having fought hard to establish an 8-point lead in the Jazz's home arena, a margin that is far from secure. Should they be caught up, coupled with the home crowd's influence and the referee's bias, they could easily find themselves in dire straits. On the next offensive play, the Lakers failed to score once more. Turning around, Mitchell launched a three-pointer from just a meter away, swiftly equalizing the score. The team stood at 45 points apiece. Walton felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that he should have called a timeout much earlier. Ball thought to himself that the coach's abilities were truly lacking. He was not alone in this sentiment. Viewers across the ocean were also criticizing Walton in the live broadcast. Young, feeling helpless, remarked on Walton's impressive grasp of social niceties, noting that having once played for the Lakers and now serving as their coach, one would expect a genuine affection for the team. Why then could he not wield even the authority of a coach? Why was he so sluggish in calling timeouts? Wang Meng, at a loss for words, could only express his frustration. Alas, who would have thought we might endure several more years of such agonizing games? A good coach truly has a profound impact. This was a relatively mild critique. On social media, the reactions were far more scathing. What kind of coach is this? One user exclaimed. Walton is utterly incompetent. He knows nothing. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that Ball should be substituted in, or Clarkson should be taken out. Clarkson offers no defense, and he is currently deploying an almost entirely bench lineup. How can you compete against their elite players? What do you expect to use your head? In the live chat, a wave of enthusiastic support surged among the viewers. Exactly. That is precisely what I think. A coaching change is necessary. Just look at the evident disparity between the two sides. They don't have this constant substitution of 5 on and 5 off. On the court, Walton finally brought Ball into the game. Before taking the court, Ball inquired, Coach, to what extent would you like me to defend Mitchell? Walton was at a loss for words in response. Bauer appeared to realize that he had nothing further to say, and he entered the field without looking back. The showdown between Ball and Mitchell has officially commenced. Chapter 55, The Confrontation with Mitchell. Ball has entered the game. The home commentator for the Jazz exclaimed in a fit of hysteria, At last, Ball is on the court. It's time for him to face some challenges. His partner replied, Mitchell has just overwhelmed Clarkson. Now it's Ball's turn. The bias of the Jazz's home commentary was palpable, completely disregarding their earlier blunders. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the 10-cent live streaming room, opinions diverged dramatically. The cause? The earlier misjudgments. After all, Yang Yi and Wang Meng had already been proven wrong numerous times. In the previous game, They doubted Ball's ability to score high, only for him to achieve a remarkable 50 points. Today, their professional assessment suggested that Ball could not break records in the first quarter, predicting a maximum of 33 or 34 points. Yet, Ball astonishingly reached 39 points. Now, when asked to predict how many points Ball would score, whether he would win, or what achievements he might attain, they unanimously chose to believe in the best possible outcome. Teacher Yang Jian remarked, "I believe Ball is indeed superior to Mitchell. When examining the statistics and winning percentages, it's all in Ball's favor." Wang Ming concurred, and the two reached a consensus. The female commentator suggested, "Well, let's watch the game." When Ball took the court, Walton summoned the young Nance to enhance his performance. Ball and Nance exchanged a nod and signaled each other. Nance had already grasped the forthcoming strategy. The Lakers initiated the play, first passing to Ingram, who then relayed it to Ball at midcourt. Having already attempted a considerable number of three-pointers in recent games, particularly the audacious logo threes from near the half-court line, Ball attracted Mitchell's defense, which was notably aggressive. However, Ball remained unperturbed, gradually advancing toward the three-point arc. Nance, who had been positioned under the basket to secure a rebound, swiftly stepped up to set a screen for Ball. Mitchell attempted to maneuver around, but found the screen too formidable to bypass. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Powell maneuvered into a favorable position, setting up a pick-and-roll with Gortat. Much like the acclaimed prodigy Doncic, who possesses an impressive and robust physique, he adeptly positioned himself ahead of his opponent. Once he secured the advantageous spot, he effectively trapped his adversary behind him, rendering them immobile. This strategic move created a scenario of 5 against 4 within a confined space. Ball is currently executing this strategy, with Mitchell positioned behind him. Attempting to reach for the ball directly from behind could easily result in a foul. Ball positioned himself and then slowly advanced forward. After executing the first screen, Little Nance swiftly followed up and blocked the opposing center, Gobert. Through 2 screens, Little Nance created a wide avenue for Ball to traverse. Ball executed a direct layup, with Mitchell obstructed behind and Gobert blocked ahead. In this manner, he effortlessly secured 2 points. Splendid! What a remarkable pick-and-roll by Gobert. Scoring 2 points in offense does not convey much. What truly matters is to contain Mitchell, for that would dampen his momentum. On the Jazz's side, it is once again Mitchell leading the charge. Indeed, Mitchell possesses exceptional physical prowess, sprinting forward with a powerful 3-step approach, intending to execute a thunderous dunk over Ball. However, Ball's lateral quickness, honed through competitive play, has notably improved. Now, Ball is entirely capable of keeping pace with Mitchell. As Mitchell ascends, Ball follows suit. Mitchell's arm curves like a blade, poised for a ferocious dunk, yet Ball's arm is perfectly positioned in the trajectory of his dunk attempt. Ball's palm firmly pressed against Mitchell's basketball, a testament to his core strength, which left him unperturbed. The shot was blocked, yet Mitchell seized the opportunity once more, launching into the air with astonishing agility. In this fleeting moment, he understood that a dunk was no longer viable. Instead, he opted for a high-arching layup, intending to outsmart his opponent. "If I throw it high enough, you shall not obstruct it." The ball ascended, its trajectory impressively elevated. As Mitchell secured it, he leaned back, enhancing the arc of his shot. He thought to himself, "Surely this time you cannot intercept it." Yet, Ball tilted his body, extending his hand, and with the slightest touch of his fingertips, he grazed the basketball. Ball executed a direct second block against Mitchell. The opportunistic Nance seized the moment and swiftly claimed the rebound. At this juncture, action was imperative. Receiving the ball from Ball, he made an immediate long pass without hesitation. In the next instant, Kuzma arrived to catch the ball. This type of play came effortlessly to Kuzma. Ball gazed at the Jazz player serving from behind, a bold thought crossing his mind. If one is to defend, one must do so with a certain ferocity. A relentless press throughout the court. Ball pursued Mitchell relentlessly from the forefront, extending his arms to entangle him, gradually lowering his center of gravity to apply pressure. He pressed his chest against Mitchell, making it impossible for him to maneuver around. In such a predicament, Mitchell was left with the options of a between-the-legs dribble, a back-down, or passing to a teammate. Yet, amidst the roar of the home crowd for the Jazz, Mitchell was unwilling to appear cowardly. He did not opt for a pass. Instead, he chose to confront the challenge head-on. Once, twice, Ball exerted tremendous effort, pushing against his opponent. In the fleeting moment that Mitchell was about to pivot, Ball, as if he had already anticipated the move, deftly nudged the ball with his agile hand, sending it soaring to the front court. Mitchell immediately dashed forward, but Ball surpassed him with an audacious maneuver reminiscent of Rodman's tenacity. He snatched the ball directly from Mitchell's grasp, propelled by inertia, sliding nearly 2 to 3 meters across the floor. Kuzma, perceiving the opportunity, recognized that as long as he made a run, Ball would inevitably deliver the pass. After all, Ball was initially compared to the legendary Kid. When Kid joined the Nets, he famously claimed that with just 1 hour, he could ensure the team a winning percentage of 50. Observing his teammates' receiving techniques during practice, he subsequently led the Nets to an impressive 64 victories within a year, far exceeding the promised 50%. Both Ball and Kid possess the remarkable ability to elevate their teammates' performance. As long as one is willing to run and move, Ball will undoubtedly deliver the ball on time. Indeed, after Ball secured the ball on the ground and spotted Kuzma ahead, he did not even rise to his feet. Instead, he executed a bounce pass from the floor. Upon receiving the pass, Kuzma unleashed a thunderous slam dunk, causing the Jazz's rim to tremble. At this moment, Ball began to rise slowly. With no other recourse, the Jazz had no choice but to serve once more. Ball has yet to implement full-court pressure. Seizing this moment to gradually relax, standing with his feet apart while embracing his shoulders in a gesture of self-assurance, he lifts his head, using his chin to survey the surroundings. It resembles a celebratory gesture by a point guard from Washington, yet he remains within the bounds of the game. His gaze conveys a clear message to all: the player of the week is me, not you. Bring it on. I shall staunchly defend against every one of your attacks. In the face of Ball's defense, the Jazz cannot afford to be indifferent. They orchestrate a strategy allowing Hood and Ingles to engage in ball handling and passing to facilitate Mitchell's advance to the front court. However, in essence, this mirrors the situation that Ball found himself in moments ago. Now, Gobert intends to defend Mitchell, as he has a personal mission to accomplish, securing the title of Rookie of the Year. This endeavor necessitates that his points, assists, and rebounds surpass those of his opponents. Furthermore, the evaluation for the Rookie of the Year award hinges not only on the average statistics at the season's end, but also significantly on the head-to-head confrontations between players, akin to the MVP selection process. Ultimately, it boils down to which players on the MVP leaderboard have triumphed over others, thereby demonstrating greater dominance. As the play transitions to the front court, Gobert's physical advantage becomes evident. With a high-arching pass from Hood, Gobert ascends to the air and emphatically dunks the ball into the basket. One might say Gobert has displayed a certain naivety during the pandemic. Despite being advised to observe health protocols, he notably touched the microphone with his hand, spitting as he spoke. This recklessness resulted in both Mitchell and Gobert contracting the virus. Consequently, tensions arose between the two, leading to their separation. Gobert moved to the Timberwolves while Mitchell joined the Cavaliers. Bauer gazed at the seamless rapport between the two, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Since they exhibited such harmony, having dealt with Mitchell, why not turn their attention to you, Gobert? There is no choice but to take a page from Doncic's playbook. Ball is once again poised to execute a pick-and-roll in Spain. My apologies, Gobert. I assure you, it is for your own good. This way, when Doncic unexpectedly appears in the future and engages you for 3 or 4 consecutive plays, you shall not feel disheartened or dismayed. After all, one must adapt to such circumstances. Ball advanced to the front court, signaling his intention to execute a Spanish pick-and-roll. Little Nance retreated into the paint. Pope and Ingram positioned themselves at the left and right corners, respectively, to create space. This configuration resulted in a 3-on-3 confrontation in the middle. At the apex of the arc, Ball is engaged while Mitchell assumes a defensive stance. He persistently presses his hands against Ball's waist, only to withdraw them momentarily. Current defensive regulations prohibit the use of elbows to obstruct the offensive player's path. However, one may still utilize tactile contact with the waist to perceive the shifts in strength. Ball initially executed a rightward step. Mitchell, mistakenly believing that Ball intended to break through to the right, swiftly shifted laterally to his left. This abrupt movement resulted in a collision with young Nance. Ball effortlessly glided past Mitchell, breaching the first line of defense with remarkable ease. The second line of defense was represented by Hood, stationed at the midcourt. Due to the aggressive coverage from Little Nance, Gobert was compelled to follow suit. As Hood attempted to reposition himself for defense, he realized that Kuzma had already advanced, setting a screen for him. Meanwhile, Little Nance had begun his descent towards the basket. Upon witnessing the scene, Ball immediately passed the ball to Little Nance. The basket was unguarded. After Gobert was drawn out, he was entangled by the player in the middle. Little Nance executed a direct dunk, scoring effortlessly. The brilliance of the Spanish pick-and-roll lay precisely in this aspect, confining 6 players to such a compact area while utilizing the central screen. After navigating past the first line of defense, Ball can seamlessly advance beyond the second line. The Jazz continue their offensive assault. Ball and his teammates defended with exceptional rigor, rendering Mitchell unable to score. After multiple passes, Ingles executed a challenging three-point shot successfully. Subsequently, Ball resumed his offensive against Spain, mirroring the earlier strategy, with Pope and Ingram positioned at the corners on either side. This time, Gobert did not follow. After a screen set by Little Nance, Ball seized the opportunity, performing a step-back three-pointer that found its mark. Mitchell turned to Gobert, exclaiming loudly, "Why didn't you step up?" Gobert was at a loss for words. If he stepped up, there would be no one to guard the paint. The Jazz coach gestured that in future scenarios, Gobert should advance, while Hood would assist defensively in the paint. The Jazz's offensive attempt, however, did not result in a score. Ball continues to execute the Spanish pick-and-roll, reminiscent of Doncic's maneuver against Gobert in the 2023-2024 season. With this singular tactic, he has engaged him for 3 consecutive possessions. The two players converge at the corner, creating space while 6 others operate in the central zone. Nance screens Mitchell once more, effectively obstructing his path. Gobert follows suit, advancing upward. Nance swiftly cuts to the basket, while Hood attempts to provide assistance, yet Kuzma preemptively sets a pick for Nance, thwarting Hood's efforts. Mitchell strives to defend against Nance, but the combined screen of Kuzma and Hood forces Mitchell to navigate around them, a task made increasingly urgent by the ticking clock. This strategy tests the agility of the center. Those who merely linger in the paint are on the verge of obsolescence. It simultaneously evaluates the playmaking abilities of the guards. As Ball's deft pass effortlessly executes the plan, Nance continues to attack the rim with vigor. In Mitchell's subsequent offensive attempt, he relies on his sheer strength to draw a foul, earning 2 free throws. After successfully converting both, he finds himself faced with the daunting Spanish pick-and-roll once again, striking fear into the hearts of Mitchell and Gobert. As before, Nance sets the screen, Gobert steps up, and after the switch, Mitchell pursues Nance. However, a notable difference this time is that Kuzma, who should have impeded Hood and Mitchell's path, allows them to maneuver, failing to keep pace with Nance. This iteration sees Kuzma retreating outward, beyond the three-point line. Ball stood near the free throw line and passed the ball to Kuzma, positioned at a 45-degree angle. Kuzma caught the ball and shot. Swish. A three-pointer made. The pick-and-roll, initially designed to assist the player setting the screen, transformed into an opportunity for the screener to swiftly relocate beyond the arc and take a shot. This strategy necessitates a guard capable of penetrating defenses and shooting from long range, an agile center, and a versatile wing player who can also shoot three-pointers. "Wow," Yang Yi exclaimed. Ball has employed nearly all the fundamental offensive patterns of the Spanish pick-and-roll. He can shoot, drive to the basket, pass to the center, and create open shooting opportunities for the small forward. The coach of the Jazz was momentarily taken aback. While he had encountered this tactic before, countering it required superior execution. Frustration mounted as he chewed his gum vigorously, almost as if he intended to devour Ball himself. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his mouth. "Ouch! Ouch!" he cried out, realizing he had bitten down too hard, inadvertently severing a small piece of flesh from his cheek, just as Kuzma made his three-point shot. The Jazz coach could no longer contain himself and called for a timeout. In agony, he struggled to articulate how to dismantle this strategy, which had rendered Gobert ineffective and allowed Ball to penetrate the defense repeatedly, as effortlessly as crossing a morning street. Chapter 57, The Final Moment of Humiliation. Ball utilized a pick-and-roll with a Spanish flair, successfully netting a three-pointer and delivering an exquisite assist for Kuzma's three-point shot, while also enabling Lonzo to soar and emphatically finish at the rim on 2 occasions. Each endeavor bore fruit. The Jazz, not to be outdone, began to implement their own pick-and-roll strategies. The back-and-forth battle ensued, though it was evident that the Lakers' offense flowed with greater fluidity. Ball exhibited remarkable defensive prowess against Mitchell. During the second quarter, Mitchell scarcely managed to score. In the final moments of this quarter, Ball executed a quintessential defensive play, but controlled the ball while Ball applied pressure. Gobert approached to set a screen, but Ball adeptly maneuvered around it. The ball was then passed to Ingles, who, upon receiving it, refrained from an immediate shot due to Ingram's presence. Ingram skillfully delayed just enough time for Ball to rotate back into position, resulting in a localized double team on Ingles. Under the tight defense of Ingram and Ball, Ingles found himself with no opportunity to shoot and hurriedly passed the ball back to Mitchell. Mitchell faced Hart, who defended tenaciously, using his body to apply pressure. In that fleeting moment, there were no opportunities for an immediate shot or a passing option. As Ball advanced, he once again executed a double team, creating a localized 2-on-1 situation. At this moment, Mitchell found himself ensnared by 4 outstretched hands, compelled to hastily pass the ball to Gobert, who was stationed near the free throw line. Gobert's initial intention was to set screens for the 3 or 4 other players. Suddenly receiving the ball, he found it inadequately delivered. When passing to a taller player, one should aim for a higher trajectory rather than frequently resorting to bounce passes or low deliveries. This miscalculation resulted in Gobert having to bend down to retrieve the ball. Opposing him was the agile Nance, who pressed forward to apply tight defense as Gobert struggled to secure the catch. At this moment, Ball skillfully maneuvered, snatching the ball directly from Gobert's grasp. He then sprinted down the court and executed a 3-point shot. As he reached the arc. Observing the defensive scenario, Ball commenced his defense against Hood, extending his effort to Ingles, where he engaged in a double team. As the ball transitioned to Mitchell, who subsequently passed it to Gobert, Ball followed closely, ultimately reclaiming possession. His boundless energy on the court aided his 3 teammates in executing a successful 2-on-1 trap. Yang Yi excitedly slapped the table, sending pens and paper flying. With enthusiasm, he remarked, "Look at Ball's defensive prowess and his unwavering determination. It is truly commendable. I believe our players must learn from Ball. Even if they cannot replicate his shooting speed or accuracy in the short term, they should certainly study his agility and collaborative defense and his astute judgment by watching his game footage." Wang Meng concurred, stating, "Indeed, we have broadcasted numerous games of his." The Lakers' current streak of victories can be attributed to 2 inseparable factors. Firstly, their offensive firepower. While the Lakers' offense is not overwhelmingly strong, it is well balanced, with Ingram and Ball shouldering a significant share of the burden. Secondly, their defense. Throughout the games, we have observed that the performances of other players defensively have not been particularly stellar, necessitating Ball's assistance in cleanup, with Ingram utilizing his physique to provide cover. Not only the 2 commentators in the live chat, but also many viewers online shared their insights. One admitted, "I confess I used to be a critic. I had little fondness for the Ball family and their ostentatious style. However, after watching Ball's games, I have come to realize his remarkable abilities. I am thoroughly impressed." Another added, "I too had my reservations, but LeVar is LeVar. They are all independent entities. What I see in Ball is diligent practice and an unwavering commitment to his team. Indeed, if everyone possessed the tireless spirit of Ball, how could defense fail to become an impenetrable fortress?" As Ball executed the steal from Gobert and transitioned to score a 3-pointer, the first half of the game came to a close. Ball scored 45 points, with an impressive 39 points in the first quarter and 2 3-pointers in the second. He has also accumulated 6 assists and secured 4 rebounds. With 2 quarters remaining, it seems entirely feasible for Ball to achieve an additional 4 assists and 6 rebounds. Thus, it is highly probable that Ball could attain a triple-double with 45 points. Coupled with the 50 points scored on his birthday, this would mark a remarkable consecutive 45 points. In the annals of NBA history, considering age, Ball would stand alone as the youngest player to achieve consecutive 45-point games. As the second half commenced, buoyed by their efficient performance in the first half, the Lakers held a 20-point lead over the Jazz. Walton recognized Ball's significant contribution and opted to keep him on the court a while longer before substituting. On the floor now are Clarkson, Randall, Lopez, Ball, and Kuzma. Ball addressed Clarkson, saying, "Brother, I hope you can consistently guard Mitchell. As long as you keep up with him, I will always be here to assist you. I aspire to secure the Rookie of the Year title, and to achieve that, I must surpass the player most likely to claim it. I am performing quite admirably thus far. Mitchell has only scored 6 points, along with 3 rebounds and 2 assists. Rest assured, whenever an opportunity arises, I will deliver the ball to you without hesitation." Clarkson nodded, feeling a sense of responsibility as an experienced elder brother to look after the younger one. As the team switched sides, the Jazz initiated the play. Mitchell suddenly noticed an individual persistently shadowing him. Clarkson adhered to Mitchell like a resolute shadow. Despite acknowledging his defensive shortcomings and lack of experience, Clarkson was unafraid in one-on-one situations. As long as he stayed with Mitchell, he felt confident. Even if he were to lose his position, he was reassured by the presence of Ball, who would provide support from behind. Consequently, Clarkson moved with great assertiveness. Interestingly, the officials at the Jazz's home court maintained an impartial stance, rendering fair judgments rather than favoring either side. Thus, the game evolved into a physical contest reminiscent of battles from years past. Clarkson's tenacity bore fruit, as he successfully forced Mitchell into a backcourt violation, failing to cross the half-court line within 8 seconds. This achievement delighted Ball, who acknowledged Clarkson's effort and instructed him, "Prepare to receive the ball in the corner for the next play." The Lakers were ready to inbound the ball. Ball, once again in possession, initiated a pick and roll. This time, as he penetrated the paint, he drew two defenders, promptly delivering the ball to the left corner. There awaited Clarkson, who swiftly released a three-point shot with precision. Truly, Ball has an uncanny ability to seize opportunities. And Clarkson, when in form, embodies the spirit of the Asian Jordan. The Jazz's coach has decisively substituted Mitchell. Chapter 58, a magnificent triple-double with 45 points. Ball had not anticipated that his actions would lead to Mitchell being substituted. However, upon closer reflection, it is evident that Mitchell's performance was not particularly stellar. When Ball entered the game, he specifically targeted the opposition. At that juncture, Mitchell had already committed 2 turnovers. The first was a poor pass to Gobert, resulting in a steal by Ball. Although the turnover was recorded against Gobert, the quality of the passer's decision cannot be overlooked. The second was a recent 8-second violation. Consequently, the Jazz's head coach felt it might be prudent to give Mitchell a respite, especially considering that in previous games, his scoring had been inconsistent, often tallying a mere 10 or 2 points. Perhaps it was this very game in which Mitchell scored 22 points that prompted the coach to gradually elevate him to a starting position, intensifying his development. However, in this instance, Ball must seize the opportunity to engage directly in this confrontation, amplifying his efforts to the utmost. With Mitchell now off the court, Ball had already amassed a sufficient score. A true leader knows that one cannot monopolize all the advantages for themselves. Instead, they adopt a playmaking approach, allowing teammates to thrive on the periphery. They earn easy points themselves and strive for improvement, yet in critical moments, such individuals distribute the ball, claiming to seek the optimal opportunity. Additionally, some dominant ball handlers tend to monopolize statistics, inadvertently causing their teammates' performance to decline. This can lead to scenarios where a team loses. Yet an individual player is not blamed, as the rationale often rests on the perceived inadequacies of their teammates. How could Ball possibly behave in such a manner? Thus, in the third quarter, Ball felt that he had already accumulated a sufficient score, and he believed that he could achieve even greater points in future matches. Given this, he decided to focus more on assisting, for a single assist brings joy to 2 individuals. The Jazz were also scoring, yet the point differential remained controlled at around 20 points. Ball consistently manages to deliver assists to Ingram for crucial layups. When the Jazz initiate their counterattack, he skillfully combines both inside and outside plays. After penetrating the paint, he deftly dishes out to Kuzma on the perimeter, enabling him to unleash a barrage of 3-pointers. It is worth noting that Ball possesses an acute awareness of each player's preferred shooting spots, meticulously planning ahead to ensure his teammates can shoot from their most comfortable positions. In the third quarter, Ingram attempted 6 shots, successfully making 3 mid-range jumpers, while Kuzma took 5 shots, sinking 2 3-pointers. Clarkson and Randall also made significant contributions, each scoring 23 points. Throughout this quarter, Ball's primary objective was to accumulate assists. For a considerable duration, he refrained from taking any shots, swiftly amassing a total of 11 assists. It appears that this is the essence of defensive prowess. Regrettably, despite the Jazz matching the Lakers' score in this quarter, they were unable to bridge the previous 20-point chasm. Meanwhile, Mitchell found limited opportunities on the court, participating only in the second and first quarters, where he tallied 6 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists, a rather modest performance. In the fourth quarter, perhaps sensing the futility of victory, the Jazz coach opted to utilize Mitchell as a means of gaining experience. Upon Mitchell's entry, Ball immediately took it upon himself to lock him down defensively. Walton observed Ball thoughtfully, recognizing his exceptional commitment. Despite having already held Mitchell in check, Ball was determined to further restrict his influence. Bauer is not solely focused on containing Mitchell. He also secures several rebounds, if he manages to grab them, that would amount to a remarkable triple-double with 45 points. With such statistics at his disposal, why would he not seize the opportunity? Ball gazed at Mitchell as one might observe a lamb destined for slaughter. It was utterly captivating. Mitchell, with the ball in hand, initiated an offensive maneuver, while Ball, employing his remarkable agility, steadfastly shadowed him. Ultimately, he managed to disrupt the shot, causing the ball to ricochet off the backboard and emerge from the rim. In the end, Ball secured the rebound. That added 1 to his tally. He was merely 5 rebounds shy of completing a magnificent 45-point triple-double. With time dwindling, Ball prepared for a swift 7-second offensive play, culminating in a resounding dunk by Ingram. His teammate garnered 2 points. Ball was greatly concerned that the Jazz might falter irreparably, thus he provoked Mitchell. "Didn't you claim you would become the player of the week? What is this? Are you already crumbling?" He challenged, "If you have the guts, come at me." After all, who among those who make it to the NBA is not a prodigy? The fundamental requirement to enter the NBA is indeed to possess extraordinary talent. These prodigies have often dominated their competition from a young age. In response to Ball's provocation, Mitchell, naturally indignant, surged forward, using his physique to assert himself. He reached out and attempted another three-pointer. Unfortunately, his effort was too forceful, and the shot did not find its mark. Ball secured yet another rebound, leaving him just 4 rebounds shy of a remarkable triple-double with 45 points. The audience collectively held their breath, not in anticipation of his success, but rather in the hope that he would not achieve it. They wished to avoid further complicating an already challenging game. Unfortunately, fate did not align with their desires. Mitchell, provoked by Ball, relentlessly attacked the basket, but repeatedly failed to score. Meanwhile, Ball's teammates began deliberately clearing space for him to collect rebounds. In this manner, Ball amassed 2 more rebounds, leaving him with just 2 to complete his feat. Ultimately, despite the Jazz's attempts to stall the game, their shooting prowess proved insufficient, resulting in a continual flow of rebounds. The Lakers, united in purpose, facilitated Ball's efforts, Hart shielded him from defenders, and Randall did likewise. During this period, their scoring surged impressively, elevating the team's total from 100 points to approximately 120 points per game, a testament to their gratitude towards Ball. With the assistance of his teammates, Ball ultimately secured the final 2 rebounds. As the game concluded, Ball recorded an impressive 45 points, 11 assists, and 10 rebounds. Mitchell, in the fourth quarter, managed to score 10 points, grab 5 rebounds, and deliver 6 assists, showcasing decent speed, albeit after attempting 20 shots. The fourth quarter had essentially become a personal training session for him, and in comparison to Ball, his efficiency was markedly inferior. Congratulations to the host for achieving victory. A special reward of 5 points has been granted, which can be allocated at your discretion. For attaining a triple-double, a silver health fragment has been awarded, which can enhance one's health or be gifted to another. Due to Ball's accomplishment of 45 points, 11 assists, and 10 rebounds, a special Russell Westbrook attribute card has been bestowed upon him. Ball has not experienced particularly heightened excitement regarding the rewards from the first and second, as he has previously received silver health fragments and enhancements. However, this time, the card featuring Westbrook has sparked significant interest in him. Westbrook is characterized by his robust physique and rapid breakthroughs. If he were to utilize this card, would he also acquire such attributes? Chapter 59. Strive to achieve a last-minute victory over you next time. Seeking collection and continued reading. Ball. May I inquire why you are so particularly focused on Mitchell and Gobert? Upon being queried by the journalist, Ball momentarily regained his composure, extricating himself from the system's grasp. While engaged in a post-match interview, he was unexpectedly captivated by an enticing package delivered by the system, causing him to momentarily lose track of the journalist's inquiry. It was only upon regaining his focus that he realized the question posed was challenging to address. The attending journalists cast glances toward Thomas, the reporter from the Salt Lake City sports publication, who had initially raised the question. Others speculated on the reason behind Ball's apparent feigned ignorance, wondering if he was about to delve into topics of bullying once more, or perhaps intending to draw parallels as he had previously done with the recitation of I Have a Dream. Ball did not ponder much. He merely sought to swiftly address the questions and eagerly utilize the rewards. He smirked not out of malice, but to mockingly highlight his triumph. For all present were acutely aware that he had decisively outperformed them. Could they truly deny this? The entire assembly of reporters, led by Ball's line of reasoning, found themselves unable to refute the truth. Even the home reporters begrudgingly acknowledged that Ball had indeed surpassed them. This was evident from the statistics and the outcomes of the matches. Ball, much like a mentor, guides with gentle persuasion as the class of the Little Sunflower Mother commences. I inquire, if during the course of a competition, I uncover weaknesses in the opposing team, should I seize the opportunity to exploit these vulnerabilities for the sake of victory? The journalists present nodded in agreement, affirming this notion. In pursuit of triumph and to secure greater points for my team, ought I not to capitalize more frequently on these openings? The reporters concurred. In the realm of competition, where victors and vanquished are determined, should a coach discern mismanagement in the opposing team's strategy during the playoffs, it becomes a relentless pursuit of victory. Ball gazed at Salt Lake City sports reporter Thomas and smiled, saying, I have answered your question. It is a simple matter of logical reasoning. Thomas was incensed. Are you implying that Mitchell and Gobert are the team's weaknesses? If you were to say Mitchell, that could be somewhat acceptable given he is a rookie and his performance can be understood. However, to assert that our team's French tower, Gobert, is a liability, In the 2016-17 season, Gobert was selected for the All-NBA second team and the NBA All-Defensive first team. Furthermore, on November 1, 2016, the Jazz signed Rudy Gobert to a 4-year contract extension worth $102 million. How can you claim that a player with such a substantial contract, validated by the market, the team, in the league, is a defensive liability? You seem to disregard the honor of being named to the All-Defensive first team. Thomas appeared ready to retort. Yet Ball seemed to anticipate this. He added, "Hey, professional journalist, check how many points I scored over Gobert. Consider the points I made using Spanish pick-and-rolls and direct confrontations with him. If this is the level of the All-Defensive first team, then I surely deserve a spot on the All-NBA team. If Gobert makes it to the All-Defensive first team again this year, or even goes so far as to be named Defensive Player of the Year, I will diminish the value of that accolade." Thomas, upon receiving the data from others, found himself at a loss for words. Ball scored 13 points over Gobert, continuously challenging him for 3 or 4 consecutive possessions, not to mention the tactical plays. Gobert's lack of agility resulted in numerous assists being distributed, yet Thomas still insists on being obstinate. Perhaps other parts of his physique have softened, compelling him to maintain a tough exterior. Bauer continued, "It seems that the data may not suffice to provide conclusive evidence. Next time, I shall endeavor to make a game-winning shot over Gobert. When that moment arrives, I would appreciate it if you could capture an exquisite photograph and compose a splendid article for me." Such a nonchalant remark. Yet it felt as though an atomic bomb had been dropped upon the press conference. How audacious one must be to utter such words. No matter how audacious Ball may be, he understands the importance of respecting life. Unlike Gobert, who carelessly handles the microphone, Ball harbors a rather unfavorable impression of him. Furthermore, despite Gobert's numerous accolades as the Defensive Player of the Year, he has often been outmaneuvered by smaller guards in the playoffs. Notably, Doncic even delivered a game-winning shot over him, exclaiming, "You can't guard me," before advancing to the finals. Ball pondered, "Oh no, I have been possessed by Doncic. How could I possibly be doing the same thing as him?" The interview was conducted, and everyone was content except for Thomas, a reporter from the Salt Lake City Sports Journal, who was left in disbelief at the state of the world. He gazed at the statistics sheet, his expression still one of incredulity. Ball exited the venue, donned a fresh outfit, and proceeded towards the players' tunnel. His newly acquired white shirt bore a few lines of text. Record: Ball 6 consecutive victories, Mitchell 2 wins and 4 losses. Data: you may calculate it yourselves. Head-to-head record: Ball 1, Mitchell 0. Goodness, what a psychological blow. Were you anticipating our arrival? No wonder you changed your attire. The taunts originate from here, and they shall return in kind. Media photographers swiftly captured the moment, and flashes erupted in abundance. The original statistics on the shirt were promptly updated. 5 consecutive victories transformed into 6. Mitchell's losses increased from 3 to 4, and the head-to-head record stood at 1 o'clock. The photographers marveled. How does Ball possess such confidence? He had prepared his outfit in advance. Stars must possess narratives and memorable moments. Rookie of the Year, even MVP, must leave a profound impression after their duels. Ball himself has crafted a heated meme. In the future, if the best rookie is to be chosen, when it comes down to Mitchell or Ball, they will likely recall this moment. Back at home, in Ball's own room, Bauer finally realized that due to the interview, he had overlooked 2 reward notifications. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 6-game winning streak, granting an additional 8 points. Congratulations to the host for breaking the single quarter scoring record, granting an attribute boost of 10 points. From this victory, he received a total of 23 points, calculated as 8-5-10, all allocated to the health of his knees. Presently, there have been changes in the health of his knees and ankles. The ankles had previously received an enhancement of 16 points. Ankles, 76-100, knees, 88-100. Overall evaluation, a player with potential risks concerning the ankles and knees. In this challenging environment, he has finally transitioned from the brink of being sidelined to merely facing some risks. Reflecting on his inaugural season, he had soared through the air, only to retire at the end of his rookie year. The off-season necessitated surgical intervention, hindering his technical development. Alas, Bauer let out a deep sigh. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking resonated through the air. As Powell opened the door, he beheld his father, Laval, and his mother, Tina. Tina inquired, "What troubles you, Lonzo?" "I heard your sighs." Bauer forced a smile and said, "It's all right, Mom, let's take a stroll together." Tina recalled how every time she walked with her son, her health improved significantly, and for a moment, she was distracted from the conversation. Bowl presented the silver health fragment to his mother. embodying the demeanor of a mature man who shares only good news and conceals any troubles. Bauer, wishing to spare his parents from distress, feels the weight of responsibility as the eldest son, determined to create a prosperous future for his family. The Ball family, I shall protect. Chapter 60, The Lakers' Redistribution of Wealth. A task has been assigned, to practice yoga poses, achieving a flexibility level of 60, while currently standing at 50. Upon completion, a single instance of significant injury protection will be granted, thus exempting one from major harm. The following day, Ball awakened to find that the system had indeed issued him this task. He felt somewhat perplexed as to why he suddenly needed to enhance his flexibility. However, he recalled that many individuals engage in yoga practice. For instance, Miles Turner from the Pacers and Sengun from the Rockets are known practitioners. The Jazz had even shared images of Markkanen and others practicing yoga together on their official media platforms. It was rumored that the legendary Russell also partook in yoga, having even sought out Bruce Lee as a mentor to learn the art of martial breathing. One particularly memorable instance came to Ball's mind while watching a Rockets game. He observed Sengun frequently practicing yoga poses before matches. During one game, Sengun suffered a 90-degree ankle twist and was compelled to leave the court for a respite. It could have been a career-threatening injury, yet due to his superior flexibility, he returned after a brief interval. Remarkably, he hardly rested before continuing to play in the next match. It appears that yoga indeed possesses tangible benefits. Bauer pondered for a moment before dialing his girlfriend, Denise. When resources are readily available, one must make the most of them. Shortly thereafter, Denise gracefully arrived, clad in a yoga ensemble. She swiftly made her way to the Bauer family training hall. The outfit, sourced from Lululemon, accentuated Denise's figure to perfection. If one were to describe her physique with a single letter, it would undoubtedly be, and more specifically, a double's curve, with alluring contours that captivated the eye. Her golden locks were elegantly tied into a ponytail, complementing her pristine visage and youthful cheeks, which were truly enchanting. The Lululemon attire was designed to maximize breathability while ensuring freedom of movement. Consequently, it securely enveloped the essential areas of Denise's upper body, preventing excessive motion during exercise that could lead to discomfort. At the same time, it allowed for exposure in areas where perspiration was likely, such as her flat abdomen. Devoid of any excess flesh, firm and toned, the lower half of her body was snugly encased, both to maintain a sleek appearance and to showcase her exquisite curves. Denise inquired, "Bauer, what prompted your sudden interest in practicing yoga?" Ball did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached Dennis and enveloped her from behind, burying his head in her shoulder and losing himself in her embrace for a considerable time. Finally, he spoke, expressing his desire for his body to become more supple. After all, basketball is often a rigorous sport, and a significant injury can occur if one's flexibility is inadequate. Dennis's gaze immediately sharpened, for she held Ball close to her heart. She assured him, "You can trust me with this. I have been practicing yoga for 4 to 5 years." The first pose was introduced as Dennis earnestly guided him, commencing with a meditative stance that required maintaining balance. However, unlike the usual seated posture where one places their feet beneath their legs, this position demanded that the feet rest upon the thighs. As Bea began to move, he felt a surge of pain. Yet, the system indicated that his flexibility had improved by 1. Dennis chuckled. "It seems your body is exceedingly rigid, to such an extent." Bauer, shedding his previous shyness, chuckled and remarked, "Am I not hard enough? Surely, you must know." This comment caused a flush to rise on Dennis's cheeks. Remarkably, while resting her petite foot on her thigh, she managed to shift forward and gently tapped Bauer. Indeed, her yoga practice had greatly enhanced her flexibility. After 10 minutes of practice, Dennis commenced the instruction of the second pose, aptly named Child's Pose. She knelt, stretching her toes, and then lowered her hips to rest upon her heels, ensuring her thighs and calves were closely aligned. Her upper body then folded forward, arms pressed firmly against the ground. As Bauer attempted this position, he instantly felt a pang of discomfort in his spine. With a smile, Dennis explained, "The subsequent poses will enhance the core strength of your spine. If you experience pain, it indicates the necessity for prolonged practice." Dennis proceeded to demonstrate a variety of postures: crescent pose, cat pose, sphinx pose, one-leg downward dog, angle pose, and seated side bend. Each movement elicited both joy and discomfort for Bauer. After holding each pose for 5 to 10 minutes, he indeed noticed a reduction in stiffness in his back, and his legs felt more agile. After nearly an hour of practice, his body glistened with a fine sheen of sweat. Dennis chuckled, "This is merely the beginning. We have yet to reach the sweat mode." Thus, throughout the day, Bauer diligently followed Dennis's lead, progressing gradually through his yoga practice. Perhaps due to his initial low baseline, he managed to elevate his score from 50 to 60 by the end of the day. Upon completing this task, the system rewarded him with a significant injury protection bonus. Having walked along the riverbank, he understood the risks of getting his feet wet. Although Bauer had gained considerable abilities, he remained vulnerable to underhanded tactics. Should an ambush occur, akin to Leonard's, he could swiftly transition from a formidable warrior to a mere healthcare card holder, even with all attributes maxed out at 100. A single misstep could render him incapacitated. At that juncture, he would lose the opportunity to accrue additional points through competition, forcing him to recover gradually, which would greatly hinder his growth. That evening, after honing his flexibility, Bauer resolved to adopt a firm yet flexible approach with his minnow. Determined to demonstrate to Dennis the importance of resilience and tenacity, he aimed to convey the essence of masculinity, the ability to bend without breaking. The Lakers' upcoming match was against the Pistons, a contest that everyone anticipated would be easily secured. Hopes were high for the Lakers to achieve a 7th consecutive victory. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Lakers suffered a loss in what was expected to be a straightforward game. On the court, apart from Bauer, Ingram, and Hart, the performance of the others was dismal. 3-point shots failed to find the net, and 2-point attempts clanged off the rim. The most humorous moment came from Kuzma, who, during a fast break, managed to lodge the ball awkwardly against the neck of the basket, leaving it stuck and unable to escape. Ball understood that, regardless of the strategy he employed, the outcome of the match was likely beyond redemption. Ultimately, basketball is a collective endeavor, relying on the synergy of 5 players. The game has an uncanny ability to surprise. The Lakers, previously languishing in mediocrity, had hovered around the mid-tier rankings. Now, Ball had elevated them to heights that seemed unattainable. Although this pinnacle is within their reach for the future, the strain of prolonged competition, coupled with a sense of overconfidence, led to their inevitable defeat. In this match, Ball did not even have time to utilize Westbrook's attribute card. The team faltered in the first quarter. Conversely, the Pistons showcased their exceptional capabilities, executing an impressive 43 three-point attempts and successfully sinking 18. With a final score of 113, the Pistons triumphed over the Lakers by a margin of 14 points. After the game, Ball shook hands with his opponents but remained silent, retreating directly to the locker room. A storm is brewing. The Lakers truly embody the notion of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Chapter 61, a speech on Kobe's legacy. Ball entered the locker room following the game against the Pistons, hosted in Detroit. Within the confines of the cramped Pistons locker room, an amalgamation of scents lingered, the pungent odor of sweat post-exertion mingling with the scent of shoes. As was customary, one would typically hasten to change, freshen up, and subsequently face the media. Yet, the Lakers' locker room lay shrouded in an oppressive silence. The players appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, dejected after suffering a crushing defeat following a 6-game winning streak. From the outset, the hope of a comeback had been extinguished. The joy derived from previous victories, so immense, now stood in stark contrast to the agony of this loss. Had it been Kobe during his tenure with the Lakers, he would have sat in the locker room, enveloped in silence, fixating on the player who performed the poorest, employing what was known as the Mamba mentality. Conversely, if it were LeBron, he would return to the locker room, exuding warmth and encouragement, urging his teammates to press onward. He would deftly infuse humor to alleviate the tension, igniting a spark of hope once more. However, in the Lakers' locker room, who possessed the capacity to undertake such a role? Walton remained there, speechless, on the verge of utterance yet uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Perhaps his authority had been undermined by Ball on numerous occasions. Ingram, embodying a composed demeanor, valued action and leading by example. This underscores the necessity of having a seasoned veteran within the locker room. Veterans, with their wealth of experience and playoff exposure, understand that such setbacks are trifling. Yet, a team composed entirely of rookies is susceptible to being overwhelmed by these adversities. A seamless beginning can lead to a significant impact when faced with subsequent obstacles. After all, the Lakers had previously navigated their matches with remarkable ease, even achieving a comeback from a 20-point deficit over 6 consecutive victories. Now, they found themselves soundly defeated, and by a team languishing at the bottom of the standings, the Pistons, who had been struggling for years. If the situation was not handled delicately, it could shatter their resolve. Bauer resolved to take on the role of the speaker in the locker room. He surveyed the surroundings, gazing upon his companions. Some averted their eyes. Others fidgeted with their fingers, while a few toyed with their shoes. Each individual appeared to be at a loss for purpose. Ball strode to the center of the locker room and clapped his hands with great force, capturing everyone's attention. "My teammates," This matter is settled for today. And I am rather relieved that our winning streak has finally come to an end. Ingram raised his head, utterly bewildered. How could Ball, who was always so eager for victory and possessed such an intense competitive spirit, utter such words? Kuzma's eyes widened in astonishment, his limbs betraying a sense of unease. He realized he had indeed performed poorly. Hart gazed intently at Ball, hoping for a different sentiment to emerge. Bauer continued, stating, "We have all witnessed the Warriors' dynasty during the 2015 to 2016 season, when they shattered the Bulls' record for most wins in a season with an astonishing 73 victories. It is indeed a source of immense pride. However, it can also lead to considerable fatigue. I believe everyone present understands the immense internal pressure we face in our pursuit of continued excellence." Kuzma nodded in agreement, while Ingram subtly acknowledged with a gentle nod. In truth, everyone is under pressure. Ball surveyed his surroundings once more and remarked, "We have never feared losing. Yet we find ourselves apprehensive about the prospect of not achieving consecutive victories. This very mindset can be quite exhausting. I believe that every competition must have its winners and losers, so why should we be afraid? The key lies in possessing the ability to triumph once again." In closing, I would like to pose a few questions to those present. When did LeBron James first enter the playoffs? After Jason Kidd led the Nets to 2 NBA Finals. How long did it take for them to return to the Finals? Following Dirk Nowitzki's infamous Black 8 upset, how much time elapsed before he reached the NBA Finals again? Randall and young Nance exchanged glances, bewildered, completely at a loss as to why Ball would inquire about such matters, especially as some among them were entirely unaware of this information. Ball continued, "When LeBron entered the league in 03, it wasn't until 07 that he transcended the Pistons, only to be vanquished by the Spurs. Kidd, after 2 consecutive finals with the Nets, faced a tumultuous journey, ultimately returning to the finals with the Mavericks 8 years later alongside Nowitzki. Following the infamous We Believe upset by the Warriors in 07, Nowitzki struck the wall in the tunnel with a fierce blow, shattering the surface. It wasn't until 2011 that he reached the finals again, triumphing over the formidable Heat trio. In the final moments of Game 6, with victory assured, he exited early, weeping in the player tunnel. I share these reflections with my esteemed teammates and friends to convey that losing a game is not a source of fear. However, time is of the essence. The career span of an NBA player is merely 4 years, and we must strive each year for the championship and the playoffs." Hart and Clarkson pondered this deeply. Walton, observing from the sidelines, occasionally delivered a speech in the Pistons' locker room, stabilizing the emotions of all the players. Once again, Walton felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The team was soon to embark for Portland to face the Trail Blazers. Due to this loss, the system offered no rewards or tasks. It must be said, rewards only come with victories, such as the nature of this pragmatic system. In preparation for the matchup against the Portland Trail Blazers, Ball resolved to seek a smaller gym for additional practice. The Pistons arena no longer permitted him to train. Consequently, he enlisted the aid of someone in Detroit to locate a gym for him the following day, as the staff drove him to a dilapidated high school. A wave of familiarity washed over him. The security personnel at this high school welcomed Ball warmly. Within the gym, he relentlessly honed his skills, performing sprints, shuttle runs, mid-range shots, floaters, and three-point attempts. Ball was drenched in sweat on the court, striving to release the frustrations of his recent defeat. Although he consistently offered encouragement to his teammates, he could not shake off the feeling of inadequacy, believing that being vanquished by the Pistons was a humiliation. This disgrace was not rooted in skill, but rather in mindset. When one has the potential to perform better but falls short due to mental barriers, the inability to achieve victory becomes a source of profound regret and discontent. Strangely, throughout his training, the security guard had been observing him. From 8 in the morning until 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the hours passed. As the time approached for Ball to board his flight back to the hotel, the guard detained him. He remarked, "Our high school gymnasium has not been utilized for quite some time, nor have any NBA players trained here. The last one was over a decade ago. Coincidentally, that player was also from the Lakers. You must be familiar with his name. He was Kobe Bryant." Chapter 62, A Small Gift for Lillard. As Bauer turned around, his gaze resembled the twinkling lights of a nocturnal sky. At this moment, he realized that his actions were indeed justified. The boomerang had ultimately returned to him. The story shared by the security personnel at the Lakers training facility, once dismissed as mere folklore, proved to be true. It was only after personally experiencing all of this that he truly comprehended the profound impact that Kobe, as an individual, had imparted upon him. Ball approached the security guard, extending his hand for a handshake, embracing him warmly. Everything transpired without a single word, as if the two were partaking in an unspoken ritual. This ceremony, which connected Kobe to Ball, found its witness in the security guard of the arena. Upon returning to the plane after a day of rest, Kuzma and the others felt quite well. Ball believes that his teammates will undoubtedly perform exceptionally well in this matchup. It is imperative that they do not repeat the previous game's dismal performance, where they failed to score even a single point. However, the Trailblazers are a remarkably resilient team. We shall not dwell on their past mistakes, such as missing out on Jordan or selecting Henderson from the Ignite team. Previously, they chose the Yellow Mamba Roy, who delivered a stunning playoff buzzer beater against the Rockets. Now, with the selection of Lillard, despite being considered a late-blooming rookie, his prowess is undeniable. He can be regarded as one of the finest pick-and-roll players of our era. In fact, if we consider his output, he could very well be deemed the best pick-and-roll player outright. Thus, when Lillard, a recipient of the One City, One Player Award, joined the Bucks, it evoked a sense of regret among many, not solely due to his loyalty but also because of the anticipated synergy between him and his new teammates. Alas, the chemistry did not flourish. Moreover, one must not overlook Lillard's numerous playoff clutch moments, the most famous being when he eliminated Paul George with a last-second shot, shattering George's confidence and sparking debates over the rationality of his shot selection. Yet, what does it matter? Lillard's game winner effectively dismantled the Thunder's trio of superstars, scattering George, Westbrook, and Anthony. This had a profound impact on the league in subsequent years. The Thunder began to falter, leading to Paul George's transfer to the Clippers, while Westbrook endured a tumultuous journey through the Wizards, Rockets, Lakers, and ultimately the Clippers. Who could have anticipated that after years of decline, the Thunder would acquire a new crop of talent that rivaled the original Thunder quartet, including players like Jalen Williams, Holmgren, and SGA? If one were to compare solely with Lillard, perhaps there would be little to fear. However, alongside Lillard stands a near all-star, C.J. McCollum. The duo, known as the backcourt of firepower, continuously challenged opposing defenses. In the current era, they can be considered one of the progenitors of this style of play. One year, the Trailblazers advanced to the Western Conference Finals, battling the Nuggets through 4 grueling overtimes, with McCollum delivering an outstanding performance, leading the team in scoring. It can be said that he propelled the team forward during Lillard's struggles. Nevertheless, there are indeed ways to overcome them. Ball recalls that during this season, under the leadership of Lonzo, the Pelicans triumphed over the Trailblazers, leveraging Davis's height to their advantage. In essence, the Trailblazers' shortcomings lay in their lack of height and defensive prowess. However, their offensive firepower must be sufficiently formidable to compensate. Ball felt that there must first be sufficient offensive capability to match the firepower of the Trailblazers' dynamic duo. Furthermore, there was a need to emphasize interior attacks, exploiting their vulnerabilities, which necessitated a skilled facilitator. After much contemplation, Ball pondered whether this was not a reflection of himself. He realized he was expected to assume multiple roles, to enhance defense, bolster organization, and improve offense. As for players like Nurkic, Eventer, and Zach Collins, the mere presence of such interior players on a team does not guarantee robust defense. Draymond Green had once been vocally critical of Nurkic. Upon his arrival, Demo called Ball to inform him, "You have a game tomorrow, but today a brand has approached me, seeking your participation in an advertisement." Bale originally intended to decline, but quite unexpectedly, he inquired, "What brand is it?" Demo replied with a smile, "It's a watch brand." Bauer was instantly intrigued. After all, Lillard has consistently delivered clutch moments. He often taps his right wrist with his finger, signifying a game-winning shot as the clock winds down. This has become one of his signature gestures. Demo added, "It's a Rolex. I consider this brand to be quite prestigious. While it may not quite rival the likes of Vacheron Constantin, it is undeniably high-end. I hope you can engage in a conversation about it, especially since the brand representative is present nearby. You two can have a discussion." Ball immediately made a video call. "I have an exceptional promotional plan. Coincidentally, I have a game with Lillard tomorrow. If you could provide a watch, I will explain the details." After a thorough discussion, the head of Rolex brand marketing decisively approved. "It's Ball. We will handle the formalities later. I trust you." This marketing strategy will undoubtedly stand out. At 7 p.m., the two teams commenced their match at the Trailblazers' home ground. Nurkic initiated the jump ball, and this time, Lopez lived up to expectations, successfully tapping the ball to Ball in midair. Ball in hand, Powell accelerates swiftly. At this moment, it is imperative for the Trailblazers to maintain a rapid pace. They must capitalize on the advantages of their youthful lineup. As Ball crossed the halfway line, He came to a sudden halt at the three-point arc and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball, with a formidable trajectory, swished effortlessly through the net. Ball initiated the scoring, giving the Lakers a three-point advantage. After Baller made the shot, he gestured towards the individual seated beside the Lakers bench. The initial offensive play was executed with remarkable swiftness. The personnel arranged by Powell had no time to react. The meaning behind Ball's gesture was a clear indication: should I score another three-pointer, it must be executed according to plan. Lillard, upon observing this, remained unperturbed, signaling for the ball before advancing forward. Upon reaching the Lakers' half, Lillard wasted no time. Utilizing a screen set by Nurkic, he created a sliver of space and promptly launched a three-point shot. That mere fraction of space, coupled with the defender's inability to close in, afforded Lillard an ample opportunity. Bang! Bang! Lillard retaliated in kind. Following the opening, he engaged in a shooting duel with Ball, successfully sinking a three-pointer. Subsequently, Ingram took control of the ball, asserting dominance. By halftime, he had assisted Ball in achieving a remarkable feat. Lillard pursued relentlessly behind him, showcasing astonishing speed. It was at this moment that Ball truly grasped the formidable nature of Lillard's prowess. Yet, Ball, astonishingly, executed a drift and launched the ball. The individual on the sidelines immediately raised his watch. Chapter 63, Classic Marketing, Ball battles the Titans. Ball executed a drifting three-pointer. Lillard was unable to intervene in time. Yet, one could argue that he did his part in defense, for it was his relentless pursuit that compelled Ball to take that drifting shot. However, the shot swished through the net effortlessly. The attention of the entire arena was captivated by that ball. This truly was a remarkable response. Due to the force of inertia, Ball found himself tumbling to the ground. However, instead of rising, he remained sprawled on the floor, his lower body laid out while his upper body exerted itself, flexing his arms in a display reminiscent of a mighty strongman. This gesture conveyed the sentiment that, despite his fall, he remained indomitable. Meanwhile, Lillard began to advance, prompting Ball to glance at the bench and wave his hand as if to signal the time. Ball approached the individual, then turned to Lillard and provocatively asked, "Do you reckon today is your standard or mine?" As the Lakers' victories accumulated, this match transformed into a nationwide broadcast, and coincidentally, Ball, due to his remarkable performance, was equipped with a microphone. The camera followed Ball, presenting the scene directly to all the fans in Portland's home arena. The entire audience could hear his voice. This rookie dared to challenge our hero. Moreover, he mockingly mimicked Lillard's signature celebration pose. Lillard narrowed his eyes and pressed his lips together, and Ball felt as if his head was swelling in size. It appeared that genuine anger could indeed provoke a furious response. However, Ball was certainly one to stoke the flames. Closely shadowing Lillard, Ball scrutinized his shooting trajectory, then blocked Lillard's right hand, forcing him to move left. Who says only offense can be proactive? Defense can be just as assertive. It is the anticipation of your anticipation. Ball continuously positioned his right hand to prevent him from moving towards the right, thereby forcing Lillard towards the left. On the left side, a formidable pocket defense was established, with Ingram and young Nance both capable of using their height to overshadow him. If Lillard attempted to drive aggressively, he would find himself at a loss, as Ball's lateral quickness had been validated over several games, truly exceptional. In a state of helplessness, Lillard was nearly shepherded into this confinement by Ball's physicality. It is said that while there may be a path to paradise, those who do not tread it will find no entrance to hell. Under such circumstances, Lillard resolutely took a shot, only to be met with a resounding rejection from Ingram. This exemplifies Ball's earlier assertion that team defense is imperative, and there must be relentless pressure on the offensive player. After Ingram blocked the shot, it fortuitously landed in Ball's hands. Ball in hand, Powell propelled it forward with a direct throw, while Pop, stationed at the forefront, was exceptionally familiar with this maneuver. It was this very skill that had once led him to championship glory. Pop executed a magnificent slam dunk, and due to the momentum, his legs soared into the air, exuding an air of audacious flamboyance. As the Trailblazers prepared for an inbound pass, the coach vociferously urged C.J. to take control of the game. This implied a subtle critique of Lillard's recent shot, which could be deemed a hero ball. While his attempt was justifiable as he is the team's star, C.J. had to focus on orchestrating for the team's success. Can you imagine that C.J., now a formidable player, once stood at a mere height of under 1.6 meters during his high school years? It was precisely this challenge that compelled him to diligently hone his foundational skills, continually proving himself through his shooting. In the subsequent possession for the Trailblazers, C.J. deftly navigated around screens to seize an opportunity, delivering a precise pass to Nurkic. Nurkic executed a gentle floater, as Lopez had been drawn away due to defensive adjustments. Thus, the Trailblazers secured 2 points. Ball felt a sense of admiration. The Trailblazers were indeed formidable. Just as one threat was subdued, another emerged. Attempting to stifle Lillard, one could not overlook the presence of CJ. If CJ refrained from overexerting himself, there remained Nurkic. One must not underestimate Nurkic as merely a center, nor dismiss the significance of the role players. However, when it comes to overall offense, the model is undoubtedly Ball. Reminiscent of Jason Kidd, which speaks volumes. With a swift motion, another long pass surged across the court. The quarterback's delivery was executed flawlessly. Even though Lillard and CJ had meticulously analyzed the game beforehand, the sheer impact of Ball's pass became evident only when it was unleashed. The speed was astonishing, and the precision impeccable. When a ball is delivered to you with such swiftness and accuracy, what are your thoughts? Naturally, one feels compelled to honor the passer's intent. Indeed. Up ahead, Pope fulfilled expectations and netted a 2-point shot. The Lakers actively accelerated the pace of their game. Ball is a master of rhythm, a transformative player on the court. When facing the Trailblazers in a half-court battle, the inexperienced rookies find their success rate diminished. In a swift turn of events, Lillard of the Blazers sinks a 3-pointer, casting a sidelong glance at Ball, as if to say, "You dare to challenge me in this manner?" The home commentator exuberantly exclaims, "It's igniting! It's igniting!" Lillard strikes again with another 3-pointer. The Lakers rookie, Ball, ought to recognize the caliber of his opponent. This is Lillard we're discussing. Basketball transcends mere camaraderie. It is a relentless contest of strength and strategy. To ascend the ranks, one must step over the remnants of others. The Lakers pass the ball to Ball, and as the half concludes, he surges forward. CJ attempts to defend him but is swiftly replaced by Kuzma, elevating Lillard's game to new heights. Bauer bent down, lowering his center of gravity as he focused intently on the Crimson timer, counting the seconds while transferring the ball from his left hand to his right. Bang, bang. Ball's movements are ever-changing. Lillard stands before him, fixated on Ball. A sense of alertness envelopes him. This vigilance is not a mere exaggeration of his own fears. Rather, it emanates from an instinct akin to that of a predator. It is as if he possesses an unwavering belief in the certainty of his next shot finding the net. Yet, at this moment, Ball continues to orchestrate the rhythm of the game, refraining from launching another fast break as he had previously done. Ball continued to control the play as the Lakers approached. A figure standing beside him, adorned with a Rolex watch. The individual with the Rolex began to count down. 109 to 87. Ball's hands continued to move slowly, the ball and racket striking the floor with a crisp sound that silenced the entire arena. 54-32. Upon hearing these numbers, Lillard felt a pang of anxiety. Under the watchful eyes of 20,000 spectators, a one-on-one confrontation unfolded, with the timer ticking down behind them. In front of him, Ball monitored his own countdown. To Lillard's left, another individual held a Rolex, also keeping track of the seconds, subtly adding pressure to Lillard. As Ball reached one, Lillard surged forward to confront him. The distance between them a mere half-meter, while he stood 2 meters away from the 3-point line. Ball took a direct shot. If it missed, the spectators present would have devoured him. Yet, despite the collective certainty that the ball would find its mark, the audience still cursed, secretly hoping for a miss. The ball went in. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd, an audible gasp of disbelief. Meanwhile, Ball approached the sidelines, eyeing Lillard, and snatched the man's Rolex from his wrist. Turning to Lillard, he remarked, "I believe my watch is more punctual." Chapter 64. No, these are all my moves. Indeed. This was a nationwide broadcast. Not a single detail escaped the cameras, all laid bare before the live audience and viewers across the country. Everyone witnessed Ball seizing a Rolex, flaunting it before Lillard, proclaiming the inaccuracy of his timepiece in comparison to his own. Furthermore, some attendees, upon opening Twitter, discovered a post from the official Rolex account. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still for you. It turned out to be a marketing campaign. Ball had intentionally counted down the seconds. The countdown initiated by Ball synchronized perfectly with the timer on the NBA scoreboard. Likewise, the time displayed on the Rolex matched impeccably, reinforcing the notion that the Rolex is both precise and prestigious. Across the vast ocean in the NBA broadcast studio, Young could not contain his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "My goodness. This is indeed a masterstroke of advertising. Look at Ball's ingenuity. Such cleverness." The key lies in the immense confidence required to undertake such an endeavor. Wang Meng echoed his sentiments, stating, "Indeed, as the countdown proceeds, just as the offensive play is about to conclude, he makes the shot. This is not significantly different from a buzzer beater, except that a buzzer beater signifies that once this offensive play concludes, There are no further opportunities. The female host chimed in. Now, let us take a glance at the comments from our viewers. Wow, wow, wow. Who has ever witnessed such a divine shot? Upon Ball sinking the basket and seizing the watch, I beheld the dazzling brilliance of that timepiece. At that moment, I fell in love with it. However, when I opened my shopping app to inquire about its price, I realized that my affection would have to remain with Ball. Of course, alongside those who praised Ball. There were also ardent admirers of Lillard who criticized him. What is the big deal? It was merely a three-pointer. They scoffed. Is there really a need for such an uproar? Our Lillard has delivered numerous game winners against various teams. What does that say? Truly, without any accolades. They could only rely on such plays for a momentary thrill. The online commentary erupted into chaos, yet the atmosphere on the court remained intensely competitive. CJ, wary of opposing Lillard's wishes this time, directly passed the ball to him. Lillard moved with the might of a tank and the grace of a fluttering butterfly. Ball and others were unable to contain him. This time, Lillard stepped back to a distance of 2.5 feet beyond the three-point line, arms extended, and took the shot with remarkable confidence. Swift and decisive, the three-pointer swished through the net. After making the shot, Lillard didn't even glance at the basket. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Ball. His eyes, large and fierce like those of a bull, emitted an intimidating aura that could be quite terrifying when widened. Lillard refrained from any celebratory gestures. In his mind, making such a three-pointer was as effortless as taking a sip of water, nothing worthy of celebration. After all, he possessed his own sense of pride. Lillard turned to Ball and remarked, "You celebrate just for one three-pointer like this? If I were you, I'd be celebrating after every game, and that would be utterly exhausting." Before the others could even reposition for defense, they saw Ball seize the ball and, akin to Howie shooting at the sun, launched it from his chest into the front court. This time, Ingram successfully executed a layup, securing 2 points. Ball mockingly gazed at Lillard, chuckling as he remarked, "If I were you, I would hastily retreat on defense. I would never allow myself to be a liability for others." Little did he know, his words struck a nerve with Lillard, igniting a fierce anger within him. Over the years with the Trailblazers, Lillard had often faced criticism for his defensive shortcomings. While his defense was deemed adequate, expectations were considerably higher. Moreover, with the team built around two guards of modest height, defensive lapses were inevitable. This issue had long been a source of frustration for Lillard. In response, he chose not to return to the half-court to receive the ball. Instead, consumed by fury, he fixated his attention solely on Ball. Wherever Ball ventures, he leaves an indelible mark. Is this truly how one approaches competition, my friend? Such conduct in a match is quite unbecoming. Recall the previous instance, where an ordinary player in a campus tournament drew the attention of 3 defenders. Ball contemplated that if he were to defend him in such a manner, he would demonstrate what true offensive and defensive integration truly entails. With the ball in hand, Pop passed it to Ball at the top of the key. Lillard persistently shadowed him, refusing to yield even an inch. Ball observed Lillard's footwork. With Lillard's right foot positioned forward, Ball resolved to exploit the vulnerability of his leading foot. Ball initially established a triple threat position. Unfortunately, Lillard sensed that Ball was poised to shoot, especially after being bested by his recent barrage of three-pointers. Thus, he cautiously advanced a step forward, wary of Ball's shooting prowess. This very maneuver, however, inadvertently created a defensive gap that Ball could exploit. Once Lillard committed to his forward movement, he found it exceedingly challenging to execute a subsequent action. This exemplifies the essence of offensive strategy. It is not merely about recklessly driving to the basket or haphazardly shooting. Effective offense relies on astutely assessing the defender's varying states and responding accordingly. Bauer possesses an astute intellect. Upon observing Lillard's lead foot momentarily halt, he swiftly executed a step back. At that moment, Lillard was inherently in a state of unrelenting momentum. Ball stepped back once more, creating distance. With his center of gravity unsteady, Lillard found it even more difficult to catch up. With a deft step back, Ball effortlessly positioned himself beyond the three-point line. With a fearless resolve and unwavering precision, he unleashed the shot. The ball soared through the air with a graceful arc, gliding for what felt like an eternity, before crashing into the hoop with a resounding thud, akin to a bomb detonating. 3 points. Bauer raised 3 fingers while subtly tapping his wrist. Lillard felt a surge of annoyance. This was undeniably my signature move. Why does he keep appropriating it? CJ observed the escalating tension between Lillard and Bauer. Recognizing that his friend would not relent without a definitive resolution, Lillard had to triumph. Throughout his life, he had relied on this fierce determination, fueled by the anger within him, to propel himself forward. He possessed unwavering confidence. However, Such absolute self-assurance could also lead to his downfall, especially when faced with a more formidable opponent. In contrast, Ball is a firm believer in the triumph of the collective, the victory of the entire team. Thus, during the subsequent play, Ball and Ingram commenced their pursuit of Lillard in the frontcourt. In a state of panic, Lillard had no choice but to pass the ball to CJ. Unexpectedly, however, KCP appeared as if he had anticipated the move. As if the Lakers had meticulously rehearsed this tactic for an extended period, KCP swiftly intercepted the ball, surged forward, and executed a powerful dunk. Today, KCP truly relished the moment. Ball walked over and congratulated Pope with a pat on the back. Pope was elated, for the key contribution to this play came from the relentless pressure applied by Ingram and Ball. Lillard was seething with frustration. Chapter 65, is it a golden watch, a silver watch, or this broken timepiece? The head coach of the Trail Blazers immediately called for a timeout. On paper, the Lakers held a slight lead. However, these few points were not the crux of victory. The true essence lay in calming Lillard's tempestuous spirit. A soldier may be formidable, but it is the general who orchestrates the army. The coach summoned Lillard, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his eyes sharp as an eagle's gaze fixed on Lillard. He posed a crucial question. I am entrusting you with the most significant task ahead. Can you bear this responsibility? Without hesitation, Lillard replied, I can. The coach demanded, if you can, then stabilize your emotions. I need you to be a ruthless assassin. Defeat Ball and conquer the Lakers. The head coach of the Trail Blazers erupted in a fierce roar, clad in his attire, resembling a flustered yet refined figure. He threatened, if you falter, if fear grips you, prepare for the next game. Lillard lifted his gaze, asserting with conviction, I can. At the utterance of those words, a collective sigh of relief washed over the other members of the Blazers. They were poised to return to the orderly rhythm of basketball. Seizing the remaining time, the coach wielded the tactical board, illustrating a gesture to convey their strategy. The timeout concluded. In that brief interlude, the two teams emerged transformed. The Trail Blazers timeout, while lacking tactical significance, bore immense strategic weight. The coach had steadied the emotions of his star player, redirecting their focus towards the Lakers and unifying the team. This was the essence of a true coach's duty. In stark contrast, the Lakers, under Walton's command, wasted a timeout, fumbling with the tactical board without a clear direction. Meanwhile, championship coach Tyronn Lue adeptly illustrated James' role on the board, instructing players to pass to him, ensuring that in crucial moments, James would reciprocate, delivering the ball back to his teammates. Walton made no personnel adjustments, as the game had barely reached its midpoint, adhering rigidly to his rotation schedule. Perhaps in his mind, if the performance faltered before the designated time, he would simply persist with the same players. Yet, even if they excelled, when the rotation time arrived, they were summoned without exception. This inflexible approach left Ball exhaling in exasperation. The timeout concluded. The Trail Blazers initiated the play. The most noticeable reaction from the Lakers was the realization that the Blazers had regained their composure and order. CJ passed the ball to Lillard, as Lakers players braced themselves for a renewed double team from Ball and Ingram. However, Lillard proceeded unhurriedly across half-court, awaiting his teammates' positioning. He refrained from a hasty shot, akin to a serpent poised for the perfect moment to strike. With deft footwork, Lillard maneuvered, leaving the Lakers players disoriented. In the next instant, he released the ball with agility. A three-pointer found its mark. Maturity radiated from him. The Trail Blazers coach smiled in satisfaction. No longer fixated solely on matching up against Ball, Lillard began to engage with the other players, sinking a shot before immediately transitioning to defense, his expression devoid of emotion. In the ensuing plays, Lillard exhibited increasing composure, leveraging his penetrating drives and three-point prowess to assist his teammates, distributing the scoring load. The Lakers, fixated on Lillard, inadvertently opened opportunities for others. The three-pointers soared like kites, ensnaring their rivals. The Lakers responded in kind, gradually regaining their focus after an initial lapse on the Blazers' home turf. Young player Nance also scored with a dunk, while Ingram began utilizing jump shots, keeping the score close. Soon, it was Walton's rotation time. During a brief respite, he replaced Ball and Ingram with Clarkson and Randall. The teams exchanged blows, and as the quarter drew to a close, the Blazers elevated Lillard for a critical three-point attempt. If successful, they would equalize the score. Nurkic positioned himself against Nance while awaiting Lillard's signal. True to form, Lillard executed a pick-and-roll. As Nurkic stepped up to block Pope, Nance rushed forward to switch defenses. Yet, Lillard's speed was unmatched. Nance strained every muscle to intercept, extending his arm in a desperate bid to disrupt Lillard's shot. Alas, Lillard released the ball. Swish. The three-pointer was secure. The score stood at 32-32. Who will rise to the challenge? Lillard, the stalwart of the Trailblazers. Ball observed that when Lillard attempts a three-pointer, he exhibits a distinct motion characterized by a powerful explosion of the ball followed by a lateral step back to the left or right. This explosive action, coupled with his ability to shoot immediately upon receiving the ball, elucidates why it is exceedingly challenging to defend against Lillard. However, this subtle maneuver did not escape Ball's keen eye. Lillard was seen bending down as he walked, nearly placing his palm on the ground, before rising again. He made a gesture towards little Nance, insinuating that he was too small. It is remarkable for such a towering figure to declare someone else diminutive. During the defensive transition, Lillard glanced at Walton and waved a dismissive goodbye gesture. His audacity was unrelenting. This infuriated Walton, who promptly summoned Ball to the court, insisting, "You must make the three-pointer." Upon reaching the front court, everyone spread out. Ball confronts Lillard directly. "Are you tough?" "I am tougher than you." Ball glanced at the Rolex marketer on the sidelines. Both parties exchanged a knowing nod. A familiar sensation stirred within Lillard, leaving him at a loss for words. It was as if a temporal tunnel had opened, transporting him back to the preceding moment. Lillard fixed his gaze upon Ball. Ball is unhurried and composed, dribbling with both hands, lowering his center of gravity. The Lakers, making their final offensive play. Time is fleeting. Ball is still dribbling. If someone were to observe the timer, they would notice that Ball's dribble perfectly synchronizes with the passage of time. Tap, 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 bang, bang, bang. Ball looked up and inquired of Lillard, "What brand of watch do you wear?" Lillard, unfazed and aware of the time, maintained his focus and replied, "I also possess a Rolex." In the next moment, Ball took a shot, and Lillard heard the echo of those words beside his ear. "What level are you at? That you wear the same watch as I do?" Ball immediately turned around and went to the sidelines, while the ball continued to soar through the air. Ball has arrived at the sidelines, having acquired 3 watches. The ball is in. Bauer remained unresponsive, just as Lillard did. The words echoed in his ears. "What caliber are you to compare with me using the same watch?" However, he soon regained his composure. The ball went in. He had not obstructed it. Furthermore, the quarter had come to an end. Yet, before him appeared 3 watches. 3 watches. The voice of Ball resounded once more. "Honest youth, your three-point performance, is it represented by my resplendent Rolex, that gleaming silver Rolex, or perhaps this rusted old timepiece?" Chapter 66. A contest like a meat grinder. The lights dimmed. The first quarter concluded. Yet this moment lingered in the minds of the spectators. Although the first quarter had ended, discussions continued unabated. Just moments ago, the official Rolex account promptly posted a statement on Twitter and Weibo. Brief yet impactful. It proclaimed, "At this moment, time shines for you." What had just transpired was a moment frozen in time, as all were captivated by that ball, holding their breath in bewilderment, leading to collective confusion, now transformed into a celebration of brilliance. The spotlight shines upon you. Everything opens its arms and welcome. Beneath this proclamation, Weibo was inundated with countless comments. The atmosphere was electric, a cacophony of celebration, teeming with enthusiastic crowds. Ball brother, honey, come quick, witness the miracle again." Wait. Why do I say again? There were also those expressing their unrestrained emotions, incredible, astounding, and others, blissfully unaware of reality. "Ball brother, I want to bear your child." "Ball brother, I love you." Yet, love and hatred do not arise without reason. Among Lillard's fans, there were fervent detractors. What is so impressive? Clearly lacking in perspective. Is Ball really that remarkable? He merely made a three-pointer. If he has that skill, he should focus on marketing his watches. Unlike Lillard, who firmly establishes himself in his city. With so many game winners from Lillard, what have we said? Even more outrageous statements emerged. If Ball makes another last-second 3, I'll eat my words. Immediately, a wave of rebuttals surged forth. But Ball has already made 2 three-pointers. Why didn't you mention eating earlier? Had I known, I would have prepared for you. You're just here for a free meal. Brothers, step aside. I'm coming through. I have diabetes. Move aside for me. No way. We can't let him taste victory. The forums, Weibo, and live streams buzzed with joy. Yet, the atmosphere on the court remained tense. Ball had just scored a basket. However, the Lakers led by a mere 3 points, 35-32, just a single possession ahead. In this match, the Trailblazers had previously clinched victory in the final quarter, with Lillard's three-pointer sealing the deal. A significant lead would be hard to establish. Claiming a 100 victory was uncertain. After a brief respite, Ball stood and addressed Walton. "Coach, please let me continue. I feel no fatigue. I only wish to win this game." The eyes of Kuzma, Ingram, and Hart turned towards him. Others soon followed suit, realizing that if Ball continued to play, it might encroach upon their time on the court. However, overall, Ball's presence in the evening game would likely enhance the team's chances of victory, as he could score higher and provide more assists. After some contemplation, Walden decided to let Ball play. Perhaps this was the wisest decision he would make during this match. On the court now were the Lakers: Lonzo Ball, Hart, Ingram, Randall, and Lopez. Kuzma and Pope took a breather. Among this lineup, Ball was the only notable three-point shooter, with Hart as a possible second. The Trail Blazers, having rested their starting lineup, were primed for action. This time, their offense was deliberate and focused, with each player seeking the best opportunity. Lillard, with the agility of a sports car, lowered his center of gravity and deftly maneuvered past Hart, with Randall and Lopez providing interior support. The message was clear: come at us, we're ready for you. Lillard leaped, spreading his legs mid-air, and passed the ball to the left corner, where McCollum awaited. The defender on McCollum was none other than Ball. Perhaps recalling Ball's formidable blocking ability, McCollum executed a behind-the-back dribble, shifting to the right. Nurkic quickly set a screen, receiving the ball and returning it to McCollum. This time, he found space. A two-pointer, flawlessly executed. 35-34. The score narrowed to just a single point. Ball remained exceedingly cautious this time, ultimately passing the ball once in his possession before Hart concluded the play. He executed a layup just before the three-point line, scoring amidst defensive pressure. The score stood at 37-34. In the subsequent possession, Lillard unleashed a thunderous three-pointer, leveling the score at 37-37. The crowd erupted in exhilaration, rising to their feet. The Trail Blazers were on the verge of securing their first lead against the Lakers since the game's inception. However, Ball had other plans. Upon advancing to the front court, Ball found himself ensnared by the relentless double team from Turner and C.J. McCollum. The Trail Blazers were resolute. They would rather allow Ball to score 50 points than permit him to galvanize his team. Lopez swiftly moved to set a screen, and Ball maneuvered around Lopez's imposing figure, twisting his body. Yet, McCollum and Turner continued to shadow him closely. McCollum trailed on Ball's right side, obstructing him with his outstretched hand, while Turner positioned himself directly in front of Ball's right. Together, they effectively sealed off Ball's right flank. Should Ball attempt to penetrate, he would encounter the formidable presence of Nurkic, the Trail Blazers center. Moving to the left was equally perilous, as Lillard maintained a watchful eye on both Ball and another Lakers player, poised to provide assistance. If Ball were to venture into this defensive pocket, he would find himself ensnared. Who said one cannot inflict harm without a weapon? After setting a screen for Ball, Lopez surged toward the interior on the opposite side. Ball now found himself in a precarious central position, flanked by defenders on either side and facing resistance ahead. Beyond the defense stood Lopez, aiming to slip into the baseline. However, the two defenders were so tightly bound to him that it appeared an ordinary guard had no opportunity to pass. Sensing an impending alley-oop, Turner hesitated momentarily, shifting back slightly. In that fleeting moment, Ball seized the opportunity. He angled his body and, like skipping a stone across water, delivered the ball through the narrow gap of barely 20 centimeters between C.J. McCollum and Turner. It was a bounce pass. Typically, such passes are reserved for centers. Yet this particular bounce propelled the ball remarkably high. Before the bounce, the angle was low, but after it struck the ground, it soared upward as if propelled by an unseen force. Ball imparted spin to the pass. Upon receiving it, Lopez grasped the ball with one hand, took a step forward, and decisively dunked over Turner. The ball swished through the net. Ball has once again taken the lead by 2 points. The match, akin to a meat grinder, sees repeated shifts in dominance. Chapter 67. What level are you at? Do you think you're the referee? The Trail Blazers find themselves in a quandary. If they focus on defending against Ball's offensive prowess, he can efficiently sink three-pointers and is also quite productive in mid-range shooting. He is a peculiar player. While one cannot say he is well-rounded, his strengths are exceptionally pronounced. Much like playing NBA 2K, where some players enjoy experimenting and enhance their three-point shooting stats. However, if one solely concentrates on his offense and applies double-teaming, one must not forget that Ball is also an outstanding passer. Just moments ago, despite 3 defenders closely marking him, a slight lapse in attention allowed him to make a pass. The head coach of the Trail Blazers recalls the legendary Magic Johnson of the Lakers. In the history of the NBA Finals, if we consider games with 15 or more assists, Magic has achieved this in 10 instances. He ranks among the top 6 in average assists per game in the finals, despite having participated in only 9 finals. This indicates that his assist performance is consistently remarkable during each finals appearance. The coach remembers a television interview where a Celtics player, as a longtime rival of the Lakers, spoke of Magic's unique ability to evade defense on the court, making his shots and sky hooks nearly impossible to guard. When one attempts to defend, it becomes even more challenging. A quintessential example is when a Celtics player merely glanced back for a moment. In that instant, Magic delivered a precise pass through the air, barely missing the player's nose. Magic can make those opportunity passes and even create opportunities where none exist. Now, Ball subtly evokes that same feeling. Previous game footage shows that he has been relying more on strategy and three-point shooting rather than frequent drives to the basket. Yet, these two aspects alone are challenging to contain. His brilliance lies not in his speed or athleticism, but in his acute attention to detail. He possesses the ability to discern the opposing coach's strategies, a trait that has been evident in numerous past games. He embodies the essence of a player with a coach's mindset, stepping onto the court to play. Who can withstand that? The dynamics have shifted. The Lakers now depend on Ball's orchestration to render the team more cohesive. Conversely, the Trailblazers must rely on the destructive prowess of their dual threats to widen the score gap. The Lakers' dependence on Ball stems from the relatively lesser strength of their other players. Ingram, Kuzma, Hart, and the younger Nance have shown promise. Yet none can be deemed the unequivocal leader of the team. Even Ingram, upon joining the Pelicans, faced the dilemma of whether he or the formidable Zion Williamson was more suited to lead the team. As the 2024 offseason approaches, Ingram must showcase his value. To seize a championship, he cannot merely be a piece of the puzzle. It is akin to having everything in place, yet lacking the crucial wind to propel them forward. One cannot be entirely unprepared, holding only the wind. Without even a few key cards in hand, how can one hope to play the game effectively? The significance of Ball is self-evident. In the subsequent segment of the match, he continued to excel as a playmaker. On the first play, he feigned a three-point shot at the arc, deceiving his opponent CJ, and promptly tossed the ball toward the basket. Lopez established position, leveraging his physique for advantage, executing an alley-oop that left Nurkic in his wake. Following this play, Lillard responded with a three-pointer. On the second play, Ball's defender anticipated further passing, only to be surprised as Ball penetrated the lane. Confronted by two defenders, he secured the ball and pivoted to Turner's waist. Turner's eyes followed the ball, mistakenly believing it would be passed behind him, leaving him outmaneuvered. Ball reclaimed the ball and, taking advantage of Turner's momentary misstep, executed a smooth fadeaway jumper. This time, Ball took the initiative to attack. The Trailblazers matched the intensity, actively running their plays, primarily to create shooting opportunities for Lillard and CJ. This instance saw CJ maneuvering through dual screens set by Turner and Nurkic, finding space for a jump shot that swished through the net. However, as the ball descended from the net, Ball delivered a precise pass to Ingram at midcourt, prompting a swift transition from the other players. Ingram surged into the lane, aiming for a dunk, but Nurkic thwarted his attempt, only for Randle to snatch the rebound. Randle leapt repeatedly, ultimately converting the shot. This exemplified the vitality of the youthful squad. The two teams exchanged momentum, and before long, the second quarter had elapsed, reaching the climactic moments of the game. In the original timeline, the Trailblazers triumphed over the Lakers, narrowly winning 113-110 thanks to Lillard's final three-pointer. Is it fair to say the Lakers performed poorly? It is difficult to ascertain. At least on the surface, their performance mirrored this match, with both teams evenly matched and fiercely competitive. With Ball's offensive prowess, Lillard was compelled to elevate his game. With 2 minutes remaining, Lillard had already netted 9 three-pointers, while Ball contributed 7 three-pointers and 13 assists. On the Trailblazers side, CJ had sunk 6 three-pointers. Meanwhile, due to Ball's relentless orchestration of the offense, Walton refrained from substituting him for extended periods. Ball continuously orchestrated plays for his teammates, delivering a swift pass to Kuzma for a fast break, enabling Hart to execute a cutting layup, setting up Randle for an alley-oop, and providing Lopez with a screen that led to a three-point opportunity. He also created a mid-range one-on-one shooting chance for Ingram. While the Trailblazers relied heavily on their dynamic duo for scoring, the Lakers boasted 7 players in double figures. In a climactic moment, Lillard brought the ball to the Lakers' half, positioning himself at the right wing at a 45-degree angle. Without uttering a word, he sidestepped, elevated his elbow, and bent his knees to take a shot. The ball swished through the net effortlessly. Lillard, a fierce competitor, struck decisively, putting the Trailblazers ahead by 3 points with a score of 123-120. This was a significant increase in points compared to the earlier stages of the game. The Lakers were on the offensive. Ball passed the sphere to Ingram on the perimeter. Ingram's three-point attempt fell short. Fortunately, Hart was positioned beneath the basket, desperately securing the rebound. Hart charged forward with reckless abandon, only to be struck on the hand by Nurkic. Yet, the ball had already been released, spinning thrice around the rim before finally settling into the net. This constituted a remarkable 2-1 play. With this successful shot, Hart's points also soared into double figures. Ball approached Hart, gently patting his shoulder and urging him to relax. In truth, Ball was also seeking to reassure himself, as Hart's free throw percentage was indeed less than stellar. The reality proved this, as Hart missed the free throw. The Trail Blazers held a slender lead of 1 point, with the score standing at 123-122. Frustrated, Hart slapped his hands together. A minute had already elapsed, leaving only one more minute and merely 3 possessions remaining. The Trail Blazers' offense shifted to C.J. McCollum. One must not underestimate C.J. McCollum. Frankly, during the era of the two stars, it was often McCollum who bore the burden alongside Lillard in their journey to the Western Conference Finals. A glance at the scoring data and shooting percentages from that series reveals McCollum's superiority over Lillard in certain aspects. This time, aided by Nurkic's screen, he found himself with ample space. The Lakers' defense faltered significantly as no one stepped up to contest McCollum. This afforded him an extraordinary opportunity, perhaps unaccustomed to such open looks. C.J. McCollum surprisingly missed the three-pointer. Yet, he recognized his instability the moment he released the shot and swiftly seized the rebound before anyone could react, finishing with a layup beneath the basket. The Trail Blazers now led by 3 points, with the score at 125-122. The next possession was crucial. The players on the court for the Lakers were Ball, Ingram, Randle, Lopez, and Hart. While there were not many capable three-point shooters, they had fortified their rebounding efforts. Ball ceased to pass the ball and opted for a direct tactical play, instructing Randle and Lopez to set screens for him. However, the Trail Blazers' defense teetered on the brink of fouls, with many actions verging on illegal, though the referees refrained from calling them. This left Ball with scant space to maneuver, rendering him unable to execute a step-back shot. Ultimately, with barely any room to work with, Ball launched a shot from the very edge of the three-point line. Convinced it was a three-pointer, the ball swished through the net. Yet, the referee signaled a mere 2-point gesture. Walton erupted on the sidelines, vociferously protesting while gesturing towards the three-point line. What kind of officiating is this? It was undeniably a three-pointer. The Lakers were left in a state of disbelief, not solely due to Ball's shot being incorrectly counted as 2 points, but also because, at that moment, a whistle pierced through the air like a thunderclap. The entire team turned to the referee stationed at the corner, who had called a foul on Randle for an alleged malicious act while vying for a rebound under the basket. Meanwhile, the technical table initiated a replay. Walton continued his tirade, vocally expressing his discontent. The footage displayed Randle and Nurkic engaged in a routine rebounding battle, with Randle showing some pushing movements while establishing position. If a foul were to be called, one could accept that both were jostling for position. However, to call a flagrant foul after Ball's shot, when a simple foul would suffice, was a blatant display of poor officiating. This was clearly favoritism towards the Trail Blazers. Randle followed the referee, Kamor, step by step, articulating his displeasure with sighs and open palms, his lips animatedly conveying his frustration. He could hardly fathom being assessed a flagrant foul. After all, he was no rookie, seasoned in the game. Who would expect such blatant bias from the officials at such a crucial juncture? In response to Randle's continuous complaints, Kamor, with his imposing demeanor, issued a technical foul against him. Within a mere minute, Randle found himself burdened with 2 fouls. This was intolerable. He was on the verge of losing his composure. Fortunately, Lopez swiftly intervened to restrain him, for another outburst could lead to further penalties. After all, who could forget the time when the ever-composed Duncan was penalized for a mere smile from the bench? Yet the whistles persisted. Kamor blew his whistle again, leaving Randle utterly bewildered. Wasn't he just restrained by Lopez from further protests? Why was he being penalized once more? Ball glanced in the direction indicated by Ken Mall. It turned out that he was referring to Walton. Walton had been vociferously lamenting the referee's decisions, persistently claiming that the scores were incorrect. At that moment, he recalled the foul called against him. In a fit of frustration, Walton strode directly to Ken Mall's side, arms limp at his sides, and shouted towards the referee, "Why was a foul called on Randle? Where was the infraction? It hardly qualifies as a level 1 foul." Furthermore, he protested against Ball's situation, exclaiming, "That shot was clearly a three-pointer. Why was it counted as only 2? It was indeed a three-pointer." At this juncture, the home broadcast screen aptly displayed Ball's shot. When he took the shot, he was a mere centimeter away from the three-point line, confirming that he had not stepped on it. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, it was evident that Ball's shot was indeed a three-pointer. Ball was equally incensed. Why should my three-pointer be reduced to a two-pointer? If this discrepancy is not rectified, both teams will be at a deadlock, each with 125 points. Particularly in such a critical situation, with less than 30 seconds remaining. Ball was deeply dissatisfied. However, before they could express their grievances to the referee, Walton commenced a tirade. Like a fervent wind, he bellowed at the official. Yet, Ken Maurer appeared utterly unfazed. The referee who had changed the three-point call to a 2-point feigned ignorance as well. Walton, incensed, lost his composure entirely, in a fit of rage. He hurled his clipboard to the ground, shattering it into two pieces. Such an excessively furious display inadvertently provided the home court officials for the Trailblazers an opportunity to act. Ken Maurer raised his whistle, a symbol of justice and fairness, while simultaneously gesturing with his hands, issuing Walton a technical foul. In the span of merely 30 seconds, Maurer had handed out 3 fouls. However, the implications of these fouls varied significantly. Randall's flagrant foul warranted 2 free throws, while the 2 technical fouls each resulted in 2 shots. Furthermore, the Lakers head coach was ejected from the game. This meant that the Trailblazers were set to receive 5 free throws and an additional possession, an iconic 5 free throws for a single shot. It is no wonder that the Warriors, facing such officiating in the past against the same opponent and under similar circumstances, would react with such ire. Ingram attempted to voice his objections, but Ball swiftly restrained him, urging him not to panic. Stay calm, stay calm. Otherwise, we're done for. The remainder of the game relies on you and me. Even without a coach, even with unjust officiating, we must persevere, all for the sake of victory. Ball shouted in fury, and chaos ensued around him. Walton, accompanied by staff, stormed out of the player tunnel, casting glances at the scoreboard, which read 125, 124. This indicated that despite his efforts, that shot counted as a mere 2 points instead of the 3 it should have been. The Lakers' assistant coach quickly called a timeout to help calm the rising tensions. Now assuming the role of head coach, he was unaccustomed to such responsibilities and found himself at a loss for what to do. It was Ball who stepped forward, calmly stating, "This game can be won or lost. We can accept a loss. I must respect the rules, yet those rules must be applied with fairness. If we lose today, the memory will forever belong to the Trailblazers. The outcome will speak volumes and erase all doubts. However, should we prevail, everyone will condemn the referee and highlight his reckless decisions. A victory will mark this ruling as one of the most unjust in history. So, my friends, do we aim to win or to lose?" With that, Ball extended his fist, and his teammates gathered around. Ingram, Hart, and others placed their palms over Ball's fist, united in a rallying cry. "We will win. We will win. We will win. This is how it must be. This is the spirit we need. Do you think we cannot triumph in a simple 5 against 8? From this day forward, the Lakers will make the referees tremble at the sound of our name. Whether it's 5 against 8 or 5 against 5, the outcome will remain unchanged. The Lakers shall emerge victorious." Ball clenched his fist and brought it down forcefully. The timeout has concluded. The Trailblazers are at the free throw line. Chapter 69, Offense and Defense. This is utterly absurd. In the streaming room, Jingyu slammed the table in frustration, her black stainless steel water bottle bouncing in response. What on earth is happening? This is blatant manipulation for viewership. Everything is sacrificed for ratings, and what a disgraceful display it is. Just look at the referee's face. It is clear that they are denying the Lakers any chance whatsoever. I have never witnessed such a thing. 5 free throws for 1 foul is simply outrageous. Who can hold the referee accountable? After venting her anger, Jingyu picked up the cup on the table, gulped down 3 large swigs, draining it completely, her face flushed with indignation. It must be said that Jingyu is wholeheartedly invested in the game. Regardless of whether the performance is commendable or lacking, she offers her approval or critique. However, the blatant manipulation of the game by the referees at such a crucial moment is indeed disheartening. The viewers echoed her sentiments, expressing their discontent. Why continue playing? How can the Lakers possibly win against 5-8? It's simply a result of our Lakers' decline. When Kobe was around, who would dare to pull such stunts? Foolish referees, a disgrace to the game. Ever since Silver took office, the NBA has become utterly uninteresting, rife with flops and theatrics. And I have even heard rumors about collusion with betting agencies. In the Tencent streaming room, Yang Yi and Wang Ming also engaged in a discussion about the matter. Yang Yi adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, clenched his fist, then relaxed it as he spoke. I genuinely believe that the NBA could learn from our CBA regarding officiating. For instance, in the CBA, if a coach disagrees with a call, they can challenge it, which seems far more reasonable. The current situation has stirred widespread outrage. Wang Ming was visibly sweating, clearly anxious about the unfolding events. He gripped his pen tightly, stating, "We have watched traditional basketball for many years, which we refer to as old-school basketball, characterized by physicality and tough confrontations. Consequently, many longtime fans have begun to say that the league has become too soft. At times, I wonder if it is due to the referees' leniency with their whistles. This has led to more players adopting a clever style of play, seeking easier points. Of course, each era brings its own legends, which is indisputable. Yet, in this current climate, it is evident that the referees are overshadowing the true stars of the game. The fans in the streaming room were abuzz with discussions. If the officiating were fair and just, I would dare to eat my words. Let me clarify. I am not that infamous character. Fine, you won't get a taste, as our resources are reserved for that individual. I have watched basketball for over 20 years and have never encountered such a disgraceful display. This is akin to revealing one's cards. Why not just let them win? The Trailblazers fans were equally incensed. The referees are not under our control. Criticize the referees, but do not extend that to our team. Our Lillard's three-pointer was legitimate. It was not merely a fluke, but a testament to skill. Both teams' fans were dissatisfied with the calls. If all 5 free throws were successful, the Trailblazers could gain an additional 3 points with possession, potentially earning 8 points from these calls. 8 points is significant. It requires at least 2 3-pointers and 1 2-pointer, which typically takes a minimum of a minute, not accounting for the back and forth of opposing offenses. Outside the court, discussions were rife as fans vented their anger at the referees. When we returned our focus to the court, the Trailblazers commenced their free throws. With 5 free throws, the most accurate shooter on the Trailblazers, Lillard, took to the line. He stood alone, sinking the first free throw. The Trailblazers now led the Lakers by 2 points. The second, third, and fourth free throws were likewise successful, extending their lead to 5 points. For the final shot, the Lakers players hoped he would miss, preserving their tactical options for 2 or 3-point attempts. If he made it, they would be forced to hit 2 3-pointers in succession, with the Trailblazers likely tightening their defense. This would put immense pressure on the players' 3-point shooting abilities. However, among them, only Ball had a reputation for consistency. Taking a deep breath, Lillard steadied himself for the final shot. The Trailblazers led by 6 points. The score now stood at 131 for the Trailblazers and 125 for the Lakers. Ultimately, the referee did not alter Ball's 2-pointer to a 3-pointer. The referee adjusted the game clock, as the previous chaos had rendered the timer inaccurate. After recalibrating the seconds, 34 seconds remained. The assistant coach appeared perplexed, uncertain whether to adopt a fouling strategy or to implement full-court pressure. Ball shouted to his teammates, "Do not commit a foul yet. Trust me, I will intercept." The Trailblazers retained possession and continued to inbound the ball. In the front court, McCollum aimed to pass to Lillard. However, Lillard was closely guarded by Ball, making it exceedingly difficult. Attempting to pass to Nurkic, he found Randall also in close proximity, leaving him with no viable options. The only solution was to position everyone in the front court to assist with the reception. A high pass was sent to Turner, who then relayed it to Lillard. Consuming a precious second, Lillard, with the ball in hand, surged forward into the offensive zone. Bauer relentlessly confronted him, while Hart also came in to apply pressure. Both individuals towered over Lillard, enveloping him completely, as Lillard sought to execute a high pass. Ball leapt vertically, emphatically slamming the ball down from the air. Hart swiftly surged forward, initially intending to attempt a layup. However, realizing that the team was still trailing by 6 points, he deemed the 2 points insufficient. In midair, he skillfully twisted his body, executing a full 360-degree spin, locating Ball, and delivering the pass. Bauer stood at the right wing, 45 degrees beyond the 3-point arc, received the pass, and released the shot. Swish. The 3-pointer found its mark. Ball raised his hand, tapping his left wrist with 2 fingers, presenting to Lillard. "Do you not have your clutch moments? I possess them as well." This offensive play consumed a mere 8 seconds, leaving only 26 seconds on the clock. Time was of the essence, as the Trailblazers still had 1 possession remaining. The entire Lakers squad maintained an unwavering full-court press, with nearly all players positioned in the half-court. McCollum approached from the baseline for a free throw, with Ingram employing his long arms to impede visibility, rendering McCollum nearly blind to the basket. Lillard was closely pursued by Ball, denying him any opportunity for contact. Turner and Randall engaged in a fierce contest, with Randall's robust physique proving formidable, leaving Turner struggling for space. Nurkic advanced to the Lakers' frontcourt, while Hart roamed. Aware that passing to Nurkic might lead to an interception by Hart, as McCollum was not an adept long passer. The sideline and baseline plays posed a daunting challenge. McCollum, left with no option, elevated the arc of his shot. The ball soared high, yet unexpectedly, Ingram leaped even higher, using his hand to deflect the ball, though he failed to gain full control. As McCollum entered the court, Ingram forcefully slapped the ball, striking McCollum's leg and sending the ball out of bounds. Clearly, the ball had struck McCollum and gone out. The referee could not deny this fact. In this situation, any attempts to evade accountability could jeopardize their officiating careers. The referee ruled the ball out of bounds, awarding possession to the Lakers. Another 2 seconds had elapsed, leaving 24 seconds. Ingram stepped up to inbound the ball. The Trailblazers, akin to players in the finals, exerted every effort to pursue and block their adversaries. After all, should the Trailblazers lose this game, the ensuing controversy would be immense. Each voice would contribute to the cacophony of dissent. A victory, however, would offer some solace amidst the chaos. In the realm of competition, the victor claims all. As the 5-second violation loomed, Ball swiftly called for a timeout. Let the Starburst strategy commence. Chapter 70, a last-minute equalizer. Scoring 8 points alone. Seeking collection and follow-up. In the Trailblazers half, the Lakers struggled to execute their play. With keen insight and swift reflexes, Ball promptly called for a timeout. In such scenarios, the most challenging strategies to defend against actually comprise two distinct approaches. The first is the Starburst tactic, previously executed by Kobe during his tenure with the Lakers, where players align in a straight line or form a cluster. Upon the start of play, they disperse in 4 directions, creating a situation where defenders struggle to keep pace. And the intended matchups become entangled, inadvertently setting screens for one another. The second strategy, employed during the 2024 playoffs by the Pacers against the Eastern Conference Celtics, was reminiscent of a rugby formation. In this approach, all players, save for the one initiating play, positioned themselves within their own half. Following the inbound, they surged en masse into the opponent's territory, akin to 4 individuals executing a fast break simultaneously. This maneuver proves exceedingly difficult to defend, as the defending team can only trail behind, necessitating coordinated defensive efforts. Given that this tactic had not been practiced, Ball opted to proceed with the Starburst strategy. On the sidelines, the assistant coaches found their influence waning. Yet Ball's adeptness in harnessing the strengths of his teammates and his robust leadership allowed him to orchestrate the game plan with confidence. Ball held the training board, discussing the Starburst tactic with his teammates. The large screen broadcasted this moment live. Goodness, look at Ball. He resembles a head coach now, with Walton gone. There has been no change on the court. Are you suggesting that the coaching seat is merely a leash for a dog? Haha. The live chat erupted in laughter. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. The long-absent provocative player resurfaced. If Ball manages to sink a buzzer-beater 3-pointer this time, I will eat my words. This statement triggered a flurry of comments. Here you go again, trying to trick us into a feast. If you have the guts, don't run away. I've been preparing for you. Audiences from across China, America, and around the globe eagerly awaited the final strike. There were only 24 seconds left. It was up to Ball to decide whether to play it safe and take the shot at the last moment or to score first and then focus on defense. Teacher Yang remarked, this 24 seconds is indeed a rather awkward time frame, as a standard offense lasts 24 seconds. But does Ball truly dare to wait until the last second to take the shot? After all, he is still a rookie. If he fails to score within the 24 seconds, what will everyone think of him? The pressure is immense. Thus, it is likely that Ball will choose to score first and then have the entire team foul before shooting again. Alternatively, he might pass the ball to another player. Let us not forget, Ball is also an exceptional passer, capable of creating opportunities for others. Wang Ming countered Teacher Yang. I must disagree with your statement. What rookie leads a team to a 6-game winning streak right from the start? And not merely as a subordinate, but in a prominent leadership role. Ball is currently averaging over 20 points per game. Moreover, as you witnessed in this match, he executed several buzzer beaters during the first quarter. You are well aware of Ball's character, unyielding and youthful in spirit. Thus, I believe that Ball is likely to take charge during pivotal moments, stepping up as a crucial player. On the court, his singular focus is to release that ball and to ensure it lands firmly in his grasp. After Ball concluded his tactical explanation, his assistant sought his counsel before initiating substitutions. Ball turned to the assistant coach and his teammates, imploring, please trust me, give me the ball. I am certain I can sink the shot and lead us into overtime. The players who were to join him on the court uttered not a word. Yet their eyes conveyed unwavering faith in him. Ingram rallied the team, declaring, "We all believe in Ball, let us go." The players taking to the court now were Ball, Ingram, Nance Jr., Randall, and Lopez. The assistant coach had devised a strategy. The intention was for Ball to take the shot, but should it miss, it was imperative that these players secure the rebound to seize another opportunity. The timeout had concluded. Ball clapped his hands vigorously, exclaiming loudly, "We can do it. We can do it." The referee handed the ball to Ingram. Ingram forcefully slammed the ball onto the ground before regaining possession. On the court, Ball, Randall, Big Lopez, and Little Nance formed a straight line. The Trail Blazers Lillard, McCollum, and Turner surrounded them in defense. As the referee signaled, Ingram prepared to make the pass. In a synchronized display of agility, Ball, Randall, Nance, and Lopez darted in 4 distinct directions, with Randall and Lopez providing crucial screens for Ball. Initially positioned near the three-point line in the Trail Blazers half, Ball maneuvered to the logo thanks to Nance's effective pick. The quartet's coordinated movements, while simultaneously shielding one another, rendered them nearly impossible to defend against. The Trail Blazers coach, filled with regret, lamented that a dedicated defense on Ball should have been prioritized. However, it was too late. The ball had already found its way into Ball's hands. As he secured the pass, the 24-second clock was set into motion. Ball did not rush to attempt a three-pointer. He dribbled near the logo, gradually making his way from the left side of the court to the right. McCollum intended to make a play but was intercepted by Ingram. After all, Ball's passing is exceptionally precise. In a situation with ample space, allowing Ingram to shoot a three-pointer as he does in practice would be as effortless as drinking water. During crucial moments, the Trail Blazers coach chose to place his faith in Lillard's one-on-one defensive capabilities. Ball stood approximately 2 meters away from the three-point line, positioned closely to the logo. He dribbled slowly, initially with his back to the basket, gradually maneuvering the ball to the right side at a 45-degree angle. Upon reaching this point, Ball began to face the basket, his left and right hands swiftly alternating in their dribbling. Lillard positioned himself in front of him, wary of a potential drive from Ball, and thus maintained a cautious distance rather than closing in. Should he have done so, a quick drive from Ball would have brought him within a meter of the three-point line. At that juncture, Lillard, as a sharpshooter, was acutely aware of Ball's formidable shooting prowess. Therefore, it was imperative to prevent Ball from penetrating his defensive stance. Lillard opted to give Ball a half-step of space, a decision that proved to be astutely defensive, allowing him to guard against both a drive and a shot. Observing Ball's dribbling, which fluctuated between rapid and slow movements, Lillard refrained from any foot movement, acutely aware that a misstep could enable Ball to exploit the opportunity for an attack. He could only lower his body, shifting his center of gravity, with his left hand directed downward and his right hand elevated. This positioning allowed him to respond promptly, should Ball suddenly attempt a shot. His right hand could extend forward. Conversely, if Ball chose to drive, his left hand could provide a slight obstruction, a tactic that would likely evade the referee's call for a blocking foul. At this moment, Ball resembled Harden, skillfully dribbling beneath his legs as he discovered his rhythm. Not only was he seeking to establish his tempo, but he was also deftly consuming the remaining time. From the moment of the inbound pass, only 10 seconds remained. Ball lifted his gaze towards the timer, which had already begun its countdown. Here it comes. Lillard was evidently aware that his rhythm had arrived. After concluding his dribble, Ball forcefully tossed the ball to the ground with his left hand, creating a resounding impact. He then executed a step back to the left rear. This maneuver is all too familiar to Lillard. It is indeed his signature skill. Ball, akin to possessing a Sharingan, has successfully replicated it. Lillard's reaction was quick. As he discerned Ball's intention the moment the ball struck the ground, he immediately extended his arm in an attempt to obstruct the shot. However, at that instant, Ball had already leaped into the air. The shot was released, barely grazing Lillard's fingertips. It traced a beautiful arc through the air. The lights illuminated as the ball swished through the net. In a pivotal moment of the match, Ball scored 8 points, leveling the playing field. Outside the court, the official Rolex account released a striking statement. Chapter 71. Game over. Time to go home. The association between Rolex watches and Ball was unmistakable. After Ball sank a three-pointer over Lillard, Rolex promptly tweeted a succinct message: "Time never favors anyone." This implied a critique of the referees on the court, suggesting a bias towards one side, bluntly denouncing the officials. The Lakers players were in a frenzy. Another buzzer beater. Ball seems to possess an almost magical quality, having already taken 3 shots in this match. The act of shooting is not what truly matters. Rather, it is the ability to score that holds significance. The players gather around Ball, erupting in cheers. However, Bauer turned to the others and exclaimed, "Only 5 minutes remaining. Just 5 more minutes." In the live broadcast room, countless viewers unified in their messages, eagerly inquiring, "Where is Brother Chi? Come and eat Chi. Brother Chi, I have black, golden, and brown Chi here. Which one do you desire?" Yet, within the confines of the live stream, the individual who had boldly proclaimed that he would consume excrement if Bauer sank another last-second three-pointer had long since fallen silent, too intimidated to utter a word. Bauer's remarkable play rendered those opponents utterly speechless, instilling a fear that silenced them completely. The commentators in the live broadcast could only express their astonishment. LaMelo Ball is indeed remarkable. Wang Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Who would have anticipated that this rookie would leave no room for his team, resolutely exhausting the clock? It was a decisive gamble. Once the ball was released, no one could confidently assert they would make the shot. If successful, fame and glory would follow. If not, his reputation would be tarnished. Fortunately, Ball withstood the pressure. Yang Yi, beside him, bit his lip, uncertain of what to say. His recent wager with Wang Ming ended in a comprehensive defeat. Who could have imagined Ball would exhibit such audacity? Moreover, he actually made the shot. This revelation felt like a resounding slap in Yang Yi's face, leaving him with a lingering sting. He wished to avoid further discussion and suggested they simply watch the game. Let us shift our focus to the live event. The match had yet to commence, and all players were preparing. However, the Trail Blazers players were fixated on the Lakers ball, especially Lillard. He believed his defense on that last shot had been impeccable, yet that infernal Ball still managed to score. How was it possible? McCollum also observed Ball, but there was an undertone of trepidation in his gaze. Whenever the Trail Blazers held a lead, Ball always seemed to close the gap, playing a pivotal role in turning the tide. McCollum had never encountered someone so tenacious before. This indomitable spirit left him feeling both helpless and moved. The Trail Blazers had Lillard on the court for 38 minutes and McCollum for 36 minutes, with starters averaging around 30 minutes. The Lakers were similar, with Ball nearing 40 minutes and Ingram at 28 minutes, while Lopez also played for 30 minutes. Overtime commenced, and both teams prepared to resume play. The Lakers lineup featured Ball, Ingram, Randall, Kuzma, and Lopez, while the Trail Blazers fielded McCollum, Lillard, Nurkic, Vonleh, and Harkless. The head coach decided to rotate Hood and Turner, considering their extensive time on the court and the need to bolster rebounding efforts. As the teams prepared for the jump ball, the Trail Blazers once again secured possession. Lillard controlled the ball, with McCollum setting a screen, allowing the two formidable guards to execute a multitude of strategies. Lillard drove to the basket, with McCollum positioned beyond the three-point line. After penetrating the defense, Lillard passed out to McCollum, who, true to form, did not disappoint, sinking another shot. It was McCollum once more. The Trail Blazers had taken an early lead by 3 points, 131-128. Such staggering statistics had not been seen in quite some time, reflecting the current game dynamics that heavily favor offensive play. Given the strict enforcement of rules regarding physicality, such high scores were more achievable. In the playoffs, typical games often concluded in just over 100 points. Usually, whoever scored first in overtime gained a psychological advantage, as one more defensive stand could further extend their lead. Now, the pressure was on Ball. His task was to close the gap. As Ball crossed half-court, he executed a pick-and-roll with Ingram, successfully maneuvering into the C-zone. However, Lillard and CC simultaneously intensified their defense. Ball leaped into the air, threading a pass between the two defenders, delivering the ball directly to Ingram, who was responsible for 2 defenders. The Lakers trailed by a single point. In this critical moment, the Trail Blazers fans rose to their feet, their hearts racing with excitement. Unwilling to take a seat until the dust settled, which would only take 5 minutes, the Blazers initiated their offensive play. Lillard, facing Ball, was cautious of his defense and swiftly shifted the ball to McCollum at the left 45-degree angle. Yet, McCollum found himself guarded by Ingram, whose height and wingspan hindered McCollum's passing ability. Unfortunately, the newcomer was unable to maintain control, resulting in a turnover and an opportunity for the Lakers. Defense, 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 echoed the fervent cries of the Trail Blazers home crowd directed at Ball. Ball remained unfazed. Once again facing a double team, he executed a gore-tap maneuver to effectively contain Lillard. Meanwhile, Kyle Kuzma set a dual screen, blocking Lillard and then swiftly rolling to obstruct the opposing center. CJ McCollum attempted to close the gap but found himself stymied by Ball's defensive stance, resulting in a localized 4 on 3 scenario. After Kuzma had successfully completed his role, Ball launched a floating jumper, swishing the ball through the net, allowing the Lakers to regain a 1-point lead. Subsequently, both teams struggled to find their rhythm, exchanging missed shots. The Trail Blazers passed the ball to Lillard, whose shot fell short, allowing Randle to seize the rebound. Ball then delivered a pass to Ingram on the perimeter. But his three-point attempt also failed to find its mark. Each side engaged in several exchanges without success. Yet, time marched on relentlessly for all, with the Lakers clinging to their slender lead. The home crowd of Trail Blazers fans stood for 4 minutes, undeterred by fatigue. In response, the Trail Blazers initiated another offensive. But Lillard's shot missed the target. Underneath the basket, Plumlee secured the rebound and was about to ascend when a purple blur soared through the air, slamming Plumlee's shot against the backboard. It was none other than number 2, Lonzo Ball. Ingram snatched the rebound and swiftly passed it forward to Randle, who exhibited his own ball-handling prowess. Remaining composed, he recognized the advantage they held. As Harkless and Plumlee converged on Randle, he quickly dished the ball back to Ingram, who controlled it at midcourt, with ample time remaining. Both teams had one final opportunity to score. Ingram, sensing the clock was still in his favor, drove towards the basket, aiming for a 2-for-1 opportunity but was met with a block. Under the basket, Randle, Kuzma, and Lopez tangled with the Trail Blazers for possession. The ball ricocheted between several players, yet the officials remained silent. Ultimately, Kuzma leapt, utilizing his height to swat the ball away, directing it towards the three-point line where Ball awaited. The closest adversary was the Blazers center, who, disregarding his own weight, sprinted towards Ball, creating a scene reminiscent of a herd of livestock in frantic motion. Ball is akin to the mischievous monkey from the legendary tale of Journey to the West, executing a swift retreat before effortlessly sinking a three-pointer. Hope for the Trail Blazers has all but vanished. Chapter 72. The Brand Merchants Have Gone Mad. 5th Avenue, New York. The epitome of bustling grandeur in the world. Along this illustrious thoroughfare lies the headquarters of numerous corporations, one of which is a towering edifice resembling 5 stacked cubes, larger at the base and tapering towards the top. As dusk descends, the lights within this skyscraper illuminate, and sunlight filters through the various halls and chambers, transforming the structure into an ornate timepiece dusted with gold. This is the headquarters of Rolex USA. Typically, at such an hour, the building lies in darkness, devoid of life. However, today, lights blaze from the topmost floor. Look. My goodness, it's unbelievable. Check our stock. It has risen yet again. But why has the stock inexplicably surged today? The stock analysts nearby promptly relay to the CEO, our stock has experienced 4 increases, each coinciding with the moments our official Rolex account has tweeted. This suggests that every spike in Rolex shares correlates significantly with NBA star Lonzo Ball. Indeed, we believe there is a profound connection. As long as Ball performs admirably on the court and aligns his actions with Rolex, we anticipate a rise in our stock. Moreover, his recent display against the opponent serves as a compelling spectacle. Another colleague swiftly pushes a computer forward, showcasing a live broadcast of the NBA game between the Lakers and the Trail Blazers. In the footage, Ball sinks a three-pointer just as the shot clock approaches its end. The Lakers lead the Trail Blazers by 4 points. The CEO promptly organizes a meeting, instructing his team, notify the operations manager to issue another post supporting Ball immediately. With his fingers interlaced beneath his chin, he contemplates, if Ball continues to deliver such performances and forges a strong association with Rolex, I am confident that our company's market value will rise significantly. Rolex holds a unique significance. It is favored by the elite and serves as a valuable commodity even in less reputable circles. After all, gifting a Rolex can provide a means to convert it into gold at luxury retailers, should one fall on hard times. NBA players, particularly those of African descent, are fond of flaunting extravagant gold chains and watches. Successfully marketing Rolex to them could yield substantial profits. On Twitter, upon Ball's successful shot, the Rolex account swiftly followed up with a statement, "Time will prove everything." In an instant, thousands, if not millions, of comments flooded in. From the top of the building, a voice resounded, "It has risen again. It has risen." On the court, after making the shot, Ball addresses his teammates, emphasizing the need for one final defensive stand. Indeed, he has exhausted the time for his offensive play, yet the Trail Blazers retain one last opportunity. Bauer felt utterly fatigued and promptly consumed a stamina potion. Usage complete. In an instant, Ball felt invigorated. At this moment, the Portland Trail Blazers chose to place their faith in their star player, Damian Lillard. After all, in the annals of Blazers history, when it comes to three-point shooting and clutch shots, Lillard boldly claims the top spot, with no one daring to contest his supremacy. As he advanced to the front court, Lillard refrained from delaying like Ball. With only 4 points still needed, he understood the urgency to make his shot swiftly. Lillard hastily moved to the forefront, calling for a screen from the center. The Lakers recognized that the final shot would undoubtedly be taken by Lillard. Ball disregarded all others, opting to double-team him directly. Ball and Ingram extended their arms, flanking Lillard with unwavering determination, denying him any semblance of shooting space. Lillard's gaze was fixed upon the crimson timer above the rim, each fleeting second puncturing his resolve like a needle to the heart. Ordinarily, a mere whisper of space for a screen would prompt him to launch a three-pointer, showcasing his remarkable ability to create his own shot. However, the arrival of Ball and Ingram, particularly Ball who had thwarted him several times, extinguished his urge to force a difficult three. With a fleeting glance, he noticed Nance, who was tasked with guarding C.J. McCollum, positioned a considerable distance away. Swiftly, Lillard passed the ball to McCollum, confident in the outcome. C.J. stood at the arc while Lillard occupied the left 45-degree angle, a separation of 3 to 4 meters between them. Nance, defending McCollum, was still 1.5 meters away, presenting an ample opportunity for a shooter. The necessity for a quick release was paramount, and with the space afforded to him, McCollum was poised to capitalize on the chance. Lillard contemplated whom the Lakers might foul following the ensuing play, akin to an art aficionado preparing to appreciate a masterpiece. As McCollum received the ball, he bent his knees, drew in his core, raised his arms, and thrust his legs, an exemplary motion that promised a successful three-pointer. Yet, within Lillard's line of sight, an incongruous figure materialized, clad in a golden jersey adorned with purple accents, emblazoned with the Lakers logo and the number 2. At this moment, Waller not only defended Lillard, but also swiftly provided supplementary defense. In an instant, he covered a distance of 3 meters. How is such a feat even possible? Despite the distance, he managed to reach there. McCollum had already leaped to his highest point, with only a final motion remaining to direct the ball away. Suddenly, a pair of enormous hands emerged, surpassing even the height of McCollum's jump. After Ball lunged forward and made a powerful leap. His extraordinary vertical leap, enhanced by stamina-boosting potions, surprisingly surpassed even McCollum's height. McCollum, fatigued, was unable to respond as Ball decisively blocked the shot with his elbow. Fortunately, Kuzma, standing nearby, remained alert and caught the ball, passing it to Ingram. Lillard, sensing the urgency, committed a foul. At this juncture, one could only hope that Ingram would miss his free throws. Approaching the foul line, Ingram confidently sank the first shot. The Lakers gained a 5-point lead over the Trailblazers. For the second attempt, the ball bounced once before finding the net, extending the Lakers' lead to 6 points. From a situation where the Trailblazers led by 6 points after 5 free throws, the game had now shifted to the Lakers leading by 6 in overtime, an undeniable irony. After Ingram's successful free throws, the Trailblazers resumed play. However, time was scarce. Lillard attempted a long-range three-pointer, which ultimately failed to find its mark. The final buzzer sounded. In terms of the score, the Lakers led by a mere 6 points, but the entire match had been a thrilling roller coaster of emotions. Lakers players rushed forward, encircling Ball, each wearing a mischievous grin. In the next moment, they initiated an early water celebration, dousing him not only with water but also with Gatorade, obscuring Ball's vision entirely. As Ball laughed heartily, he exclaimed in anger, "Who on earth is throwing this at me?" After the others had finished their playful antics and shared a laugh, they quickly retreated. It was at this moment that Randall realized what was happening. He seized a large bucket of Gatorade and charged towards Ball. Just then, Ball had opened his eyes, prompting Randall to halt in his tracks. Ball exclaimed, "Randall, what are you doing?" Randall, holding a large bucket of Gatorade, timidly replied, "Ball, do you see how big this bucket is?" On the sidelines, the agent Demo shook his phone at Ball, seemingly eager to convey something. Chapter 73, Affirmation from Rivals and Brands. What is Demo up to? With a puzzled expression, Bao approached. At that moment, he set aside any thoughts of interviews and informed the reporter that he was heading to Demo. Demo exclaimed joyfully, "Quick, open your phone and check your Twitter." "What is happening?" Upon opening, Ball discovered he had amassed 4 million followers. It turned out that the number of his Twitter followers had risen from 2 million to an impressive 4 million. Ball, with a sense of delight, glanced once more at the follower counts of other rookies. Mitchell boasts 800,000, Kuzma has 400,000, and even Lillard's account holds merely 3.2 million. None surpass my own. Upon hearing DMO's voice, Kuzma opened Ball's Twitter, only to feel disheartened. He worried for his brother's well-being, yet simultaneously fretted that he might be thriving too well. Bauer was in high spirits as Demo remarked, "It's not about the number of fans." Take a look at the messages. On the interface, a continuous stream of collaboration requests appeared, one after another, showing no signs of abating. McDonald's, KFC, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Gatorade, Longines, Porsche, Land Rover, an overwhelming abundance of partnership proposals flooded in. As Bauer continued to brush, his efforts eventually faltered. Demo exclaimed, "You should take a look quickly. We can return shortly to analyze this. It is entirely feasible to engage in advertising, assisting you in hiring a coach and preparing your physical maintenance equipment." Paul wore an expression of innocence as he pressed his lips together. "Alas, my phone is faltering. It has frozen. Only a true friend, now serving as my agent, would exhibit such concern for my plight. Yet, he remains unaware of my current predicament. I too wish to scroll further. But the overwhelming amount of information has rendered my phone unresponsive." On Twitter, Ball encounters not merely inquiries from brands seeking collaboration, but an overwhelming influx of various other messages. Many are simply greetings. Numerous images are provocatively explicit, featuring women with exaggerated physical attributes, often accompanied by comments like, "Do I stand a chance?" There are also countless pictures of fathers playing basketball with their sons, or individuals practicing alone, often captioned with, "What do you think of my son? Can he learn basketball from you?" Inevitably, there are the ubiquitous detractors, proclaiming, "In my heart, you will never surpass Lillard." X98894 comments from fervent Lillard fans, followed by, "Just wait, Ball. Next time, the Suns will surely defeat you." X87554 comments from passionate Devin Booker supporters. There are even remarks from Beverly and Wall fans declaring, "Wall is the strongest guard." Previously, Ball had not been particularly active on Twitter. The last time he engaged was in response to a provocation. Typically, he was occupied with numerous tasks assigned by the system, leaving little time for leisure, as he remained committed to his training. Consequently, upon opening his phone, he was inundated with a torrent of messages that caused his device to crash. Demo handed the phone to Ball, and a resonant and enthusiastic voice filled his ears. "Is this Ball? I am the head of operations and promotion at Rolex. I have noted that the collaboration established by our promotional officer with you significantly enhances our company's image. Thus, the president has personally authorized a bonus of $1 million for you. A sum of $1 million is indeed no trifling amount." Upon hearing this, Powell was filled with elation, his smile stretching almost to his ears. Ball's inaugural contract spans 4 years, amounting to an impressive $33.47 million, a rookie deal that borders on the exploitation of youthful talent. Averaging around $8 million annually, this single endorsement accounts for 1/8 of his earnings. Who could possibly be displeased? The voice on the other end of the line had barely subsided when it continued. "We have also discovered that the marketing personnel have signed a one-time promotional contract with you. Due to time constraints, we only just reviewed the agreement, but the results have been extraordinary. We sincerely invite you to become one of Rolex's ambassadors in the United States, primarily focusing on the sports sector. We genuinely hope to have an exceptional talent like you on board." Just look at that. What a definition of talent, sweetly articulated. As one call concluded, Demo intended to hang up, yet another call quickly followed. After listening for a moment, he promptly handed the phone back to Ball. An older voice emerged from the receiver, saying, "Do you remember me, Ball? This is Stan Lee. The last time I watched your game, I mentioned wanting to create a superhero based on you. Marvel is currently embarking on a series of projects, with several superhero films set to premiere soon. I would like you to come by and make an appearance. Who knows, you might even feature in the next Avengers installment. However, time is limited, and I regret that we cannot offer you a standalone series." Bauer felt somewhat dazed. Although Stan Lee had posted a message on Weibo last time, such announcements often remain mere words. Once the artwork is created, it frequently goes unseen, rendering it a different matter altogether. These comic artists can easily cut corners. Even if they produce work, its utility may be negligible. However, this time, a clear commitment has been made. The thought of appearing on the big screen exhilarated Bauer immensely, especially in a Marvel film series that he adores, where he could engage with Iron Man. Bauer promptly replied, Certainly, Mr. Stanley. I am particularly fond of your Iron Man and Captain America series. I have just finished a match, and we shall return to Los Angeles the day after tomorrow. We can discuss the details then. Feel free to share any plans you have in mind." At last, my phone has quieted down. Just as the female host was preparing to approach for an interview, Lillard unexpectedly approached. Ball was somewhat perplexed. He gazed at Lillard's exceedingly somber expression, finding it truly difficult to comprehend his intentions. Lillard approached, his eyes fixed intently on Ball. Ball, equally defiant, returned the gaze. What is this? Are you planning to unleash a Detroit-style storm on the Trailblazers' home court? Do you intend to engage in a brawl reminiscent of the infamous altercation between the Pistons and the Pacers from years past? Little Nance from the Lakers had already discarded his Gatorade and approached the scene. Others sensed the tension and quietly focused their attention, maintaining advantageous positions and distances. Should a conflict arise, there would be swift action to restrain Lillard's teammates. Others would join forces with Ball to secure victory off the court. A thorough beating was in prospect. Observing Ball and his teammates' movements, Lillard couldn't help but smile. He then stepped forward, extending his palm to Ball. Seemingly in a gesture of goodwill, yet also testing the waters. Ball, though somewhat perplexed, extended his hand, conveying his amicable intent. Lillard remarked, "You truly performed admirably today." Bauer reciprocated the sentiment, saying, "You are quite admirable as well." CJ approached and remarked, "Next time, I am confident that we shall not be defeated by you." With a smile, Ball remarked, "Who knows? However, I believe I will not lose." Lillard withdrew his hand, embraced Ball, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Keep striving. Keep pushing. I look forward to your performance." CJ McCollum also embraced Ball directly before returning to his locker room. In this contest, Ball not only garnered the attention of numerous advertisers but also earned the respect of his opponents. Chapter 74. A battle to fame known across the land. The female reporter felt a sense of frustration as she observed the bustling crowd, unable to approach. The first wave was due to the presence of Gatorade, which made her hesitant to intrude. The second wave came when Ball's agent needed to discuss matters with him, causing Ball to dismiss her. The third wave featured Lillard approaching. The tales among the stars undoubtedly promised to become iconic moments in NBA history. Thus, adhering to her professional instincts, she refrained from interrupting them. Once Ball concluded his discussions, he promptly returned to the reporter's side. She inquired, "After defeating the Trailblazers today, particularly Lillard and McCollum, how do you feel?" Perhaps influenced by Lillard and McCollum's earlier support, Ball chose not to boast as he had previously. He replied, "At the outset, I genuinely believed we would win. And I believe Lillard felt the same way before stepping onto the court. All I can say is that today's game was exceptionally thrilling. After much effort, we ultimately claimed victory. I hope everyone enjoys the match." The female reporter found it somewhat hard to believe that Ball had indeed tempered his youthful exuberance this time. After posing a few questions, she realized there were no sensational revelations, and having fulfilled her obligations, she concluded the interview. This is the nature of Ball. If you show him respect, he reciprocates in abundance. If you are harsh with him, he will not hesitate to repay in kind. After finishing his shower in the locker room, Ball's system rewarded him. Congratulations to the host for achieving victory, particularly the first triumph following a significant defeat, which bears even greater significance. As a special bonus, he is awarded an additional 10 attribute points. Ball felt that the system was playing tricks on him. As this victory marked the host's inaugural triumph in overtime, he was awarded an additional 2 attribute points. This left Ball with a sense of perplexed delight regarding his attribute value. Due to the host's intense collaboration with other brands during the match, showcasing remarkable personal commercial value, he was granted an extra 5 attribute points. Furthermore, the host's prowess had impressed both Lillard and McCollum, resulting in a reward of 4 attribute points. As Bauer gazed at the dazzling array of information, he ultimately calculated the total to be a generous allocation of 19 attribute points. He decided to distribute these points to enhance his health attribute, elevating it to an impressive 80. Upon further inspection, he discovered an additional notification. Due to Bauer's recognition by Lillard and CC McLemore, a side quest had been unlocked, where an acknowledgement would serve as a reward. The objective required Bauer to deliver exceptionally remarkable statistics in scoring, assists, and rebounds in each game, or to gain the recognition of the leading players within the league, thereby earning the classic skills of those players. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. Ball felt increasingly capable of competing with the exceptional talents of other teams, especially after having acquired your skills and bested you with my techniques, which further augmented his sense of accomplishment. As he exited the locker room, preparing to head home, he noticed that Dim was still on the phone. Paul stepped forward and inquired, "Who could possibly be calling you at such a late hour?" Demo remained silent and simply activated the speakerphone. Moments later, a voice emerged from the phone, exuding a distinctly shrewd and mercantile tone. "I am unaware of when Lonzo's agent will be available. I would like to visit you, to glean insights from your expertise. I aim to examine your business model, align with our team upon my return, identify a strategic lever, concentrate on niche markets, elucidate the underlying logic, and ultimately develop a new operational framework that achieves a self-sustaining matrix." Bauer appeared somewhat bewildered, his expression resembling that of a perplexed individual. Demo, too, wore a face akin to that of Wang Baoqiang in a state of confusion, utterly lost in the discourse. What on earth is being conveyed here? Ball remarked, speak plainly. To which the opposing agent responded, I would like to visit you and learn about your approach to managing stars, particularly in terms of marketing. Demo, with a carefree demeanor, replied, you should follow Lonzo's lead. It's all his brainchild. The agent on the other end found this hard to believe. He exclaimed, that cannot be true. You must be joking. To which Demo nonchalantly hung up the phone. Consequently, Ball felt that the world had become rather peculiar. In the past, despite his high scores, impressive assists, and considerable influence, he had not garnered the attention he does now. It seems that not only does one need exceptional skill, but also a touch of innovation. Ball swiftly returned home, while Demo continued his phone discussions regarding potential business ventures. Upon arriving, Dennis had been eagerly awaiting his hero for quite some time. And as soon as Ball stepped through the door, he uttered just 4 words, early to rise and late to rest. Indeed, it was a matter of rising early after having stayed up late. The following morning, after an early rise, Ball tidied himself up meticulously and prepared to head to the gym. Along the way, those who encountered Ball greeted him warmly. Isn't that Ball from the NBA's Lakers? Look at him. Is he wearing a Rolex? Who would you say is more impressive, him or Lillard? Bauer smiled faintly, offering no response, and waved to the fans before proceeding directly into the gymnasium for training. When training becomes a habitual practice, there is no longer a need for external encouragement. Ball's current sentiment is precisely this. Please acknowledge the task, host. You are required to practice 1-0-0-0 elbow passes and execute 5 of them in the upcoming match. Upon successful completion, you will be rewarded with a peak-level Magic Johnson attribute card. The prospect of such a splendid reward has taken Ball by surprise, a card representing the pinnacle of Magic Johnson. However, upon reflection, the thought of performing 5 consecutive elbow passes in the next game feels rather humiliating. Nonetheless, Ball is thoroughly delighted by the challenge. Well then, he should promptly summon Hart. Just as he is about to make the call, DMO's phone rings again. If this pertains to business matters, then let it be your decision. I trust your judgment. Demo quickly refutes, saying, No, it's not that. The shooting coach you asked me to find is secured, and I'm bringing him to you right now. How did you manage to find him so swiftly? Demo chuckles, responding with a rather mischievous tone. Have you ever heard the saying, money makes the world go round? Initially, he had no intention of becoming your dedicated trainer. However, after witnessing your performance on the court and considering our extensive business discussions, the allure of financial gain persuaded him to join. Well, that sounds reasonable. Ball feels no regret in spending money to resolve matters, as long as it facilitates his growth. As Ball was about to end the call, he suddenly remembered to add, by the way, could you assist me in procuring some body care equipment, such as liquid nitrogen? I wish to take good care of my health. See if you can manage that. Demo confidently patted his chest, assuring him, of course, that's no problem. He then inquired, by the way, did you know you've made it onto the MVP leaderboard? Chapter 75, Ascending the MVP Rankings, Elbow Pass. Demo continued, speaking of which, did you realize you secured a place on the MVP list? He then added, I will be heading to the gym shortly with the coach. Wait for me, as we can resolve a few matters together. Upon hearing this, Ball ceased the conversation and summoned Hart. It was rather peculiar, as Hart typically trained here. After 5 minutes, Demo arrived, panting heavily. He embodied the archetype of a tall, robust black man with deep ebony skin, evidently having hurried over in a race against time concerning Ball's affairs. Accompanying him was a bald gentleman, who, based on intuition, appeared to be of African descent, albeit with a lighter complexion. Ball's feelings resonate with those of Griffin, as both share a heritage that intertwines Caucasian and African ancestry. The individual in question is Fred Vinson, the shooting coach for the Pelicans, who has been with the team since 2010. This year marks his final season, and his perpetual role as a shooting coach has left him with a sense of unfulfilled aspirations. Bauer greeted Fred Vinson with warmth, embracing him wholeheartedly. Welcome aboard, Coach Vinson, Bauer exclaimed joyfully. Coach Vinson, with a notably harmonious demeanor, swiftly integrated into the group. Without any formality, he addressed Bauer, saying, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. It was precisely because of you that I chose to resign. Bauer felt perplexed, inquiring about the meaning behind it. Coach Vincent chuckled heartily and replied, I specialize in shooting. I possess a profound understanding of the principles and techniques involved. However, this season, your shooting form has undergone a remarkable transformation, and your accuracy is quite impressive. I must admit, it piques my curiosity. Ball scratched his head and smiled. He could hardly admit that he had undergone a rebirth, culminating in the shooting gesture that had been honed over 2 years of your training. At that moment, Hart also hurried over, panting. Upon noticing the arrival of a newcomer, Hart felt a sense of curiosity, prompting Ball to hastily introduce him. Upon seeing Hart in such a state, Bauer couldn't help but inquire, "How peculiar, Hart. You have always arrived before me, yet today you are late." To everyone's astonishment, a deep crimson hue crept onto Hart's face as he fidgeted and replied, "I was supposed to go out with my girlfriend today, but when you called, I rushed over." Bauer and Demo were taken aback. Is there truly someone so unabashedly straightforward? Hart quickly clarified, "No, it's not what you think. My girlfriend heard your call and wholeheartedly supported my decision to train at the basketball court. She is currently waiting just outside. How remarkable that she would remain outside." Ball hastily invited Hart's girlfriend over. She donned a pair of sleek black leather pants and sported long, braided hair typical of African descent. At first glance, one might assume she was significantly older than Hart. Yet in truth, their ages are quite comparable, having met in 2011. Clearing his throat, Demo announced, "I have an important announcement to make. Ball has now ascended to the 7th position on the official NBA MVP rankings." Hart and his girlfriend couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Despite being part of the same draft class, Ball has already entered the conversation for MVP. His girlfriend gently patted Hart, encouraging him not to feel disheartened. It's time to train. Perhaps inspired by his girlfriend's presence, Hart trained with great dedication, focusing intently on his shooting. Coach Fred Vinson observed his form, hesitating momentarily before finally speaking up. "Hart, your shooting posture seems a bit off." Bauer stepped forward and soothingly remarked, "It's perfectly all right. Feel free to assist him in making the necessary corrections. I have a few good friends who might also benefit from your guidance. In return, I shall reveal to you the reason behind the alteration of my shooting technique." Ball experiences a sensation akin to freeloading, utilizing the knowledge imparted by Fred Vinson and subsequently relaying it back to the Fred Vinson of 2017. However, the present-day Vinson is markedly more diligent in his teachings. In the morning, they practiced shooting, and by the afternoon, Ball enlisted Hart to refine his elbow passing technique. After several attempts, Hart struggled to catch the passes, as the elbow pass was unexpectedly tricky, and Ball had yet to master it to perfection. Feeling a sense of embarrassment in front of his girlfriend, Hart inquired, "Why must we practice this?" Ball, with an alluring tone, assured, "Rest assured. If you train with me on this, when you take the court, I shall certainly pass you the ball, ensuring you seize the opportunity to score." Hart's girlfriend also encouraged, "It's fine to practice this." They had spent the morning honing their shooting skills, and an afternoon change of pace would be refreshing. In her heart, she believed it was prudent to avoid conflict with Ball, who remained a star for the Lakers. After an afternoon of rigorous training, they ultimately achieved a remarkable milestone of 1,000 elbow shots, forging an ever-stronger bond between Ball and Hart. The following day, November 4th, at 9 p.m., the much-anticipated game between the Lakers and the Nets was about to commence. For this match, TNT had dispatched the illustrious trio of O'Neal, Smith, and Barkley to provide commentary, a testament to the spectacle that lay ahead. The intrigue stemmed from 2 key factors. First, Ball's recent triumph over the Trailblazers and his collaboration with Rolex, which had garnered significant attention. Fans were eagerly anticipating his next performance. Second, the Lakers' former second overall pick, Russell, had been sidelined due to Ball's arrival and the circumstances surrounding his relationship with Nick Young, ultimately leading to Russell's departure from the team. This matchup represented a duel between 2 former second picks for the Lakers. Who would emerge victorious, Ball or would Russell seek retribution against his former team? Such a narrative was undeniably captivating. As the game was about to begin, Ball patted Lopez's shoulder. This contest was not solely a clash between Ball and Russell. It also featured Lopez facing his former team, who would yearn to deliver an extraordinary performance against the franchise that had cast them aside, leaving them to lament their decision. The game commenced. The Lakers lineup included Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram, Brook Lopez, Kyle Kuzma, and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. The Nets consisted of Jefferson, Carroll, Russell, Mozgov, and LeVert. Lopez engaged in the jump ball with Mozgov, typically not known for his leaping ability. Lopez exerted every ounce of his strength to secure the first offensive possession for the Lakers. Ball silently recited in his mind, invoking the essence of Westbrook's attribute card. Upon receiving the ball, Russell positioned himself defensively ahead, applying an intense pressure, determined not to grant Ball even the slightest opportunity. Russell was consumed by a singular thought: the team could lose, but Ball must not survive. However, Empowered by the Westbrook attribute card, Ball surged forward in an instant, executing a signature move reminiscent of Westbrook's prowess, effortlessly gliding past Russell. Carroll, in a supporting role, recognized that Russell's physical attributes were not as formidable, relying more on rhythm in his play. Yet, he was taken aback by how swiftly Ball maneuvered past, just as Carroll attempted to defend. He witnessed Ball pulling the ball back with his left hand, and in an unexpected moment, the ball vanished. Ball pulled the ball back with a swift motion, deftly maneuvering with his left hand before delivering a powerful elbow pass to Ingram beneath the basket. Ingram, momentarily taken aback by the incoming basketball, swiftly ascended like a sprout breaking through the earth and executed a magnificent dunk into the hoop. Having completed 5 elbow passes at the Nets arena, Ball achieved his first milestone. Chapter 76. I'll face you directly. The entire audience erupted in exhilaration at Ball's elbow pass, almost compelled to shout, "I'm on it," at the Lakers' home ground. Ball began to showcase his remarkable talents. Showtime. Ball made a defensive effort, yet his opponent was seething with frustration. Russell, seizing the ball, was consumed by anger. His face contorted with emotion. Standing at the baseline, he slammed the ball into the ground with great force. The ball rebounded, and Russell caught it once more, slamming it down again. On one hand, he was infuriated with himself for failing to block Ball, allowing him to take an open shot. On the other hand, he felt a deep comparison with Ball. He truly wished to remain with the Lakers, yet the team had traded him away for Ball. The referee urged him to initiate the play. Russell snapped back to reality and passed the ball to LeVert. Ball scoffed, "Is that all it takes to break your defense? There's much more to come. I shall confront you directly. What you have done is utterly inhumane." Levine dribbled past the half-court line, passing the ball to Russell. Affectionately dubbed Water Russ by Lakers, Warriors, and Timberwolves fans alike, Russell's inconsistency is the reason behind this moniker. During his collegiate career, he averaged 2.7 three-pointers per game, outshining the then-prominent Okafor. Selected by the Lakers with the 2nd overall pick, he became the first high draft choice for the franchise in nearly 3 decades, aside from the legendary Magic Johnson. However, after 2 seasons, Russell's performance remained lackluster. Then, a troubling incident occurred. Russell's close friend, then Lakers player Nick Young, confided in him about his infidelity in the locker room. Understandably, being a fellow African-American, Young perceived Russell as a younger brother. At that time, Young was engaged to the renowned music artist Iggy Azalea, and both were preparing for marriage. Yet, in a shocking breach of trust, D'Angelo Russell recorded the conversation on his phone and shared it on social media. The fallout was immediate. Upon discovering the truth, Young's fiancée promptly called off their engagement. This incident, which transpired in March 2016, destabilized the locker room environment, ultimately leading to Russell's trade. Eager to prove his worth, Russell recognized that his strength did not lie in explosive drives. Unlike players such as Rose, he lacked an exceptionally quick first step and thus relied on rhythm. His forte was the three-point shot, having averaged 2.7 successful attempts per game during college. It was this very skill that secured his selection. When LeBron James later joined the team, Russell continued to leverage his three-point prowess, becoming a valuable asset alongside James. However, at times, his effectiveness resembled that of a temperamental weapon. As Russell dribbled, Ball shadowed him closely, while Russell taunted, "I will make the Lakers realize that trading me was a grave mistake. Selecting you marked the beginning of the Lakers' downfall." Upon reaching the three-point line, Russell called for Mozgov, another player who had departed from the Lakers and was packaged with him to the Nets. They executed a pick-and-roll, and Russell pivoted to take the shot. Ball swiftly maneuvered past the defense, now possessing the agility reminiscent of Westbrook. Ball soared directly into the air. Ultimately, Russell's physical prowess is not as formidable. As he shot, he could only adjust the arc of the ball, gazing at Ball's outstretched hands. Unfortunately, the shot did not find its mark. Bauer lightly responded to Russell, who was about to retreat. "Is that so? Does Luwe know about this?" Russell paused for a moment, then feigned indifference as he turned away. Ball directly penetrates the heart, inflicting pain where it already exists, sprinkling salt on the wounds, reopening the scars that have begun to heal. Following the Russell incident, the Lakers' locker room descended into chaos. As a member of the team, Lou Williams was reluctant to associate with Russell. On one occasion, after a game, Russell sat beside Williams, who promptly rose to his feet, unwilling to share the space. It is worth noting that Williams was involved with 2 girlfriends at the time. Should Russell inadvertently reveal anything, how would that affect his happiness? Ball glanced at Russell, momentarily aware that he had indeed struck a chord with him. The rebound was secured by young Nance, who then passed it to Ball. LaMelo Ball is not merely a player who proclaims himself as the focal point of the team while carrying the ball. He does not seek excessive statistics throughout the game for his own benefit, relegating his teammates to perform the dirtiest, most arduous tasks without even touching the ball. The Nets' defense is prompt, yet it cannot thwart Ball's exceptional cross-court passes. In a swift motion, the camera struggles to keep pace as the ball reaches Kentavious Caldwell-Pope at the three-point line in the Nets' half. Caldwell-Pope dribbles and executes a step-back shot, scoring effortlessly. There was once a theory regarding the ball-dominant player, suggesting that they serve as the one dividing the cake, responsible for distributing opportunities. However, Ball defies this concept. Observers of his gameplay recognize that he operates in a state of off-ball organization, with the ball rarely lingering in his hands. He possesses an almost genius-like instinct and court awareness, immediately knowing where to direct the ball upon receiving it. This provides Caldwell-Pope with an exceedingly comfortable opportunity. As he returns, he gestures a three-point sign, expressing his gratitude to Ball. A true leader never exploits their teammates. Rather, they seize the moment to score, much like Kobe Bryant. Meanwhile, the Nets' Caris LeVert capitalizes on a screen to convert a three-pointer. The Nets have also seen the emergence of several role players. Both teams exchange momentum. And as neither coach calls a timeout, they transition into the official timeout period. The television begins to showcase the top 5 plays from the previous day, accompanied by dramatic music and commentary. NBA Top 5 Plays, number 5, featuring the Lakers and LaMelo Ball. Ball, with the clock winding down, faces Damian Lillard unperturbed, launching a three-pointer that finds its mark just as time expires. Who says Lillard is the only one who can shine in clutch moments? NBA Top 5 Plays. Number 4, from another player. Today's Top 5 Plays, number 3, from the Lakers Ball. Who says I lack defensive prowess? Right in your face. I deliver a decisive block, and as I cross into your half, I still check the clock and shoot another 3. I ask you, would you prefer a golden watch, a silver one, or the tattered piece you currently wear? NBA Top 5 Plays, number 2. Yesterday's number 1 play. In overtime, Ball shines once again, scoring 8 points. In crucial moments, he equalizes, stepping onto the stage during overtime. Time is the same for everyone, yet the score reveals the reality of victory and defeat. Ball's three-pointer officially widens the gap, extinguishing Lillard's fervor for victory. As the game resumes, Coach Walton substitutes Kyle Kuzma for the younger Larry Nance, while opting not to replace Brook Lopez against his former team, instead bringing in Josh Hart for Caldwell-Pope. Upon catching sight of Hart, Ball raised an eyebrow, and Hart instinctively knew what course of action to take. The time had come to revive the art of the elbow pass. Chapter 77. Have you been possessed by the white chocolate? As soon as Hart stepped onto the court, Ball felt a sense of relief. The initial elbow pass was unexpected. A sudden strike. Ingram hesitated momentarily upon receiving it, as he had not practiced it extensively. Ball harbored concerns that if he continued in such a manner, he would inevitably become a player who monopolized the ball while leaving his teammates in disarray. Fortunately, he was soon paired with Hart. During the timeout, the head coach of the Nets addressed Russell and LeVert, instructing them to diligently defend against Ball. Based on the preceding matches, Ball had increasingly assumed a prominent role in their offense. The coach expressed his firm belief that if they could contain him, victory would be within their grasp. This sentiment resonated with Russell, who nodded vigorously in agreement. As the timeout concluded, the Nets players rallied around him, urging him to fortify his defensive efforts. The Nets made minimal adjustments, while the Lakers took to the court, promptly delivering the ball to Ball. Ball, with the possession in hand, summoned the formidable Lopez to set a screen. Upon hearing the call, Russell shouted in acknowledgement of the impending obstruction. He made an early move, preparing to slip past. However, the imposing stature of Lopez proved to be an insurmountable barrier. Initially, Russell intended to maneuver through, but found it impossible to do so. He then considered circumventing him. Yet no matter how he tried, he could not find a way around, and this approach consumed too much precious time. With a swift motion, Bauer executed a scissor strike, launching forth with a burst of nitrous acceleration. With a resounding hum, he soared into the penalty area like a speeding vehicle, drawing the bow with precision. Akin to a full moon, he gazed northwest and aimed for the celestial wolf. Ball soared high, and with his mighty hands, he seized the ball, thrusting it from behind his head directly into the net. What a magnificent dunk! Russell observed this feat, feeling an uncanny familiarity, reminiscent of a certain number 0 player from the Thunder. Notably, both Ball and Westbrook hail from the same university, UCLA, where it appears that guards emerging from this institution possess the innate ability to rebound, score, and facilitate, all exhibiting the potential for triple-doubles. As the Nets launched their offensive, The tension between Russell and the Lakers was palpable, prompting his teammates to willingly pass him the ball. At this juncture, Hart was tasked with defending Russell. The latter executed a series of skillful maneuvers, first dribbling with his right hand, then seamlessly switching to his left while skillfully navigating through his opponent's defenses. Hart intended to stabilize his footing and engage in a physical contest, yet Russell performed a deft behind-the-back dribble, transitioning the ball from his left hand to his right. Charging boldly into the paint, Ingram quickly returned to provide assistance to Hart, but Russell displayed an unwavering resolve in the face of confrontation. In midair, he collided with Ingram. And as he descended, he employed a cunning layup, sending the ball off the backboard with a resounding smack. The ball soared high once more, ultimately finding its way into the basket. Russell fell to the ground, yet instead of rising immediately, he clenched his fist and raised it triumphantly. The gesture was laden with provocation. His Nets teammates hastily assisted him to his feet, and upon rising, Russell exchanged a challenging glance with Ball, conveying the message, "You score one, I shall respond in kind. Let us see who prevails." How intriguing. Ball is becoming increasingly intriguing. However, his mission is to execute a behind-the-back pass, reminiscent of the illustrious white chocolate Williams. As he advanced to the front court, Ball conversed with Lopez, advising him to anticipate his pass from the left rear, indicating their intention to bounce it outward. Lopez was puzzled. "Isn't your passing typically impeccable? You usually deliver the ball right into my hands, making it effortlessly comfortable, requiring no adjustment on my part. Why the sudden change in your instructions?" Despite his confusion, he heeded Ball's words. Upon reaching the court, Lopez first set a screen for Ball. This time, Ball effortlessly maneuvered past Russell, gliding through like traversing an empty street at dawn. Lopez positioned himself as directed by Ball. He thought to himself that perhaps Ball had already penetrated too deep, and the pass might not materialize. However, in a surprising twist, Ball, with the ball in his left hand, flicked it backward and appeared to prepare for a right-handed pass. Yet, with a swift elevation of his right hand, he executed an elbow pass, altering the ball's trajectory. Before the eyes of over 20,000 spectators, the ball veered dramatically, soaring across to the opposite side. It landed precisely in the area where Lopez stood, albeit slightly low, as Ball was still perfecting this technique. Thanks to his prior preparation, Lopez managed to catch the ball. Without hesitation, he launched a three-pointer, and it swished through the net. It was indeed a high-powered artillery shot, a three-point cannon. The home court DJ boomed. Three-point shot from Brook Lopez. This assist from Ball was truly a display of extraordinary skill. Ball left the entire audience in awe. Just moments ago, he executed an elbow pass over a short distance within the paint. Ball passed to Ingram, and many believed it to be mere coincidence. However, this particular pass was a sweeping one, soaring nearly 2 meters through the air, with its trajectory deviating only slightly. This exemplifies true artistry. Only Hart comprehends the extent of Ball's practice. Meanwhile, the Nets players appeared bewildered. They had never witnessed him employ such a maneuver before. Could this be one of Ball's signature moves? Russell was even more perplexed. He had no idea how the ball had traversed the court. Initially, he anticipated a pass to the right and had readied himself for defense in that direction. To his astonishment, it was directed to the left. In that fleeting moment, everything was a blur. It was only through the replay on the large screen that he grasped the entirety of the play. The critical question now was whether to focus on defending against his scoring or his passing. He glanced at the Nets head coach, who signaled to maintain the defensive strategy. As the Nets advanced the ball, LeVert utilized his teammate screens to create an opportunity on the left side at a 45-degree angle, just a step beyond the three-point line. But unfortunately, his shot was disrupted and failed to find the net. Hart leapt to reclaim the ball beneath the basket. This time, Russell and Noval executed their defensive strategy against Ball with remarkable precision. They initiated a double team from the front court, denying Ball any chance to receive the ball. Thus Hart had no choice but to dribble it up the court. Hart then passed to Big Lopez, and subsequently, Ball and Hart moved like a yin-yang symbol in a Tai Chi dance, circling each other. Ultimately, this strategy inspired by the Warriors allowed Ball to break free. Big Lopez, possessing a keen sense of playmaking, swiftly delivered the ball back out. Ball in possession of Ball. Our Hart is already in position. Ball feigned a breakthrough, once again transferring the ball from his left hand to his right, and with a swift elbow strike, he passed it back to the left rear. The ball was delivered to Hart. Hart was poised for action. He took the shot. Another three-pointer. Another impeccable elbow pass. My friend, have you been possessed by the white chocolate Williams? Chapter 78, Collision with the Waitress. If this were a cinematic scene, the accompanying music should be uplifting and filled with hope as Ball executed an elbow pass to Hart. Then, A flashback of Hart's memories would ensue. From morning to afternoon yesterday, from shooting to receiving passes, what was Hart striving for? It was not to prove his greatness, but to reclaim what belonged to him. This three-pointer he lost, he must retrieve it. 3 years, do you know how I spent those years? If this were a film, the camera would shift to Ball, and the music would take on a steady and resolute tone. The pass seemed like Ball was handing off a responsibility in the final moments. If possible, it should be accompanied by the soundtrack from Slam Dunk, when Rukawa passes the ball to Sakuragi, allowing him to take that shot he practiced 20,000 times. This symbolizes Ball's trust in Hart, akin to Rukawa's trust in Sakuragi. However, this is just a game. There is no music here. Only the DJ's shouts and the deafening roars of Lakers fans ready to lift the roof off. This sound is more melodious than any music in any film, comic, or anime. In this moment, both Ball and Hart felt the essence of life. The meaning of life is to live, but ascribing meaning to life, that is value. When you are on the court, respected by thousands, admired by many, and cherished by fans nationwide, that is when Ball feels his life holds significance. Hart feels the same. Just as Jerry West will inevitably age, the NBA logo will endure forever. His legacy will be remembered. And the stories of the two dynasties he created will echo through time. This is Jerry West's meaning. Years from now, the image of Ball and Hart will persist, embodying the essence of their existence as basketball players. Yet for Russell, his purpose is to vanquish Ball, to defeat the Lakers. What elbow passes, what three-pointers? To him, it is merely an addition of 3 to the score. Upon seeing the ball go in, Russell immediately initiated the inbound pass, racing towards the front court. He executed a bounce pass through a narrow gap to Carroll. Carroll turned and laid the ball in, earning 2 points. A three-pointer indeed surpasses a two-pointer by 1 point. Yet consistent two-pointers are also valuable, representing Russell's philosophy. The score stood at 14-12, with the Lakers leading by 2. On the sidelines, a middle-aged waitress, responsible for serving at the Lakers' home court, carefully maneuvered with a tray filled with beverages, butterbeer, and fries, intending to deliver them to patrons. With both hands occupied, she treaded cautiously along the baseline. Seated along the sidelines were industry magnates, some with complimentary tickets, others who had invested significantly in season passes, including various celebrities. They politely shifted their feet to allow the waitress to pass. After Carroll scored, he was retreating to re-establish position, also to better monitor the opponent. However, as he passed the sideline, he failed to notice the approaching waitress. With a crash, his height and weight collided directly with the hefty waitress. Startled, she stumbled backward, losing control of the tray, which sent the butterbeer cascading like rain onto the esteemed guests, most of it splattering onto the floor. Some beer even fell from the tray, drenching the waitress's clothes, hair, and face. The waitress's hair became soaked, and her blouse bore noticeable wet stains. The fries and popcorn scattered chaotically around her, emanating from her as the epicenter. Most tragically, the waitress was knocked to the ground by Carroll's force, landing heavily. Carroll, witnessing this, raised his hands in resignation, his expression sour, as if he were a figure of misfortune, his mouth turned down. Some of the beer splashed onto him as well, albeit minimally, yet he felt it was an unfortunate stroke of luck. He had not noticed the waitress at all. And now, drenched and having fallen hard, he displayed a complete lack of empathy. After his gesture of surrender, he offered no further reaction and returned to the Nets half-court. In light of this unusual incident, the referees promptly called a timeout to address the emergency situation. Bauer and Hart approached, assisting the waitress to her feet. Together, they helped to tidy up the scattered popcorn and fries, while the caddy hurriedly wiped away the spilled beer with a towel. The waitress wore an expression of profound helplessness, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if on the verge of breaking down. It seemed she lamented her misfortune in encountering such a situation. Yet, she refrained from fully expressing her feelings, casting a glance at Carroll only to quickly avert her gaze. Not far off, Carroll appeared to notice the waitress's gaze and turned back, glaring fiercely at her. The gaze of Bauer coincided perfectly with that of Carroll. When their eyes met in the air, it was as if sparks had ignited in a collision. Ball was filled with rage. Yet there exists a type of person whose countenance remains utterly unchanged, even in the throes of anger. While some may wear a scowl as frigid as an iceberg, Ball, when pushed to the extreme of fury, instead adopts an impassive demeanor. Bauer, with an expressionless demeanor, prepared to step forward. Hart swiftly intervened, blocking Bauer's path. Knowing that this moment could not afford any missteps, the referee on the sideline sensed potential trouble and began to approach. Hart hurriedly reassured him, insisting that everything was fine. Ball also regained consciousness, turned around to adjust his expression, and forced a faint smile. He then patted her shoulder, signaling her to cease her sorrow. The lady looked up at Ball and broke into a smile. At that moment, she felt a sense of respect, one rooted in the essence of humanity. The large screen at the Lakers' home arena showcased this heartwarming moment. The entire audience was moved, their voices hushed as they quietly absorbed the scene. On the screen, Ball turned his head, fixating intently on Carol. One down is one down, two down or a pair. Come on, Russell.